Book 2, A Japan Story. Chapter 1. First darkness, and then a small spotlight. Akemi's thick, natural lips appeared. They began moving, speaking to me in her foreign tongue. Her voice was a melody of whispers. Her words were not as important as their intensity or the subtle shapes that her lips made when forming certain phrases. She had perfectly white teeth in both worlds, the real one and the one I was seeing now, and a pretty, pretty smile. Uniquely shaped eyes, wide and dark, filled with both curiosity and mischief. Hers were magnetic and seductive. Those eyes of hers always shined for me and reflected my image. In them were written her confessions of love. I saw her long, pretty neck and lean and feminine shoulders where her dark hair draped. The feeling of her was all softness, mixed with nothing else but sweetness. She was always warm for me, and got more warmer the closer I came to her. Even when her lips were not moving, her silence was elegant, and she made it known in every gesture and movement that everything she had was exclusively for me. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, and the seductive images slipped away. Absence is a powerful aphrodisiac, I thought to myself, but I didn't want to go too deep, feel too much too soon, or have a private reaction in a public place. Instead, I reached into my inside right pocket and pulled out the translation of the letter Akemi had written to me a week ago on Saturday, the last day that we saw one another in New York City. It was sealed in an envelope. Even though I'd had the option, I had refused to read it while still standing on American soil, and before I was coasting through beautiful blue and white swirled skies to the land of the rising sun. I didn't want to know or hear anything from her that could possibly interrupt or delay or distract or discourage my journey to get what belonged to me. Her. Now that I was suspended midair with no possibility of anyone or anything turning me back, I opened it and read it. Slowly. Carefully.
Mayonaka, we are young, but not too young to love. We are naive, but not too naive to know what we are feeling. Who put this love into the atmosphere and this craving into our bodies? Who put this feeling into our hearts and these thoughts into our minds? Who brought us together if we were supposed to be apart? We did right, so why do they say us is wrong? If not speaking any words in common could not stop our love, if being divided by culture or blood relations or even oceans could not stop our love, what can stop our love? No one. None. Nothing. Otoa-san, please don't hate my father, because Okaya-san loved him so, and I love my mother more than anyone could know. She has returned to the earth but lives on in my heart. Sometimes still we speak even though we're worlds apart. Daddy asks me what do you see in him, or my bare skin against a sizzling hot rock. Remove him from your heart. Could I pull my teeth out one at a time, or maybe peel off all of my own skin, beginning with my fingers? I couldn't ever. I need him, like a poor girl needs everyday rice. He is the deepest feeling I ever felt, like water rushing down from the steepest waterfall. If you are asking me not to love him, kill me. But if I should be reborn, I would love him still. My soul loves his soul. His soul loves my soul. No one can say they love Akemi, yet try to separate me from this feeling. My Yonaka, they could never understand us. How could they? They don't even want to. My Yonaka, I'm so nervous.
I read it once. Then I read it again, more slowly than the first time. I imagined my wife locked in the bathroom in the VIP section at the Museum of Modern Art on the day of the New York and American debut of her artwork. Wrapped in an awesome kimono with a multi-million-dollar hairstyle, she stood barefooted on the cold marble floor with pretty feet and designer toenails. She was drawing kanji onto the page of her letter to me, the black ink smeared only by her tears, her heated thoughts and fears put into poetic verses. The crowd waited for her while she worried and waited for me. I could tell from her letter that she had argued with her father, her heart being pulled to one side by the man who had sired her and pulled the other way by the man she had married. But I didn't know, never knew. She knew. I didn't know what was happening to her. So she sent a woman flying by foot to my job in Chinatown to deliver a letter to me written in a language that I couldn't understand because she felt that it was urgent and that something was about to go desperately wrong. And even still, she didn't spell her situation out clearly or fill the pages up with rage and curses. She knew that would be too much. She knew me and what I was capable of. So she tried to convey the seriousness of the situation in the carefully placed words of her poem. I could feel my love for her swelling in my chest. After the feelings subsided some, my brain took over and shifted strictly into strategy. I looked up the word otoa-san, although I believed I already knew what it meant. It means father, and oka-san means mother.
Would you like chicken or beef?
The flight attendant had returned.
For your dinner service,
She added. I don't want anything, thank you, I told her.
something to drink?
No, nothing, I responded. She smiled and moved on to the next passenger. All that hard memory work only ate up 2 more flight hours. Just as I reclined, random people in the cabin began getting up and heading for the bathroom. I glanced down the aisle and saw that there was a line building up. I decided to try out Yuka's music and slipped on the headphones. She was listening to Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. She must have liked heavy metal, 'cause that's what I was hearing. It was cool, as long as it was instrumental. The bass player and the guitar player were killing it. But then some dude started screaming out his lyrics. His voice was so loud, rough, and scraggly that I couldn't even figure if he was singing in Japanese or in English. I fast-forwarded and the music got worse. I took it off and laid it to the side.
The in-flight movie selections for your enjoyment tonight are Dragon Ball, Curse of the Blood Rubies, or The Color Purple.
The announcement was made in Japanese and then in English. Unfastening my seatbelt, I got up to head to the men's room. I needed the short walk to splash some cold water on my face. As I walked the narrow aisle, the now familiar flight attendant approached, heading in the opposite direction. I turned sideways to allow her through, yet still she brushed her body against me. And when our bodies connected, she paused right there.
When you're finished in the lavatory, stay in the back. I'll come and quiz you,
she said with a lowered voice, and then smiled and flashed forward. I didn't know what the fuck she was getting at. Coming out of that toilet, I bumped right into her. She was leaning on the opposite wall that was filled with compartments.
Ready?
She asked.
Where are your cards? Let me see them.
She held her hand out. She wore light pink tinted polish, had clean nails, and a cheap watch. Realizing her intent, I pulled the cards out of my pocket so she could use them to quiz me.
Ohayo gozaimasu,
she said in a small voice, not to disturb the other passengers. Good morning, I answered.
Tasukete,
she said, smiling. Please help, I answered.
Otuo-san,
she asked. Father, I answered.
Nigi,
To the right,
Hirari,
she said. To the left, I answered.
Masugu,
Straight,
Chotto mate,
she asked. Wait a minute, I remembered.
You're good.
She said, smiling some more.
Are you sure you didn't know these words before you boarded our plane?
No, I smiled at her distrust.
You have a great mind. At first, I was expecting to find an unaccompanied minor sitting in your seat. Instead, I found a handsome man.
She gestured with one hand beside her face and moved it downward, actually touching me.
All dressed and a genius.
She tried to gas me up.
Okay, one more. Here it goes.
She said excitedly.
Utsukushi.
I had a mental picture of the words I had printed on my cards, and I didn't recall that word at all. That's not one of my words, I told her calmly. What does it mean?
It means beautiful,
she said, handing me back my cards and proceeded down the aisle before me. An elderly woman seated in the last row besides the men's room lifted her mask to reveal only one of her eyes and smiled at me. Then she put the mask back on. I guess she had overheard our exchange and had an opinion about it. 4 more hours into the blackened and now cloudless sky. I became restless and wanted to get my music back. I headed up to seat 42A, where I discovered 3 solid rows of teenage girls sitting side by side in Yuka's section. I wondered what kind of group they were traveling in. I didn't see any adults, but I figured there had to be a chaperone. Come to think of it, there were not any complete families traveling on this flight, it seemed, at least not in the coach section. Yuka, I called, but 4 arms went up immediately, and all at once, each turned on their overhead lights. Now, I had 8 Asian eyes focused on me, but one girl in the middle didn't turn on her light. She was asleep. She was also pretty enough to distract me from swapping back my music. She was obviously Japanese and also obviously black, her skin the color of honey. Her eyelashes were as black as could be and unusually long. She wore cornrows, precise and perfect, that looked like bolts of lightning, laid tight and zigzagging across her scalp. Her hair was thick like ours, but long like theirs. I predicted that when she awakened and stood up, she would stand about 5 feet 7 inches tall. Even though she was still sitting, I could see that she had the curves of a filled-out African female, but the delicate frame of a Japanese woman, too. I thought to myself, seeing her is like looking at a blue diamond, something you would hardly ever see. But if you happened to get a glimpse of one, you'd find yourself looking at it again and again.
Chiasa,
Yuka said. Her voice brought me back to the reason I was there. "What does that mean?" I asked her.
Her name is Chiasa,
she said concerning the sleeping girl. "I came from a walk, man," I told her, but I glanced at the sleeping one again. She had a gold medal dangling on a red ribbon that she wore around her neck. It was rising up and down as she breathed in and out. "Are you a part of a team?" I asked Yuka. The other three girls were all watching curiously, but not speaking or joining in.
I speak English, but my friends only speak a little.
Yuka said, holding up her 2 fingers to gesture.
A little bit.
Yuka turned her body around away from me while still seated, revealing the chenille fabric kanji letters across the back of her jacket. Looking at them by the snatches of available light on the mostly dark plane, I asked, "What does it say?"
Girls Kendo Club of Japan,
she said with pride. "Kendo Club?" I asked.
"We fight,"
she said, smiling. I laughed. "What kind of fighting?"
"Sword,"
she answered smoothly. I stepped back 1 step, impressed. How many are you?" I asked.
16.
Yuka said.
We are returning home from the competition.
"Your team won?" I asked, while assuming.
Our team came in 3rd place.
Yuka said. Then the girl seated next to her pointed to the sleeping girl, but didn't say anything. "She won?" I asked her.
Chiasa won the 1-on-1 competition.
Yuka said reluctantly.
Now she is just sleeping.
Yuka wanted me to stay and talk to her about music and everything else.
How many pairs of sneakers do you have? Who's your favorite performing artist? Have you ever seen the movie named Wild Style? Is this your first trip to Japan?
She hit me with a slew of questions. Meanwhile, her 3 friends watched intently and seemed impressed with their bilingual leader, Yuka. They were in awe of her command of the all-English conversation. None of them could put together a complete English sentence, but when they did try and make little comments, I could understand their simple meaning and gestures each time. Each one of them was different from the others in looks and ways and feeling, and believe me, they checked me out thoroughly also.
Let's trade something we don't have to take back,
Yuka invited. I don't think so, I told her. Everything I have I'm planning to keep. Just then, the sleeping girl shifted in her seat. Later, I said, and then turned to leave.
Wait!
Yuka said.
You didn't tell us your name.
I paused. Midnight, I answered.
Oh.
Yuka said.
Doishite?
Huh? I asked.
Why are you called Midnight?
She asked, her head looking up to me from her seat. Why are you called Yuka? I asked, standing still in the aisle.
I'll tell you.
She volunteered.
Chotto matte kumasai. Will you stay a little longer?
I was noticing as I listened with the intent to learn that Yuka was mixing a sentence half in Japanese, the other half in English.
Here, I'll write it out for you.
She took out a pen and some paper.
All Japanese names have a meaning. It really depends on which kanji your parents used when they gave the name. My name is like this.
She wrote in the paper.
It means superior flower. Her name is Yuki. It's like this.
She said, writing.
It means snow. Her name is Hikari, and it means light. And her name is Chao. It means butterfly.
I watched and listened closely. To me, the kanji writing always looked powerful, passionate, and mysterious, even without me knowing its meaning. Chiasa, what does her name mean? I asked casually, noticing that Yuka had skipped over her.
I really don't know which kanji.
Yuka answered hesitantly and laid her pen down on her tray.
1,000 mornings!
Yuki answered, proud to participate and over-pronouncing and pushing out each English word separately. 1,000 mornings, I repeated. Chiasa's name sounded soulful to me. Then I wondered about the true meaning of it. I wanted to know why she had that name, the story behind it. It sounded more powerful than the simple definitions of the other girls' names.
What about yours? What does it mean?
Yuka asked. Think about it, I answered. It was nice meeting you, Yuka, Yuki, Hikari, and Chao. They applauded because I remembered. I wondered if they had met other foreigners who couldn't remember or pronounce their short and simple names. Then I threw the thought right out of my mind. Them girls were just bored and anxious to get off this tight flight, same as me. We were all teenagers, traveling in an adult world. Our bodies packed with energy, but forced to sit still on the flight for hours and hours. As I returned to my seat, I caught glimpses of one of the in-flight films playing on at least half of the screens in my area. Even without the volume, I could see a full cast of black men as fools, clowns, and useless, cruel creatures. Those are the black Americans, I thought to myself. With time, I became more and more anxious to see my wife. So time cruelly doubled down and began to move twice as slow. We were halfway there now. I prepared to have the dinner that my family packed me, feeling some strange sense of comfort about eating as most of the other passengers slept. After washing up in the men's room and pulling down the shopping bag with the metal tiffin containers of my food, I hit the call button and requested water.
Mizu?
The flight attendant said, offering the Japanese word for water.
Tapu.
She said for cup. She looked at my food and said,
Oishii mita desu ka? It looks delicious. Could I?
She asked.
Is it spicy?
She translated. Definitely spicy, I admitted, as I tried to write these new words that she was using down in my memory.
Definitely better than plain food,
She said, leaning in too close. She laughed lightly. Right, was all I said. Finally, she left. As I enjoyed the way Sudanese leftovers can taste even better and even richer than when they were first prepared and served, I thought about how Ramadan began at sunset on Saturday in America, which meant fasting would begin at sunrise on Sunday morning. I kept myself occupied trying to figure out what time it was now and what was my exact location over which country. I recalled the map I had surveyed, then purchased at Marty Bookbinder's bookstore. I was flying from the United States, New York to be exact, out over Alaska, past Canada, past the Siberian mountains, past Russia. Then I broke out into a smile. A man has to work hard for his woman, I thought. Moments later, I checked my watch, still set on New York Eastern Standard Time. Back in Brooklyn, it was 2 a.m. I cleaned up my area, content, and headed to the back to rinse my containers. Returning, I met Yuka walking up the aisle. We both stopped at my seat. As I packed the clean containers back into the shopping bag and pushed it back into the overhead compartment, Yuka made me an offer.
Let me keep the music that you let me listen to before. You can choose one of these.
I sat down, not feeling right about standing over her in such a closed area. She pulled up my tray from his side pocket, which made me have to straighten up my posture. She laid down a piece of paper shaped like a bird.
It's a paper crane. You know, origami. It's good luck. Yuki made it.
I just looked at it. It was crafted well, but I didn't feel no connection to it. She put a card down.
It's a Japanese phone card. It's mine, but you'll need it,
She said, so sure that she had me open. My non-response made her put down her next item. It was a red patch with 2 black swords clashing in midair. I liked it.
It's from our dojo,
she said, knowing it was worth more than the other choices she was offering. I figured it probably belonged to one of them girls who was supposed to be worn on their jacket sleeve or uniform. You must really like my music, I said. She ignored my statement and tried to flip it on me.
You like it, I can tell,
she said, then pointed at the patch.
When you like something, it shows just a little bit on your face,
she said, holding up her 2 fingers once again.
For a little bit.
Oh yeah? No one ever said that, I told her swiftly.
Maybe they were not looking closely,
she said, and held her hand out for my music. Take this one. I slid her the cassette Bangs had given me the other night. It was Frankie Beverly and Mays, a joint called Before I Let Go, Sweet Thing by Shaka Khan, and a bunch of slow cuts I didn't want or need to feel. As she put it in her pocket, an older lady appeared and stood behind her in the aisle. Just one look the older lady gave her, and no words. Yuka turned, bowed to the older woman, and then rushed up the aisle back to her seat. The lady turned and followed her and stood by her seat once she reached it. If she was scolding Yuka, it was a silent scolding, 'cause I could not hear a word or see her attitude in her gestures or body language. She must be their chaperone, I thought. Somehow, whatever adult is assigned to chaperone teenagers always falls asleep before us, or is absent at the exact moment that something they are supposed to be preventing is going down. Or maybe she was seated up in business class, or first class even, as her girls were packed like sardines in coach. In the morning, the cabin lights were on full blast, and it was too bright. I thought the sunlight was forcing me to squint, but it wasn't. The stink of pork hung in the stagnant air as passengers sucked down 2 1-inch cube squares of egg and 1 undercooked-looking slice of ham. I looked to my left toward the window as the passenger across the aisle at the window seat began lifting his window cover. It was actually nighttime all over again, although my watch set on American time read 6 a.m.
We are 1 hour away from Narita Airport. The time in Tokyo is now 6 p.m. Your flight attendant will be coming through the cabin, collecting your trays and accepting trash. We would appreciate your cooperation in keeping the aisles clear. We'll be landing at 7 p.m. Tokyo time. Please accept and complete your landing cards and custom documents. Your flight attendants will be distributing them throughout the cabin.
My tray was still up, but my patch was gone. I smiled at the thought that I had been hustled by Yuka, played out before I even touched down on their soil. I leaned over, thinking maybe I dropped it beneath my seat. When I raised my tray and leaned forward to look, I was more than surprised to see the patch sewn onto my jeans on my left leg. I pulled at it thinking, nah, that's impossible. But the patch didn't fall off or peel off into the palm of my hand either. It was stitched on crudely, not expertly, but attached. I sat up, put my right hand on my head instinctively, and held it there. I imagined Yuka sitting in the aisle late at night next to my seat, sewing the patch on so secretly that even I could not feel or detect it. I felt the cross between being a dupe and being snagged off guard. The landing form required me to write in the address where I would be staying in Japan. I was also asked to report exactly how much money I was carrying. They asked if I'd ever been convicted of a crime. I answered thankfully, no. The paperwork warned that I must always be in possession of my passport as I traveled throughout their country. I printed in the address for Shinjuku Uchi, my hostel, located in Shinjuku, Tokyo. I filled out all the custom forms and pressed them inside my passport. I placed the items in my inside pocket and unfastened my seatbelt and stepped to the bathroom. When I returned to my seat, there was a folded piece of paper on my chair. I removed the paper and read it. It was an address with Yuka's full name on the top, as well as a telephone number. I pushed it in my pocket and sat down. I wondered about their whole crew, their ages and all. I was sure they were teens. A couple of them might have even been a couple of years older than me. I was also sure that they could never guess my age either. Mostly everyone thought I was older than I am. I didn't correct them either.
Fasten your seatbelts for landing.
All standing passengers slowly returned to their seats, pushed their belongings back into the overheads, lifted their window covers, raised their seats, and fastened their seatbelts. I can't front. My face was calm and regular, but now I was hyped up like crazy and completely awake. Narita Airport was very bright, clean, and well organized. While riding the belt that moved hundreds of passengers forward as they stood still, I took note of the colorful photography. Among the advertisements were huge pictures of cherry blossom trees, various flowers, and even animals. When I looked out through the huge windows and onto the tarmac, I saw several huge aircraft lined up from countries spanning the world. I watched as the luggage from arriving passengers was moved by conveyor onto luggage trucks and driven away to their terminals. The geography book I had read about Japan in the Open Mind bookstore described it as a small island, quote-unquote, as several uniformed workers in jumpsuits moved around the tarmac and the active airport extended as far as I could see in each direction. I thought to myself that this place looked huge, profitable, and powerful. On our way to customs, through wide corridors that seemed empty, except for the hundreds of passengers from our flight, I reached an intersecting corridor. A whole new flood of people joined in, and that made about 700 of us moving toward the customs area. Signs positioned above the flow of the people, printed in every language, broke up the huge crowd and ordered us to different locations. Japanese citizens returning home to Japan went one way, and all other passengers went the other, according to the signs that applied to them. When my group arrived at the designated location, we were met by about 15 floor guides, Japanese men and women, in identical, spotless, and well-pressed uniforms. Men in blue pants, white business shirts and jackets, and women in jackets, white blouses, and skirts with silk scarves around their necks. Most of the women had their hair pulled back and expertly wrapped, folded, and pinned into an array of styles without a strand escaping. I noticed how they all held their hands interlocked in front of themselves instead of casually at their sides. Their stance seemed trained and uniform. Red ropes directed all our movements, and from time to time the guides used their hands to gesture without words, which I found interesting. They were all wearing white, sparkling, clean gloves. The line advanced quietly and slowly. I thought about pulling out my pocket dictionary and practicing vocabulary words while I waited. I took a few steps forward, stopped, and took a quick look back. I saw the girl they said was named Chiasa on the line a few spaces back. I was perplexed now. She held an American passport in her hand. But wasn't she part of a Japanese girls' kendo team just returning from a competition in America? I didn't want to stare, even though I was curious. I turned back toward the front, facing the single-file line that went on around a maze of ropes and barriers. 5 minutes later, I looked back again. Immediately, I saw she was looking my way. We both shifted our eyes away from one another. One of the floor guards appeared on the opposite side of the rope where I was standing. I thought he was going to say something to me. Instead, he went to the man standing behind me, apparently a father with his wife and their 2 children. The floor guide held up the landing card as if to ask, "Where is it?" The husband turned to his wife and she turned to her son. The floor guide pointed the 4 of them off the line and over to the desks where there were more cards available for completion. Now Chiasa was standing directly behind me. I thought to myself, she feels like a gift from Allah, although I didn't really know the reason. Then I imagined if Akemi and I had a daughter, she would look like Chiasa. And what would our son look like? I wanted him to be black-skinned like me, although it would be okay if he weren't. But as I pictured my great-grandfather, grandfather, father, myself, and then my son, I wanted us all to be similar in complexion, size, thought, and action.
Sumimasen, move up,
Someone said softly. I stepped forward and looked back. When we were facing each other, we both asked one another at the same time, "Are you American?" Then we both smiled at the coincidence and we both answered simultaneously, "No." Then we both looked at each other's hand, her left, my right, and we were both holding blue American passports with the eagle emblazoned in gold. Neither of us bothered to explain.
Nice patch,
She said, staring down at my pant leg.
Is it just fashion, or did you fight for it?
Her arms were now folded in front of her, and she was still holding on to her documents. I didn't fight for it, but I can fight, I answered her with a serious look.
What's your weapon?
I don't advertise it, I told her. But I know yours is the sword, I added, to let her know that this was not my first time seeing her. Her eyes widened a bit. I could see how her long lashes could shield anyone from seeing directly into her silver gray eyes. I saw you sleeping on the plane,
I wasn't sleeping.
she said with a completely straight face.
I was practicing.
Practicing what? I asked.
I was practicing making people feel sure that I was sleeping,
she said. I paused. I thought our conversation was feeling strange. She was a young female traveling alone, and I was a young man doing the same. I just turned my attention back to the front of the line, moved a few steps up, and waited.
When people think that someone is asleep, they say things that they wouldn't say when the person is awake.
She broke our silence, leaning in a bit to speak to me from behind. I get it, was all I said.
Are you in the military?
She asked. No, I responded, thinking to myself, maybe she is. She started this conversation asking me if I could fight and about my choice of weapons, and now if I was in an army.
That's good.
She smiled. I wanted to know what her smile was about. Are you in the military? I asked her, but I wasn't serious.
No, but my father is,
she said. That straightened me. I knew the difference between a girl who has a father and a girl who does not. And I was sure now that since she mentioned her father, he would be standing somewhere near the luggage arrival, waiting for his beautiful daughter to arrive back into his care.
He is a decorated marksman. He could kill you from a long distance,
she said calmly, as though this were casual, everyday information. I figured she wanted me to know that she is protected the way daughters who have fathers are protected. I got it.
He has perfect vision, and so do I,
she added. The feel to her was different than anything I ever felt coming off a girl. She didn't speak with arrogance or conceit or eagerness in her tone, yet she was softly saying some powerful and proud statements that lay on top of a hidden threat. And she was exotic and pretty as a puma. I turned forward and didn't say nothing back to her. Soon she stepped to my side, glanced at the landing card I was holding, and asked,
"Are you staying in the hostel?"
"Why? Do you have a recommendation for me?" I asked her, dodging.
"It depends on what you are here to do and see."
She said it like it was a question. She wanted to know what I was in Japan for. I wasn't about to start spilling my guts on the line when I was about to meet up with a customs officer, so I didn't say.
"So you staying in Shinjuku? That's 1 5-second train stop away from me. I stay in Yoyogi with my grandfather."
She was reading the documents as I held them in my hand.
"I told you I have perfect vision. I saw it written on your cards,"
she said, answering a question that I never asked her.
"Nihongo ga hanashimasen?"
she asked sweetly, staring at me while one of her eyebrows raised up a bit, anticipating I would fail her test. But I was already searching my mind. I knew I had a phrase like that written in my study cards. I had a 6-second delay before I answered her. "Hai, Nihongo ga hanashimasen," which means, no, I don't speak Japanese, but it was the answer to a question. She laughed quietly, but still lifted her hand to cover her mouth and muffle her sound. Where her hand lifted, I could see her landing card where she had entered her birth date. Now I knew that she was 16 years old with a birthday coming up in 2 months on July 25th.
"You will need a tour guide, and you will need a translator."
She raised both eyebrows this time. "I'll get one," I told her. "I'll take care of it."
"How many days are you staying here?"
she asked while reaching into her pocketbook, placing her passport and landing cards inside, and then pulling out a small yellow calendar. She opened it up. The pages were worn. She ran her finger across the days of this month of May. She had something written in most of the boxes that represented the 31 days. "A short stay," I said. "I'm good, though. I'm meeting someone in Tokyo." With her calendar raised and covering her nose and mouth, only her eyes could be seen.
"We should meet for just one afternoon, you and I,"
she said. I was looking right back at her. Before I responded to her bold approach, she said,
"Let's meet up and fight. You said you can fight, right?"
She was straight-faced and feminine and soft, but her words were the opposite. Now she was holding one hand behind her back. My natural smile broke out. I was considering how each woman is a different combination of traits, and what a combination this one had. Her voice was soft and slightly raspy, like a girl on the 3rd day of a cold. But the words coming out of her mouth didn't match her feminine appearance or her sultry voice. "I don't fight women. Not ever," I told her truthfully. When I'm next to a woman, the last thing that I'm thinking is that she and I should fight. She stared for a few seconds and then smiled, but then she became suddenly shy. "Besides, why would I fight a girl who just told me her father is a marksman?" I reminded her.
"My father's stationed overseas right now. He won't be back to Japan until the autumn festival. That's..."
She counted on her long, slim fingers. She had clean nails, clipped short, and wore no jewelry.
"That's 5 months from now. But even though he's not here, if he thought someone had done something bad to me, he'd find him and kill him."
"If I had a daughter, I would do the same," I assured her.
"It wouldn't matter if they hid. My father can find anyone in the world, no matter where they run."
I didn't comment any further. She had a strong love and a spoken loyalty and pride about her father, and I thought it was fly.
You know, you've arrived during Golden Week, but you already missed a lot of the events,
she said, switching topics. Golden Week? What's that? I asked, completely blank about it.
Golden Week,
she repeated.
It's the second largest Japanese holiday. All schools are closed and many companies are also. It's called Golden Week, but sometimes it goes on for about 10 days to 2 weeks. Most Japanese spend this holiday with their families. A lot of us traveling during this time, as you can see.
I guess that's why there were so many sports teams on our flight. Immediately, my mind jumped to my wife. Maybe that's why she had been calling me from Iowa's house in Tokyo instead of from her own house in Kyoto. So have I arrived at the beginning or the end of Golden Week? I asked her.
The end,
she responded. I thought Chiasa had given me useful information in less than 5 minutes. I was grateful.
So the person you were meeting in Tokyo, is it Yuka?
she asked. Nah, I just met her on the plane, I told her.
Good, because she's originally from Osaka. I was born in Tokyo and lived there my whole life. I used to deliver pizza on my motorcycle, so I know all the streets and cool places.
You drive a motorcycle?
Yes, my father bought it for me on my 16th birthday. It was an apology gift because I hadn't seen him for 6 months. My mother hated it, but I loved it. My mother will only pay for things that she likes me to do. So she pays for my piano lessons and dance classes because she says those things are for good Japanese girls. I have to work to pay for the lessons I want and the things I like. I hate playing the piano and dancing ballet, but I do it because it keeps my mother happy.
She shifted her body slightly. Ballet dancing obviously kept her body right, I thought to myself. You say you stay with your grandfather?
Yes, my parents are divorced,
she admitted in a much softer voice with traces of hurt and regret.
It was one of those nasty divorces. They don't speak to another, and I can't mention my father's name to my mother or ask any questions. They both love me, just not each other.
I felt sorry that her mother and father had somehow lost their love for one another. It sounded foreign to me, losing love for anyone you had ever loved. And the same way when I first laid eyes on this girl, I could see traces of her Japanese mother and her African father without ever seeing either of them or knowing them. I wondered how could they have this lovely daughter together, see her, and not see themselves. When the father saw the mother through the daughter, didn't it make him remember loving his wife? Wouldn't it cause him to love her even more? I guess not. Man to man, I would want to ask these kinds of questions and get serious responses. When men gather, we don't talk like that, and the questions that sit on our minds, we won't ask. Again, I felt an urgency about my wife as I was being presented with the exact picture of what I would never allow to happen in my family. In the Quran, there are instructions about exactly how a divorce can be carried out, but divorce is discouraged in our way of life. The Quran gives a man not only instructions, but boundaries, limits, and goals to hold his head and his family together and to deal with his wife in a just way that will help them to stay together.
But my grandfather is cool. My mom is his daughter, so of course he loves her. But he loves my dad also, so I love him. So I stay with him. Anyway, I'll start school in 1 month and move out into the dorm. Oh yes, school in Japan begins in April. I know it starts in September in America, right? And it ends in June? Well, here, our school year had just begun.
Your school year just started in April and already you're on vacation?
I know, it is different, but this is Japan. We do it our own way,
She said, smiling. And while she smiled, I thought of how Akemi's father probably snatched her up and took her right to school to start the Japanese school year after her year of living and schooling in New York City had come to an end. He probably was acting as though nothing significant had really happened in her life, as though she never met me, fell in love, married, and gave me her oath and virginity and life.
My school actually also began in April, but not for me. Foreign students had to come in and take an intensive Japanese language course. I didn't need to. I was born here, and I speak fluent Japanese and English. So you see, it works out good for you because now I'm off from school, and for 29,000 yen, I can show you around Tokyo for the next 5 days. I'll be your translator and your tour guide. I can meet you in the morning and stay each day until the job is done.
She was speaking softly, but with confidence and a gentle persuasion, as though I had no choice but to go along with her plan. I was still stuck on the figure 29,000 yen. I had not shifted my mind into their money exchange system yet, but the numbers she was throwing around sounded expensive, crazy, extreme, and not happening. Where did you come up with that number? I asked her.
That's how much it costs for my next flight lesson. I'm studying to get my pilot's license.
She had my head spinning. Now I was picturing her in the cockpit. The floor guide gestured for me to step up to customs, so I said later to Chiasa and moved up to the booth. I saw her move to the booth beside mine on command as well. At customs, the kind of tension that was so thick when I arrived in America from the Sudan with Uma was not present in Japan. The male authority who faced me didn't appear to believe that I was a problem that had to be eliminated, guilty on sight. Even though he represented Japanese law, he didn't try to put in place a whole new set of restrictions just for me. The officer, a blank-faced Japanese male, simply looked at my passport and then up in my face. He stepped to his left, pointed a camera at me, and snapped my photo. He stamped my passport, inserted a piece of paper, and waved me on. I looked at the stamp and the paper. It said I could visit Japan for 90 days before I was required to leave. It also instructed me to keep my passport in my possession at all times. At the luggage conveyor, while waiting for my duffel bag to come around, I calculated finally that 29,000 yen was about $250. The American dollar was stronger than the yen, and $85 will get me 10,000 yen. 5 days for $250, I thought. That's $50 a day. It was high, but not too high. I knew from the jump that I would have to get someone to translate for me along the way. This girl Chiasa had offered me enough information in a short period of time for me to feel comfortable with her offer. I'd get her phone number and use her services when I needed them. For now, I was throwing my belongings on a cart and heading for the phone to call my wife.
Midnight!
I heard a voice call. It was Yuka and her friends. They were waving wildly. I put my hand up once as my way to say sayonara. I did notice that the rest of their kendo team seemed to be traveling together, but Chiasa was left standing alone, pulling her belongings off the belt for herself. Beyond customs and baggage, when I reached the Japanese side of the airport, everything changed. Signs were all written in kanji. At the airport convenience store, I stood silently in the aisle observing. The foods and drinks were all labeled in kanji. I recognized some American candies like Snickers and Juicy Fruit only because of the identical colors of the Japanese packaging. But the names of the candies were all written in kanji. Even the ingredient listings were all in kanji. As I approached the cashiers and instinctively spoke in simple English, they looked at me curiously. I realized they spoke and understood only Japanese, even down to the words like yes and no, as well as greetings. I wanted to purchase a phone card, but stood staring at the wall, unable to decipher which was what. Unable to read properly, I thought about Uma. Her everyday life in America was like this. As a man, it was an uncomfortable feeling to me to not be able to read the language of the place where I was standing, living, and breathing. Illiteracy reduced me, I thought, into the position of a young child. I observed the cash transactions taking place. Unlike the Americans, the Japanese cashiers received the payment from the customer and placed it down on the register for both the customer and cashier to see. They repeated the amount of the purchase, the amount they received, and then counted out the change and handed it to the customer before putting away the cash the customer had paid. I figured they wanted to eliminate any problems before they could occur. A forgetful customer or con man would never get away with saying, "I gave you a 20, when they had really only paid with 10. I liked the way the girls folded the bills perfectly between their fingers and held them there. I liked the way the cashiers counted back the cash rapidly after spreading the bills like a hand fan. I picked up my bags, turned, and walked out, looking for a public payphone. When I finally found it, I picked up the phone and stood staring. All the printed directions were in Japanese. I couldn't even figure out the cost of the call. I put the receiver to my ear. The recorded voice on the other end of the phone was speaking only in Japanese. I looked around the well-lit, immaculately clean, and well-organized airport and thought to myself, I searched out the customer information desk, was told to Chotto mate by a small polite man who raised his index finger to signal, "Wait 1 minute, please." Chotto mate, I repeated it to myself for my own memorizing. The woman who appeared to help me spoke some English. She asked me a few questions, then told me which phone card to purchase and how to work the payphone. She also told me how and where to purchase my ticket for the airport limousine to Shinjuku. I didn't need a limousine, but the ticket only cost $20. It was a 2-hour ride, so I agreed. Then I called Uma.
Alhamdulillah,
she said in her early morning, relaxed Sunday voice.
We are all safe and fine. You know that you can call me anytime you want to talk, but focus on your wife now. She needs you more.
Uma said graciously. I called Iowa Akita at 9 p.m. The call went right through.
Mushi,
A feminine voice said. Is this Akita-san? I asked.
Hi.
She responded softly, yet with excitement. This is my Yonaka. Thank you for taking my call. Is my wife there? I asked calmly, though I was feeling anxious. Akemi Nakamura, is he there? I asked patiently and politely as well. Iwa Akita said something in response, but I couldn't hear it because an announcement came over the speaker system in the airport. The announcement was spoken in Japanese, so I ignored it. Akita-san?
Hi, chotto mate.
She answered. My heart raced some.
Mayonaka?
I heard Iwa's voice again.
Where are you?
She was speaking English in an even higher pitched tone than she used before. I paused. I wanted to hear Akemi's voice first before answering any questions. Instead, I heard a click. The payphone went dead. Immediately, I called back. I got the answering machine. Her message was spoken all in Japanese, but even an idiot could understand to begin leaving his message after the beep. So I did. Akita-san, we were disconnected. I'll call back again in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, I called and got her answering machine again. I hung up. I stood there, thinking. What's the meaning of this? 5 more minutes, and I called once more. Her machine came on. Calmly, I left my second message. I'll call back in the morning. This is Mayonaka. I was tight now, uneasy, and perplexed. This was some unnecessary bullshit. My limo was due to arrive outdoors at space number 18. I pushed my cart through the sliding doors. As I eased down the walkway, I saw Chiasa standing on the line behind her pushcart loaded down with bags and big items. She had one item that was in a case that stood 7 feet tall. She also had what looked like a trombone case and 2 suitcases, one big, one small. She was about 5'7" with a powerful body in a petite frame. I didn't know how she was gonna move around in all that stuff on her own once she had to ditch the airport cart and travel back into Tokyo. Can I have your telephone number? I asked her, handing her a pencil and my small pad that I kept in my pocket for important information and contacts. She wrote it down instantly, as though she had been sure that I would find her and ask.
I'm never really home, so we should set a time,
She said.
Let's meet tomorrow night. That will give you time to figure out that you won't be able to figure anything out.
She added, completely assured.
Then we can meet at my dojo, fight, and get it over with. I think people respect each other faster if they fight first, experience each other's style.
Then she wrote down the name of her dojo and the address, and in bold ink, 6 p.m.
We'll eat dinner together afterward.
Chapter 2. I checked my watch and looked for the number 18, hoping it was written in English. When I saw my limousine, it was a bus. Quote-unquote airport limousine hired hands took my luggage and stored it below. After receiving luggage tags, we entered the bus single file. It took only a few seconds to notice that no one 6 feet tall or taller had ever ridden the bus comfortably, as the ceilings were too low and the seats too close together. However, the bus was obviously brand new and very clean. The bus windows even had curtains fit to size that were retractable. The workers and the bus driver were very polite. The seats were well upholstered in quality cloth and colorful designs. The headrests were covered with removable white lace without a trace of dirt or grease or stains. There were 22 passengers besides me. Each of us spread out, trying to keep the seat directly next to ourselves free for our extra use. Compact cars seem to be the preferred ride out here. Toyotas and Hondas and some other unrecognizable vehicles that aren't for sale in America. Different styles, makes, and models. Even the trucks were less wide and tall than the American kind. The highways were well paved and free of potholes and detours and debris. The lanes were wide and clean. The ride was smooth. The lines on the ground looked perfect, as though they had just been painted on. Soon the scenes changed from the stretch of airport property to rural, to suburban, to city. The traffic was flowing steadily without any congestion. Other than vehicles, billboards, and buildings, I couldn't clock much because it was night. The dim lights in the bus made it difficult to see out unless I pressed my forehead on the window glass. A female's clear and soft voice, a recording, offered narration over a speaker system, explaining where we were headed, and calling out the name of each stop in several languages. The bus was so organized and clean that even though I wished the seats were bigger, the trip was more comfortable than an NYC ride anywhere by bus, train, or car. I thought that arriving in Shinjuku late at night would put me at a disadvantage since I was unfamiliar with the place and its layout. Yet at Shinjuku Station, the night was the same as day. Although it was now 11 p.m., the station was packed with people as though this was their peak hour. Even though New York is known as the city that never sleeps, Tokyo was quite different. In New York, there is a day crowd and a night crowd. No way can the New York night crowd match the numbers that flowed through the city during working hours. But here in Shinjuku, it seemed to be happening. Men and women in suits, teenagers, families, and tourists were all moving about. This wasn't the club crowd or the party crowd. These just seemed like everyday normal people ignoring the time and living to the fullest, or perhaps just getting off from work, working 12-hour days, or coming back from night schools. I wasn't sure. Everything was all lit up with high-watt fluorescent bulbs. The only crime was to stop moving because the heavy population was constantly flowing. It seemed like a daily march routine and rhythm. I put one strap of my duffel bag on my left shoulder and the other strap on my right. I picked up my carry-on and began walking. I had an option to jump in the cab, but I decided against it. I had checked the map, knew the direction I was to move in, and was drawn in by everything I was seeing and feeling. It was bogged out seeing hundreds and thousands of Japanese and a splash of other Asian faces and no whites. It was obvious that this was their country. Confidence comes in numbers, I know. They were packed in escalators and in all the corridors, the small and the wide, spinning through all the turnstiles and jamming through all the exits and entrances all at the same time. As I exited the west side of Shinjuku Station, along with 300 other walkers, I ran up on the wall of vending machines. I stepped all the way in to keep out of the way of the flow. Of course, I had seen vending machines before in Brooklyn, back when Uma was in the hospital, giving birth to Naja. Yet these machines were different, with different designs and styles, and products for sale, and much more plentiful. I counted 7 on the wall I was staring at, and 5 directly across the street. Less than 60 seconds standing on my feet in Shinjuku, and all I could think about was business. One vending machine sold cigarettes, a variety of brands. I thought about how that couldn't happen in the U.S. because you had to be a certain age to buy cigarettes, and in the business district, you definitely would get carded. On my block, and in some local hoods, kids would cop Lucy's for $1 each. Even though the kids were underage, some shop owners would risk their licenses just to keep the peace with the customers, and particularly good customers who sent their 10-year-old daughters and sons to pick up cigarettes for them. The next vending machine was selling beer and liquor. I didn't recognize some of the brands, but I imagined how much money a vending machine liquor store could make on my block alone. Except, if there was a vending machine offering beer or liquor on my Brooklyn block, the owner would have to bulletproof it and use plexiglass instead of real glass. He'd have to build it sunken into the cement and still put heavy chains around it also. The next machine sold hot coffee, iced coffee, hot tea, or iced tea. Drop a coin in that sucker and the can came out fully heated. I tried it out even though I didn't want to drink no coffee. The can was so hot I had to throw it back and forth in my hands to cool it off. The next machine sold hot soups of various kinds. The one beside it sold water, juices, and sodas. The next machine sold toothpaste and shaving cream, combs and toothbrushes, and even had a row of men's new and clean white underwear individually wrapped that could be purchased. Drop in the coin, and they fell right out of the bottom slot. But the most fascinating vending machine was the last one on this row. It had a slot for bills and a separate one for coins. Put in your yen and get a brand new pair of kicks. Get the f*** out of here, I thought to myself. Sneakers? What about a Nike vending machine? What a quiet and intelligent way to earn money 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I will be earning money on the Christians' Christmas, on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, on all the dead presidents' birthdays and Labor Day too. It was a good legal business, but I imagine it involved about 85% less effort than Uma designs. If I owned even one of these machines, I could come around at 3 or 4 in the morning, collect my stack and rack of bills and bags of coins, and no one would even know who was the mastermind behind my operation. I would switch up my schedule, keep it random, so that no one could clock my movements. Unlike being a store owner and having to sit in the same store all day and welcome any type of customer, if I owned all 7 of these machines, no one would even know my name or address or personal information. Ninja style. I looked the machines over, searching for a company name or phone number. I wanted to jot it down in my notebook and maybe took a serious look into the business of it. I found a metal plate with information on it, all written in kanji and completely incomprehensible to me. I pushed it off, but I knew I'd be back. I planned to hold on to the idea. As I moved, my mind kept coming with estimates on how much each machine cost, how much it cost to stock it, and guesses about how many people flow through this Shinjuku area day and night and day. In this city of lights, every single store was lit up with bright colors that popped. It was impossible to overlook those brilliant reds blaring, some blinking, some neon. There were hot pinks and electric blues and blinding yellow gold lights as well. On the building tops were gigantic television screens, flashing advertisements, the product changing every few seconds. There were people hired to hand out cards and flyers and tissue packs with ads plastered across the backside. There were dancing girls in go-go shorts and leather boots singing jingles to draw in customers. The lights were not in just one section. They went on as far as my eyes could see in every direction. I was passing by late-night bookstores. Imagine that. A place where readers could chill and read no matter the time of night. These bookstores were packed, not empty like Marty bookbinders. and in the slow walk I was on, it seemed that there were as many bookstores in Shinjuku as the hood had liquor stores and churches. The streets were lined with vendors manning food courts. They had raised umbrellas and hung lanterns and brought in stools seated close to the ground. They also sat on upside-down crates. There were small portable tables with stacks of chopsticks and sauces and glasses placed on each one. I couldn't tell you what food they were serving. I looked, but I didn't recognize it. The main thing was, business-wise, people were eating it up eagerly. Several couples were seated side by side, enjoying. I wondered if these carts were considered licensed and legal, or if at a certain moment they will have to break it all down and pack it up and start hauling and running like in New York, where random vendors live a dog's life and get got for their products by crooked cops who steal their merchandise from them and still hand them a high-priced ticket for a, quote, city code violation, unquote. But I didn't see nobody running, and I didn't see no cops. Everyone was working or walking calmly, serving customers or minding their business and keeping it moving. I respected that. I thought it was an oversized arcade, but it wasn't. It was a spot called Pachinko. It took me about 3.5 minutes to figure out this was their gambling spot. Strange hustle, I thought. There were about 350 men sitting in front of individual machines that looked like pinball machines with a bucket filled with tiny silver balls. They kept feeding the machines with the balls in hopes of a jackpot, but it looked like they never reached a jackpot. A lot of these men appeared to be businessmen who hadn't been home from work since they'd left probably early this morning. Still wearing their suits, they had their briefcases and 1 or 2 bags of groceries sitting beside them. There was nothing between them and that pachinko machine except tobacco clouds as they smoked more and more with each try for fast money. Rows and rows of restaurants were squeezed into tight spaces. I laughed at joints that were legit eating spots, quote unquote. So small that they only had 3 tables and 6 chairs. I tried to do the math on how many guests they had to turn all day to make their money back with only a 6-person capacity. Some small spots had no tables, but had instead 1 long counter for their customers to eat on and 6 stools. Their customers all ate facing the wall. Not too cool for families and couples, I figured. The architecture and craftsmanship of each of these shops was dope though, and each one has its own style. Some were made all from glass. I could stand outside and see everything that was going on inside. I could see the cooks, who were mostly males, wearing either white chef jackets or long chef aprons. Their pants wide and baggy, but cinched by a drawstring at the waist and ankles. Most of them cover their heads with white hand towels wrapped half like a turban and half like how some Brooklyn cats rock it in the summer or after a game. I could watch them chopping vegetables, grilling fish, and boiling pots of water and stirring soups with a paddle because the iron kettles were so wide and deep. Right next door would be a restaurant made only of wood, no glass. I could not read the kanji signs that identified who they were and what they were selling. But when the door slid open, I could see the crowd seated elbow to elbow and could tell whatever it was in high demand. Noodle shops were easy to recognize. They were packed with mostly men, each of them seeming not to be with the other, all their backs bent over and faces close to their bowls. On the streets of northern Sudan, where I'm from, many men moved with men and their sons or their fathers. So a place where men and women moved in separate packs at separate times to separate places was not unfamiliar to me. It didn't take long for me to note that in many cases, I stood taller than the front door of these establishments. These seats were so close together and people so uniformly slim that I thought I might be too broad and muscular to fit into their shoulder and shoulder seating pattern. This made me feel bigger than life and dominant, like the character named Gulliver, whose story I once read. I was a foreigner, watching each of them and all of their things and ways so closely, yet not one of them was watching me. I felt like a black leopard in the chicken coop, or even out in the wetlands where the gazelles gathered, while I was camouflaged by the night. Not that I was on the prowl or the attack, but I was definitely capable of being provoked. Before I rounded the bend to the side alley where the hostel was supposed to be located, I saw one half-wooden, half-glass shop on the corner where there was a full pig's leg with the black hoof still attached, hoisted, and mounted on the same counter where the customers sat eating. The cook stood on the opposite side of the counter and carved slices of the pork and placed it in box plates for the customer to eat. It got me more alert. I always know, as a Muslim, I have to be mindful of any eating place because of the difference between what we are forbidden to eat and what others accept. I knew the international symbol for halal restaurants and stores. Tomorrow at sunset, when my first day of fasting came to a close, and during the time leading up to sunset, I will be looking out for that symbol before sitting down to eat anything. I had already walked almost 2 miles, and I had not seen one halal shop so far. A narrow alley, completely different from the wide main street that I walked down, led me to my Shinjuku hostel. There were no noises in the alley. It was lit with dimmer light and colors and very peaceful. It was completely clean. No garbage anywhere, no piss on the corners, or even globs of gum mashed into the ground. There were no tossed or empty bottles or cigarette butts. There was no dog shit or dogs. There were no mounds of mucus or spit on the curb. There was a cool breeze, like there often is in the warm spring when the sun had been down for hours. I stood still for some seconds, let the breeze move over me, and the silence soothe me. I took a deep breath, thinking this is how Tokyo feels after being here for less than 1 hour. It was an unfamiliar feeling from my 7 years in America. The Japanese were conducting business or being served. There was not one menacing glare. There was not one man who exuded a threat. I had not seen one cop or even thought about my guns. Maybe when I wake up tomorrow, it would all change. But for now, I was feeling all right. In my temporary room, the heavy and attractive door slid open from right to left. It was well built and perfectly on track. I inspected it carefully. I didn't know if it was because my southern Sudanese grandfather was a craftsman who worked with wood and made and built all types of things that I always paid attention to the quality and craftsmanship of everything. I just knew that it was something I did. As soon as I shut the door behind me, I noticed and then confirmed that it actually had no lock on it. Yo, it was not that the door was damaged or broken. It simply was not designed with a lock on either side. A quick walk back down the hallway, I asked about the lock. The same security guard who had let me in and performed a deep bow to greet me when I first arrived explained in a series of mostly gestures that the front door to the hostel was locked and secure. The only way for anyone to enter was with the electronic key, the same key he had given me after I paid for a 2-night stay. Or I could be buzzed in, but he assured me that he was in full control of the buzzer and that there was 24-hour security. Therefore, there was no reason for the individual guest room doors to be locked. The Sudan in me observed his humanity and understood his manner and believed in the honor system. The Brooklyn in me did not, could not, would not, refused. Back inside the room, I put my duffel bag on my bed. I unpacked only the items I would need for one night. Even though the 2-night fee I had already paid was non-refundable, I decided I would be up and out of here in the morning with my mind set on finding a better spot to chill while I carried out my plans to link back up with Akemi. I don't exactly know what kind of impact being transported from empire to empire has on the human body, but I do know that it does have an impact. To snatch my energy back and regain my focus, I pushed the bed all the way into the corner. I moved the desk all the way over and slid the chair underneath. With a wide enough space now, I did 200 push-ups, 250 sit-ups, and 150 deep knee bends. I sparred an imaginary rival, and I didn't let up until I defeated him. When I did, I collapsed onto the hard floor, dragged myself to the wall, and sat with my back pressed against it. My knees bent below me and my body balanced on my toes. I would remain this way until I thought everything through. With my injured shoulder tightening up some more and 18 minutes into thought, I concluded that when I saw the girl Iwa Akita heard the airport announcement that came over the loudspeaker in Japanese, she realized that I was somewhere in Japan. Maybe she even deciphered that I was calling from Narita Airport. For some reason, she was willing to help me and Akemi in the beginning, at least to connect over the telephone. I figured that was easy for her as long as I was 7,000 miles away, but not in person. She must have never expected me to come here. My arrival had shocked her, surprised her, or maybe even disappointed her. She was like the others. She had underestimated me. More troubling to me was that I never got to find out if my wife was actually there at Iwa Akita's house waiting to talk with me when I called like I had requested her to be in my previous voicemail that I left days ago. Did this girl Iwa only need to turn around and hand Akemi the phone, but instead had smiled at her and said,
"It's nobody. It was the wrong number."
If Akemi was there waiting, could the girl have pretended that I never kept my word and called? Or maybe she never gave my initial message in the first place. And who is this Iwa anyway? And how close a friendship did she have with Akemi? How good a friend could she be if she knew Akemi's true heart and still sabotaged her? The voice in the human mind that purposely tries to argue in the opposite direction of life and love suggested that maybe Akemi was at fault somewhere in all of this. Maybe she wanted my call, but not my visit. But I shut that voice down. The devil is a liar. Under a dim lamp, I pulled out those 3 addresses once more. One was in Ginsza, which was close by, and a prefecture of Tokyo, and the other in Roppongi Hills, which was also part of Tokyo. And the last one was 3 hours away in Kyoto. I needed to solidify my strategy. Should I attempt to meet and talk with her father first, as Uma suggested, and anticipate that he would allow me to see Akemi afterward? Or should I seek Akemi out face to face first, and then confront her father? Chiasa said that all schools were closed in Japan for Golden Week. This meant that the school address that I had in Kyoto wouldn't work at this moment. I needed to check with Chiasa and find out exactly when the schools reopened. For now, the other 2 Tokyo addresses were my only option. I just had to be careful not to do anything that gave Akemi's father the upper hand. After all, he wanted to steal her away from me permanently, didn't he? After dealing with my study cards, flipping, reciting, and memorizing, I wanted to go back outside to explore the Tokyo night. Easily, I could get over to Ginsza and peep and feel out the place where the address was located. Was it Nakamura's house, their Tokyo apartment, or his office? But I couldn't leave my luggage in an unlocked room. I wouldn't gamble with my Timbs, Clarks, Polo, or my gear compounded by the value of my Uma's gifts and the items that belonged to my wife. I took out the book that Sensei had given to me concerning Akemi's father. Sensei was right. I need real information on this guy to know what I was up against. Know thy enemy, Sun Tzu had written in his book The Art of War, which Sensei required me to read when I was 12 years young. It took me some time and a lot of thought and vocabulary word checking in the Webster's Dictionary, but I read it. So I cracked open the old but well-kept pages of Never Surrender, the soft-cover book, a biography written about my wife's father. Forward. Born on August 9th, 1945, the same day that America dropped a 2-ton bomb on Nagasaki, Japan, 3 days after America dropped the world's first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, Japan, Naoko Nakamura is said to have revenge embedded in his soul. He never got the chance to meet his father, an omniscient mogul who was evaporated by the American bomb, the grand finale to an unprecedented bombing campaign that made most of Japan a heap of toxic ashes scattered around impromptu graveyards. Instantly, his father's body liquefied. After it evaporated, only his teeth remained to identify him and confirm his death. Hisashi Nakamura's teeth were discovered more than a year after the atomic blast. They were lodged in the cement of a Nagasaki sidewalk, much like the prints of dinosaurs and other ancient creatures that have been excavated from rocks. He did leave a will, however, in which Naoko Nakamura, his only son, was bequeathed several hundred acres of prime property in various locations throughout Japan. Naoko Nakamura, according to the will, was to receive deeds to the properties on his 20th birthday, at which time he would become their legal owner. During his early years, Naoko Nakamura was an erudite student obsessed with military history, military training, political science, and strategies of amassing power. As the majority of Japanese were rebuilding and busy actively forging friendships with America, as well as social and cultural exchanges and partnerships, Naoko Nakamura was patiently plotting and planning his own financial and political wealth, and quietly ensuring his influence. Known for being inflexible, calculating, and cold in both his business and personal dealings, Naoko Nakamura parted ways and severed ties even with his own mother. Enraged that Hana Nakamura, while he was still a child, had sold prime portions of his father's properties to the American government, which then used the properties to erect and expand American military bases in Japan. Naoko, at age 20, grabbed what remained of his inheritance and discontinued his communication with her, even becoming estranged from his 2 stepbrothers born of her second marriage. Within a year, Naoko Nakamura was rumored to have formed a secret and financial alliance with Yakuza boss Omote Tora, wherein Naoko laundered hundreds of millions of yen for the gangster. These illicit revenues formed the foundation of Naoko Nakamura's wealth. It also won Naoko pivotal friendships and solid connections because of his ability to access, appropriate, lend, and borrow huge sums of capital. Naoko Nakamura and Omote Tora both denied that any secret alliance existed between them, yet Naoko benefited from the rumor of being allied with quote-unquote Major Muscle. They had never been seen or photographed together in any public or private setting. By 1970, when he was 25, Naoko Nakamura's company, the Pan-Asian Corporation, was poised to take over several key lucrative Asian markets where Americans had dominated in the past. Using a brand of Asian solidarity, quote-unquote, that his critics considered a false cover and a method of increasing his own wealth, Naoko grabbed the ghost of the past to forge forward and dominate. When I finished reading the foreword, I had circled 6 words: excavated, bequeathed, erudite, estranged, laundered, and illicit. Immediately, I looked them up and wrote them down in my pocket notebook after committing their meaning to my memory. As I sat thinking, there was one major point in the book that stood out in my mind. He never got the chance to meet his father. I thought to myself that this one fact could easily make any boy a half a man. As I tried to imagine never having met my own father, I couldn't. I couldn't erase the deep love or powerful lessons that came to me directly from my father in person. I tried to subtract the parts of me that came from my father, but nothing was left over. As I tried to push myself to imagine it, my thoughts simply exploded and I didn't want to know. Maybe if I had not ever met my father, I'd just be crazy like those Brooklyn boys in my American hood. Inflexible, calculating, and cold, the author had described Nakamura. I didn't need to write that down. I will remember that description for as long as he will remember that atomic bomb. Heavy-minded, I lay down with my back purposely pressed against my luggage. If there were an intruder here at Shinjuku bent on robbery, he would have to be clever enough to get past me as I slept and behind me to remove my 50-pound duffel bag without me waking. Impossible, I assured myself. When I lay down, something in my duffel bag was poking me. I got up and grabbed the bag and unhooked the top. When I looked in and felt around, I could tell it was Akemi's 5-inch heels that were digging into my back. I snatched them out and also removed her hardback diary. I placed the shoes on my desktop, stood them side by side. I lay her diary down at first. Then I picked it back up, flipping through the first few pages. Even under the dim lamplight, embedded between, beside, and below her kanji handwriting, her drawings lit up, stood out, and somehow seemed to breathe life. On one page in the back of her book, I saw the kanji for my name, Mayonaka. I knew it because she had drawn it for me on a napkin at a Jamaican restaurant on our first date up in Harlem. I smiled to myself. It was a curious thing how a man born in the shadow of a bomb, with a heart hardened by history and circumstance, could bring forth such a sweet young daughter Akemi. I hooked the duffel bag up and threw it back up against the wall. I lay back down and eased myself into a sleep. Chapter 3. The orange sun saw me first, so bright it burned through the paper-thin curtains and cast colors onto the cream-colored walls. Warm like a sauna, it woke me at 5 a.m., boasting that it had cheated me out of my Fajr prayer, which normally had my head pressed to the ground before dawn, especially on this first full day of the Ramadan fast. I took it as both a sign and a reminder that to win on this side of the world, I had to move faster, rise up earlier like their sun, think quicker, and adjust. I slid my door room open with ease. I glanced down the hall. There was no one out there. I grabbed my towel, washcloth, t-shirt, boxers, and a bathroom bag, a black leather case filled with everything I needed. I walked down to the only men's room servicing the first floor. Inside there were 5 showers and 5 urinals and 3 toilets. Instead of the urinals being on the wall and positioned at waist height, their urinals were on the floor. Seemed like the Japanese felt closer to the floor, so they designed the urinals for shorter, smaller men. I took aim. After showering and dressing, I returned to my room and spread out my second towel onto the floor to serve as a prayer cloth. In the Asian heat, I made my prayer. At 6:15 a.m. in Tokyo, I continued my studies. I cracked open my book on Japanese culture. Even by selecting just a few passages or pages, I believed I might stumble on something useful. The author of Peculiar People, The Japanese Way, even before beginning his book, provided a list. 10 things I am sure you don't know about the Japanese, quote unquote. I liked non-fiction writers who could get to the point in a reasonable amount of time, so I decided to concentrate on the list. Number 1. The Japanese believe that they are superior to all other people in the world. For 2,000 years, they did not even allow any foreigners to enter Japan, and they made it illegal for Japanese citizens to leave Japan and go anywhere else in the world. It doesn't matter who you are, European or African. It does not matter if you're also Asian as well, Korean, Chinese, Thai, Vietnamese, or even Indian. The only thing that matters to them is whether or not you're Japanese. Every non-Japanese is believed to be less or below them and is described as, quote, foreign, unquote, or gaijin, which in Japanese means outside people. Number 2. The Japanese have the most complicated writing and language system in the world. They use 3 different forms of writing: hiragana, katakana, and kanji. Years ago, there were up to 10,000 kanji that students and citizens of Japan had to learn and perfect. Today, the average Japanese student must master hiragana, katakana, and 3,000 additional kanji letters. Students beginning from a young age spend 10 to 12 hours a day in school and after school and night school programs in their highly exhausting and competitive educational system. The Japanese use the fact that most foreigners consider their language impossible to master as evidence that the Japanese are superior. Number 3. The Japanese are very hard on one another. They do not believe in being or doing minimum or less than the most. They believe every Japanese citizen should strive to be excellent and work for the first place position every day and all the time. Every Japanese should be ichiban, meaning number 1. Number 4. The Japanese are obsessed with all Japanese people being the same and doing the same things. They believe that this is how harmony is maintained in a society. Therefore, when you enter a Japanese business or school or government office, all the employees and students are normally dressed exactly the same way. The workers and students look down on anyone who dares to break the quote-unquote harmony or the quote sameness unquote. A person who dares to be different can suffer a lifetime of ridicule and isolation and loss. This practice is known as kata, or the Japanese way, and the Japanese have learned a precise uniform way of doing each and every task, including living life. Number 5. The Japanese do not know how to express themselves honestly. They repress their feelings intentionally because historically, the punishment they received for self-expression or for doing anything that was not approved or prescribed by the authorities was severe and often cost them and their family members their lives. Even though today the Japanese no longer live under an emperor or any type of oppressive government or authority, they still believe in speaking less, expressing less, appearing satisfied even when they are depressed and unhappy. They are suspicious of all foreigners and anyone who does the opposite, such as talk too much, grab too much attention, or burden other people with their problems. Number 6. The Japanese of today can only tolerate foreigners as long as you are a tourist on a short stay. They will be pleasant and polite and accommodating to this group because they will also earn money from this group through tourism and other business ventures. However, if foreigners try to remain in Japan beyond a short stay, they will experience a great and solid social and cultural isolation, and they will eventually feel the full power of the Japanese law. Japanese immigration policy is one of the most unwelcoming, exclusionary immigration policies in the world. Number 7. It is the responsibility of every Japanese to, quote, save face, unquote. This means that the Japanese must work overtime to look good and be successful in every way down to the most minor details. They must be successful in conversation, business, education, family, and friendship. To be embarrassed is to be shamed. To be shamed is to, quote-unquote, lose face. To be embarrassed would be not to fit the Japanese formula, the Japanese way in all things. Each Japanese person will apply the formula to every other and pass judgment severely on anyone bringing embarrassment or shame onto their name, their family, their friends, or their business. If you are a foreigner and you are speaking to a Japanese, for example in English, even if the Japanese person does not speak English, he will not admit that he does not understand you. To admit this would be to say that he does not know something. Even a simple matter like this will cause him to lose face. Therefore, a Japanese may choose not to speak to a foreigner at all and ignore him instead, rather than experience embarrassment. They are more comfortable knowing that you cannot speak Japanese and that this is the real problem. Saving face is so important to the Japanese that a Japanese person would consider committing suicide as a reasonable option to cover up, prevent, or atone for a loss of status and loss of approval from his co-workers, peers, and neighbors. The Japanese historically have even had a procedure for how suicide should be carried out properly so as not to disturb or burden anyone else further with their miserable life or even their death. Number 8. If a foreigner is successful in doing business with the Japanese, no matter how long the business alliance lasts, the Japanese will never accept that foreigner as, quote, one of us, unquote. You may take part in all business functions and business affairs, but you will never be welcomed to marry into their families, to attend their weddings, memorial services, or rituals. For a Japanese person to invite quote-unquote outsiders to such events will be considered a disruption of the quote-unquote harmony and the Japanese way. Today, the Japanese are so suspicious of foreigners that they have even become suspicious of full-blooded Japanese citizens who have traveled to other countries and resided there for long periods of time. They look at them as Japanese who have compromised their Japaneseness. Japanese persons who marry outsiders or foreigners run a high risk of losing their family, friends, and respect. They become victims of izame, a collective and powerful disapproval that leads to a solid ignoring of this person's existence. Number 9. Despite being a small island, Japan has dominated, invaded, usurped, and degraded all its larger neighbors, including the overpopulated and massive mother of Asia, China. The Japanese had never lost a war until World War II, when they were conquered by the Americans. Even after being conquered, bombed, and occupied, the Japanese worked so hard and so harmoniously with such precision and perfection that they rebuilt their country and brought their economy back to life and dominance in a short period of time. They are the third largest economy in the world today, and Tokyo is the third most expensive city for people to live in the entire world. Number 10. The Japanese do not believe in God. Their roots are in Confucianism, Buddhism, and Shintoism. There is no Japanese religion despite the effort of many groups and organizations, including Christian missionaries, to influence their nation. The Japanese believe in themselves, their relatives, and ancestors. They believe in quote-unquote harmony, perfect manners at all costs, and even during a crisis. They believe in discipline and controlled organization, peace and law and order. They believe in money and hard work, but even when presented with the opportunity for great profit, they will not sacrifice or exchange the quote-unquote Japanese way of life. They believe that the Japanese method or process is the smartest and only method. If they lose business with outsiders who are unwilling to do it their way, they believe that they are smart enough to earn the business that was lost by some other means while maintaining their superiority and exclusivity. The list was mind-blowing to me. At first, it made me suspicious about the author and the author's intentions. Next, I felt forced to reread the list and separate each numbered item and pause and think about it and compare it to my few experiences with Akemi's Japanese family in America. Then I had to circle the words that I didn't understand on that list to look them up. On my second read, I picked out the things on the list that were similar to what I know about my own people, the Sudanese. There were a few cultural similarities, but there were definitely more differences. I had never thought of Akemi as an atheist. For a Muslim man to marry an atheist is haram, forbidden. She never felt like a non-believer to me. A woman with no God or faith or belief would feel cold and empty, I guessed. She would have no standards or boundaries, I figured. On further thought, it was impossible for me to look at my wife in relation to this list. It was also not possible for me to lump her in some big category like the Japanese. I can only look at my wife based on what I learned of her by watching and observing and interacting and feeling. I didn't know if this list was all true, but I knew that the list felt cold and empty. My wife felt warm and full of life and love and pure sweetness and talent, like my Uma. In my and Akemi's marriage contract, I had gifted her a beautiful blue-bound and hardcover Holy Quran translated from Arabic to her Japanese language. I had it here in my duffel. I never got the chance to present it to her properly, which I'd intended to do right after her big art show at MoMA. I looked forward to her reading it slowly and learning it side by side with me as a help to her. I wanted her to embrace it because her soul had embraced Islam knowingly and not just because I told her to. Another thought occurred to me. The list did match my idea of Naoko Nakamura, my wife's father. At least it matched the profile that was slowly forming in my mind. I became certain that this was the reason Sensei gave these 2 books to me. As I reflected, Sensei had said that my wife was under tremendous pressure here in Japan. The list certainly helped me to understand why and what kind of isolation she might still be facing. It also created a deep curiosity in me. If these listed items had any truth, why would a girl like Akemi, raised in this way, leap over the carefully drawn, bold boundaries of her culture and into my arms, heart, and life? At 8:25 a.m., I was lying on my back on my bed with the book opened and pressed on my face, thinking. When I pulled the book off, I checked the time and jumped up to make the morning call to Iwa Akita, like I had promised to do. The hostel payphone was on the first floor, like me, but on the opposite side of the building in the corner. I walked down and over and made the call, hoping. Iwa's phone rang 3 times before her voicemail kicked in. Immediately, I hung up. I took a deep breath. I sat there for a moment. 6 minutes later, I picked up the phone once more, prepared to leave another message. After all, this was the only telephone number from my wife that I had. Akita-san, ohayo gozaimasu. Boku wa mayonaka desu ka? I am calling to speak to Akemi. I was hoping to arrange a conversation with her. She left your number as a friend and the person to contact. Thank you for your help. I'll call back later today. If I don't reach you, I'll keep trying. Hopefully, we won't be disconnected at that time. After I hung up, I just sat there. I was debating in my mind whether I should have left Iwa Akita my telephone number here at Shinjuku. I already knew that even if I were not in at the time, that she might return my call. The front desk receptionist would take messages for me and place them in the tiny mailboxes up front reserved for paying guests. But maybe calling back to leave a number would backfire on me. I had already begun to distrust Iwa's motives. I got up and walked back down the hall and over toward my room, regulating my anger. Anger was not the correct posture for Muslims fasting during the Ramadan holy holiday. When I slid my room door open, Chiasa was sitting on my bed with her shoes off and feet propped up. Her unpolished, clean, clear toes were unblemished. She pressed them into my sheet. Situated below her feet on the floor were Akemi's high heels. I saw that she had removed them from my desk where I kept them last night.
Nice shoes,
she said, half smiling, noticing my eyes, frozen, on the floor. What are you doing in my room? I asked her before getting tight.
You called me,
she said casually, without even a grin. No, I said, treating her statement as a question even though it wasn't.
You did,
she smiled and sat up straight. Now her feet were dangling above Akemi's shoes. I could see Akemi's diary lying beside her on my bed. She had also removed that from my desk. "Hand me that," I told her, referring to Akemi's diary. She handed it over.
"I received a telepathic communication from you,"
she said, with a straight, no-nonsense look. I didn't respond, just looked at her hard. My face must have triggered something. Suddenly, she seemed insulted by it.
"Honestly, if you say that you didn't say my name once in your mind since you said goodbye to me at the airport, if you didn't think about me at all or see me in your dreams, I'll leave you right now and you'll never see me again."
Her soft voice had no humor mixed in it. She spoke sweetly, but with confidence. She was challenging me now and revealing that she had a slight mean streak running through her.
"Did you?"
she followed up, her gray eyes searching mine.
"Did you think about Chiasa?"
Her long lashes affected me. I did, but I was going to let her know it was not how she seemed to be thinking about it, but she interrupted me.
"You see? You did. I knew it,"
she said, turning as though she was talking to someone standing beside her. Then she threw her hands up in a gesture that normally meant touchdown and fell backward back onto my bed.
"I received your message right here,"
she said, with one index finger pointed at her head.
"So I came."
"Chiasa," I said, "I'm only out here for a few days, and I have a lot to take care of before I leave. I don't have the extra time to play games."
"This is business. Let me cut your time in half. Let me help you,"
she pleaded, with one hand on her hip.
"I speak the language. You don't. I know the train system. You don't. I can't connect you with anything that you need in Tokyo. And if you turn down my business offer, I'll go tell my boss that I am back home from the States and start delivering pizzas. Honestly speaking, I'd rather work for you. Japan is a no-tip country."
Her tone softened. "What?" I asked.
"In Japan, no one expects a tip for anything they do. If you take a taxi, or if a bellman carries your luggage, or if you receive a food delivery, no matter how hard a worker works, or how good a job someone does, we don't require or accept 1 penny over the actual price. So whether I deliver 2 pizzas or 22 pizzas, it's all the same. If I work for you, there's no hourly rate. I name the price, you pay it. I'll do whatever it takes to get the job you want done, complete it."
She was wearing a Lecoq Sportif peach-colored sweatsuit and orange Converses with orange laces. Her sweat jacket was off and lying across my bed. The honey-colored skin of her shoulders and arms glistened. She was wearing a thin, tight tee, yet her full breasts were not exposed, nor was her belly button, but her curves were killer. She shifted from lying down to lying sideways. Her head was now resting in the palm of her left hand. She seemed eager for an answer, but at the same time, she was perched lightly like a bird that could take flight in a quarter of a second and disappear into the endless sky. No woman besides Uma or my wife had ever sat on my bed. Yet I had just met this girl yesterday, and not even 24 hours ago, and she looked very comfortable. She was very helpful and unique and pretty, but I was here in Japan for only one reason, and that reason was definitely wasn't gonna change. I took a deep breath and thought to myself, "Here I go again." If If I could remove whatever type of magnet I had in my body that drew these women to me and kept them coming continuously, I would be faced with less of a challenge. I would be able to focus. I'm checking out of here, I told her.
Why?
She asked. This place has no lock on the bedroom doors. When I come and go, my luggage isn't secure. You walked right in here, so you know what I'm talking about.
You don't need to leave here,
she said casually.
We Japanese don't steal.
I let off a half a laugh. Nobody Japanese steals, I repeated to let her hear how ridiculous she sounded to me.
Seriously, I know. I grew up on an American military base. All kinds of stuff got stolen all the time. Eventually, they had to install cameras in certain areas. But outside of the base, on Japanese territory, no one Japanese steals. I could leave my bicycle or motorcycle or anything, no matter the value. No one Japanese will take it. I promise you. It's the Japanese way.
I thought you said you grew up in Tokyo, I checked her.
I did. My mom lives here in Tokyo, and she and my dad had a house on the Yokota Air Base, about 45 minutes from here. Even though the American military bases are located here in Japan, inside the base is considered to be America. So I grew up both ways. That's why I can speak both languages fluently, no problem.
So, are there a lot of Americans living here? I asked.
Not really. The American military personnel and their families never leave the base except when traveling to the airport, coming and going. They have their own little world going on in there, plus everything that they think they need. But when we lived there, I left the base every day. Besides, my Japanese family lives in the real Japan.
I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small stack of bills. I counted out 30,000 yen and handed it over to her. She took it easily, as though she had expected her pitch to work all along. Immediately, she handed me 1,000 back. She was giving me my change and at the same time proving both of her points. No stealing, no tips. She bowed down completely and eased up, singing,
Arigatou gozaimasu.
I understood that it was her culture to do so, but I said to her, don't do that anymore. She looked at me curiously. You can do it, just don't do it to me, I corrected myself.
Wakarimashita,
she said, meaning she understood. But I knew she didn't. A woman bowing before me is erotic. When my wife does it, it gets me crazy. But I didn't want each female I met out here doing it to me. I needed help keeping everything in perspective. Get me a Tokyo phone book from the front desk. They should have one, right?
Business or personal?
She asked swiftly. Personal, I responded after a pause. She was up and out. Not even 3 minutes passed before she showed up with a massive book in her hand.
27 million people in Tokyo. Who do you want to look up?
She was ready. Iwa Aikida, I told her. She sat on my bed and opened it up. She moved her fingers across the pages, swiftly scanning the extra small-sized kanji.
I counted about 4 pages of people last name Aikida. That's about 400 families. But there's no Iwa. Maybe she's listed under her husband or father's name. That would be normal. Do you know it?
She lifted her eyes from the pages to peer at me curiously. Nah, but I have her phone number, I answered.
What?
I'm looking for her address. I already have her phone number, I explained. Chiasa stood, staring. She said,
So why not call her and ask her where she lives?
I pulled Iwa's phone number from my back pocket and handed it over. Chiasa sat back down and tried to match the phone number to one of the numbers listed in the book. If it matched, she would discover the address printed beside it. I liked that she had a quick mind.
Her number is not listed. Her family probably has money,
she said nonchalantly.
Those are the types that would pay extra to keep their information out of the phone book. It's not usual, though. Do you want a kidnapper?
She asked, too casually.
That costs extra.
She smiled slightly. Nah, I don't kidnap. If a woman doesn't belong to me, I don't touch her, I assured.
What next?
Ginsza. I gotta get to Ginsza to check something out.
You know Ginsza is high-end, right? Whatever you're buying from there, I could take you somewhere else to get it, or something close to it for much, much, much less.
Nah, I'm not going shopping. I pulled the address out of my pocket and handed it to her. She held it with both hands and studied it like it was a riddle. She handed the paper back to me and said casually,
That's easy.
I gotta move out of here first. I got to move my luggage to a place where I could lock it up, I told her as I began repacking the few items that I had left out of my duffel.
I see you don't trust anyone,
she said.
My Aunt Tasha says that a person who cannot trust anyone always ends up trusting the wrong people.
I thought about her statement. It seemed like a tricky phase that someone who wanted to be trusted made up for their own advantage. I moved it out of my mind and finished packing.
Do you have a camera?
Chiasa asked out the blue. Why?
Because what type of tourist wouldn't have a camera?
She asked. I don't need it for now.
Bring it. It's better to have something useful than to not have it.
She smiled. I pulled the movie camera out of my bag. I paused for a second, then looked up at Chiasa and thought, this female is a sharp one. She had probably searched my bag already when she was in my room, uninvited and alone. She asked me if I had a camera, but I was guessing that she already knew the answer and was on to the next stage of her plan, whatever that was. But I had too much on my mind to try and figure her out. In 1 hour, she had been more useful than anyone or anything else. As we left the room, I noticed Chiasa's jacket lying on my bed. You forgot your jacket, I told her, after forcing her to understand that she could not carry even one of my bags. She answered,
I'm leaving my jacket here.
Why? I'm not coming back here, I told her.
I just want to show you something,
she said.
You'll see.
We walked out, leaving her jacket behind. She returned the phone book to the front desk as we exited. Outside the hostel and into the warmth, I saw her put something small on top of the cement post beside the hostel door. I looked up into a white sky and crimson sun.
I know. Our sun is really bright, right?
She asked. I didn't answer her, though my eyes were squinted enough for her to already know what I thought.
Here in Tokyo, the sun rises early, but it also sets real early. But I don't live my life by the sun. I'll move around in the daylight or in the moonlight, just the same.
She took some steps out into the street and flagged down a taxi.
Don't touch the door,
she said suddenly, and the taxi door opened automatically. She leaned in and spoke Japanese to the driver. The trunk opened automatically. I put my luggage inside and shut it. I jumped in the back beside her. We were off.
Enjoy the ride,
she said to me while looking out the window in the opposite direction.
This is the only time that we will take a taxi. It's too expensive, but since you had to have your luggage...
Shinjuku in the early morning daylight was like a fascinating amusement park with its 1 million still and blinking and blaring lights turned off and its best rides shut down. Now it was just a place where hundreds of people were walking and riding through just as a means to get somewhere else. When the wheels of the cleanest, most well-kept taxi that I have ever rode in turned off the main road, Shinjuku easily seemed like a suburb or a village. I saw a Japanese mother of 3 riding a bicycle with a baby seat in the front and another 2 seats behind her holding 2 happy, silent babies chilling. I saw other Japanese women dressed in business skirt suits and moderate-heeled shoes and stockings, carrying pocketbooks, purses, or briefcases in their baskets, watching and weaving through traffic while holding a compact mirror and applying lipstick at the same time. We pulled up steep hills and coasted down the slopes of narrow streets and hugged curbs around corners. My eyes were like hungry beasts scanning it all, leery of missing one alley or alcove or outstanding piece of architecture. Everything was so completely new that I neglected using the map I had in my back pocket, not wanting to overlook the real thing while checking for printed data on the paper. I can't lie, it was a busy yet strangely peaceful place. The men in suits moved in packs, all seeming neither happy nor sad to be headed to work. Laboring men wore stylish jumpsuits, all baggy, nothing tight, and quality work boots. Teens traveled in troops, all moving slow in identical uniforms, boys separate from the girls. Motorcycle riders eased by with little effort in the continuous flow of light traffic. People pimping pamphlets and coupons were setting up their distribution and promotion schemes, offering every walker an invitation to spend money at some place of business. Thin girls glided up hills without huffing or puffing. They remained seated and unstressed, pedaling in an unbroken rhythm on their bikes the same as if they were flat on land. Old people were energetic and agile, not swollen like sausages, or withered like raisins, or defeated with diabetes, or crippled by arthritis. Their clothes fit and matched, were clean and pressed. Any newcomer could tell that someone, somewhere, loved the seniors enough to help them maintain. I looked away once to check on Chiasa. She was facing front and sitting quietly. I liked that she was comfortable with silence. I liked that she was smart enough to let me become familiar with my surroundings, uninterrupted. We soon reached a wooded area that was blocked off by a long, heavy chain held up by 2 metal poles. Chiasa and the driver spoke some in their language. The driver swerved and entered what seemed to be a restricted area that led us into a paradise-like park with trees of every size and height and flowers of every color blossoming and spilling out to the service roads. "Where are we?" I questioned her.
Home,
Chiasa said calmly. I checked the meter and paid the driver, laying the bills in a rectangular dish that he tapped lightly. There was no bulletproof glass to protect him from me or from being choked or murdered by angry passengers. No little metal slot to drop the money in that you couldn't snatch back. No divider between the civilized and the suspicious and dangerous public customers like there is in Brooklyn, New York. Wearing his spotless white gloves, he picked up the dish and laid my change back in it with my receipt. "Arigato gozaimasu," he said to me and Chiasa both. My door and the trunk opened simultaneously, automatically. "Whose home is this?" I asked.
my grandfather's. I mentioned him to you. Actually, he's a retired park ranger. This is Yoyogi Park. Follow the stone path.
I followed her. "Why are we here?" I asked her.
You need someplace secure to leave your luggage. That's what you said. That's why we're here.
"Hold up. You could just take me to a new hostel. I have a list of them in the area."
But you already paid for 2 nights stay at Shinjuku Uchi.
She answered. How would you know? I asked, a swift reaction.
I talked to Jun-san when I arrived at your place this morning. He was working the front desk.
I'm not slow, I told myself, but she is speeding. I knew I had to shake off whatever kind of fog my mind was in and watch her moves closely. Like my sensei would say, you have to make your mind light. If the mind is too heavy, you've lost your use of intuition and instinct, which every fighter needs. She led us up to a house and then walked past it. We were entering what I assumed was their yard, but actually the whole park appeared to be their yard because hers was the only house in the area. I thought about her grandfather, the park ranger, quote unquote. Where was he? Does a park ranger carry a gun? I asked myself. What about your grandfather?
He's not home.
How do you know? I followed up.
Because his bike isn't out front. He's gone somewhere.
How were you going to introduce me to him when you don't even know my name? I asked her, and she stopped walking, her back to me. She turned around with a calm and blank face.
I know your name. I told you I was not asleep on the plane, but you told your name to Yuka first. I don't like her, and I refuse to use anything after she has already used it. I decided to call you something different, but I have only narrowed it down to 3 choices so far. I'm still deciding, she said,
as though she could assign me a name. I had to smile naturally. You think you could give me a name? You think it's that easy?
Since you gave Yuka your fake name and gave a different name to the Shinjuku hostile, I figured it was that easy.
She stared back at me. I marked the date and location down in my mind. The first time I have ever been checked by a girl, quote unquote. She turned back around and continued to walk toward 2 sheds, one made of metal, the other made of brick. She slid her hand into her left front pocket and pulled out some keys. She unlocked a heavy padlock on the brick shed and gently opened it up.
You can put your luggage in here. This is my storage, and the other is my grandfather's,
she said. I paused.
And since you don't trust anyone, I know that includes me, so after you put your things inside, I'll give you the keys until you take your stuff back out.
She was dangling the keys between 2 pretty fingers with clear, unpolished nails. I stepped into her brick shed. She reached her arm past me and flipped on the switch. Now her shed had lights. I was inside as she stood outside, so confident in what she was doing that her back was to me. It was a fort of ammunitions. There was a large gun lying against the wall, but I wasn't familiar with the brand. Then my mind skipped ahead. She wanted me to see all this for a reason, I told myself. Chiasa, I called her. She turned and faced me. I pointed out the gun with no words or hands, only my eyes.
Just a tranquilizer gun. You know, in Japan, we have some wildlife. Seriously, we have bears,
she said with a half smile.
I got it from my grandfather. I borrowed it,
she said casually. Yeah, I acknowledged. What about that? I saw you with that at the airport, I pointed.
It's a Kyoto bow.
She turned toward me and stepped in and blocked the only entrance to the shed. Kyoto? I asked.
You know, like a bows and arrows kind of thing.
She positioned her arms and hands as though she were aiming and shooting one. However, the bow in her shed was the largest I ever seen. She stepped up and unzipped the case, revealing the dynamic weapon. As quickly as she showed it, she zipped it back up. I put my duffel bag up against the wall, right below some handcuffs that hung on a nail and across from some old nunchucks, also lodged on the wall. Besides several stacked storage boxes were a few pairs of mountain boots of different styles. On a nail were some rain ponchos, On the floor was about 30 feet of coiled, colorful climbing rope. In addition to a well-used industrial-sized flashlight, there was a megaphone. When I saw some walkie-talkies, I stepped closer to them.
We can use them,
she said excitedly. The rest of the items Chiasa had in there were all inside cases. There were 3 long cases made of a thick blue cloth with wicked white kanji painted on it. There was only a flap and blue string tying down the tips of the cloth cases.
My swords,
Chiasa said.
Old ones.
I looked at my watch and saw that it was 10:15 a.m. Let's go, I told her, stepping forward so that she would step out. I pulled the door closed, noticing that it swung out and in like an American door instead of sliding sideways. I padlocked it and dropped the key into my pocket.
My father built that for me. My grandfather's metal shed was always here, but when I came here to stay with him, my father built this one.
She was speaking softly, more like she was talking to herself or moving with a memory. I remained silent, deciding right then and there that she was the first gift of Ramadan on the first day of the fast. She was my sentinel, which Sensei said every ninja on a mission should have. When we reached the front of her house, she said,
Chotomate.
She bent down and removed her kicks and placed them together on the corner of the step. She entered her house, leaving me standing outside. I liked that she didn't ask me inside while her grandfather was not home, but I didn't like her clothing change. Chiasa emerged wearing a dark blue miniskirt, a light blue blouse, and socks, and carrying penny loafers. Why the change? I asked.
Everybody knows that a girl in a school uniform can get anything she wants in Japan, so you should just look at this as my costume. You'll see,
she said without flirtation. As she kneeled to put on her shoes, I felt uneasy. She had a book bag, the strap resting on one shoulder and pressing across her breast and down to her opposite hip where the bag rode. She had a second strap crisscrossing the same way. She pulled it off and over her head and handed it to me. She opened her book bag and pulled out a box.
Welcome to Japan,
she said, handing me the items. The army green canteen was filled with liquid. I opened the box. It was filled with perfectly sliced and neatly arranged fruits.
You must be hungry. You didn't eat,
she said, smiling. Thank you, Chiasa. I should have told you. While I'm here visiting Japan, I'll be fasting during the day from sunup to sunset, I confided.
For the whole week?
She asked, incredulous. For the whole month, I said solemnly.
Why?
She asked. I'm a Muslim. This is a holy month for us, I said. She stood silent. Her gray eyes widened some, and one of her eyebrows lifted. She paused, thinking.
That's so f***ing cool,
she said softly to herself.
I like that. Then I won't eat or drink either. We'll both eat together at sunset.
After switching train cars and going 3 stops, we arrived at Ginsza. We walked a while through well-constructed, clean, and well-lit underground tunnels. The tunnels were so dope to me. It was clever to be moving underground beneath the city. They stretched a distance and were not hot, stinky, crowded holes in the earth like the subway system of New York, where the rats raced. We reached a steep sequence of stairs leading us up and out into what had to be the heart of Ginsza. From Shinjuku to Yoyogi to Ginsza, there was a quality leap, I swiftly noted. The other 2 prefectures were definitely not low quality, but Ginsza was obviously high quality, like 5th Avenue in New York or 57th Street, but better, cleaner, and more attractive and elegant. I could see that the top designers of the world had their flagship stores located here. This place was about big business and buildings and billboards as multinational corporations squared off to see which one could post its name and logos up the highest with dominating widths. In between the corporate wars were unique Japanese boutiques and tailors and haberdashers and upscale restaurants and bakeries and art stores and timepiece workshops and retailers and acupuncture lofts and therapeutic massage spas and ice creameries and yogurt dens. I got drawn in by an astronomy shop with impassive telescopes and powerful lenses. I had never owned one, but the design of the shop and the display of the unusual equipment caught my eye. It was an awesome concept and invention, a lens that brought beautiful shining stars close to the eye of the human holding the piece of equipment. Every single car on the street seemed brand new. The few that weren't were so well cleaned and polished and free from dents and blemishes that they blended in. In Ginsza, there wasn't only a handful of hustlers riding large like back in Brooklyn. The whole prefecture of Ginsza was bubbling with limousines, Crown Victorias, Benzes, Rolls Royces, Maseratis, and Lamborghinis. The streets were wide and clean and free of potholes. The traffic was at a bare minimum, and the flow of people was orderly but steady. Men wore suits, tweed jackets, linen, spring suedes, and comfortable cottons. Some rocked Ascots, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and Yves Saint Laurent belts and briefcases, designer ties, or expensive traditional silks, robes, and slippers. Business shirts were crisp and ironed. The absence or presence of cufflinks and, of course, the quality of the silver, gold, and platinum ranked them one from the other. Not one shoe was run over or cheap, from the workers to the execs. Women were almost unanimously dressed in expensive, well-tailored clothes of every style from both the European and Asian continents. There were fine silks and lace and cotton and linens, and even their denim was threaded better, cut better, styled better, the material a deeper blue and more durable looking. As we walked further, my eyes cast down only to be introduced to a high-heeled heaven. Every feminine shoe seemed an expression of personality and poise and even preference. Each lady in front of me and moving past me was petite. Here in Tokyo, quote-unquote model slim was not relevant. In Ginsza, every female of every age was slim and sleek and following with a unique style of her own that made it difficult to determine a trend. It wasn't long before I realized that I had not seen any white people, Americans or Europeans. I'm not saying that there were none here, but I didn't see them. So many people, and each face clearly Japanese. Whether I glanced at the workers in the stores, the people in the streets, the executives moving about, the money earners, the money spenders, the owners, the buyers or sellers, the limo drivers or limo passengers, or even the window cleaners, they were all uniformly Japanese. This was Japan, and everything I saw confirmed that this was clearly their country.
This whole area is Nakamura Plaza,
Chiasa said as she stopped walking and gestured.
The building with the exact address that you were looking for is there, across the street.
She pointed.
And the guy whose name you had on the paper, Naoko Nakamura, he should be there on the top floor.
She had her finger pointed toward the sky.
Let's go,
she said confidently. Hold up, I told her. As I stood stiff, she said,
The paper you showed me said Naoko Nakamura, and this is Nakamura Plaza, and over there is the Nakamura building. Usually here in Japan, the most important people have their offices located on the top floor of an office building or in a penthouse or co-op or condo. Isn't it the same in New York?
She asked. I didn't answer, was no longer focused on her or her voice. Looking up toward what I counted as the 33rd and top floor, and then beyond into the white cloudless sky, I inhaled and wished that I was fighting this fight using my father's mind instead of my own. I needed to be backed up by my father's empire and assets. I needed my father's ingenuity and access to the world. I exhaled, my mouth drying some from the start of the fast. What would be my next move? What would my father do in the scenario that I was facing? What would my father advise me to do now? I felt like the Black King on the chessboard with no frontline defense, no pawns, and no sideline defense. No bishops, no rooks, no knights. Meanwhile, Naoko was chilling with the White King piece. Although his queen was dead, his wife, who was also Akemi's mother, his knights, bishops, and rooks, and a billion pawns in his multi-million-dollar establishment were still securing him and assuring that he appeared monumental with an untouchable monopoly over my wife and his empire.
What's the plan?
Chiasa asked cautiously. I turned my head in the opposite direction from where she was standing, only to see a pack of teens and what I assumed was their chaperone gathering on the same side of the Nakamura building. An idea was forming. Do you know how to work the camera? I asked her.
I will in 30 seconds.
She answered. I handed it to her. She studied it.
Okay, I got it,
she said softly.
Let's go make a movie. You be the director, I'll shoot whatever you want me to shoot.
She smiled. Follow them in, I said, using my head nod to point her eyes in the direction of the schoolgirls.
But we are wearing different school uniforms,
she protested immediately. I didn't say join them. I said just follow them in. See if they are getting any kind of tour of the building. See if they give them any private information. If they do, you get it also. Use the camera to film the inside of the lobby and everything that is going on.
But what are you looking for?
She asked. I need a printout of the building directory, like the staff list. I need you to get in the parking deck. You can read the signs. Act like you're lost. Find the executive parking and film the cars and plates of all the executive vehicles.
You're not going to do anything crazy, are you? Or illegal?
She asked defiantly. Before I could answer, she added,
'Cause if you are, my fee has to be raised to the 10th power.
She smiled, but I knew she wasn't joking. She seemed to want to let me know in some subtle way that she was down for whatever, as long as she was dealt with fairly and paid her asking price. She didn't have to worry. I would treat her right, naturally. Besides, I would not forget about her father. I didn't need two madmen trying to destroy me at the same time. Nothing crazy, nothing illegal. I'm just collecting information. I'm just looking for something, I told her solemnly.
Are we looking for the girl whose little feet fit in those 100,000 yen heels?
She asked straight-faced. I didn't answer.
That gotta be it,
she said coyly.
Don't worry, I'll get it done.
She left with the camera in hand and the power button on, and the red record light all lit up. As I stood thinking in the midst of the moving crowds, I believed I heard my father's response to my frustrated call for guidance. The volume of the comings and goings of Ginsza dropped down. I could only hear him. My father said to me, Naoko Nakamura is an Asian elephant known for his wisdom and intelligence. He's too large to confront or directly charge into. He is mammoth. He's someone you've got to go around. Stay out of his area or you'll get a stampede. Lay low in the tall grass. Give him the day. You take the night. And his voice left as swiftly as it arrived. So it was decided. I would not enter Naoko Nakamura's building to demand to meet with him and ask, Where's my wife? Or enter any diplomatic display of etiquette and approval as my Uma has suggested. My eyes followed the skyline. Having turned 360 degrees twice, I selected a suitable target building and began walking. At the astronomy boutique, I copped a powerful pair of waterproof, fog-proof, shock-proof Nikon binoculars for $250. When I got to my target, I eased on my sunglasses and entered like I belonged there. Confident, I strode in like a paying customer. Perched on the 32nd floor of a building adjacent to Naoko Nakamura's, I adjusted the button that put the powerful binoculars lenses into focus. Although the windows of the Nakamura building, the top executive floors, were covered by expensive wooden vertical blinds preventing me from seeing in, I could see, though, all the other windows. I looked into his place, brought so close into my view that it cast the illusion that I could just extend my arm to touch it. I learned very little. The Nakamura building was just that, a well-built tower of expensive offices and well-dressed employees. Sprinkled in between were high-end restaurants, tea rooms, and lounges. Every now and then, the lens would capture suited smokers gathering in a specific area or workers conferencing at the water cooler. I peeped also what seemed like a company gym stretched out over an entire floor with all kinds of equipment and in steady use. There was one place packed with pets, and another floor with loads of little children and their chaperones or teachers. No one was using the staircases. I assumed their elevators were in full rotation, but I could not see those. The parking decks were on the lowest floor. I could view tops of cars, but cement walls shielded the car bodies. I saw some medical offices and thought to myself, here's a man who seems to have thought of everything. A veteran of years of thought battles. My mind began to race as I tried to determine what exact advantages I might have. Akemi's father was my opposite, it seemed. He was high profile, like an elephant that stands 13 feet tall and weighs 80,000 pounds. I told myself, he can't avoid being seen. His every moment shakes the earth. He's so high profile and fat that he must be discussed and written about in Tokyo and throughout Japan all the time. Whatever business or events where he would appear must be recorded, I figured. And further, if I could locate him at a specific place and time at a public event, perhaps my wife would be there also. I had to maneuver to use his high visibility against him, I concluded. I left the hotel where I was posted as soon as I caught Chiasa in my lens outside the Nakamura building shooting footage of a gang of school kids, most of them holding 2 fingers up to form a peace sign. She looked happy and excited, magnified in my lens. She was real comfortable giving them directions about how and where to stand. She even convinced a girl to climb on top of a statue.
It's done,
she assured me.
but we'll have to go to my house to watch the footage. That's the only way you can play the tape, and I got these.
She handed me a short stack of flyers, papers, and newsletters as well as a map. Put them in your bag and hold them for me. We gotta get to Roppongi Hills, I told her.
Roppongi Hills?
She repeated.
Expensive taste,
she murmured. I pulled out the second Tokyo address I had for Naoko Nakamura. I was hoping it didn't end up being a business complex like this one. I was still hoping to discover my wife there. As we moved through the streets of Ginsza, Chiasa pointing out things in English and then told me the Japanese words for those things. She began with the binoculars.
Suggestive,
she said.
Sky,
Sora,
tree,
kai,
car,
kurumba,
bus,
basu,
man,
otoko,
woman,
yose,
student,
gakusei,
store,
mise,
book,
hon,
window,
maro,
building,
bitter,
motorcycle,
baiku,
police.
keisatsu. When she said a word that I already learned from flipping through my study cards, I would call it out before she could translate it. The little word game was helping my language lessons to stick. When we both saw a kid drinking bottled water, Chiasa smiled and we both say, Mizu. Chiasa crossed both her forearms into an X to show me that she remembered that there's no drinking anything until sunset. On the amazingly clean train with the carpeted cushions, I viewed the digital commercials and professional postings, but was unable to decipher exactly what the hell was going on. I stood challenging myself to try and figure out what product was actually being promoted through the Japanese ads. Chiasa broke my focus.
Is she looking for you, or is it only you looking for her?
Chiasa asked as she sat and I stood over her on the train. Her questions were spoken slowly and softly, as though she was formulating the words at the same time these thoughts occurred in her mind. I knew for sure that she was piecing things together with each speck of information I told her or she observed. I liked that better than telling her my whole story up front.
Is she an older lady, or is she a teenager like us?
She continued.
What does she look like? I mean, is there anything special about her, or something that stands out, like a scar or a mole or something? Do you have a photo of her?
It doesn't matter if she is looking for me, because I'm looking for her, I answered automatically. When she sees me, all her feelings will be revealed. I believed this, and was waiting anxiously for Akemi's live expressions. She's 16, same as you. She's 5 feet 5 inches in her 100,000 yen heels and 5'4" when she takes them off. Her skin is flawless. She has no scars. She has a beauty mark on the inside of her right thigh, I recalled and smiled. Her soul is mysterious. Her spirit is sweet. Her smile is like sunrise, I said aloud, but as I spoke, I was also thinking to myself, reminding myself of Akemi. Chiasa sat silently for the remaining ride. In my silence, I wondered, is Akemi looking for me? Of course she is. That's why she called each day for 7 days, my apartment, the dojo, my sensei. Does she know that I'm here in Tokyo? Would she believe that I would come to her home country? Did Iwa Akita let her know? Akemi, I need you to leave me some clues, little traces of yourself, I thought. And I will leave you some clues too. Leave some clues also, something to shake your heart and let you know your man is here.
Roppongi is like Washington, D.C.
Chiasa said as we stepped from the underground.
There are a lot of embassies here, like the Chinese embassy, the American embassy, and the Dutch embassy. And as you can see, when you look around, here is where you'll see a lot of people from different countries. Foreigners like Roppongi because of the nightclubs, hostess bars, and the girls.
How would you know that? I asked her seriously.
I had a friend who came here and got rich working at a hostess club. She needed a certain amount of money, so she said she was going to work as a hostess for 2 months. But then she liked the money so much, she never came back to school. She even missed her exams and her graduation.
Sounds like it paid much more than delivering pizzas, I said without thinking. Chiasa stopped walking.
You and I are scheduled to fight tonight. I'll get you back for that comment. You know that wasn't right.
She corrected me, softly, yet sternly, with no joke in it. You're right. My bad, I take it back. I was completely wrong, I said sincerely.
Hostess bar work does pay more, but a girl has to dress in a nightgown or like a long, flowing, phony dress, and she has to drink liquor all night long, even after she is already drunk. And she has to flirt with the customer so that he will stay in the club and keep ordering more drinks. If I would have worked with my friend, I would have earned my whole tuition for flight school in less than a month. But I don't drink liquor, I don't smoke, and I can't flirt with a guy that I don't really like. I'd rather fight him, she said,
caught up in her mounting emotion. Like how you want to fight me? I asked. She smiled, embarrassed for the first time. She paused and answered softly,
I don't want to fight you because I don't like you. That's not my reason.
I didn't follow up and ask her why she did want to fight me.
Besides, if I were a hostess, my father would kill him.
Kill who?
The customer. Any one of them, or maybe even all of them. He would find them, kill the owner of the club, blow the club up, and if I did something like that, he would probably kill me too.
She said it matter-of-factly.
He made me promise to tell him before I gave my virginity away. My father said the right man has to be strong enough to stand in front of him and explain why he wants permission to be with his daughter. If the one I choose can't face my father, then I'll have to walk away from him completely.
She gestured with her right hand, waving it across her neck to show me that a coward has no chance of winning her. Chiasa was becoming more than a feminine outline in my eye's view. She was like a drawing that was just beginning to be filled in with shades and colors. I respected her this minute more than 5 minutes ago. No smoking, no drinking, no fake flirting, 16 and still a virgin. In her father's absence, she was maintaining his rules and conditions for her living. In my father's absence, I was trying to do the same. We walked and climbed the several steps to Roppongi Hills under the beam of the sun until we reached the top. "Need water?" I asked Chiasa. Her breasts were rising and falling faster than regular breathing.
"I don't if you don't,"
she said.
"Once we get to the top of that winding staircase over there, we'll arrive at your address. But I think you should decide now if you want me to walk through and film the location like in Ginsza, or whether you want to actually go over there and inside. Or maybe you want us to go in together. I can speak in Japanese for you if you have something to say or ask."
I didn't answer right away. I was thinking.
"The girl who you were looking for, she must speak English, right? Otherwise, how would you even know her?"
she questioned. "I'll wait here. You walk through the whole block. Make sure you capture everything, the address, the place to the left of it, and to the right, and sturdy and well built. People here seem to spend more money on expensive designer doors, security walls, and iron fences than on the land itself. Each property was high quality, but condensed. I couldn't see from the outside looking in any pools or huge courtyards, backyards, or play areas. They were showcasing amazing nature more than anything else. Orchids and pansies and roses and exotic plants and flowers down to designer bushes and rock gardens. All of the trees were magnificent expressions of Allah. I could see that luxury vehicles were routine here, and every one of them glistened as though they were washed, polished, and buffed as many times a day as I made my prayers. Strolling, I came up on a merchant alley modeled with miniature stores and short doorways. Quietly, people walked in and out, purchasing an array of items. I imagined that these people were house servants, maids, and cooks, or drivers sent here and there to make purchases for their wealthy employers. In the Sudan, when I was young, our servants were sent to market daily. Uma made sure they bought the best and freshest from the butcher, halal of course. After a few months of living in the United States, I could detect any dish prepared with old meats. The taste of the fresh kill was completely different than meats that had sat out, then been frozen, then defrosted, and frozen over again, which were the way most Americans seem to be accustomed to handling and consuming their flesh. In a tiny market, I purchased peanut butter ground from peanuts right in my presence as I waited. Also, a few bananas and oranges. I had not seen any halal restaurants yet, and these were items I could trust, just in case I had nothing for breaking the fast at sunset. I already knew that I would not allow Chiasa to prepare my meal. She hadn't offered to, but I could see that there was a possibility that she might. I didn't want to eat from her hand. Uma would say,
"Food from a woman's hand to a man's mouth makes the two of them familiar."
I wanted my wife to serve me. Until that was possible, and while out here in Japan, I would be fed by strangers at select restaurants, or I would shop at food markets and feed myself. Easing around the corner, I caught sight of a lone building on a short hill that towered over all the other residences. I took the short walk up. When I arrived in front, I entered the building behind a young boy with a bike. His hand was shaking as he tried to hold on to his bicycle while opening the locked door. His bike fell, but he got the lock opened. He held the open door with his foot and leaned over to lift his bike. He then tried to balance himself and push his bike through as he walked. He looked up at me when he felt the weight of the door he was holding disappear. He bowed his head slightly to thank me and pushed his bike in smoothly down a short corridor and further down a short ramp. The elevator arrived. I got in. On the top floor, I walked off, found a stairwell, and climbed a few steps up to the roof. A workman was on his break up there, hiding out and smoking a cigarette. I acknowledged him with a nod and acted calm and cool like I lived there. I looked out over Roppongi Hills first with my eyes and then through my binoculars. I pulled out my map and my compass and tried to pinpoint the location of the Nakamura address. As Chiasa had mentioned, it was difficult to decipher. I could easily locate the name of the street, but the numbers of the houses and buildings did not go in order the way they would have in New York. Instead, the numbers were random, based on when the structure was built, which I thought was crazy. Or maybe it wasn't crazy. Maybe it was just a Japanese method of disguising things or making them so complicated that only they could understand. It definitely helped them to lock outsiders out. I couldn't be mad at that. My lens was focused now on the right street. Which house, I had no idea. I was glad that it was a house and not a building or a complex. I took my time and looked at each property one by one. The chain smoker smoked his cigarette slowly. I counted. He was inhaling his 12th one. His face had the stain of sleeplessness and worry. He didn't say anything. He didn't say nothing. Neither did I. When he left, I left. I ducked into the smallest hardware store I had ever seen. It was shaped like the letter U that bent once and led you down to the cashier and out the exit. "San, bags, domo," I said to the only visible staffer. "3 bags, please." I wrapped up my purchases securely so inquisitive Chiasa could not see through and discover more pieces of the puzzle. She was already doing enough piecing together without my permission. At a payphone tucked beneath the canopy of a florist shop, I phoned Iwa Akita to check in. Unlike yesterday, my heart was no longer filled with anticipation that she would pick up or even convey my message to Akemi. Still, I tried. My wife must have trusted her for some sensible reason. Yet after pressing the digits, I ended up with absolutely nothing. As I held the receiver, I had a stupid thought. What was the reason to open a florist shop in the middle of a small village packed with flowers, plants, and trees growing naturally? "Any problems?" I asked Chiasa when she returned to the winding stairs.
"None,"
she said confidently.
"There were some people passing by. I asked a couple of them if they wanted to be in my movie. It's interesting how the camera makes strangers become so friendly and talkative, and it's almost like they'll do anything that the person holding the camera suggests."
"I gotta check into a different hostel," I said, pulling out my list. Chiasa stepped in and looked at the list.
"Here, this one is in Harajuku. It's very close to my house,"
she said with a bit of excitement. "Okay, let's go take a look," I told her.
"I hope they have locks on everything so you'll be glad to stay there,"
she smiled as we walked more swiftly. I had already told this girl Chiasa that I was only here for a week. How could she get so excited at me staying so close to her house for one night? She didn't know that if nothing here in Tokyo worked out, and if I couldn't find Akemi here, I would leave for Kyoto tomorrow. I checked my watch. It was going on 3 p.m. Chapter 4. It was as though I were in another country, and it happened suddenly. Instead of calm and orderly passengers, the train was now packed with pumped-up youths. There were more teens than seats, and they sat and stood stuffed in at every angle, but somehow without touching. There were hands on every strap, fingernails from natural to 9 inches long and decorated with diamond dust, sculptured replicas of flower pots and other objects that were strange to see on nails of every type with color galore. When the train doors finally eased open and the feminine voice whispered,
Harajuku,
the young came pouring and popping out, spilling and squeezing onto the platform and pushing, without touching, down a slim tunnel. In Harajuku, the alleyways were narrow and packed with thousands of teens. The air smelled like sugar, vanilla, and cream. Every few feet, an outdoor vendor was wrapping ice cream into soft hut crepes and decorating them with fruit and confectioner's sugar. The narrow passageways were framed by small stores and signature shops, places to get nameplates and earrings, fake necklaces and rings, t-shirts and ribbons, lace gloves and panties, sneakers and jean belts and pocketbooks, lotions and perfumes, socks and stockings, hats and umbrellas, boots, shoes and bicycles, as well as barbers and beauticians and piercings and tattoos and tans and anything else a teenager could want. The theme was, quote, too much, unquote. A pretty girl with long black hair wore over 100 barrettes separated by 1 centimeter each. Instead of one headband, girls rocked 2, 3, 4. Eyes were painted with patterns and purples and pinks, earmuffs in the spring, long boots with mini skirts, and real girls with fake furry cattails. There were no cops or controllers, no parents or babysitters, and no babies, just teens, and a few adults who owned the businesses that served the teens. The crowd moved in waves, shoulder to shoulder, 3 across, hundreds headed north, and shoulder to shoulder, 3 across, hundreds headed south, all down the same narrow alleyway. But the bugged out thing was, not none of that. It was the weird way the kids in the crowd were dressed. What's going on here? I asked Chiasa.
everything, anything.
There were teenage girls dressed up like baby dolls with wigs and face makeup that I was sure was making them look less attractive than they knew. They wore miniskirts with layered lace beneath, making the skirts shoot out. There were corsets and ribbons, no stockings with bare thighs and bare legs, and some slight suggestion of vampires, birds, mice, and cats. Heroes, aliens, heroines. Is it Japanese Halloween? I asked.
Nope. This is Harajuku. This is every day. Some of the kids dress up as their favorite characters from children's stories like Strawberry Shortcake, Alice in Wonderland, Little Bo Peep, and some from manga books and some anime films like Hantoro and Naruto. Some are just doing their own thing, like them.
Chiasa pointed. There were 3 Japanese girls in black fishnet stockings and panties, wearing no skirt, no dress, and no pants. Around one of each of their thighs was a garter belt made of satin and lace. On the back of their panties were big red bows, as though they were gifts given to the public. They had to be about 13, 14, or 15 years young. I won't stay here, I told Chiasa.
You can. The place where you'll be staying is in the nice section. It's called Omotesando. We just need to keep walking.
Hundreds of dark-eyed girls in high school uniforms swarmed around us. Their skirts were hiked up to their hips and blouse buttons open. I ran my hand over my Caesar cut. Omotesando was all upscale boutiques and shops with the same crowd. I peeped 3 Syrian men grilling beef and chicken kebabs, serving 59 nearly naked schoolgirls who lined up and waited patiently with pockets filled with money. Their dusty beige Syrian faces were covered in a sheen of sweat from the hot meat and heated grill. I knew they were fasting, I could tell. Many Muslims worship and restrain themselves quietly while watching others run amok. I didn't even cast an eye on these strange Japanese teenage dudes. The hostel was on Cass Street in an old mansion with Spanish architecture. "Let me look around first," I told Chiasa as soon as we entered. She remained at the front desk while I explored. "Habarigani," a guy passing by in the hallway called out to me. I stopped and turned, recognizing his Swahili greeting. My father said every black person should learn Swahili. "It's our common language," he told me. "Peace," I told him. "Haki, from Kenya." He extended his hand to me. "Midnight, from New York," I countered. "You just arrived, right?" he asked knowingly. "Yeah." "How long will you stay?" "One night," I responded, speculating that I'd bolt out on the bullet train at sunrise. Haki laughed a bit and said, "There are guys here who come for one night and stayed for 2 years. Then he smiled and said, "Brother, if you need anything, let me be your friend." I gave him £1. "1 minute. How are the rooms? Do the room doors have locks on them?" I asked, since that was much more important to me than the scenery. "What kind of place doesn't have locks on the door?" Haki laughed some. "I heard the Japanese don't steal," I said, smiling at the stupidity of my comment. But Haki said, "They don't, but everyone else does. So of course there are locks." "You got it," I told him. "Wait, my room is 2 doors down. Take a look inside for yourself." Haki unlocked his door with a metal slide key. He slid his door open. He looked completely settled there in the room, his books stacked in piles like pancakes, his shirt flung over his chair, and worn shoes forming a line across the wall. "A bed, a desk, a lamp, and a closet. The basics," he said. "But there's no real crime in Japan, and it's clean and comfortable." "All right, good looking out," I told him, stepping out to leave. "For 1,500 yen extra per night, you could get a room with a bigger window and a terrace. Me, I'm on a budget. Most of us college students are," was the last thing he said as I left. I saw 3 more guys walking in the same hallway and began to wonder if this was an all-male hostel.
"Over here,"
Chiasa called as she shot out of a side opening that led to a stairwell.
"We're on the 2nd floor, room 202.
"I didn't check in yet," I told her as she climbed the stairs ahead of me. I kept my gaze on the marble steps.
"I did. I have a passport, and I paid the 6,000 yen. Besides, you don't like to give anyone your name and information anyway," she
said in a serious tone. No laughter. I did the conversion swiftly. 6,000 yen. That's high for a hostel.
"I signed you up for 2 nights. That's why it sounds high. You can add on the rest of the nights if you like it. I have a receipt. You can reimburse me for my expenses on this mission, right?"
She reached the top stair and turned and looked down at me. "Why not?" is all I said. Chiasa got a room bigger than Haki's. There was one big window and a fire escape that Haki had called a terrace. I leaned out the window and saw plenty of people passing by. Shoppers, skaters, athletes, musicians, and some of those costume dress-up types. I pulled back inside and had to laugh at myself. What kind of place am I in? I'm a Muslim, in the middle of a brothel with no walls that's in the middle of a nut house during Ramadan. I picked up the receiver on the desk phone, listening for a dial tone. "What about this phone? Does it work?"
"It does work, but you can only receive calls if you give them a credit card at the front desk. I don't have one on me,"
she said. She didn't ask if I did.
"But you can call from room to room in here."
She handed me the room key and the small folded leaflet that came with it. I pulled it all the way open. In 10 different languages were the rules and benefit listings for hostel guests. I put it in the drawer.
"This is Naoko Nakamura's current photo,"
she said, pulling a paper folded in 4s out of her bag. She laid it on the desk and pointed. "Where did you get it?" I asked her, as I eased in to take a closer look. My eyes shot to the top of the page. It was dated today. Yet, Naoko Nakamura's appearance was not much older than the way he looked in an old picture in the book Sensei had gifted to me. With a head full of black hair, styled by a precise barber, he was sharply dressed executive in a $1,000 tailored business suit. He stood taller than the two men pictured at his side. He didn't wear glasses like many Asian men. Determination in his eyes, he didn't seem like the obvious villain.
But we're not looking for him, right?
Chiasa said, interrupting my thoughts.
This is a love story, right? So where does he fit in?
She stood up straight now. I thought to myself, Chiasa, quick like lightning. He doesn't, I said solemnly. Who are these guys standing beside him, and what's going on in the news story? She leaned over and read the Japanese captions.
Oh, this man's the vice president of Nakamura's Pan-Asian Corporation. His name is Bishamon Akita.
Chiasa pulled her face up and her jaw dropped open. But I was a second ahead of her. Iwa Akita, we both said out loud. I locked in my game face.
The girl you were looking for is Iwa Akita, and this is her father,
Chiasa pronounced. Purposely, I did not correct her. It would be better for her if she did not know. As my anger was stirring up slowly, it had nothing to do with Chiasa. I would not allow her to get caught in a deadly mess. And what if she got questioned in a situation where this became a police matter? Yes, it would be better. The less she knew, the less she could tell. But I could tell, she wouldn't tell.
Or maybe you are after Bishamon's wife, and she is named Iwa Akita.
I never interfere with another man's wife, I told her, and her light laugh and suspicion evaporated. Seeing that the only television here in the Harajuku hostel is in an open area lounge, I asked Chiasa, if your grandfather agrees, could we go by your house and view the footage? Does he have a VCR?
It's mine. I have to ask if I can have you over or not, but my grandfather knows that I'm a businesswoman. He wouldn't restrict a great client,
she said with a brand of calm excitement and eagerness. Let's move then. I gotta pick up my luggage from over there anyway. On the walk over to Yoyogi, which was next door to Harajuku, my curiosity intensified. I got Chiasa to translate the newspaper article and sum it up for me in English.
It's announcing Nakamura's trip to Singapore this weekend, which is his first stop on his Asian corporate tour.
I stopped. Would he take my wife across the continent with him, or would he leave her at home? Where is her home? Is it Tokyo? Is it Kyoto? Were Iwa and Akemi being heavily supervised right now, and simply waiting for their fathers to leave on a trip so they can contact me? Then Akemi would just pick up the phone when I called Iwa and say,
"Take me back to New York. I want to go home with you. I want to see Uma."
What ifs were choking me. The thought battle was f***ing up my head. The other voice in my head said only 2 words. Take action. Chapter 5.
We should stop here,
Chiasa said as we stood in front of a bicycle shop in Yoyogi. The bicycle game in Tokyo is serious, I had discovered. Although it was my first full day here, I had actually counted more bicycles than cars. I was shocked to see a parking deck for bikes only. On our way over, I saw policemen on bikes in Shinjuku, and now delivery and messengers on bikes in Yoyogi. Some women seem to balance their whole lives on the bike, their babies and children and food and purses and other items. I saw a Ginsza policeman issuing a parking violation to a bicycle. 1 minute later, a flatbed arrived and towed the bike away. In addition to armored trucks to transport money, they had armored bikes. As she pushed the shop door open, Chiasa shouted,
Tadaima!
She looked up and down and then called out,
Oji-chan!
No one answered. She flagged me in. I stepped inside, not really interested, but checking out a mountain bike for 100,000 yen, which is almost 1,000 American dollars. On display also were mopeds of different styles and brands. There were some cheap bikes available for $100 or even $30, but they were stacked off to the side. Chiasa disappeared. I walked toward the back of the shop. By a silver curtain, I could hear voices. One of them was hers. They were both speaking in Japanese. I stood close to the curtain. I guess that's why Chiasa bumped into me as she emerged with an elderly man.
Oji-chan, kare wa Ryoshi.
Chiasa introduced us. Oji-chan was one of my vocabulary study words. It meant grandfather, and for some reason she told him that my name was Ryoshi. Ryoshi? Her slim, tall, laid-back, silver-haired grandfather responded. Chiasa nodded. Hi, Ryoshi. I went along with it, assuming she had her reasons for the cover-up. Or maybe by now she realized this job she had offered to do for me could end up with almost any type of mysterious outcome. Hajimemashite Ryoshi desu ka? I greeted him. He smiled and seemed less stiff and formal than the few Japanese men I had observed so far. He fired off some Japanese sentences too advanced for me. Then he and Chiasa got into a quiet, respectful, and friendly back and forth. I stepped a few feet away and checked my watch. It was 4 o'clock.
My grandfather says I can't have any company in the house while he's away, and he won't be home until 9:15 tonight,
Chiasa said. I can understand him, I said.
I don't know. It's the first time he ever told me that. Usually, I ask for something and he agrees.
How many men have you invited over before?
None, but...
Well, that's it then, I said. I'll just have to find another way to view the tapes.
No,
She said anxiously.
My grandfather said we can use the backyard. I'll bring the TV out and run an extension cord. We can eat dinner back there also. It's nice and warm.
I knew in my mind there wasn't going to be a picnic with me and her in her backyard. I didn't want her to get too comfortable.
Sunset is at 6:30 tonight,
She announced.
My grandfather says so. What are we gonna eat?
She asked. Then she asked strangely,
I don't eat any four-legged animals.
What? I needed to hear that one again.
No four-legged animals.
She repeated.
No cows, no pigs, no sheep, no goats, no lambs, no anything with 4 legs.
She faced front as she walked. I walked beside her and looked at her profile. She was different from any woman I had ever known. I smiled. She sensed me looking and asked,
What?
Nothing, I responded. No four-legged animals, that's cool with me. Wakarimashita, I said. She laughed each time I used Japanese vocab. The shade of the maple tree shielded the glare of the sun from the television screen. The red sun had simmered purple with a pink hue, but had not settled yet. The film footage that Chiasa shot in the lobby of Akami's father's building was clear and crisp. Her hands only shook the shot once or twice. We were both watching the screen. Chiasa narrated. I was watching the details of the visual more than I was listening.
Nakamura was on the 32nd floor like I suspected. It was a penthouse. This is the elevator that the public uses, but here's a private elevator. The regular public elevator doesn't take you up to the top floors. They're labeled executive levels. If you press an executive level number, a recording comes on explaining that it's restricted. The stairwell goes up to 28, but then it seals shut. This is me in the lobby.
I see. Who is holding the camera? I asked her.
One of the school kids,
she said, as we watched her huddled in with 8 school kids throwing up peace signs beside the company directory. Both her smile and her skin stood out on film. Standing beside those other school kids who were probably her same age, she appeared more powerful. It was not just her body, but something coming through her eyes, an energy that swirled around her and that could be seen and felt, even on film. "Hold it," I said. She pressed pause.
"You are so smart,"
she exclaimed softly to me.
"There it is. What you were looking for."
Now she had her slim finger on the screen.
"Fisherman Aikida,"
she said, pointing out his name on the directory.
"Even if I hadn't given you the Daily Yomiuri news article, you would have found his name right there, listed on the wall directory."
My mind shifted back to the Iowa Akita problem. When Iowa heard the Narita airport announcement, she panicked and hung up the phone. Either she told her father that I had arrived here in Tokyo, or she didn't. Either Bishamon Aikida told Naoko Nakamura, or he didn't. "What is the meaning of his name, Bishamon?" I asked randomly.
"Let's see,"
she said, examining the kanji.
"It is the name of the god of war."
Chiasa pronounced each word with emphasis. There was no fear in her voice, but a hint of excitement was apparent. "Press play," I told her. As the film continued, images of the parking deck came into view.
"There was a guard there, private security,"
Chiasa explained.
"I waited until one car pulling out stopped at the guard's booth. When the driver and the guard began speaking, I slipped in, but didn't have to go too far. The executive vehicles are all parked on the ground floor. You see there? It's a private elevator, so no one will ever see them entering the building through the front, side, or rear doors,"
Chiasa explained. I was listening, but focused on the vehicles. The first one was a Toyota Century Royal, built and designed like a Bentley, but it was not British made. It was Japanese. "Have you seen this kind of car before?" I asked Chiasa.
"I might have seen it before, but never really noticed it."
It was a clever answer, not admitting that there was some things that she didn't know. But I knew that if she had seen the car before, she would have remembered. People who love motorcycles, cars, boats, and planes don't forget the top-of-the-line items, ever. This vehicle on the screen was obviously custom after the Bentley, but made to suit Japanese tastes, or even Japanese politics.
"It's pretty. The seats are wide and wool upholstered. I couldn't get up that close to all of the features on camera, but the inside of that car was really pretty. It's Nakamura's, or at least the reserve sign said CEO."
She pointed to the kanji and translated, "I'm sure it is his," I thought to myself, "but he probably leaves the driving to his driver."
"You know, 2 men smoking cigarettes approached me. That's why this part is so shaky,"
Chiasa narrated and explained why the camera image suddenly shook, then dropped and turned upside down, facing only a cement pillar. "What were they saying?"
"Not much. Just asked what I was doing. I played dumb. Giggled like girls do, and told them I thought the car was pretty."
So she's an actress too, I thought to myself. And then remembered this was the same girl who pretended to be asleep on the plane ride for at least an hour.
"It's not the same as New York out here. No one is expecting anything to happen. We don't steal, and there's no crime."
My mind drifted. I could tell that she believed what she was telling me, but I did not believe either of her last statements. If there was no crime, what were all those crazy movies I saw when I was young, a mere and Chris and the whole movie theater of black faces cheering for gangs of Asian guys beating the life out of each other ruthlessly. Limbs were being broken, eyes poked out, bodies sliced up, and whole crews left for dead in a pool of their gore. I had to add that. They had to be fighting over something. Only them boys on my Brooklyn block fought over nothing. Clothes, kicks, and colors. Over buildings and territories they didn't own and couldn't afford. Over blocks, benches, and fucking bullshit every damn mother day. Nah, these Japanese cats were on to something major. The battle of billions. The war of nations. The push of politics. I just need to slide my girl out from under their noses and leave them to their business. One thing Chiasa said did stand out in my mind. It sounded true, and I will use it to my advantage.
No one is expecting anything to happen.
It echoed in my mind. I was glad that they were not expecting anything to go wrong. I sent Chiasa inside while I made the Maghrib prayer at sunset. She had fasted for the first day of Ramadan and handled it easily. No food for 12 hours is a small thing to many, but no water or drinks of any kind is torture to those used to satisfying their thirst. So she did well under the red sun, yet understood that she didn't know the meaning or reason of the holy month. In my prayers, I thanked Allah for the revelations of today, and I thanked him for Chiasa, who I believe Allah has sent her as a helper. Also, I asked for guidance in all that I knew I would do in the Tokyo late night. I had already given the elephant Nakamura the day. Now, things would shift. Raw fish and brown rice with the fruits she had offered me earlier, that's what Chiasa ate. I scooped up peanut butter and ate it off the Sudanese way, without bread. I had 3 rice triangles called onigiri, made of brown rice stuffed with a tablespoon of salmon and wrapped in a sheet of seaweed. They were simple and satisfying. I added a bag of raisins. On Ramadan, many Muslims tend to eat light. Each year, Uma and I did the same. Chiasa's backyard was impossible to separate from the wilderness that surrounded us. The lone house, made of huge stone, had no neighbors but the flowers, plants, and trees. I also worked out back there. It felt better than working out in a small room indoors. In fact, it felt great.
Let's go,
Chiasa said. When I turned, she was wearing her dark blue doji cut from a thick cloth. She had a deep blue skirt with a high waistband cut from a lighter weight fabric. The skirt was quality, I could tell. It was cut long, just above her ankle. Hanging across her back was a long sword inside a wickedly crafted cloth case. In her left hand, she held a gym bag. "Let me take that from you," I said, reaching for her bag. She hesitated at first, but then handed it over to me. I smiled at her ways, naturally. She responded with 4 words spoken softly and seriously.
It's time to fight.
I followed her out of her yard into Yoyogi Park, curious. In a clearing where the trees no longer gathered in an intense crowd and under the strength of the Tokyo moonlight, the dopest dojo I have ever entered was right there in Yoyogi Park, about a quarter-mile away from where Chiasa's house was located. If she had wanted to impress me and capture my attention completely, in this moment, She had succeeded with the beauty of the facility itself. The architecture appeared ancient and maybe had been constructed by 50 to 100 workers for some imperial or samurai, I imagined. The rooftops were not flat and without texture, like I had seen in many places. The roofs were on wicked angles, swooped down and curled upwards at the end. The texture was created by baked and curved red clay tiles, each one laid near the other carefully and perfectly placed. I had seen this type of roof before in films, where the scenery surpassed the story and ninjas tiptoed and glided so light and fluid like butterfly assassins to the complete shock and horror of their prey. Standing here in the night, in a small clearing in the woods, in the park facing this dojo, I felt like someone had dropped me into an ancient film that was already 50 minutes into the viewing.
"Come this way,"
Chiasa said. The fact that it was wider than any indoor fighting training space that I had ever seen was not even its strongest point. The floor was made of bamboo, laid imperfectly for the length of a football field. It was so clean, flawless, and polished that it seemed impossible to imagine that anyone had ever placed a foot on it. The ceilings were 48 feet high. I pretended to myself that this was in case a fighter wanted to fly. The ceiling, too, was designed with great care and precision. Like a complicated math problem, a craftsman had cut the entire ceiling into even squares and surrounded more than 200 squares with bamboo borders to outline and highlight its perfection. Some of the squares were lit up, which the floors reflected, the light giving everyone the opportunity to see every movement that any fighter might make. Even in the hallways, the floors were incredible. The wooden seats placed at even distances and immovable so that no one could alter the order and the measurement and the count, or the seating arrangement. The female fighters in Chiasa's class sat on their knees. Their silence and their form was elegant, their uniforms flowing with the contour of their bodies, not too tight, not too loose. To the left of each was a face helmet, a type that I had never seen but admired. The male fighters sat across the room. Their robes are expertly tied, tidy, and neat. The elder men sat at a table, which of course raised them above the heads of both their male and female students, who all sat with their swords to the side. At first, I believe a sensei would take charge and begin to lead the class. On second thought, it seemed the presence of the elders signaled some kind of ceremony or ritual. Because I couldn't understand the language, I watched it like a video with the volume dropped out. This made my eyes pay even closer attention to each detail. An elder laid out several medals on the head table. An award ceremony, I guessed. Suddenly, Chiasa stood up, held her helmet at one side and sword at the other. She approached one of the elders and bowed before him. The elder man spoke softly to her and at length. Chiasa was completely subdued, silent, and humbled. At his last words, he lifted a gold medal with a red ribbon on it and placed it around her lowered head. She, in turn, did a deep bow before him. Quietly she turned, her eyes seeming to survey the room. Then she walked over to another seated female fighter. She stood before her, then slowly put on her helmet. She tied its long strings back, her fingers moving expertly behind her head as though she had easily tied it 1,000 times. With the helmet secured and in her full uniform, she looked completely different and more incredible to me. She raised her sword and lowered it at the head of the seated girl. Without notice, all the other seated fighters slid either to the left or the right and stilled once again on their knees, now all facing the girl who was left seated alone. Slowly, the girl stood up. She picked up her helmet. Before she covered her head, I realized that it was Yuka, the girl from the plane who had introduced herself to me uninvited by simply saying,
"Let's trade music."
I leaned forward on the wooden bleachers where I was seated and watched intently. The tremble of Yuka's finger was so slight it could have been missed. She tied her helmet and raised her sword. It seemed to signal that she had accepted the challenge. Chiasa crashed Yuka's head with the sword with a dizzying speed. It woke Yuka up, and their battle began. The bamboo sword striking both the metal helmet and the thick doji made loud crashes. Yet even louder were the warlike cries and shouts of Chiasa as she set to conquer and humiliate her opponent on the dojo floor. The style of fighting was unusual to me. The helmet offered too much protection, I thought. The fight was waged with the upper body and not the feet, although their fight moved in a rhythmic dance. From the strike of the sword, I could calculate that they were both aiming only at the head, the throat, the stomach, and the wrists. The elders were transfixed and absorbed by the battle. Even I was completely drawn in. It seemed that the men battled one another individually and in groups, gangs, and in armies all across the globe, yet warring women mesmerized us all. No long seated, the elders were each standing on their feet with their arms folded before them. Their eyeballs bounced and jumped at each movement the girl fighters made. Chiasa's style was unforgiving. When her and Yuka's raised swords met, she stepped in even closer and thrust Yuka backward. Yuka was propelled by the push but caught herself from falling. She was lighter than Chiasa, although both of them were slim. Yuka danced forward again, her feet moving in a calculated rhythm. She raised her sword to strike Chiasa. Chiasa blocked her sword and moved out of the block faster than Yuka, striking both of Yuka's wrists in 2 sharp blows. An elder gasped. Yuka was hurt. One sensei yelled out something in Japanese. Yuka raised her sword again, her 2 hands tight on the sword grip. She charged Chiasa, but Chiasa altered her approach and didn't advance. Chiasa lowered her sword some as Yuka advanced and lunged it into Yuka's throat. And all the elders stepped in, calling out commands in Japanese. They each raised one hand, which caused the sparring to cease, and acknowledged Chiasa had won. The match was finished now. The girls still faced one another, holding their form. In a precise movement, the girls raised their swords so that they touched. Then they dropped their swords at their waist and both took 5 steps backward. They both took a deep bow, acknowledging each other, both saying,
"Arigatsu gozaimasu."
The politeness seemed important to the Japanese, even in the most heated and hateful exchanges. I was certain that I was not the only one who could feel that the fight between Yuka and Chiasa was more than just a practice or training exercise. It felt intense and personal. It felt deadly. Yuka returned to her original position on the floor, and Chiasa remained standing. The fellow fighters applaud her now. When the helmets were off and the quiet resumed, Chiasa spoke out some words in Japanese to Yuka. Yuka's facial expression tightened. The elder spoke some words to Yuka, and it seemed whatever they had been debating was solved. Chiasa bowed again to the elder. Their bowing seemed endless. One bow led to another. Soon Chiesa left the room. I stood up from the top bleacher where I was positioned. Yuka's eyes connected with mine. Her face softened and filled with both surprise and delight. In the 1 second that it takes for a thought to occur, Yuka snatched back her warm expression and glared at me with the look of having been betrayed. I walked out to meet Chiesa wherever she had gone to. It didn't matter. I knew from the way they were swinging the swords at each other that I had to choose between them. And of course, easily, I had chosen Chiesa. Leaning against the wall opposite the woman's locker room, I waited for her. 20 minutes passed by before I began to search around. Back in the main dojo, I stuck my head in. She wasn't there. Yet, as all the fighters began to file out to the locker rooms, Yuka was on her knees, a cloth in her hand, wiping the floor. She was cleaning the cleanest and largest dojo floor I had ever seen. The elder, who had spoken Japanese to her in a hardened tone, was the only adult remaining. I closed the door. I had opened 6 doors before I located Chiesa behind the 7th. She wore now a black doji and had donned a red belt, no helmet, no skirt, no sword. My entrance didn't break her concentration as she fought a girl wearing a black belt. Her sensei stood almost inside the fighting circle as though he was part of the match, or maybe he was a caution sign. Their fight ended seconds after my arrival. I wish I had seen it. I sat on an empty bench. Just as I believed that she was done for the night, I stood up. As I did, a Japanese youth stood also. He wore a black belt. As I watched, he and Chiesa bowed before one another and struck a stance. "Chiesa," I called her out. The sensei, the fighters, and the guy that she was about to fight all shifted their eyes to my direction. Chiesa did not. Chiesa kept her eyes on her opponent. Her sensei said something to her. Chiesa answered him back in Japanese. The sensei spoke again, and then she spoke again. Her opponent said some words, and then Chiesa said to me,
"Come on, are you ready to fight? My opponent has yielded to you."
The sensei watched me intensely, his blank face no longer reading caution. Now he was a green light, and behind it was curiosity, anticipation, and fear of the unknown that I could sense and see. I had only called out to Chiesa because I didn't want her fighting a male fighter. I couldn't sit by and watch it for sport. Now she wanted to fight me instead of him. No problem. At least I knew I wouldn't strike or hurt her. My army green jabots were loose-fitting enough. My shoes were already off. I approached. We were both supposed to bow. She bowed. We both struck our stances. I recognized her perfect form, yet somehow it was entertainment to me. She showed me that it was not entertainment for her. Serious-faced, she angled left and made the first strike with her right foot, followed by her right hand. I blocked both. She pulled back and moved both her feet and her eyes around, looking for a Suki. I could tell she wanted me to make a move. I didn't, just watched her. Moved my feet around, but held my hands in a defensive position. She lunged forward, striking out again with her right hand. When I moved to block, she moved the left leg like lightning and kneed me in the stomach. I held her right fist and twisted it and brought it behind her body to immobilize her. Purposely, my grip was not strong or tight. She used her left elbow, a reverse move, to strike me strategically against the left side of my jaw. I felt that. She had caught me off guard. I jumped back and looked at her, then smiled. She took my smile as an insult, ran up on me, and leapt off the floor into a double flying kick. Instead of blocking, resisting, or striking, I sidestepped and snatched up her body from midair. I threw her over my shoulder, then spun her around like a 5-year-old to confuse her vision. I set her down on her feet. As she steadied herself, I took full advantage. Within 3 seconds, I folded Chiasa up and carried her out of the dojo in my arms with zero protest from her sensei and the fighters who she'd been intimidating all night. As I moved swiftly past the passive observers with their female champion, no sword-swinging samurais or silent ninja assassins or karate killers emerged to defend her honor. I put her down on the ground outside the dojo. Then I sat beside her. She smiled at me. Naturally, I smiled at her. I loved her spirit. All fire.
See? Now you respect me.
She said, slowing down her breathing.
And I respect you more.
She added.
2 people can spend weeks together and never develop the respect that 2 fighters can earn in 1 match. I know that guys don't respect girls too much, so I fight them to let them know I am Chiasa, a whole woman, not a half a person. Treat me right.
As we walked back through Yoyogi, all the lampposts switched off. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I was reminded of the complete blackness that enveloped my grandfather's southern Sudanese village. When the moon and the stars went on break, as they sometimes do, I could smell the scent of the pine trees and of the cypress and the zelkova and oak, all intermingling. I do respect Chiasa, I admit it.
Arigato gozaimasu,
she replied softly without bowing down. I was grateful. The cicada sang as we moved in silence. I thought about how she was training in so many different fighting styles, kendo, judo, and karate. She must have some reason pushing her. Chiasa, which style of fight is your favorite? I asked.
I'm bored with it all. I don't want the bamboo practice sword. I prefer the blade,
she said softly.
I don't want to aim at a stable bullseye. I want to fire on a live, moving target.
The real thing would kill your opponent, I cautioned her.
As long as we both knew that before we fight, that's fair and square,
she said without laughter. I left Yoyogi and returned to the Harajuku hostel, where I secured my luggage. Then I worked out hard. As I was moving and training my muscles, my mind was formulating ideas and strategies, storing some in my memory and throwing the rest out. I drank 5 tall bottles of water when I finished. It's important to take in enough water during the night to keep your body working properly during the fast of the day. At 1:30 in the morning, I was showered and dressed, wearing my black nylon Nike suit and the black tee and my black uptowns, my gloves in my back pocket. I wanted my hands free, so I rocked a black JanSport containing the few items I might need. I stepped outside the Harajuku hostel, expecting shit on the streets to be winding down, but the Harajuku party seemed at a boiling point, with all kinds of kids and kooks and characters milling around and mixing it in with the young fashionable crews as well. Was it my imagination, or as I began walking, did a huge chunk of the crowd begin to move in the same direction as me? I was accompanied and followed by 150 youth and preceded by about 80 more, as we all walked and squeezed down the tight Harajuku alleyway to the train station. Feeling like an actor in Thriller, I played the corner as the freaks packed a compartment of what I discovered was the last train for the night. As I moved through the network of underground tunnels that lies beneath Roppongi, I was not alone. There were many foreign men in motion, as well as Japanese men still suited up from work, and groups of girls who I guess were from 14 to 25 years young. The crowds were not loud or rowdy. Everyone seemed focused on getting to a specific destination uninterrupted. I was noticing now that every Tokyo prefecture has its own personality. In fact, as you climbed up the endless stacks of stairs from the train to the outdoors, you could not find anything similar to the last stop that you came from. Each location would be completely new and unique. There were no wives, mothers, or children in Roppongi nightlife. For 4 blocks to the north, and 4 blocks to the south, and 4 blocks to the east, and 4 blocks to the west were all nightclubs, hostess bars, and restaurants. As I moved in the night breeze, I blended right in, which made me feel some ease. "Brother," an African voice called out to me. "Check it out. We have what you are looking for. You are looking for a girl, right?" he said oddly. He was 6'8", towering over me, a more massive giant in the land of little people. Dressed in a not-too-cheap suit, he extended his hand. "Come now," he said. "Club is free. Drinks cost money. Girls are very friendly. What you like? Japanese girl, Russian girl, Swedish girl, American girl, you choose." "Nah, I'm good," I told him. "Ramadan Kareem," I added solemnly. Ramadan Kareem is a Muslim greeting offered to Muslims around the world at the start of the Ramadan fast. I could tell this man was from Nigeria. I also knew from flipping through my atlas and maps that they had almost 150 million people in their West African nation, most of them Muslim. By offering him the holiday greeting, I could move him out of my path and maybe off of his corrupt purpose. It backfired and piqued his curiosity instead. "I am Olatunde, the Nigerian," he said as he extended his hand, announcing himself as though he were his nation's representative. "But here in Japan, friends call me Ola." When I didn't move or grasp or shake his hand, he took one step forward and looked down on me. Brooklyn don't break from no next man's menacing stare. That's Hood Basic 101. I stepped to his left to move beyond him and caught a glimpse of a 4-foot-tall Japanese girl in 8-inch heels. The top of her head still barely above the Nigerian's Pierre Cardin belt. From behind him, she handed me a party card invite advertising the club that she was standing in front of. He turned and spoke harsh Japanese to her. She stepped all the way back to the club entrance. "Tell Ola, what is your business here? You in Roppongi for Ramadan. Surely you did not come here to pray in the land with no God?" He smiled, a smile of satisfaction with himself. "I'm good," I told him again, and stepped to his right, bypassing him. Before I was 6 steps away, I heard his rhyme begin again. "My friend, club is free. Drink costs money. Girls are very friendly." As I checked the late night, early morning scene, this appeared to be the formula. An array of Nigerians fishing for any men to come trick a pile of cash on some doe-eyed female wearing an evening gown, nightgown, or miniskirt, and there seemed to be no shortage of takers. When I reached the outer boundary of Roppongi Hills, the party scene subsided and the lights were not glaring. The residential section was separate from the chaos of the clubs. I put my gloves and wool hat on, believing that if I could move swiftly through the shadows, I would go unnoticed. There were not many people out. I mainly saw closed boutiques, craft shops, and mini markets. The houses behind them were woven in and up and on the various hills and slopes and narrow paths. The hour of the night, the trees and gardens made my invisibility possible. I walked nonchalantly past the front of Akemi's father's house without moving my head to inspect it. To reach the backyard, I would have to walk past the front, uphill, make a right, and then another. So I did. There were two 15-foot-tall walls that ran down both sides of the street behind Akemi's house. At the top of the walls were bushes, and no matter left or right, all you could see was walls and bushes. But her neighbor had a tree with a sturdy trunk and heavy branches on leaves that shielded the house from street-level onlookers. The tree extended into the sky. It was now the second day of Ramadan, and I considered that tree my second blessing. As I climbed, gripping the bark with my gloves and my kicks, I cleared my mind of what-ifs and focused. I leapt from a branch onto the top of the wall. When I landed, my body brushed hard against the bushes, tiny little thorns sticking me enough to cause me to straighten up and balance and be mindful. I duck-walked across to Akemi's side, and when I got there, I attempted to see through the bushes into her yard, but the bushes were too dense. I considered clipping and clearing through the bushes and crawling through the clearing, but didn't, because although I might be successful in getting in that way, the next morning the gardener or any curious person will have just the evidence needed to confirm that someone had intruded on the property. Turning sideways, with my back now to the bushes and face to the wall, I pushed through the 3-inch space between the wall and the bushes. The prickles scraped against my sweat jacket and pants and wool hat, but not enough to pierce my skin or cause my blood to flow. Her yard was darkened in the streets, and all the house lights were off. No dog, had there been one, he would have begun barking minutes ago when he smelled the unfamiliar scent of my presence, even as I climbed the neighbor's tree. Surveying, I counted 4 floors to the sturdy cement home, which resembled the best-built Brooklyn brownstones in its quality and the way it was carefully constructed. The top floors had cement terraces with no fire escapes. There was no ladder or means of climbing up or down from them. I began to walk in calculated steps. The grass crunched beneath my feet. Fortunately, the hum of a nearby generator should have made the sounds undetectable. I walked around the perimeter carefully and up to the east side of the house. It was all good until I reached the eastern corner that led to the front. I heard a click and then some sort of motor started up. I saw a high beam approaching from the distance, and the heavy black iron gate that sealed off the front of their house began to open slowly. I eased back, pressing my body against the house on the dark side so as not to be exposed by the increasing light. Adrenaline released in me, and swiftly I walked backward to the backyard and crossed over to the west side of the house, where I could escape the light and still see into the front. My jaw was tight, and I began taking deep breaths to overcome my anger. I didn't appreciate Nakamura creating a circumstance where I had to creep like a thief. But f*** it, he had. The car eased onto the property, but the bright headlights prevented me from seeing details. The gate remained open, so I was sure that there were at least 2 passengers inside, one who intended to leave. Otherwise, the gate would have closed behind them. The driver's door opened. A suited man leapt out and rushed around to the back passenger seat door. He opened it and stood patiently like an employee. The passenger took his time like an employer, accustomed to being served, would do. When Nakamura finally emerged, the driver went into a series of bows to him and then ran around to the trunk. Nakamura followed, and now the trunk shielded my view of them both, and any possible view that they could have had of me. I took a couple of steps back to a darkened ground-level window and tested it to see if it would open. I was surprised when it did. I left it open by only about 2 centimeters, enough to stick my gloved fingers back in if I needed to. More confident now that I had a definite way inside of the house, I walked toward the backyard again to shield my presence and wait. As I moved, I happened to look up.
Always look up,
my sensei had taught me. When I did, I saw for the first time that on the 4th floor of the west side of the building was a yellow light left on in an otherwise completely darkened house. Then I knew. I heard the front door of the house opening. The car was moving now, and I heard the sound of rocks beneath the tires. Then the ignition switched off, and the glare of the lights deadened. The car door opened and closed. I could tell by the sequence of sounds that the car had only been parked. The iron gate had not closed yet. Suddenly, I heard the sound of another car starting. The sound of the engine was a dead giveaway that it was a lower quality vehicle. It moved, the sound of the car getting further and further away. The front door of the house shut as the iron gate also began closing. Then the sound of the second car was no more. Carefully, I walked to the front again, using the west side of the house. The Japanese Bentley was parked against the house at the front. The gleaming blackness of the exterior was glossier than the blackness of the night. I drew closer to look at it. The interior was pretty, like Chiasa had said. The thick wool seats were piped out in thick leather, the seams solid and the inside incredible with granite fixtures which would normally be used in the house. My stare into the car was broken only by the light switched on in the house on the ground floor. On the front eastern side, I dropped down beside the car but did not touch it. I looked up. Another light came on then on the 2nd floor. Believing that Nakamura was now upstairs, I ducked walk over to the front door of their house. I had observed that the Japanese normally left their shoes lined up right outside their house door before switching immediately into house slippers. Aside from Nakamura and possibly his daughter, who else could live here? A housemaid, or butler, or some security personnel. Yet, if there were any security personnel on their property, they were doing a poor job. I figured the shoes wouldn't lie to me. Using my pen light, I beamed on the first pair of shoes. It was a men's pair labeled Regal. I believed it was a custom-made shoe. There was a second label stitched inside, embossed in kanji. I assumed it was Nakamura's name in kanji letters, their version of a monogram. I'd say the soft leather shoe with the streamlined design and careful stitching was valued at about $1,000 American. Obviously, there were the shoes that Naoko Nakamura had just eased his feet out of. A cheap pair of black woman's work shoes, a cheap pair of white, well-worn, clean woman's work shoes, a pair of expensive pink pumps. I've moved my light back and forth over those. They were expensive, but not expensive enough to be Akami's. Who could those belong to? Then I focused on the black leather spring Gucci boots. So lovely, they got my blood boiling. The bottoms were designed like sandals, but the rings of thick black leather curled around all the way beyond the ankle and up the calves. Imagining my wife's pretty legs in them moved me, and I knew she had to have dropped at least $2,000 American on those. Then there were the men's high-top Converses seated beside them, a crime in and of itself. Who the f*** wore those? The gardener, I answered myself, trying to calm all the way down. With 5 pairs of shoes counted, the risk in this caper heightened. There was no way to tell where each of the people in the house who owned these shoes slept, or even if they were actually inside or not. I stood thinking quietly. I opened my Jansport, pulled out Akemi's 100,000 yen heels, and switched them with her Gucci's. I knew that if she saw the shoes that she had worn in New York with me to a wedding Uma and I had worked at, she would be 100% sure that I was here in Tokyo. Further, once she discovered that her Gucci's were gone, she would know that I switched them. The Japanese don't steal, right? So who else could have taken them? For now, alerting her that I was there in Tokyo would have to be enough for me. I had brought along the perfect clue. Angry and tight, I threw my Jansport on my back and walked away along the west side of the house. On the 4th floor, the yellow light still beamed. It was the same color of light that lit up the basement at Cho's, where Akemi and I, newlyweds, first made love. It was the only light on the 4th floor that was on. Looking at it caused me to break my stride and to pause to think for a second. Then my legs started to move again. Inside of me, I began to feel more like an animal than a man. An angry animal. A hungry animal. And that fury worked its way in through my chest. I left back out through the slot in the bushes. Like a tightrope walker, I walked the wall off Naoko's property and onto his neighbor's side. I leapt up onto the same tree, the tree of the blessing, and climbed the branch like a gymnast on the parallel bars. I swung my feet up and reached a sturdier branch and used it. I kept climbing until I saw a way down. Then I dropped from the tree onto the neighbor's barren roof. I sprinted across and jumped 12 feet to land back on Naoko's property, the rooftop. A black leopard can climb trees. In a tussle with the mighty lion, we are swift enough to snatch his meal and maneuver up to the high branches, leaving him below with no options but to watch and roar. Blood pumping. Swiftly, I checked it all out. There was a strange bubble in the center of the roof, but I didn't move toward it. A tilted white tent in one corner began to worry me. Was someone inside? Would Nakamura be strategic enough to station security on the roof? Nah, not likely. If so, how could he sleep through the thump of my jump over here and be considered a real professional security man? I did not approach it, though. Instead, I looked over the top and down into the backyard and dropped down onto the terrace, the one position next door to the window on the west side with the yellow light. The darkened window was halfway open. I moved the glass slowly to the left and peered beyond the thin sheer curtain. There were 2 girls asleep in one queen-size bed. The one closest to the window, where I was not Akemi, but the one wrapped in the colorful silk robe was. My pulse picked up and began racing, even though I held my purse stiff as a statue. I didn't have to worry about anyone seeing me from the street as I squatted on the terrace. I already knew that the wall, the bushes, and the trees shielded all views. Still, I didn't want to linger long. Yet how would I get her attention without arousing the other girl? 45 seconds, an idea formed. I remember how she and I slept in my single bed in my Brooklyn bedroom. She used to think that my body was warm, and she would wrap her leg around me as she slept, her face on my chest, her hand on my balls, and her hair brushing against my chin. We breathed together. When I shifted, she glued herself to my back and eased her arm through my arm, her fingertips brushing lightly against my stomach. Akemi, vibing so hard on me that when I would awaken, she awoke a second after, as though she could feel and measure my breathing as she slept. As though she had one pinky finger on my eyelids as we slept to alert her about when I awakened, but she did not. She was just full of feelings. My feelings. Her feelings. Whether she was sleeping or awake, I guess I could call her a light sleeper, quote unquote. I was hoping so, and I could hear the subtle snore of the girl closest to me. I pulled out the bottle of Sudanese perfume that I had wrapped in a white washcloth in my backpack. It was a scent that Uma had made and blended only for Akemi and gifted to her at our walima. I poured a little on my clean white washcloth and tossed it over toward Akemi's pillow. A powerful potion. The scent filled up the room. It was the same scent that had disguised the natural aroma of our lovemaking. Seconds passed, and she shifted her body, her robe falling open. More seconds, and she lifted her head. A few more seconds, and she sat up. I could hear the scent racing up her nostrils as she inhaled, but she was still. Suddenly, she pulled her legs around and slipped her feet into her slippers. Slowly, she stood. She walked out of the room and into the hall. My only thought was that she went into the ladies' room. I removed my wool cap and my gloves. I stuffed them in my back pocket. I removed my JanSport and took off my jacket, turning it inside out, and laid it on the floor of the terrace. While hearing her inuri trickle softly, slowly, I crouched and waited, balancing my weight on my toes. The faucet sent water gushing down, the rhythm broken only by her fingers washing her fingers, one hand to the other. Her footsteps were completely silent. She reappeared in the bedroom without notice. A well-curved Asian artist's eyes peered through the darkness with only a dim moonlight to highlight my silhouette. She stood still, staring. Then she closed her eyes. She reopened them and concentrated. Seconds later, her eyes filled with tears. I didn't move, didn't say nothing. Her tears spilled to the floor. She walked toward me slowly, silently, and when she reached me, she punched me in the chest with two limp fists and then laid her head there. I wrapped my arms around her and held her tightly, feeling her figure 5 pounds lighter than usual. Her body heated up inside mine, and her silent tears soaked through my t-shirt. I knew she wanted to say that I had made her wait too long, but it had been 7,000 miles of separation, and it was only with Allah's grace and my father's diamonds and advice that I was able to embrace her now. I had missed her so much. Both my heart and my body ached. Surviving that feeling was only possible by ignoring it. Picking her up into me and standing, I eased both of us outside and onto the terrace. I leaned against the terrace and she leaned against me, pressing her body against mine, easing her hands beneath my t-shirt. She was feeling me all over, slowly causing me to feel so aroused that all thought and caution disappeared, and nothing but emotion and touching remained. I moved my hands beyond the silk of her lovely robe and rested them on her butt and went down further, feeling the skin on the back of her thighs. Her breathing picked up, and now her slim fingers were easing up my arm, and her nipples were poking out through the silk and pressing against my chest. She caressed my muscles and eased to my shoulders, and with her perceptive fingertips paused and felt my stitched-up shoulder wound. She inhaled in surprise and withdrew her body from mine by a few inches. Her eyes looked into mine to question what she had felt. I removed my t-shirt to show her and lowered my shoulder to her eye level. She touched it and looked as though to ask me,
"Does it hurt?"
I shook my head no. She sucked her tongue as though she enjoyed the taste of it. She touched my fingertips and pulled my hand slightly to show me she wanted us to go back inside. She is my wife. During Ramadan, I could go her new only at night. The sun was down and had not signaled a desire to rise yet. Of course, I wanted to follow her. I had a strong feeling to after only 1 week of separation from her sweetness. I knew that I couldn't risk going her now. She being balm to my heart and comfort to my soul and pure joy to my physical. Perhaps the mother to my seed, daughter to my Uma, sister to my sister. If I followed her inside, only to have her yanked, ripped, stolen away from me once again, then what? Or maybe she will walk away from me out of some exaggerated loyalty to her father. That would be too much. To open my heart freely without any hesitation, I needed to be sure, as sure as I am, that when my head leaves a room, my body comes along with it, unquestionably, willingly, automatically, because they belong together. So I asked her the question that began as a lurking through 8 days ago. I had suppressed it at first, yet the thought kept revisiting me. So much so that I had looked it up and translated it into Japanese for this exact moment. Erabete Tosan Matawa Oto Tokyo Matawa New York, I said slowly. Choose father or husband, Tokyo or New York. Her eyes revealed great surprise at my using her language. She began to whisper to me in return in full, relaxed, fluent Japanese. I stared at her, saying nothing and with no response. She paused, her Japanese words growing softer and softer until they were no more. She smiled a bright, wide smile, knowing that she was teasing me, using her native tongue so sweetly. So seductive is her smile and her use of her language. I had to restrain my own passion, remain solid, and say solemnly again, Erabete, choose. She lowered her head, and then her eyes. Then she raised them back up slowly.
Mayonaka, New York City. Hi,
She said warmly, with no sign of doubt or regret. Today, we meet at Roppongi Station at 2. I told her in English and then in Japanese.
Akemi and Mayonaka too. Hi.
She repeated. Yakusoku? Promise? I asked her.
Hi, Yakusoku.
She said, meaning yes, I promise. I picked up my knapsack from the terrace floor. I unzipped it and pulled out the book that had been weighing on my mind. It was a gift that I had promised her in our marriage contract. A Holy Quran, written entirely in the Japanese language. I wanted her to understand that I was a serious man with a serious faith, and that as my wife, she and I had to grow together in many ways. It was not okay to me for us to be in different countries growing apart instead of together. It was not okay to me for her to be surrounded by other men, even her father, in place of me. We needed to become of one similar mind and way. Our love-making was explosive already and fresh in my memory, in my body, and in my... I knew I could have her whole body tingling with powerful movement and pure pleasure. I knew I could make her legs collapsed. That was only seconds away. Yet I had to show her that I was more than the most powerful feeling that she ever felt, quote unquote. I'm a true believer that will love her forever, protect her with my own life, exchange my life for hers, and disconnect her father's head from his neck if he ever again interrupted my peace, kidnapped my wife, or threatened my seed to come. She needed to learn the meaning of Ramadan and the mercy it brought alive in the Muslim heart, because it is this mercy which shielded me from charging down 2 flights and slaying him in his own home after making sweet love to his cherished daughter, my wife. She moved her pretty fingers across the dark blue hardcover engraved Holy Quran. She opened it. She read in Japanese the first page, the first few lines. The surah is called The Opening in English. I loved the sound of her speaking. Although it was new to her, she read the lines with feeling. I knew the words in Arabic by heart, so even though I didn't know them in Japanese, I could still feel their meaning. She looked up to me and closed the cover.
Arigato gozaimashita.
She bowed all the way down to me, head toward the floor. I lifted her up until she was standing once again. In this moment, I didn't want to mix it up. She should love me intensely and treat me with great respect. We should serve one another loyally and fight and struggle through any troubles side by side. Yes, she should worship only Allah, and so should I. If we both did that, our love would in turn be unbreakable. She ducked down to enter back through the window and said only,
Please.
Her robe was lying on each side of her leg, revealing the flesh inside her thighs. The moonlight shone on those pretty toes, still soft and beautiful, still pedicured light lavender, with a thin line and dark purple around each border. I stuffed my t-shirt in my JanSport and threw my sweat jacket back on. Of course I followed her in. She laid the Quran on her desk silently and walked the 8 steps past her sleeping friend or relative. Then we walked down a dark corridor. She stepped into a washroom but did not turn on the light. After moving around a bit and running the water some, she came out. I could smell the alcohol that she used to carefully wipe my shoulder where the stitches had been. Then with a hot cloth, she wiped my face and then my hands lovingly. She stepped back into the washroom again and came out linking her fingers onto my fingers and walking ahead of me into a closet. And she closed the door behind us, and we were in a tight, empty space facing one another. I looked up, only to see the sky. She turned around and placed her hands into the wall and began climbing upwards. Following her, I placed my hands into the indentations also, thinking, what a clever design. A ladder made by pockets in the otherwise wooden wall. You place your foot in the lower pocket and your hand in the middle pockets and climb. A pattern that went well all the way up until your head hit the top. At the top, she pressed a button. A sound like hydraulics on a car lifted the sky lid. She crawled through and immediately turned to check me, her face so sweet and gentle, and her hair falling onto my hand, which was gripping the last pocket. We chilled on the rooftop, completely absorbed with one another. She sat on the ground of the roof and backs leaning against the short wall. She knew me well, felt what I felt, and sensed that I would feel more at ease not lying in the bed inside her father's house. Our naked bodies sprawled across the mattress, deep as love. Me, lost in the sweetest first a target, then a dead man caught off guard at my most vulnerable point. The surface of the roof was cold. It must have been sizzling when yesterday's sun was at its peak. For some few minutes, we wasn't saying shit. Our silence was seduction to me. Talking is sometimes overrated. On a Coltrane cut called My Favorite Things, my father's choice, the instrument spoke without words or a songstress to interpret or suffocate his horns with the weight of lyrics. Our situation was like those sounds and melodies. I pulled her bad Gucci sandal boots out of my JanSport and returned them to her. She looked at me curiously and then laughed a quiet laugh. She slid her little feet into those sandals, lifted one leg to show it off to me, and stood up suddenly. She hiked up her silk robe to show me her style. I was her mesmerized viewer as she danced around slowly, taking turns kicking each of her legs up high. With great grace and ease, she struck a pose. Her body was curved, one hand holding her foot up in the air like a phenomenal flamingo. Instead of applauding, I leapt up and grabbed her around her waist, swinging her around and down gently. Her robe opened completely, and her skin glowed in the softened moonlight. She licked my lips once like she was licking an ice cream cone that she really enjoyed. Then wiggled loose and began crawling away from me. So nervous that I might not be following her, she would crawl some and look back at me, her eyes shining like a cat's, and not worried about scraping up her pretty knees or shoes or nothing. As she crept inside the tilted tent, I caught her ankle and pulled it lightly. I released it easily, knowing that she liked to make love in strange places. Face down and me right behind her, she pushed a tiny switch on a strange little lamp inside a clear jar. As she lay on her side to face me, I reached over and pulled one of the brushes down from her easel. The lamp sent white polka dots swirling around the dark tent. I smiled at her sweet craziness. She smiled, believing, I guess, that I liked her little light. Slowly, I began stroking her with the brush, beginning with her face. Her good feeling was revealed as her lips parted with excitement. Her eyes were filled with passion, love for me. As I stroked down, her skin was soon covered with tiny goose pimples, and her nipples were fully extended. As I tickled her, she inhaled and whispered only one word.
Please.
I ignored her purposely, brushing the inside of her thighs and over her kneecaps and onto her calves. She placed her pretty hand over her and asked me again.
Please, my Yonaka.
I don't know which set of her lips. I kissed her mouth gently, and naturally the kiss grew more powerful, me sucking her tongue. Akemi licking my neck, me sucking her neck and her tongue, and her becoming so excited that she snatched my hand and placed it on her, pressing her fingers over mine so I would press her Suggestive. One of her legs was cocked up, the weight of her little foot and her pretty sandals resting on her toes. I pulled my mouth away from hers and moved it down between her thighs where she wanted it. With my tongue, I stroked her softly, and her body wiggled with pure pleasure. As I swung, she began to moan and purr, her whole body beating, pulsating like a heart, and as she so did a slight rainfall, more like a mist. She threw her hand back over her head as her wriggling body was calming. As I lay on my back beside her, she wrapped her whole self around me, curled into me, saying nothing. But I knew she was saying that she had never wanted to be separated from me in the first place, as she never wanted to be separated from me again. I stroked the hair on her head now, and even this excited her. She placed her pretty toes beneath the band of my sweats and played in my She used one foot to undress me. I heard her neck so powerfully I could feel her in it and wrapping around my like a tight elastic and strong suction. As I threw, there were feelings mounting up on top of my emotions. Felines felt so good to me, I kept grinding. She kept moaning. My mind was gone, and my body a network of nerves experiencing a feeling too intense to place into words. As I moved her and tossed her and nipped her, I could feel her nails scratching into my back, and I liked that shit. I welcomed it. I passion marked her neck and body with my mouth because she is mine. She marked me with her nails because I am hers. We mashed, moved, and pumped and grinded like that until our own bodies could not take the pureness of it anymore. She is my girl, my woman, my wife, who over and over and over and over again and keeps on and my every touch brings down Victoria Falls. I once even believed that she was him up from being aroused by only my stare into her eyes. There is this look that she has, that precise moment of mosaic when all of her energy is released. There is extra moisture in her eyes as though she is about to cry. But she isn't. She bites her own lip and then releases it and quivers. I knew for sure that she was not a woman to be left unattended and unguarded. I was the first and only to create that feeling inside of her. And I knew that she wanted me and needed me to do that, to create that powerful feeling in her constantly. I wanted it also. She was teaching me many things about myself that I never had the opportunity to learn from any other woman. First, it was not just a fucking. It was something particular about this girl. She raised up a feeling in my heart and in my body so extreme, her every movement moved me. Simply her sitting or standing and the beauty of her joyful tears, which came so rapidly and streamed so softly and fell so silently. Her smile and cleverness, her art, her body, her language, her complete admiration of me. She had me locked, naturally locked up, with no cuffs or prison or warden, simply locked into, specifically, her. I learned about myself also, that I love intensely beautiful things. It could be a finger or a neck, toes, or even some mean shoes, or exotic eyes and skin that glows. I love pretty fingernails and pretty hairs, or even the way a beautiful girl rocks a beautiful handbag made of crocodile and crafted well. And my love for genuinely beautiful things, pure things, and clean things is both extreme and exclusive. Akemi is a beautiful thing. My beautiful thing. I found my lips pressed against her left ear, breathing warm breath. 2 o'clock today at Roppongi Station. Bring everything that you can't leave behind. She flipped off the strange lamp, and the globs of polka dot patches disappeared. She crawled upwards on my body, her hair touching my neck, and said,
To Roppongi Station, Akemi, Mayonaka, Isho.
meaning forever. She kissed me in my ear and set it off all over again. We laid glued onto one another. Her thighs were still wrapped loosely on me. I flipped her around, laid her down, and checked my watch. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. There was 1 hour left to sunrise. I felt around in the darkness for my clothes and eased into them. I looked around the crazy tilted tent with my pen light. I was thinking to myself that I should have known that this tent belonged to Akemi. Who else would have placed a rickety hut on top of a sturdy, attractive, impressive $1 million Roppongi Hills home and preferred to live there? I imagined that she sat in here when she needed to feel that kind of isolation that made her create such powerful drawings and paintings. In fact, she had one mounted on her little easel right then and there. It was a drawing of various sets of eyes. The magnificence of it, however, was that I could recognize in the drawing her eyes, Uma's eyes, Naja's eyes, and even my own. I smiled. I was glad I hadn't seen the details of the drawing while I was loving her. It would have been real strange to see Uma's eyes watching me giving it to my wife with no restraint. And those eyes that I was seeing with the help of my pen light were definitely my mother's. Akemi's skill was that great. She filled the drawings with so much emotion that each set of eyes let off a unique energy and contained the story of its owner's life. Aside from these 4 sets of eyes, there were 3 more sets. The eyes at the center of her canvas had to be her father's. The drawing of his eyes contained different feelings: anger, control, coldness, and even concern, which she conveys by the strokes and shadings of her pencils and brushes. Down to every detail, including the eyelashes, their precise shape, length, and width. She captured it all amazingly. Oddly, though, they were only eyes. No faces or eyebrows, no head, hair, or chin. It was a drawing that felt to me like it came from her soul and not her hands. I caught sight of a pretty ceramic teapot and 1 cup, as well as a box of sesame crackers off in the tent's corner. I drank her leftover tea and crunched a couple of her sesames. Then I closed a robe over her pretty petite body. I didn't wake her. I wanted to, but I wanted more that she not see me leaping across the rooftops and jumping onto the branches as I left the same way that I had arrived. But of course she was awake. She said,
Mayonaka to Roppongi Station. Hi.
And was so smart she didn't move to watch me leave. I pinched her butt, and I was out. Chapter 6. Chiasa was in my bed. She looked asleep, but I wasn't so sure. Was she sleeping or pretending to sleep? She was wearing all her clothes, a new outfit from yesterday. I stood behind my now closed door, not wanting to get too close to her, revealing my private scenario and sense.
35 minutes to sunrise,
she said, shifting.
I brought you some food.
Without turning and looking at me, she raised one arm and pointed toward my desk. There was a box wrapped in a silky scarf in a canteen.
You found her?
She asked. I didn't reply.
No refunds,
she said softly. After my shower, I ate 1 rice triangle and a few spoonfuls of peanut butter and drank water. Chiasa had green tea in a canteen. When I didn't drink it, she did. She stood now outside on the terrace at sunrise as I made the prayer. I have important work for you to do with me today, I told her. She agreed. Seated in the window with Chiasa seated on the fire escape, I told her, I'm going back to New York, either tonight or tomorrow. I'll need your help at the travel agency to change my ticket and to buy another ticket as well. But the most important thing is, I need you to translate for me and my girl at 2 o'clock sharp today at Roppongi Station. Chiasa sat quietly for 2 whole minutes.
How did it happen?
She asked. How did what happen?
You and her, without understanding one another.
I smiled. My whole body was relaxed now and my mind at peace. We understand one another. We just don't speak the same language. Chiasa stared at me. Her pretty eyes were searching me with a deep curiosity. I turned my eyes from hers. She inhaled and said softly,
That's so fucking cool.
I gotta sleep some, I admitted.
Me too,
she said quietly.
I was up all night.
How come? I asked her. She ignored my question. This made me think she wanted me to ask her again. Or maybe I was really curious. How come? I asked again.
I read through all those papers from the Nakamura building, searching for clues. Finally, I found out the name of Akita-san's hometown. I went there to his house. I walked around there, must have been 22 times. Waited in an alley behind his house for you.
I didn't say nothing. I just sat quietly thinking. A wave of feeling came over me, like it does sometimes when a female reveals her admiration for me. I was grateful toward Chiasa, deeply grateful. Do you want me to meet you at your house later, or would you rather us meet up at 1:45 in Roppongi at the station? I asked her.
No, I'll sleep on the floor right here. You sleep on the bed. When we wake up, we gotta go to Shinjuku. You have to check out of there this morning,
she said. I don't have nothing over there, and I paid them up front, I corrected her.
Yeah, but I left my jacket, remember?
I stood up from the windowsill and invited her in. This will be me and her last day together, so I decided not to worry if her feelings would grow. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor, I told her. She lay down, her back facing me. I sat down on the floor, my back against the wall. It was 6 a.m. We slept. Harajuku's streets were jammed. In addition to the strange things that normally went on there, someone for some reason had trucked in a plastic slice of strawberry shortcake 20 feet tall and 10 feet wide. A Japanese crowd of teens seemed fascinated by it. They gathered around it in hordes to take pictures of it, lean into and pose up close on it and linger around it. Japan is weird, I thought to myself, and for once in my life, perhaps because I had only been here for 2.5 days, I could not tell by listening or watching what was going on in their minds or culture. Chiasa's electric blue Kawasaki Ninja 250R was mean and pretty. It was parked on the street behind the Shinjuku hostel. She swung her leg around and mounted the deep blue leather seat. If she were in Brooklyn, Harlem, Queens, or the Bronx pushing this, she would have had all the hustlers sweating her hard. I was glad she was in Tokyo, where the males didn't seem to notice or distinguish the beauty, elegance, and exquisiteness of one female or the other.
See? It's perfect. No one even touched it,
she said, smiling and surveying its body. She hopped off then, opened the seat compartment, and pulled out her blue leather riding gloves and her goggles. Then she put them right back. Her helmet was there on the bike unbothered. She left it there. I guess she had made her point. When we reached the front of Shinjuku Uchi, Chiasa reached up and pulled a coin from the top of the cement gargoyle.
You see? It's still here,
she smiled and laid the coin in my palm. It was a Japanese coin worth $5.
Japanese people don't steal,
she emphasized sweetly. We collected her jacket, which was lying on my old bed the same way she had tossed it. The room with no lock seemed undisturbed, but I was still glad I had moved out. As we left, the front desk attendant, who I had not encountered before, presented me with an envelope.
Thank you very much.
He bowed some.
Inside is your receipt, and you have one message.
Thanks, I told him, and forgot him the same second. I pulled the papers out of the envelope until I found the message. It was written in Japanese on otherwise blank stationery. As Chiasa and I pushed out into the noon Shinjuku sun, I handed her the paper. Read it to me, I told her.
Meet Akemi in Shibuya at 2 in Hachiko on Tuesday,
Chiasa translated.
Who's Akemi?
She asked. Who signed the message? I questioned.
No one. I guess it's from Akemi, right?
She asked, trying to connect the dots. Is there a date and time on the message? I asked her.
No, nothing else,
she said, flipping the small square of stationery back and forth.
I can go check it out.
She did a turn and went back into the hostel. She returned and said,
The front desk clerk said he wasn't the one who received the message. He just clocked in at 11 this morning. He said that since no employee signed or dated the message, it must have been hand-delivered.
The sun had erased every trace of morning mist. The streets were dry and clean as if it hadn't rained in Tokyo in months. With the noon sun massaging me, I stood thinking, my eyes squinting for protection, and Chiasa's big eyes just slits as she squinted also, then placed her hand over her eyes to block or lessen the sun's significance. It was impossible for my wife to know where I was staying when I first arrived in Tokyo. How could she? Only me and Chiasa and customs knew where I would be staying. My suspicions began to intensify. Scenarios of every kind were lining up in my head. Perhaps I was phone registered the number to the payphone in the Shinjuku hostel. She called the number back, some resident answered, and I was said,
"What location is this?"
The resident answered her truthfully. Afterward, Iowa told Akemi where I was staying. Akemi had hand-delivered the message yesterday. She was so excited to meet up with me that she forgot to sign it or explain anything else. That's why, when I saw her early this morning in Roppongi, she seemed to have expected to see me, although not in her bedroom window. The second scenario taking place in my mind, Iowa Akita told her father that I was here in Tokyo after she discovered that I was in Narita Airport. Her father told Akemi and Naoko had this note delivered to draw me out of a location of his choosing. It was a trap. Or a more deadly possibility, Naoko knew that his daughter had allowed a man, an unexpected, unwelcome son-in-law into his home, and furious, he pressured his daughter to reveal our secret, and she sent someone to Shinjuku to change the meetup place. Maybe it was Iowa who delivered the message. Maybe Iowa never told her father or Naoko where I was staying, if she knew. Maybe Iowa was really for our love and marriage and not against it. 9 scenarios had lined up in my mind, split into 2, and became 18. If this dilemma had involved myself and Uma, I would have known exactly what to do in less than a second. Uma and I always do exactly what we promised to do, exactly as we stated it to one another. And we let no one interfere or interrupt or confuse any words we say to one another, mother and son. That was our way. But Akemi and I are newlyweds. Our first month of marriage have been interrupted, manipulated, and stolen. Now, I was certain of my movements, but not of hers. Chiasa's golden skin baked more brown in the sun. She was silent, patient, waiting for instructions, my sentinel, and a sharp one too. "What did you see at Iowa's house last night?" I asked her suddenly.
It was a quiet and residential neighborhood in Kichijoji.
Kichijoji? How far away is that from here?
About 17 minutes on the Chuo line.
She responded.
I mean, Kichijoji has plenty of nightlife, restaurants, and stores, and shops, and everything. But where Akita-san's house was located, it was dark and quiet. Oh yes, the pretty car drove right by me when I first got there, about 12:30 a.m. It pulled out and left way before me at about 1:30.
The Japanese Bentley, right?
Hi, that one.
I stood thinking. "I need you to get to Shibuya about 1:45, I announced.
It's almost 1. Shibuya's close. 4 stops from here on the Yamanote line.
She said. "Are you riding your bike?" I asked.
No, Shibuya's crazy. There are so many people there. The train is easier. What do I do at Shibuya?
She asked. "Go to Hachiko, just like the note says." "What is that anyway, Hachiko? Is that a cafe or a restaurant?" I asked. Chiasa laughed.
No, it's a dog.
"A dog?"
It's a famous statue of a dog. Everyone in Japan knows it. Also, it's a meetup spot for lovers and people all around the world looking for new lovers.
She monitored my response. My jaw tightened, yet the good thing about her words was that now I felt sure that Akemi had not left that note. Go there and film that exact location. If you see a Japanese girl there waiting, 16 years old, wearing the most expensive shoes available in Tokyo, carrying a mean-ass handbag with a smile that is only second to her beautiful eyes, that's her. Introduce yourself and tell her you are the translator for midnight and that she should meet me in Yoyogi Park. I'll be there at 3 p.m. I planned aloud as I spoke. I was fairly confident that I would be bringing Akemi to meet Chiasa in Yoyogi Park and not the other way around.
Where in Yoyogi? At my house?
Chiasa asked. On the beach in the park outside your house, I told Chiasa, whose eyes were also intense and lovely, although I had the feeling that no man had ever told her so. She hesitated for some seconds, and then we both walked, headed to Shinjuku Station, where we separated and went in different directions. Thoughts about the power, range, and reach of Naoko Nakamura raced through my previously calm state of mind. Still, I was at ease, feeling that I had gotten the better of him. Only 30 hours after my arrival at Narita Airport, I had invaded his territory and didn't have to snatch or seize his daughter the way he had. She came eagerly, passionately to me, separating herself from his idea of me. She had chosen me over him again. Besides, I knew his address, and now that I had seen Akemi, I could climb into her tent anytime. So I suppressed his name and face from my mind's eye. In Roppongi early, I played with the idea of getting a haircut. I had not even powered up the clippers that Amir's father gifted to me. My last cut was 4 days ago before game time, but when I leaned my face against the barber's window and saw a place packed with exclusively Japanese heads and 4 elderly Japanese barbers, I decided against it. Maybe tomorrow. Why experiment and up my head right before meeting my wife in the brilliant Tokyo sunlight? Pink pumps. I recognized her shoes. She was not my wife, but she was wearing the pink pumps that had been outside my wife's house last night. So I paid attention. She seemed nervous, took quick glances my way, and then dropped her head down and continued to walk my direction as she appeared to be watching her own feet. It was 5 minutes after 2. She passed me by. As I watched her, I caught her looking back. She tried to play it off, but soon turned back toward me. Now she looked up at me, and then toward the cafe situated behind me. She walked past me again. My eyes followed her into the cafe. I looked around the outside to see if Akemi was approaching from any direction, but she wasn't. When I checked the cafe window, Pink Pumps was still standing there watching me. I went over. As I entered the cafe, she moved away from the window to a back booth. I hesitated to walk up on her. She seemed like she was fragile, might break in half or worse, start screaming for the police. So I went to the cash register instead, ordering coffee I would not drink. When I turned back to take a look, she was speaking to a waitress softly in Japanese. She stood up and both girls began bowing to each other. I couldn't interpret what was happening. I left the cafe to go check again for Akemi.
Mayonaka?
The name spoken in that way in a Japanese accent and the soft tone sent a rush and a current through me. I turned to check the voice with the person. It was Pink Pumps.
Follow,
Is all she said, not looking up at me or even acknowledging my presence. I followed her. She walked down into a side street and ducked into a photo booth and closed the curtain behind her.
Akemi-san was taken away this morning.
I heard her voice say in English, but I had to strain to hear and listen. Taken away by who?
Father.
Taken where?
Kyoto.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe for school. Maybe for keep away.
Keep away?
From you, I don't know.
Who are you? I asked, but she was silent. Who are you? I asked again.
You don't believe?
She asked me strangely.
Okay, I'll leave now.
Wait, I said calmly. I stood thinking. When was she taken?
Early morning surprise.
She answered. What did Akemi tell you to tell me?
Akemi-san is very sad. She said sorry 1,000 times. She say her father is too determined.
What did father do to her?
Father give Akemi-san everything. But now he say no more money, no more travel, no more credit card, no more bank account, no more freedom.
Why?
You will never understand. You're a foreigner. This is our way. This is Japan.
It was the strangest tone that she used through the whole conversation. Then 3 Japanese boys gathered and hung back behind me at the photo booth as I waited as though I was online to use it also.
How come you find out to meet Akemi here at 2 o'clock?
She asked. I had to repeat her question to myself to dissect it. She was trying to figure out how Akemi and I had communicated and set up a meeting. Now I knew. Are you Iowa? I asked her, but she was silent. Can you give me Akemi's address in Kyoto? A number or something? I asked her.
I give. You will find him next seat when I leave here. Time's up. I go.
She said. Wait. Why did you come to me? I asked, since she was obviously nervous, uncomfortable, and didn't want to face me.
Akemi-san do bad thing to fall in love with you. Dishonor to her father. Dishonor to my father, our family and friends. But I think she not recover from this love. So I give in to help Akemi-san.
Her little fingers emerged and she dug from behind the curtain, keeping her face turned away from me as though I had not already seen her clearly. She left and never looked back. I didn't chase her. The important thing was the address and telephone number. I yanked back the curtain and picked up the paper that she left for me. Everything was written in kanji. No problem. I sped over to Yoyogi to meet Chiasa. Chapter 7.
This is so much better than pizza, piano, and practices,
Chiasa stated with her excited softness. She sat down on the bench in Yoyogi Park beside me, holding my camera like a baby. Deep in thought, I didn't speak right away.
Let's go to my house. You have to see this,
She said, standing up again.
Besides, I have to keep myself occupied to keep my mind off our fast.
That's the opposite of the Muslim mindset, I thought to myself. We want to keep our mind on the fast, its meaning, its reasons, and on making our prayers. Although I had been steadfast in not taking food and water from sunrise to sunset, I knew I was wrong for not being focused on Ramadan. My mind was jam-packed with winning back my wife. Chiasa removed her shoes at her front steps.
You can leave your sneakers here,
She said.
No one will steal them, and I have some slippers for your feet.
I paused at the bottom of the 3 cement steps leading to her front door.
His bicycle is there. Grandfather is home. You can come in,
She said happily. On the inside of the door was a shelf with racks of house slippers wrapped in plastic. Chiasa opened a pair and bent down to place them on my feet. Thank you. I got it, I told her, sliding each foot in one.
Okay.
She smiled halfway, slid into her slippers, and shouted,
Tadaima!
We both entered her living room. An ebony grand piano absorbed most of the space in her humble house. It glistened as though it had just been polished moments ago and appeared to be more expensive than everything else they had, combined, furniture, floor mats, and decorations. Konnichiwa, Onji-chan, I said afterward, recalling from my study cards that I just called him grandfather as though he were my own and not by his proper name. He spoke.
Konnichiwa.
Grandfather welcomes you.
Chiasa summed up his words. Arigato goshimashita, I thanked him. Chiasa said some words to her grandfather, then toward me, saying,
Drop that here.
referring to my luggage. I laid my duffel down and my Jansport. I was both hesitant and anxious. I felt inadequate about entering a home for the first time empty-handed. I was a newcomer and should present a gift. I felt at the same time anxious to talk with Chiasa and get on my way to Kyoto. Chotto mate, I said. I bent on one knee to open my bag. I dug in and pulled out one of the gifts that Uma had prepared.
For anyone who is good to my son.
I opened it and pulled out the sterling silver case of Uma's homemade cigarettes. I approached him, holding the case with both hands on either side, presenting it. I said, Koriwa present o Oji-chan no tamani. Grandfather, here's a gift for you. Both he and Chiasa smiled with great purpose. Chiasa clapped for me. Her grandfather stood up, all smiles himself, thanking me. I looked beyond the smiles, feeling that I had done the right thing, but wondering if on the inside they thought my beginner's use of the Japanese language confirmed that all foreigners are fools to be tolerated as tourists only for a short period of time. I eased up the steps, uncomfortable at being invited and allowed to enter a young single female's bedroom, and also under the watch of her grandfather. His eyes followed me up, but once I reached the top, there was no way for him to survey me any further. The second floor was sealed off, but what appeared to be a paper wall. I looked up and saw that it had thick metal borders, which lined the top, sides, and bottom. Chiasa placed 3 fingers in a slot and slid the wall all the way from left to right. Her amazing room had been revealed. She entered first, moving past a 4-foot-tall textured globe. She used one hand to set it off spinning.
I know the name of every country on every continent and even most of the major islands,
she said. I didn't comment. I thought it meant that she had a sharp mind and unusual discipline, but must have also been lonely to dive into such study.
I wanted to know for certain where in the world my father was and exactly how much distance there was between us,
she told me as she set up the television, VCR, and camera.
You have to see this.
She pressed rewind. Her bed was a thin and narrow mattress laid in the furthest corner of a room on the floor, topped off by a peculiar pillow. It didn't seem like she could sleep comfortably.
So beautiful. Who's this?
Chiasa interrupted my thoughts. Uma's face was paused on her television screen.
She looks like a film star,
Chiasa remarked. Umi, my mother, I answered, using the Arabic word for mother rather than Uma, which is my mother's name.
Anto? Really?
Chiasa exclaimed and touched the screen with 2 fingers as though she were touching Uma's skin. Chiasa seemed to be on pause like the picture. She then bowed down to my Uma as though she were here in the room with us. As Chiasa stood up, she pressed fast forward.
Here it is!
She pressed stop, then play. My mind dumped every other thought and focused. The screen was bursting with hundreds of people, or perhaps thousands, mostly Japanese, mostly young, but all types streaming in between them. I could see the unimpressive Hachiko statue off in the not-too-far distance. People crowded around it together, yet it seemed as though each of them were there alone, just in the same space. Although standing near the statue were groups of people talking to each other, waiting for each other, or looking for one's missing. Chiasa caught one mother's panic expression and mission as she searched for someone, probably her child. I could see that Chiasa trailed her with the lens around the area of the Hachiko. From the film, I understood now that Shibuya was an extremely overcrowded space, even more than Shinjuku Station. But what else?
There he is! Now watch him!
She said a moment later. It was easy to notice him because she had captured him in the lens and zoomed in. He was a well-dressed Japanese man with a concentrated stare and pronounced jawline. He stood still in the swelling, swarming crowd and looked hard, moving his head and eyes in tiny measures.
So while I was looking for the 100,000 yen shoe girl, I found him,
Chiasa said. The man's shoes were quite expensive and complemented his suit. About 45 seconds of shooting him from every angle, the camera followed him a few feet only where an African man was standing alone. The Japanese man spoke to him, but his words were inaudible in the rowdy crowd. He placed a hand on the African guy's shoulder. The African guy turned around and talked to him for about 3 seconds. The Japanese guy returned to his original spot. He searched around again. He moved in the opposite direction to the other side of Hachiko and approached another dark-skinned man. The same thing happened. By the 5th try, the young black guy he approached was standing with some friends. He began barking on the Japanese guy, and then 3 more suited men appeared from the crowd to the Japanese guy's rescue.
Keep watching now. Check out their headsets.
Chiasa pointed out that all 3 of the newly arrived Japanese men were wearing them. They were the kind that sit in and around one ear only instead of being strapped to both sides. She zoomed in on the 4 of them, and the lens scanned them from head to toe. The argument with the African teens broke up immediately after the 3 extra well-suited guys appeared. Then there was a break in the images, and all I could see were upside-down hordes of people.
Keep watching,
Chiasa said. The lens picked back up on the original suited guy leaving Hachiko at 3 p.m. sharp. Chiasa obviously followed him to the corner through tens and hundreds of people to the curb. A Crown Vic rolled up at 3:06. The 3 extra guys were inside, one of them driving, 2 in the back. The original guy leaned in and talked to them and then walked away. The camera followed him.
There he is!
Chiasa jumped up from her chair and pressed pause. On the screen was the Japanese Bentley, the back right window lowered halfway.
That's Naoko Nakamura! That's him!
She said in a muted but excited tone. She pressed play again. On the screen now was the original suited man. He raised his right hand, shielding his image from Chiasa's lens. Then she dropped the camera to her side, and all I could decipher was Chiasa's voice saying,
Sumimasen. Sumimasen. Sumimasen.
Before the picture went cold, the camera was off. We sat quietly.
I can help you,
She said.
You came back alone, so I could see that you do need some help. I've been paying attention the whole time. It's not Iwa, it's Akemi. Last night, I was at the wrong house, but that's only because you didn't trust me. It's Naoko Nakamura giving you a difficult time. He sent the note to the Shinjuku hostel. He pretended to be Akemi. His men showed up at Hachiko and intended to snatch you, or at least throw you in the car or have you picked up by police. If you weren't so smart, they would have gotten you.
She thought some more and added,
But probably not the police. Falling in love with a girl is not a crime, even if her father and friends don't agree.
She paused again.
As long as she loves you too, and why wouldn't she?
Chiesa's voice trailed off to a low murmur. From my front pocket, I pulled out my wife's address and phone number in Kyoto. That's my next move, I thought to myself. Chiesa, I need you to take care of two things for me. First, I need you to call Akemi's house and ask to speak with Akemi. When she gets on, in Japanese, tell her that you are a friend of Mayonaka's. Mayonaka says not to worry. I'll arrive in Kyoto tonight. Keep your bags packed. Mayonaka will pay for everything you need. I promise I won't take too long.
That's it?
Chiesa double-checked.
Introduce myself as a friend now, not the translator?
That's it, I confirmed.
All right, let me give myself a name,
she said, straightening herself in the chair as though Akemi or whomever answered the phone could see her and pass judgment.
Okay, I'm Aya. That's the name I'll use. And if she's not home, then what?
Chiesa asked.
Should I leave any kind of message?
Just excuse yourself. Don't leave any information. Say you'll call her back later, I told her.
And if she picks up and asks for you?
Chiesa questioned. I liked that she was so precise. After you tell her what I said, I'll get on and confirm, I instructed her.
Okay, give me the number,
she said. I slid it across her desk. Chiesa was sitting still, holding the phone number in her hand. Quickly, I pulled out my study cards and began flipping through them for the Japanese words to express myself over the phone. Maybe Chiesa wanted to memorize it, I thought. She laid the paper down and said the same thing she said when I first met her a few days ago.
My Aunt Tasha said people who don't trust people end up trusting the wrong people. Who gave you this information?
She asked me. What's up? I asked her.
This is not an address or a phone number. Whoever gave you this misled you.
What does it say?
It's not cool,
she said. Just tell me, I told her. Then she began to read it to me.
Sorry, I cannot give you Akemi-san's telephone number and address. She wants you to know it. She will believe that you have it, but I already done too much. I feel great shame. Go home. It is better that you leave Akemi alone so that she can forget. You don't even speak Japanese. True, you are very handsome, but this is not enough.
Her simple words were weighted with insult. Without knowing me, she had decided that I was nothing but a handsome man. She had boiled down my existence to only the mud I was made of, as though I had no purpose, no faith, no heart, no soul, no business, no talent, no culture, and no place in the world, especially here in Japan. I sat back in my chair, ran my hand over my Caesar. I dropped my head down, then lifted it back up. Inside of myself, I shouted, "Why is this bullshit going on? Going on? Going on? Going on? Going on? Going on? Going on?" But in my posture, I remained calm. Chiesa had the decency to look away from my agony. Moments later, I understood that I needed prayer to quiet my mind. Not just a recitation of words, but a consultation with Allah. So I excused myself to the men's room, washed my face and nose, hands and feet. When I returned, I was left alone in Chiesa's room. She understood me in this, I thought. In her room, facing the west, the direction of the Kaaba, I made my prayer. Very comforted and soothed, after an amount of time unknown to me, I raised my head from the floor. My eyes and ears readjusted as I turned my head left, then right, and got up from my knees. The humble house, which had been silent before, was filled now with beautiful music. The tones were crisp and clear, and soft and soothing, and sweet and melodious, as though they were seeping and pouring through her paper wall. It was not music that I was accustomed to hearing or that I played in my earphones. It was live piano playing, and it was obvious, even to me, who played no instruments, that it was perfect. She did not interrupt my prayer, and I would not interrupt her piano. I walked around her room seeing Chiasa for the first time, it seemed, even though I had met her days ago and been upstairs in her bedroom for almost 2 hours. And as I saw, her music spoke to me somehow. On my right was a wall of photos. On the left was a warrior's wall of wicked swords, not of the bamboo, but of steel, the kind she wanted to use, the sharp and deadly type, raised up above a bookcase filled with books in both languages. As I surveyed them, I thought her choices were unusual. She wasn't reading manga. It was mostly biographies and autobiographies. I moved toward the right side, pulled in by a poster-sized photo of Chiasa, probably around age 13, in a marigold ballerina tutu, wearing gold-toe shoes. She appeared long and slim. She was balancing herself on one leg and standing perfectly straight on the toes of her left foot. Her other leg was raised and bent. Her toe shoe pointed to the inside of her right knee. Her arms were lifted and locked into a graceful position above her head. Her skin was smooth, but more than all that, the pull of the photo was the way she twisted up her lips and screwed up her face at what had to happen less than a second before the photographer snapped the shot. It was as though she wanted the whole world to know that she hated ballet. Her normally powerful, pretty gray eyes were saying,
I don't want to dance, but I'll do it, just to shut you up.
I smiled. Beside the vertical ballerina blow-up was a long rectangular shot of about 180 Japanese people. On first glance, I assumed it was a school photo. On a closer look, it obviously wasn't. There were babies and toddlers and children and teens and mothers and fathers and elders. It was not a casual shot like a family gathered at a reunion or a barbecue. It was more like each of them stiff pose, their clothes crisp and high quality. Someone older resting their hand on someone younger than themselves almost to keep them still and perfect also. It was outdoors with nature as the backdrop. I wondered what the event or purpose of their coming together was and why she had it posted on her wall. As I surveyed it more, there was one thing that was different from everything else. It was Chiasa's little black face floating in a sea of others, quote-unquote. Everyone in the picture was Japanese, but only Chiasa's face was sun-kissed. If she had a smile, it wasn't anywhere to be found in this photo. As I looked at the other pictures she had posted, the feeling in her eyes remained the same. Suddenly the piano playing softened as though she had gone from playing all the keys to playing only a few at the far end of the keyboard, and then just 3 keys and 2 keys and then only 1. I overheard her speaking in her language. Then a man's voice began speaking in Japanese, different from the voice of her grandfather. Then her grandfather and she thanked him repeatedly. I pictured her bowing 2 or 3 times, as they seemed to do at hellos and goodbyes and overdue before teachers and elders. Her front door opened and closed, and she rushed up the stairs, excited.
Are you okay?
She asked. Of course, I responded.
Sorry about that. If I don't do my piano lesson, that's the one thing that'll make my mother show up here. So I do it.
I thought her comment was strange and sad.
It's half an hour until sunset. Should I cook? You didn't even eat the breakfast I made for you.
She frowned dramatically. What's this? I asked her, pointing at the rectangular shot.
Family photo,
She answered, turning suddenly serious. What about your father? I asked cautiously, knowing that it was too personal a question, but seriously wondering how she could have a wall plastered with photos from top to bottom, but no trace of the one she talked about openly, affectionately, and constantly. She walked over and stood facing the photo wall. Then she pointed to a patch of Polaroids.
My father sent this to me on my 8th birthday.
It was a picture of the huge globe she had seated in the center of her room.
This was when he went to Germany.
Then she moved her finger and said,
This was for my 9th birthday.
I moved closer in to where she was standing and looked. It was a red Schwinn bicycle. Then she pointed to another.
And this was for my 10th birthday.
It was a karaoke machine with Chiasa standing in front of it holding a microphone.
That's when he was stationed in Saudi Arabia.
As Chiasa showcased her gifts of all types, she said,
My father promised to give me whatever I asked for each year on my birthday. It's like one wish a year that I always look forward to. There is only one thing I'm not allowed to ask for, and he didn't make up that rule until after I asked for it.
She smiled, a melancholy smile. I just looked at her. I knew she would tell me if she wanted to.
1 month before my 12th birthday, I asked if he could come home on my 12th birthday to celebrate with me. I told him that was all I wanted. He was in Afghanistan. He told me that I'm not allowed to ask for that because he is working and that he is helping so many people around the world, so it's selfish to ask him to stop helping them and come see me. Besides, my father says he will always come home to me at some point each year.
Does he?
Yep. I wait, and eventually, when his work is finished, he comes.
She smiled.
So aren't you wondering what gift he gave me on my 12th birthday instead of coming home?
She turned to me, excited. I didn't look back to her Polaroids. Probably that big piano downstairs, I guessed. She frowned.
No, I hate playing the piano. My mother bought that damn thing. Look.
She stepped in front of the picture she had been blocking. It was a beautiful black mare, standing strong. She's beautiful, I said, staring, and I meant it.
I love riding her. She's at the stables in Nagano. I go there on breaks and holidays when I'm not fighting in tournaments.
I imagined her on that horse galloping through the wide open fields at a high speed. As my mind wandered further, I snatched back the image and refocused. She was up to her 16th birthday now.
That's my bike. You saw it today.
She smiled. No, that's your bike, I said, pointing to her 10-year-old gift, the red Schwinn. This is a mean-ass racing machine for pushing the limits, I told her, while again admiring the electric blue color.
My mother hates my motorcycle, but when I ride it, I feel free,
Chiasa said. I knew what I was doing, collecting information on this girl who had become too close and too necessary to my life in 2.5 days. I was forming a more detailed picture of Chiasa. Like usual, I would take a few hours to think and feel, and then I would decide to trust or move on with my solo style. 17 is coming up. What's your wish? I asked her.
I'm still thinking.
She said.
It might be something that is impossible for Daddy to get me, but he'll like that. He loves a challenge, and he'll say nothing is impossible once he decides on it.
She paused for a minute.
My grandfather says you feel like my father,
She said strangely. I look like him? I asked her.
No, you feel like him.
She said softly.
Anyway, he's in the military, not like a low rank. He can't be photographed, so my pictures of him are held in my heart.
Carefully, I listened. Not a low rank, she had said. Of course not, I thought to myself. He had to be some Secret Service type. Probably he pushed himself up from the bottom, though. No, I refigured. His position was so top secret, even Chiasa didn't know the truth. Or maybe she did. I knew for a fact that regular army guys or even other military types take photos. I had seen plenty, especially in the homes of customers I delivered Uma Designs clothing to. But I didn't ask for an explanation concerning her father. How could I, when I wouldn't answer one personal question about my own father, not to anyone other than Uma and maybe Naja or my wife? Do you plan on working for the military? I asked her.
Definitely not. I'm gonna have my own company. I'm gonna be a mercenary,
She said solemnly. But I didn't know that word, so I didn't comment. I will look it up tonight.
Sun's down.
Chiasa announced. Let's drink some water and split a banana. Then we'll go out for dinner, I told her.
Okay, if you want.
She agreed. Have you ever seen this symbol? I asked her, drawing the symbol for halal foods on a scrap of paper. She looked at it, curiously, paused, and answered.
No, but I had seen this one.
She drew another symbol. Immediately, I recognized it, same as my ring, the one Sensei had gifted to me. She walked away, opened her desk drawer, and placed the same ring on her finger.
I've seen it on you. Now you see mine on me. It is the symbol of the secret society of ninja-trained warriors.
She said softly. Then she added,
Comrade, please take me seriously.
She bowed her head, but not her body. Ibiza was where we ate dinner, a halal restaurant owned by some African Muslims from Senegal. Haki, the Kenyan who I met in Harajuku, put me up on it.
It depends on what you are looking for in terms of atmosphere,
Haki said.
You will find halal foods in Shinjuku, prepared by the Pakistanis, in Shinjuku, prepared by the Indians, in Akikuburu, prepared by the Nigerians or Bangladeshis, or in Ibiza by the Senegalese. Which one do you prefer?
Then he added with a smile,
And I see you are still here. Your one night in Harajuku has turned into two, and this is only the beginning, I am sure.
He joked. The Senegalese, I knew, were similar in presentation to the Sudanese, tall, blacker than black, and regal, strong men. A delegation of Senegalese had visited my father's estate once. While I joined and sat silently watching, I heard them joke of the ways they shared and other ways they differed. One of them boasted that my father was just getting started with a small group of only 3 wives, quote unquote. My father told them that it was his understanding that in Islam, Allah sets limits because it's best for us, quote unquote. He then added, yes, I have only 3 wives, but they are the best 3 women in the world, with more purpose and value than 300. My father's words may have made them curious. However, Muslim male style, that delegation would, for certain, never get to lay eyes on my father's wives. Chiasa had unbraided her hair while she waited for me in Harajuku. Now it was long and thick like rope. She shook it with her fingers and wore it wild. After seeing my reaction to her, quote, school uniform, unquote, and then the thin blouse that she tried to wear out to dinner, she knew to dress modestly. She was chilling now in a sky blue linen dress with matching pants and blue leather sandals. She was not my woman, but I believe that when a man stands side by side with a woman, he is responsible for her in that moment. And if anyone offended her, it would be the same as if they attacked me, because she was with me. So I believe that any woman walking in public or traveling any place outside her home puts all the men at risk if she is immodest and nearly naked. I knew from living in America that for me to think this way was unpopular. But my faith and beliefs, as well as my heart, were all homegrown in the soil, tilled and built on my father, his father, and his father's father. We ate at a restaurant called Terenga. The owner, a tall, dark Senegalese wearing natural locks, greeted me with a welcoming West African smile and embrace of brotherhood. He introduced himself as Billy, a ridiculous name, I thought. I knew, however, that many Muslims and people of any and all faiths in foreign lands give themselves ridiculous English names to make it easy for others to pronounce and remember. Besides, I had not told anyone my name. Of course, in the telling of my true name is the name of my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. So the owner was, quote, Billy, unquote, to me. No problem. The warmth inside and the vibrant music and scent of spices created that feeling that separated Chiasa and me from the fact that we were in Tokyo. In fact, it reminded me that I hadn't heard any real music for 3 days. Now, it was as though we had been transported to Dakar. The walls were all earth tones, and the cooking station formed an aisle, which made 2 sections in the same restaurant. Whatever side you choose, you were unable to see the other. So all the customers gathered to one side, African style. It was as though every customer had arrived at the restaurant in one same group and had known each other for weeks or months or even years. The owner and host, Billy, raised the topics of conversation and invited and stroked and pulled till everyone joined in comfortably like one family. Chiasa was hungry and didn't seem to mind that she was surrounded by about 8 African men. When we arrived, they were speaking in Wolof, the main language of Senegal. It would shift into French at times, but when I ordered our food in English, Billy switched to using English, and then everyone followed.
So, my brother, how long have you been in Tokyo?
Billy asked me loud enough for all. 3 days, I told them.
And already you are losing weight. Welcome to Japan.
All the men laughed.
We will give you an African man's meal, and when you have finished, no matter where you go in Tokyo, you will be banging on Billy's door, and most of the time, Billy will be here, but sometimes Billy go out,
he dramatized in his deep voice, like my southern Sudanese grandfather. They all laughed. I looked around.
Take it easy, brother. We're all friends here. All of us are married men,
He admitted.
but we are all missing our mamas.
They laughed some more as the cooking seasonings thickened in the air and brought about a fragrance that could only fill up the belly. I eased some. They were married, and for me, that is a good thing, I figured.
I figured out that if I didn't cook food for myself, I couldn't survive Japan. Such stingy and tasteless little meals make a big man angry.
He performed, and I saw Chiasa smile. Billy's show continued.
So I call Mama. Mama say,
Come home, son. I cook for you everything.
Billy say, Mama, I send you so much money today for our family. Japan is good for making money, so I stay. Mama say,
My son has to eat good food. I'll send good Senegalese wife to cook for you.
but Billy say no. No, Mama, don't do that.
Now everyone is laughing. Billy turns to me and says,
Senegalese girl is good girl, but Japanese wife no like. In Senegal, woman knows how to share and behave. In Japan, Billy needs Japanese wife for immigration.
He hollered out the word. 2 African male cooks came rushing out from the kitchen, looking startled. Meanwhile, the male waiter came carrying me and Chiasa's meal, still sizzling on one large tray, same way we serve it in Sudan. As the comedy continued, Chiasa and I cleaned our fingers with the steaming hot washcloths we were given. I whispered, over my food and began eating with my right hand from me and Chiasa's one tray, African style. Chiasa looked at my hand and her eyes scanned the other tables. She hesitated. She opened her handbag and pulled out a pair of chopsticks, looked at them, looked around the room, and put them back.
Before Billy married Japanese girl, he had a creep around Tokyo like this.
Billy raised his more than 6-foot frame on his tiptoes and began tiptoeing across his restaurant.
One day back, then I am at apartment with friends. Police come on the block. I said, oh no.
All the African men in the restaurant stopped joking, and their laughs turned to murmurs of disapproval. It seemed all around the world African men all felt the same stab and burn when the word police is spoken. Even more whenever cops come around. Billy continued.
First come police, then come immigration police. Now I am on the fire escape crouching like a tiger. But Japanese immigration is mean and patient. They wait on the block, search on the block for 6 hours. When they finally leave, my legs are so painful I cannot stand. I cannot walk. I tell my Japanese girlfriend, okay, we get married.
Now everyone was laughing again. I didn't know the particular powers of the human mind, but truthfully, my own mind was divided into at least 5 parts. I could hear Billy's performance and see all his dramatic actions. He was in my 5th mind. Meanwhile, I observed Chiasa closely, considering whether or not to bring her all the way into my purpose and mission here in Japan. She was in my fourth mind. Then there was my wife, who sat in the center of my visions and made my heart move and rush and race. She was not a compromise or a convenience. She was not a plaything or an immigration decoy. She was not second to any unmarried woman I know or knew or would ever come to know. Akemi was in my third mind. The method and the fight and how to make it all happen with conflicting information and conflicting interests with a foreign tongue and on foreign land that filled up my second mind. Then there was my Uma, my heart, and my purpose. She's always in my first mind. I needed to contact her to be sure that she was at ease and to put her mind at peace. But I was feeling ashamed of a particular Sudanese kind that I had held Akemi in my arms last night and then let her slip away. But kidnapping and murder are capital crimes. Strategically, I knew, as Sensei had cautioned me, that Akemi needed to leave her father of her own free will, out her own front door, on her own 2 feet, not by climbing a tree, sliding down a black wall, crawling through a thick bush, and leaping into a back alley without any consideration. That would be no good. Billy's booming voice grew extra excited. My fifth mind took over the others and I listened.
In Japan, an African man needs 2 passports. One like this.
Billy pulled his passport from his back pocket.
And
The restaurant door opened, causing Billy to pause. It was 2 Japanese girls coming through, all smiles, carrying groceries. Billy seemed surprised, but he pulled them into the drama.
and my Japanese wife.
He walked over and hugged her. The male customers let out muted laughs and were obviously already familiar with Billy's wife. The 2 Japanese girls bowed to the customers and walked over to the other side of the restaurant and disappeared. Billy continued at half the volume.
If you want to be a part of it, you need 2 passports. If you want to own land in Japan, you need 2 passports. If you want to own a business in Japan, you need 2 passports. This one here,
He said, holding the passport up for all to see.
and that one there.
He pointed toward the room where his wife had walked away. I could tell Chiasa had never tasted Senegalese food, but I could also feel that she was enjoying herself. She was reserved, and aside from her light laughter, she did not say one word to any other person in the room. I thought it was a clever position she was in. No one had to know that she was Japanese or that she spoke Japanese unless she wanted them to. She blended in well with the Africans because she was one. She fit in with the Japanese because she was one. It was also interesting how she knew so much about Tokyo, its customs, its streets, its prefectures, and all. But here was a place minutes from her house that she had never seen with her perfect vision. True, there were 3 flights up on a side street in Ebisu in the Tokyo night, but sometimes, even when you know a lot about a place, there's still much to learn. Billy was easing into his finale. He asked the African men gathered,
My wife here asked me,
Who is more important to you, me or your mother?
so I put the question to you, my brothers. Who is number 1?
All the African men stood. All were 6 feet tall or more. All the African men were as black or blacker than me. All masculine and built sturdy and strong. In one chorus, they all shouted, and then the shouts became a chant, and they jumped, and they danced, and then the shouts became a chant, and then they jumped and danced. Mama, 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 mama. Mama, 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 mama. Of course it's mama. When my mama say to me, "You are a good boy. You look fresh and clean in your jalabia. You have done a good job, son." I smile like this. Billy's smile spread brightly across his face. No woman, nowhere can top that, Bill said, and they all chanted, "Mama," in agreement. The night at Teranga in Ebisu ended with a competitive game of darts. Billy had the waiters push all of the tables on our sides of the wall. As new customers arrived, he had them seated on the opposite side. The dart competition heated up, and each of the 8 African men became deeply serious when they took aim at the bullseye mounted on the far wall. "You are winning because you have a good luck charm," Billy said to me while nodding his head toward Chiasa. "I don't think that's it," I told him solemnly. Chiasa stepped up to the board, pulled loose 5 darts, and stepped all the way back behind the line drawn on the restaurant floor. Without talking or smiling, she fired each of the 5 darts into the bullseye. Amazed, the men cheered for her. Throughout the night, I saw and heard Billy speak 6 different languages: Wolof, French, English, Japanese, Italian, and German. He was a gracious host, a humorous man, and a Senegalese Bay-Fall Muslim. He loved his mama and handled his business and was not anybody's fool. Although I would never allow my wife to be my passport, I didn't look down on him. Speaking 6 languages and sending his money home to his village was worthy of respect. And the way he flowed in his use of the Japanese language got me hyped. I made myself a promise that night. Hiragana, katakana, 3,000 different kanji, whatever. I will learn to speak Japanese fluently with that kind of ease and dexterity. I paid and left with my quote, "lucky charm," end quote. "Chiasa," I said.
"Hi."
She answered with a smile. "Do you believe in God?" I asked, to my own surprise.
I believe in right and wrong,"
she said softly. "Do you believe that you were created?" I asked her. She didn't answer, and we continued walking slowly through the streets of Ebisu toward the station. "Now look at your fingers," I told her. She looked. "Now touch your skin." She lifted her pretty hands to her face and stroked her own cheek. "I believe that Allah created all of this, and these beautiful expressions of Allah cannot be duplicated by any man." We walked silently through the crowds and into the station. On a train, we took the two-seater in the corner situated right by the exit. I'm leaving for Kyoto in the morning, I told her. Both of our eyes were facing forward and not toward one another. You have been helpful to me, and I thank you, for real.
Do you believe in fate?
She suddenly asked.
Like something happened simply because it was supposed to, and nothing that you do could have prevented things from going that way?
It sounds familiar to something that Muslims say. It goes like this. I plan, you plan, we plan, they plan, but Allah is the best of all planners, I shared with her. She smiled and sat back to think on it.
It's funny how life goes, isn't it?
Chiasa asked, speaking to me, but more like she was thinking out loud.
I met you because of my enemy Yuka. I hate that. But I saw you first. I was walking the aisle to get magazines from the flight attendant. You had your sunglasses on indoors. I thought that was funny. When you lifted your hand to adjust them, I saw the ring.
I looked down at the ring Sensei had given to me. I recalled my disappointment with the fact that I had left my gold band, the one symbolizing my marriage to Akemi, on the sink at the Ghazali's. While riding in Mr. Ghazali's taxi to JFK Airport, I wondered if mistakenly leaving my wedding band behind meant anything. I convinced myself, however, that it was a simple mistake, not an omen or a sign. Walking now through the streets of Harajuku, we reached the point where we could separate. I'll walk you home, I told her.
You have to come and get your camera and things, unless you just want me to have them.
She smiled. After gathering my few things from her home and saying my farewell to her grandfather, I eased out of the house slippers she had once again provided and back into my Nikes. She followed me outside and offered,
I'll ride you back on my bicycle.
So I walked you home. Now you ride me back. Then I'll walk you home again, I asked with a laugh. Nah, I'm cool, I told her, then left. 2.5 minutes into my walk back into the hostel, I stopped in the middle of the Harajuku madness, stood beside some Japanese dude dressed like a pirate and 2 others like elves, and asked myself, what are you doing? You have 3 days to find your wife before Nakamura leaves on his Asian tour. Will he take her with him? You have 1 location to check in Kyoto, Akemi's high school, and that's it. Will she go back to school there? You have 4 days before your flight back to New York. Will you return empty-handed? All 5 of my minds began to merge and shook off my doubts that were occurring in my 4th mind about Chiasa. Yes, her father was high up in the American military, and if I f***ed up, there would be great consequences for me. Naoko Nakamura hated Americans, so Chiasa's father and Akemi's father would be natural enemies. Besides, I wouldn't let Chiasa get hurt. I'd just buy her translation and tour guide services, same as I had been doing here in Tokyo. If not Chiasa, then who? I would have to find help down in Kyoto. So why not the girl I already got to know? So what was it? What was holding me back? I questioned myself, then myself fought myself. In order to be completely honest with myself, I focused in only that one question. What is the holdup with you concerning Chiasa? The answer came bursting from my brain. It was something that I had known from the moment I saw her. This girl Chiasa is a pretty, badass, beautiful girl ninja. more than I could have ever cooked up in my imagination. I met her 3 days ago, and the energy is moving too fast. If I could control the energy, at least on my part, we could work together. If not, we couldn't. Under these circumstances, I couldn't allow anyone to distract me from my mission. And my wife is the only one I love, so why spark something else up while I'm trying to get my love back and settled and secured? My mind was putting it together swiftly. Now that I had moved beyond the emotion and the thing that was holding me back, I could shoot straight to the strategy that I was trying to organize in my mind over dinner. 1. I would have Chiasa read Akemi's diary and translate only the names, addresses, and information I needed for the search. We could look up the places beforehand on the map. Maybe there were even some phone numbers in her diary. I could have Chiasa make calls for me while I was in Kyoto, and I could have her sit by the phone and wait for me to call in and give her instructions on what I needed or wanted to ask. That was it. That could work. I was certain now. I did a 180 and headed back to Chiasa's. Before reaching her house, I jumped in the phone booth and called her. There was no answer. It was 10 p.m. Could she have fallen asleep that quick? Or did she go out into the night? Was she out riding her motorcycle and erasing me from her thoughts and feelings? When I opened the door to my room in Harajuku, Chiasa was there, her eyes filled with emotions.
I had an idea,
she said. I interrupted her. I have a couple of things for you to do for me. You're paid until Friday anyway, right?
Right,
she agreed. I'm trusting you, I told her. I walked to my duffel and pulled out the diary. Read this for me. Write down any names of friends or family addresses and telephone numbers you find in here and give them to me. Come back in the morning and translate for me. I have to activate my rail pass for the bullet train. Afterward, I need you to stay by the phone at your room. It's like headquarters. I'll let you know who I'll need you to call and what I need you to say and do, okay? I asked. She smiled.
Akemi's diary, right?
Hi, I told her. She laughed some at my random and limited use of the Japanese language. She sat on my bed and hiked up her legs and laid the diary on top of her knees and began reading. I had meant for her to take it home with her, but she looked like she thought she was home already. I'll be back, I told her and left. For an hour, I spoke to Uma until my phone card burnt out. Naja was excited.
Did you see Akemi?
She had asked me. Of course, I told her confidently.
Was she trying to speak English?
Naja asked coyly. She was speaking English the same as Uma, I answered, and me and Naja had a good laugh because we know that is not at all.
Is she coming back with you?
Naja asked. Of course, I told her, truly believing so.
How was she acting? Was she acting right, or was she acting funny?
Naja asked, curious as usual. Akemi is sweet. She is my wife. Of course she was acting right, I told her. After the call, I walked over to the Harajuku dollar store and picked up a new notebook for Chiasa to place the info in. I was hoping that there was some real info in Akemi's diary to help me locate Akemi swiftly. I was blocking my mind from showing me the images of Akemi's tears, the ones I knew she would have after Iwa or the girl in the pink pumps, probably the same person, gave her a twisted, lying message about something that I never said or did. I knew the sadness that would engulf her at the thoughts that I might not show up in Kyoto. At the same time, I knew that my wife was smart. Purposely, she had placed a yellow bulb in the lamp and left it on overnight at her Roppongi house probably every night. She knew that if I saw that light, I would know that yes, Akemi is near. After all, this was the color of the bulb in the basement at Cho's, where she and I, two virgins, made love. She had left me the right clues once before, and I trusted she would leave a trail once again. I resisted imagining the real-life scenes where her father was forcing her to move from place to place to stay away from me. I would be smart also to have faith that Akemi was my fate and I was hers. When I opened the door to my room, Chiasa's big eyes were tear-filled. When she saw me, her tears spilled. I didn't know what happened. What happened? I asked her.
You're married?
She asked. Yes, I responded. Why are you crying?
What an incredible story,
she said softly, wiping her tears. Any names, addresses, phone numbers? Write them down in here, I told her, tossing a notebook, which landed on the bed right at her feet. She clutched the diary and held it against her breasts as though it were her private truth.
That notebook isn't good enough for this story. I'll meet you back here in the morning,
Chiasa said. What time? I asked her.
I'll be here before sunrise so we can eat and drink together,
she said softly. Why are you fasting, Chiasa? I asked her seriously.
Because it feels like the right thing to do. Because I think you are so cool walking around in Japan doing something that no one else seems to be doing. Not eating or drinking in the Tokyo hot sun. That's amazing to me. That's how I am and I want to become. Unlike anybody else. Completely different.
Oddly, she left out in a hurry. There are over 3 billion Muslims in the world, I thought to myself, and each of them is required to fast for Ramadan, unless they are sickly or traveling. I am not the only one. Thankfully. Chapter 8. The Shinkansen train I was booked on departed at 8 a.m. With the help of Chiasa translating, I handed them my rail pass and was issued an activated ticket that was good for me to travel round trip from Tokyo to Kyoto for an entire week. Chiasa and I parted at the point where all passengers are required to insert a small rectangular ticket into a slot that then opened the turnstile for each paying customer to enter. When I looked back to where she was standing, she was waving non-stop, something I noticed Japanese girls tend to do. First the bowing, then the waving, until they couldn't see you and you could no longer see them. She had held onto Akemi's diary and handed me a note with a few names, places, and addresses translated into English. She also handed me a new stack of index cards to study with phrases she thought would be more helpful for me to know. Some of them were words she thought I should learn and listen for, like, "Don't move, you're under arrest." Her study cards were much better than mine. She included on each of them the Japanese word written first in kanji and in romanji, and on the back she printed the English translation for me. My cards were white, hers were green. She put them in order of the topics and even included the Japanese translation for "I am fasting for Ramadan until sunset. No food or water, please." I cracked up when I shuffled down to the last few cards and seen that she had written and translated out all of their Japanese curse words. It felt good knowing that she would be here in Tokyo on point for me. And although her company for the past few days was good for me, I felt like my regular self moving around alone once again. The comfort, cleanliness, speed, organization, and beauty of the bullet train was something I had grown to expect in Japan. This seemed to be their way of life and atmosphere. I thought to myself that perhaps I was being spoiled here. When I returned to New York, it would be more no good than it had ever been. Hot, dirty, disorganized, disrespectful, and cold at the same time. White gloves over feminine fingers interrupted my thoughts. Well-dressed, humble, and subdued, the train attendant offered me softly,
"Coffee? Green tea? Chocolates? Almonds? Water?"
"No, thank you," I said. The doe I attended pushed away with her tray full of temptations. It was remarkable to watch the Tokyo urban turn to rural, with several shades of green grass of varying heights and incredible trees framing farms and rice fields. My eyes were in constant motion, measuring and memorizing sights, sliding up and down hills and climbing mountains. I was exploring an Asian empire, but more than that, thinking about how versatile and all-powerful Allah is to have created such unique things. Nature, people, culture, languages, and scattered them all over the world. Pulling out my paperback book on Naoko Nakamura, I will use my time to continue reading up on him. I was convinced that he remained in Roppongi, moving back and forth to and from Ginsza in preparation for his Asian tour. The girl with the pink pumps said that he took Akemi in an early morning surprise, quote-unquote. Still, Chiasa had filmed him in Shibuya at 2 p.m. My wife is in Kyoto. I thought to myself, without her father's direct supervision or control. So how did he intend to keep her still and separated from me without her cooperation? As I opened up to the table of contents, my eyes moved across each offering of the detailed information about Nakamura. There were chapters on his early childhood, military training, and education. Under the topic of education, there were separate chapters on his high school and his training at the University of Tokyo. In the university, he must have been involved in everything, because there were separate chapters on his participation in the University of Tokyo debate team, as well as the movement to discontinue English as a core requirement, quote-unquote. He had also created some organization called Defenders of Japan and wrestled on the U of Tokyo wrestling team. I moved beyond all these because I was not interested in politics and couldn't see how learning about his politics could help the matter that I was involved in. As far as him being a wrestler, no problem. It was not worth considering to me. Fortunately, after those chapters and the listings of chapters concerning Nakamura's Yakuza connection, businesses, travels, and influential friends. There was an entire section on his private life. I flipped to page 306 and began reading there. The chapter was called Mysterious Marriage. This mattered to me because Naoko's wife was Akemi's mother, and Akemi was very connected to her and to her memory of her. I was intrigued by the opening lines of the chapter. Naoko Nakamura chose his wife without ever meeting her in person, nor did he do any of the traditional Japanese pre-wedding procedures. Perhaps because his biological father was deceased and he had become estranged from his own mother, he didn't see a need to do so. However, upon further investigation, the marriage of Naoko Nakamura became more and more murky. None of Nakamura's closest relatives, friends, or allies participated in any part of the Nakamura marital ceremony. There were no wedding invitations, nor was any party given an opportunity to offer congratulations or gifts of good fortune. Because Naoko Nakamura, by this time, had become a prominent businessman and political force, as well as a high-profile agitator in Japan, this clandestine wedding was viewed with great suspicion. One source, who asked to remain anonymous, said about Naoko Nakamura's new bride, Shiori Nakamura, appeared out of nowhere like a sudden breeze. Folding back on the top of the page, I closed the book for a minute. That one paragraph got my mind racing. I knew that Akemi's cousin from New Jersey had once said to me that Akemi's mother was Korean, not Japanese. I knew that the name of Akemi's mother was printed in the program that I had gotten from Akemi's art show in Manhattan at the Museum of Modern Art. It was the same program that said that Akemi was a student at Kyoto Girls High. I'm good at remembering both names and faces. I was sure that her mother's name began with the letter J and was simple like Ju. I snatched my JanSport, unzipped it, rifled through my papers, and pulled out the program. Ju Yun Lee. That was the name. And the program also said that Ju Young Lee was a celebrated North Korean author. So who was Shiori Nakamura? Was she a first wife? Were there some other brothers and sisters that Akemi had that I didn't know about, and that she didn't mention, and that no one in her family had mentioned? Not knowing the Japanese culture and beliefs, I was at a loss for answers about my wife's family. So I picked up the book and read on. Shiori Nakamura appeared out of nowhere like a sudden breeze. As an investigative author, I was certain that each human life has to define history. I was determined to uncover the truth about the cold and calculating nemesis of America and American expansion. After several attempts to interview Naoko Nakamura's relatives failed, I attempted to interview his closest friends, acquaintances, and business associates. When these avenues were also closed, with each of them refusing to meet to discuss in person or over the phone any aspect of Naoko Nakamura's life, I turned to pursuing the truth by way of interviewing Naoko Nakamura's enemies and disgruntled underlings. The following chapter represents the documented conclusions of 7 years of tireless research and travel. Naoko Nakamura, a die-hard nationalist whose life efforts were toward building a self-sufficient, financially and politically independent Japan, free from American occupation and American military air bases and control, as well as a Japan with its own sovereignty, protected by its own well-trained and military-equipped army, was having difficulty convincing top Japanese business elites of his credibility and furthermore bankability. Existing major Japanese corporations and their CEOs and executives were already in both formal and informal financial working relationships and alliances with American corporations. Even some of the most conservative Japanese corporations were in secret subcontracting and consulting relationships, quote-unquote, with American consultants, experts, managers, and companies. Japanese corporate giants and executives did not trust that Naoko's philosophy and method of independence, quote-unquote, along with the elimination of the American corporate presence and inroads into Japan's economy, would be fruitful. Nakamura therefore began covertly courting business alliances and contracts with former enemies of Japan like China and North Korea. Under his new motto and banner of Asian Solidarity, Nakamura formed a Pan-Asian corporation rumored as having been funded in part by monies obtained through his Yakuza connection. In the process of promoting his newly formed corporation's business, he traveled throughout the Asian continent representing himself not as the staunch Japanese-only pro-Japanese military guy, but with a new face of the Asian-friendly business tycoon who wanted to help all Asian countries to distance themselves from dependence on and domination by America and American businesses. Naoko won big by brokering an exclusive car manufacturing deal with the government of Thailand, which gave Toyota the exclusive right to design cars for Thai citizens' purchase. The Thai government gave Toyota, through a deal brokered by Nakamura, unfair trade advantages and in turn taxed American manufactured cars at the rate of 300%. Making the American vehicles unaffordable to the people of Thailand. As the nation of Thailand moved from bicycles to motorbikes and motorcycles to tut-tuts to cars, Naoko Nakamura's Pan-Asian Corporation won big confidence in the Asian business region, big benefits, incentives, and great wealth. It was this deal that won Naoko Nakamura acceptance by influential CEOs who then began to trust Nakamura at least as a broker of lucrative deals. It was in North Korea, however, that Naoko Nakamura discovered his wife-to-be, Ju Yun Lee. I put the book down, thankful that the author was about to get to the point. I was interested in the whole business building thing, though. I thought there was a real simple way for the author to break it down, if he really wanted the reader to understand it. Naoko wanted to make paper in his country and use his power to protect his nation and people and family. He wanted America to get the f*** out, so he and his crew could be the heavyweights on the block. He wanted the old boys who have been running things to team up with him and run the enemy out. That's how I understood it. I did have to, however, look up some words up in my dictionary. They were clandestine, nationalist, conservative, sovereignty, covertly, staunch, and broker. I looked them up, wrote the definitions down in my notebook, and continued reading about my wife's parents. Ju Young Lee was the daughter of a North Korean government official who controlled printing and the North Korean propaganda machine. His business was printing North Korean-approved books, manuals, and pamphlets for the North Korean educational system. However, his reputation was tarnished when his wife suddenly defected to South Korea, leaving behind 2 daughters, one of whom was 14-year-old Jun Yun Lee. Jun Yun was a fan of great books and authors from all around the world. She led a sheltered life in a protected environment. Her best friends were books that her father kept hidden and locked in the basement of his home,
as part of a private secret collection of world literature. It is believed that the influence of these books spurred Ju Yun to take the uncommon and bold step in a communist country of becoming a quote-unquote free thinker. She wrote her first book, which was more of a pamphlet, at age 14. It was titled Omani, which simply means mother in the Korean language. Using her father's private printing equipment, she and her best friend printed out the pamphlets and had them secretly circulated and distributed. The well-written, scholarly 10-page anonymous letter printed in the pamphlet caught on like wildfire. Some say it was because of the political argument that Ju Young raised in her writing as she spoke to her anonymous mother about freedom, family, and national loyalty, all being the same concept. Others say the pamphlets became popular because they were forbidden fruits, quote-unquote. However, the most compelling reason for the popularity of the pamphlet among North Koreans, young and old, male and female, military and civilian, was the provocative picture of a young, perhaps 14-year-old naked Korean girl on the cover, lying on the floor in the fetal position, with her newly blossomed breasts and curves and the full flow of long, straight-back hair concealing her face. Omani was only the first of Ju Yun's famed underground writings, all following the same format of politically charged, passionate, and scholarly arguments, enclosed in a cover displaying an attractive young teen, a long-haired girl, naked and faceless, striking a highly seductive pose. A pamphlet entitled One Womb, Ju Yun's 12th publication, is rumored to have landed in Naoko Nakamura's far-reaching hands and moved him so passionately that he had to have the then 15-year-old anonymous girl for his own. In this, her final political pamphlet, while living in North Korea, Ju Yun wrote and argued passionately that North and South Korea are born of the same womb, sisters of the same mother. She used the metaphor of two sisters bound by blood and love and life, who got into a heated argument. One sister got married to an outsider, an American, and allowed the outsider to prevent the sisters from ever forgiving each other or making amends. The two sisters therefore became strangers to one another, forsaking their true blood relationship, and one of them bonding only with the stranger instead. Ju Yun argued heatedly that no matter what, despite all arguments and disagreements, the depth of the sisters' relationship and sisters' destiny will forever be entangled and intertwined and inseparable because they share the same blood, the same language, and the same culture, and because they emerged from the same womb. She argued convincingly that North Korea and South Korea, on close inspection, also share the same enemy. Ju Young accused the American stranger of augmenting a hatred between sisters and pursuing the complete isolation and elimination of one sister, namely North Korea. It is the photo of the cover of One Womb that caused the rage, however, and led the free anonymous underground pamphlet to triple its printing. The attractive teen on the cover was photographed naked and sitting with her legs opened on the edge of a simple wooden chair. The young girl's head was down, disguising her face. In Ju Young's signature style, her long hair was hanging from her head and flowing down, finally intermingling and resting on her. Naoko Nakamura, according to an undisclosed source, paid 1 million yen, $100,000, to a North Korean agent to identify the girl on the cover. He then paid 1 million yen to another North Korean man to capture her. 15-year-old Ju Young Lee arrived in Osaka, Japan, by sea on the dark waters of the dark night. No source has confirmed or documented what happened between Naoko Nakamura and Ju Young Lee once she arrived in Japan. However, on her 16th birthday, Naoko Nakamura married her at his Kyoto home. 16 is the legal age for females to marry in Japan. On Ju Young Lee's first public sitting, she was presented by Naoko Nakamura as his new wife, a 16-year-old Japanese bride whom he introduced as Shiori Nakamura. Months later, the couple announced the birth of the daughter who would be their only child, Akemi Nakamura, born at midnight at their Kyoto home on December 31st, 1970. Perhaps her entrance into the world was clouded by the Japanese New Year celebration, which is the most important holiday of their year. It marked a new beginning for the couple, as well as ushering in the financial high point of the Pan-Asian Corporation. Both of my sources of the above information were murdered in Japan on separate dates and in separate places and by different means. Both of my sources' murders remain unsolved. This information, therefore, cannot be corroborated at the time of this book's publication. However, as an author, I testify to these facts, which I obtained against a wall of cultural silence, and as an outsider, a gaijin. My written and secretly recorded interviews with both of my sources for the above information remain secured at the time of publishing. The first publishing makes those interviews a matter of record. Mind-blowing. That's how I felt about the unauthorized biography Never Surrender. I looked up the words nemesis in my English dictionary and gaijin in my Japanese dictionary. The new words I was learning danced around in my head. Captured at 15. In 1 month of her 15th year captured, she was still in North Korea when she published her last pamphlet at 15, the book said. It had to take some time for it to be distributed, read, and discussed, and for Nakamura to get hold of it as well. Then she was captured and brought to Japan, but not married until 16. Did he who's knew before their wedding? Ju Young gave birth to my wife Akemi months later. How many months later? I asked myself. Murder, I thought to myself. Men will murder to protect their land, women, beliefs, and profits. However, Nakamura was not an honorable man. He wasn't driven by any true beliefs. He believed only in himself and what he wanted at the moment. He took by force what should never be taken by force. A woman's heart and a woman's body. He was so far from the truth that he would not even allow his wife to keep her name. Why? In the Sudan, a woman will always keep her name. The name of her father and the name of her father's father. We are a country of fathers. We are all traced through our fathers, and no one will think of taking that away from a woman. Even after a Sudanese woman's marriage, she is still identified through her father. I began considering, what are the consequences in a nation of fathers when a person has a father who is corrupt, without faith or boundaries or limits? Then my mind returned to murder. The author's 2 sources were both eliminated. Pushing the puzzle pieces around, I figured that these were the same 2 guys that Nakamura paid the money to get his hands on Ju Young. He made agreements with them, signed them, and paid out the proper sums. Then he murked them. I was realizing this was his style. He comes in the form of business. He makes agreements as though his word is bond. Like any true man's word is bond. Then he doubles back and betrays his own word and signature and agreement the same way he did when he signed the marriage papers for Akemi and me. He gave his word, printed his word, and then doubled back and kidnapped his daughter the same way that he had kidnapped his wife. Deceitful motherfucker! I thought to myself. Then I breathed some to erase my anger. Returning to the few remaining pages of the chapter titled Mysterious Marriage, I continued to read on. Ju Young Lee's, or Shiori Nakamura's, loyalty to her husband Naoko Nakamura was solid and impeccable. During their first year of marriage and her pregnancy, she was seen only at selected high-profile social gatherings with her husband, where she was reportedly joyful, polite, alluring, and silent aside from introductions, greetings, and small niceties. Readers and fans of her anonymous free pamphlets were not given any new writings from Ju Young until 5 years later. Her new pamphlets, published as small, thin, soft-cover books, were not anonymous and were not free. They were written, published, and advertised and sold under the name Shiori Nakamura. After a careful and thorough analysis of the writing style, the word usage and placement, the passion and the philosophy driving the work, England's famed historian Robert Barringer concluded that Shiori Nakamura's books and the underground North Korean pamphlets do indeed share the same author, with an acknowledgement of an identifiable maturing as well as philosophical and intellectual growth. Shiori Nakamura, the author, debuted as a young Japanese mother, convincing other mothers who read her letters, stories, and poems that women are the key to national security. She argued that if new mothers raised their children with an unreversed, unconventional love and emotion, a new and a more compassionate generation would emerge and seize the reins of power. A more compassionate, loving, loved child will put forth a more compassionate philosophy, politics, and policy, thus saving nations from war and death and hunger and disease and chaos. She taught that only this new philosophy would save Japanese mothers from depression. Shiori's writings elevated the abnormality, conservative, and servile posture of the traditional Japanese woman. She issued controversial writings that were broadly discussed and debated. She emphasized the more balanced, well-learned, and peaceful global community. She delivered a best-selling manual called How to Raise Strong, Feminine, Knowledgeable Daughters. When she was not writing or offering her annual reading, she was an at-home wife and mother completely dedicated to the raising of her one child, reportedly in the manner which she described in her work. Naoko Nakamura allowed her. Extremely clever, he knew well how to make maximum use out of each piece and person in his kingdom. He believed that his wife's philosophy was not in conflict with his quote-unquote Pan-Asian philosophical face, from which he benefited financially over many years. Shiori Nakamura would read her work publicly only once a year. She appeared demure and lovely, speaking well-polished and perfect Japanese. She refused all interviews, nor would she answer questions. Shiori Nakamura died tragically, young at the age of 28 from brain cancer. This author sympathetically submits that it must have been difficult and debilitating for her to live a life of secrets, particularly a secret identity which may have complicated her health in the end. Her daughter, Akemi Nakamura, is noted throughout Japan as a young artistic genius to watch out for. Below is Ju Young Lee's last poem, which offers subtle hints of her evolution and beliefs and secrets and sorrows and joys. The young North Korean woman, having emerged from a communist country, makes overtures to God and Sufi-like implications and pays homage to life and love. The first and only slight disagreement with her husband is hinted at here in the line she penned. Perhaps Ju Young saw her life's end approaching.
Hananim. People who love are different from everybody else. People who feel are more fortunate than all. Rich men who buy and grab up things are just moving them around. They have bought these things with money, which they can never own. A mother with life in the womb is the one who is truly wealthy. A newborn in the arms is beyond oil in one palm and pure gold in the other. Father says that there is no God, so that I might worship him. But something is moving in the atmosphere, not for viewing, but for sensing and being changed by. That I can feel. I am certain. My first love was the sky. Who created that? My second love was my mother's eyes that revealed a reflection of me. My father had a house of great beauty built for us all. But who created the mind, the memory, and the imagination? I sit in the soil surrounded with no walls just to talk to that one, even without words. Diamonds are lovely, but sound is lovelier. Roller coasters are thrilling. My zero is clothed in my is more. Why turn on the lights when we can lie under the glare of the moon? Why listen to the call for war when we can make love? He wants revolution, but I want passion revolving in my soul. A man invented the fan, but who created the wind and caressed it into a breeze, then covered it into a storm? A cloud holds the water, yet both clouds and water were created. Impress me not with castles, cars, or clothes. I'd rather meet the maker of rain, but would be content with simply being showered while lying in the grass, facing a darkened sky pregnant with thunder and leaking lightning. My husband asks me, "Do you love me?" So gently I answer him, "I love the creator of life. This is why I can love you." Yet everywhere that I can see and feel a trace of the creator, the light of life, there is so much love in it for me.
By Ju Young Lee. The poem, I read it 5 times over. When I read the last words for the 5th time, I felt a new love born within myself for my wife's mother, and even a deeper love and understanding of my wife as well. Ju Young Lee showed me the parts that make up the soul of Akemi, and the reason that Akemi was capable of such deep love for me. I could see now why and how Akemi was at ease with my faith and so captivated by my Uma, my beautiful Uma, who has a soul similar to Ju Young's resting in her bosom. True, their methods and manners are extremely different, yet their intent and their meaning was beginning to feel the same, the very same to me. Chapter 9. "3 hours passed in 30 minutes, it seemed,"
Next stop, Kyoto.
the soft voice announced in Japanese and in English. When I looked up and through my window, the images that we were now moving past were not what I imagined they would be. As the train slowed to a halt, my first impression was that Kyoto was a place of dull metals and grayness. I was certain, however, that it would get better. It would become comparable to my wife and suitable to her artistic eyes. It had to. When I stepped off at Kyoto Station, it was almost noon. I threw my backpack and belongings into 2 secure lockers, dropped in the coins, and searched for a phone. Chiasa answered with a sleepy voice. "Wake up, you're on the payroll," was my greeting.
You sound excited.
She said.
You got there safely, I see.
What did you expect? You got all the info?
About 1 hour more and I'll have it all completed,
She said, making her voice sound more alert.
I know it's just about the data, but her diary is really emotional, and it pulled me into a secret world that was amazing and unfamiliar. I felt myself...
She paused, then never finished her sentence. I filled the silence with my new requests. "I got a couple more things for you to look into."
Tell me,
She said sweetly, like any request was no problem for her. "Go to the bookstore and look up an author named Shiori Nakamura and buy all the books," I said.
all of them?
She repeated. "Yeah, and while you're there, check out one more author. He's an American." I flipped the softcover biography around. "His name is Seth Arrington,"
Got it.
she said.
Stay out the direct sunlight, 'cause it's hotter down there in the south where you are. Call me later. I'll have everything ready.
I hung up. Walking through and out of Kyoto Station was like a stroll through Pastry Lane. There was a glut of bakeries displaying cakes decorated with fresh fruit slices, all assembled in intricate designs. Some of the Japanese fruits I couldn't recognize. There were also shops with only fresh-baked cookies and some with fresh-baked breads. The smell of maple syrup seeped into the air and led to a couple of waffle stands. Lines were forming and customers were dipping fresh-baked small waffle slices into the syrup. I kept it moving. "Kyoto Women's College," I said to the bus attendant in the booth. He gave me the bus number using only his fingers. There was not an airport limousine quote-unquote experience. It was smaller, and the seats were positioned in an arrangement different than I had ever seen on public transportation. It was clean and organized. The driver was polite without words. I dropped my exact change in and tried not to stand out as the tallest, only black African man or person on board, or in sight, or even visible, walking on the streets. The people didn't stare. Most of them didn't even look, glance, or peek. It was almost like I was invisible. The elders sat up front. The middle-aged adults sat and stood in the middle. The teens and college kids sat and stood in the raised section where the seats were up a few steps and raised up high. The ride was completely silent. The Kyoto kids were more laid back than the Tokyo cliques. There was no Harajuku crew sporting strange costumes, nor were there any high-fashion types or naked females or freaks. Some passengers were reading. Others were nodding or sleeping. School kids were studying. The vibe was calm and ordinary. The names of the upcoming bus stops were displayed on a digital screen in Japanese and then in English. After a minute, the scenery shifted and rows of beautiful trees and flowers and plants began to emerge. The town seemed old and special. Most of the shops were small and made of wood. I stood looking through the bus windows, especially when the bus would stop and lose some passengers as well as pick others up. My stop was coming up. As I got off, surprisingly, most of the passengers unloaded with me. Now we were all facing what turned out to be a temple. Many of the elderly people entered. I was still at first. I had never seen a real temple in person before. It was wide and mysterious. The architecture was attractive and appeared ancient. I could smell incense burning, yet the place was designed so that you really had to go inside to discover whatever they had happening. You could not tell from the outside what the experience would be like. I was definitely curious, but I let it go and turned 60 degrees instead. The street sign read Shichi Johodori. It was not the easiest to remember, but I would remember. Now I was facing what seemed like a long museum situated across the street. It extended over and down a few blocks. When I turned directly to my right, I could see the sign for Kyoto's Women's College and the arrow pointed uphill. I began walking in that direction. The college was on a street named Higashiya Maschichiyo. What the f***? Oddly, Akemi's high school was on the same campus with the college. I had learned that from the Mohr pamphlet and checked it out on my map of Kyoto. I planned to go to her high school and sit outside until the bell rang and classes were dismissed for the day. Then I would just wait and see if she simply came walking out. Once I crossed the street, I looked toward the sky. It was so bright, the white so intense, the blue so clear, the sun so orange that none of it could be taken on directly. The power of that sky pushed back and forced all eyes to bend and turn away. As I began climbing the hills, which were framed by mountains piled up way off in the distance, I had to smile at this scene. A succession of hills being climbed up and down by females of varied ages, dressed mostly in miniskirts and matching school uniforms. Only a handful rocking individual style and clothing. Hundreds of female students all on an incline, beginning with toddlers in short pants and pressed shirts, all 50 of them with the same short hair, wearing yellow hats, being led on a walk by 2 female teachers in front and 2 female teachers in the rear, all carrying raised umbrellas where there was not even a drop of rain. There were slightly older schoolgirls playing in an enclosed yard. There were junior high school girls shielded behind a black iron gate, each plank crafted like a spear, sharpened on top and pointing toward the sky. You could see in, they could see out, but you could not get into where they were. Further uphill, there was the Kyoto Girls' High School with the locked entrance and elaborate intercom system with steel buttons, a steel box, and steel speakers. Immediately across from it was the Kyoto Women's College, all its entrances flung open. Girls 17, 18, and 19 pouring in and out, dressed how they wanted to do it seemed. I had reached the top. So far, I had not run into any police, but now I could see the security booths situated in front of the high school, but behind their gate and off to the side. The same kind of security booth was at the opened entrance of the college as well. They were little brick stations in the shape of an octagon, with uniformed elderly men stationed inside. The only other men I saw moving in the midst of the girls were working men driving trucks, making deliveries, doing gardening and ground maintenance, as well as driving the campus shuttle. Other than that, it was girls, girls, girls. There was a sitting place made of huge black rocks right between the high school and the college. I headed over and leaned there, watching and waiting. A few young Japanese work guys in wide-legged pants with drawstring waists, t-shirts on top, and heads wrapped in a white towel or in a bandana sat at the top of the rocks, some reading manga, smoking cigarettes one after the other, and watching girls go by. Lunch break at one of the 25 businesses that ran up on one side of the hills. On the other side was where the girls' school, buildings, fields, and gates stood. Lucky sisters, I thought to myself. Could I imagine 5 or 10 Brooklyn dudes from my block working in a world of only girls with big feline eyes and hiked-up skirts and bare legs? The old 60 and 70-year-old uniformed security guards seemed in good shape, but standing in their brick booths, they would represent no threat at all. Brooklyn would run through, snatching up everything. Nakamura had it all figured out, he thought, raising a talented, intelligent, beautiful, and rich daughter in an almost exclusively female environment. Being a member of the college board, as it said in the Mohr pamphlet, he probably intended for Akemi to graduate from the all-girls Kyoto High School and walk 20 feet away into the all-girls Kyoto Women's College. Believe me, I understood, and I understand. We sent Naja to an all-girls Islamic school for the past 3 years, and she was only 7 now. And I intend, and have always intended, for her to remain in an all-Islamic school of girls until she either graduated or married. Nakamura's mistake, I reflected, was allowing his teenage daughter to travel alone 7,000 miles to New York City. He must have felt confident because he had 2 or 3 stepbrothers living there, and he was even more confident because he had raised her right, quote-unquote. I plan and we plan and they plan was all I could think to say to myself, but Allah is the best of all planners. It seemed that Allah brought Akemi and me together, perhaps for his own reasons, which no human has the means to know. I had written to Nakamura of my intention, desire, and plan to marry his daughter. I included the documents required since we were young and parental signatures were necessary. He signed the documents and impressed his seal confirming it. I married Akemi after she handed those documents to me. Those signed documents and the life of Akemi Nakamura went from his hand to mine. Now he wanted to dishonor me with a take-back. But marriage cannot be taken back, and my name and could never be erased. By 3 o'clock, hundreds of females poured down from the hilltops and flowed in a thick and steady wave passing me by. I must have looked like a fool, my eyes searching through and into and beside and beyond what appeared now to be thousands of girls with black hair and Japanese eyes and legs made shapely from walking and climbing all these hills daily. I did not see my wife. I wasn't 100% sure that I had not missed her, though perhaps looking right when she went left or straight by the time she was already moving behind me. But if she had been part of this massive crowd, she would have seen me, right? I asked myself. Then there was a possibility that she was not one of the walkers. Perhaps she was in one of the private red luxury line buses, labeled Princess Line. Herds of females boarded the bright, sparkling vehicles lined one after the other. 7 strong, moving slowly down the hills and off the campus. My eye scanned each window as the buses inched by. But my wife was not there either. I had an hour and a half before I needed to head to a spot oddly named Tamisa New York-style yoga. There were 2 places that Akemi had identified as relaxing places that she went when she was feeling real emotional. Akemi had written that the Japanese don't like to burden one another with their emotions. To express them is considered selfish as well as a personal weakness. Akemi wrote that she found it difficult to restrain her emotions, so she separated herself when she felt them coming on strong. She would go to a special area of Kyoto, Arashiyama, and walk alone there, or to yoga class to release and soothe her soul. Chiasa had told me this afternoon, my morning prayer, and during our breakfast before sunrise. In fact, Chiasa wanted to give me detailed descriptions of Akemi's written thoughts and words and feelings. But over breakfast of orange slices, boiled eggs, and soup, I told Chiasa that all I wanted was the list of names and addresses of my wife's friends and family members. The truth is, I didn't want to invade my wife's private thoughts, feelings, and writings. If I could use the names, addresses, and telephone numbers that Akemi mentioned in her diary to locate her, she could express all her emotions and thoughts directly to me in her own way. Moving downhill, when I eased off the campus completely, I found myself facing what looked like an art gallery. As I walked all the way around the building to the entrance, I discovered that it was a 3-story hotel. In fact, it was a Hyatt hotel, an American brand. As I looked around, I thought, American-owned, Japanese style. Before approaching the uniformed women who were stationed outside the main lobby, I put on my sunglasses. The women were petite and dressed similarly to Japanese flight attendants and customs workers. They wore tight blue skirts with matching jackets and pretty silk scarves around their necks. They wore standard business pumps on their feet, not too cheap, not too stylish. They stood welcoming customers and signaling taxis. "Konnichiwa," I greeted them.
Checking in?
One of the ladies asked in English. "Maybe," I responded.
All inquiries at the front desk.
She pointed aside. I walked in to one of the 5 desk clerks.
Reservation?
The suited Japanese man asked me, getting right to it. "Not yet." "What's the nightly rate?" I asked.
You need a reservation?
Okay. What's the rate? I asked again.
We are completely booked,
he said, his voice soft, unlike a man's, and his manner polite. But somehow, I still felt like he was insulting me. No problem, I told him. I turned and crossed the spacious lobby floor where people sat silently on plush, fashionable furniture. The ceilings were high and decorated by intricate woodwork instead of paint. Pansy flowers were arranged in clay vases throughout the lobby. A dining room area was open and framed by a wall of windows from floor to ceiling. Diners could see the display of nature, a rock garden and flowing fountain while enjoying a meal. I could tell it was too expensive to stay here, not like the short list of Kyoto hostels I held in my pocket. As I approached the concierge station, I organized my inquiry so I wouldn't seem suspicious. I needed to find a way of asking, where is the rich area of Kyoto located? I didn't have an address for Akemi's home, but I was sure she lived in the wealthiest neighborhood. I reminded myself that even though the Hyatt had an all-Japanese staff, it was an American hotel, and everyone would be required to speak English comfortably. Konnichiwa, I said, laying my American passport on the concierge's counter.
Konnichiwa. May I help you?
She asked softly, with an eager smile. Yes. I removed my sunglasses to place her at ease. I would like to visit the best neighborhoods in Kyoto. Can you help me with that? I asked her.
Yes, of course.
She agreed rapidly.
What are you most interested in? Temples, nature, architecture, museums, foods, fabrics, or would you like to visit the traditional area of the geisha and Maiko?
Architecture, I said smoothly. I like to tour the best-built homes and neighborhoods. She walked from behind the counter to a pamphlet stand. I followed. She reached in and pulled out a map. She handed one to me and returned to her station. With a red pen, she checked the most interesting, traditional, and upscale neighborhoods, and even offered the exact public bus information after I declined joining the private group tours that they had leaving from the hotel the following morning. Then she added,
I think, however, that the most wonderful homes are hidden in the mountains. The nature that surrounds those places makes them the most beautiful.
Are those areas open to the public? I questioned.
Of course you can travel up to the mountain. We have tons of tours of selected mountain areas, but you cannot tour the private homes in the same way that you would tour the sacred temples. We have a cable car that will also carry you over the mountains, and the view is most lovely.
What about these mountains that sit directly behind the college? I pointed.
Which ones?
She asked.
Each of them is different.
Voluntarily, she came from around her counter and led me on the walk outside the hotel lobby.
Those are called the Heisen Mountains. You can tour them. The other one next to it is privately owned.
Privately owned? I repeated incredulously. Someone can own a mountain in Japan? I asked, genuinely shocked at the idea.
Yes.
She laughed a bit.
Not often, but it does happen. In this case, it's a very famous Japanese actor who owns that one. He is retired now and having insaye.
What is that? I followed up. She smiled.
Well, in Japanese, it means secret life. It happens when a powerful person retires early because of great success in his business, but continues controlling and even managing events quietly and from afar, unknown to most.
She placed a finger over her lips. I thought to myself, Japanese people seem to love the words hide, hidden, secret, invisible, and apparently they also loved secret lifestyles.
Well, you can't visit his mountain or the one beside it. That one there
She pointed.
is owned by Naoko Nakamura. He?
Then her words trailed off, and I could no longer hear them. At 4:45 p.m., I sat in a small, smoky cafe in the corner by the window where I could lean up and watch or lean back and be shielded by the wall. It was next door to the Tamisa, New York-style yoga dojo. I waited for my wife to appear, believing that if she found peace and ease and comfort here, she surely would show up. I watched for expensive cars pulling up and for limos. I imagined that she might be driven by a driver who was instructed to deliver her to the front door of the yoga dojo and to pick her up immediately afterward. Or she might be casually accompanied by a, quote, friend, unquote, who will report back to her father the same way Pink Pumps or Iowa Akita did. Akemi had been stripped of her marriage, money, and mobility by a mogul who owned a mountain and only Allah knows what else. Empty-handed, after clocking arriving cars and all yoga student faces and waiting for an hour, even after students stopped arriving, I left. I grabbed a taxi and said one word to the driver, Arashiyama. I knew it was a long shot, but maybe not. I had no idea where I was going or where I should look. Yet, I didn't like the idea of my wife strolling around, possibly alone, in some public place, looking for peace and privacy and filled with heavy emotions. The beautiful waterfall in Arashiyama reminded me of Akemi. As I stepped out of the taxi at the edge of a river, I understood why she would come here for peace. She was like the river, and ever since I'd met her, there had been water beneath my feet. The Arashiyama area was on the water, with wide open spaces, nature, mountains, and sky. It was not crowded. In fact, it seemed that as I arrived, many groups were leaving on tour buses. Surprisingly, there were not foreign visitors from America and Europe or Africa or Australia. There were Japanese people touring their own sights and land. Seated at the side of the river, watching the waterfall, were local people, mothers and daughters and sons, patiently playing, picnicking, and admiring. A few fathers were off strolling on the boardwalk. The mothers had the comfort of locals as their 1 and 2 years young wandered toward and close to the edge of the water playfully, unafraid, as only people familiar with a place could be. I could see their small houses nestled at riverside. They were the kinds of houses that people blessed with awesome surroundings could be happy living in because their real home was outdoors, just like in my southern Sudanese grandfather's village. Some women wore yukatas, the summer version of the kimono. The colors were striking and the wide sleeves stylish and sensual. Their faces were natural, though, which was pretty to me. There wasn't a trace of that white powder that I had seen smeared all over the faces in drawings of the traditional geisha. I thought that white geisha makeup and those drawn-on little red lips were the definition of ugly. The sun was no longer at full power, yet it still spread light. I knew it would set a half an hour or more after the early sunset times in Tokyo just by looking at its current position in the sky. I was cool with that. I had to erase the sunset and get a look around. I crossed over a small footbridge, which led to a series of craft shops. They were for tourists, I figured, so I kept going. I reached a small inlet where a man sat silently on a modest, narrow boat. 1 or 2 pushes of his paddle and he would be thrust out into the body of the main river. Soon I reached a wooded area, although I could still hear the water gushing and pushing and streaming. I was drawn to a series of stairs that seemed to create a path through and up into the woods. Yet the stairs went on forever, as though when you reached the top, you could even touch a cloud. No one was around. I thought maybe my wife would go where no one else was going. I thought she might be in those woods with her easel and brushes and pencils and paints, so I went. The wide cement stairs were not a straight walk up. Every 20 or so steps, the stairs would switch direction, as though they were placed by someone with a wicked sense of humor. I climbed. Suddenly, the wide cement stairs narrowed, and soon there were only stairs made of logs. Even though I was climbing high towards the sky, there were no protective barriers to keep a walker from falling down below. Soon the set of narrow wooden stairs turned to stairs made from mud and stones. As I advanced, I was still surrounded by beautiful trees of every color, as though it were autumn, not spring. There was a breeze within the woods. As I peered between plants and branches and trees, I didn't see her or anyone else for that matter. There were directional signs, but they were all written in kanji. There were a few wooden stands lodged into the soil pamphlet dispensers. I assumed that normally they would offer a map of this specific area for the lost or translations for foreigners, but there were no more pamphlets left anywhere. After climbing 40 sets of stairs with 20 steps a set on the 800th stair, I reached the pavilion of a small mountain. As I looked around, happy to see a clearing, there was no one up there except me and about 30 medium-sized monkeys. Instantly, I threw my hands up to guard my face, recalling how baboons would swing down suddenly and attack uninvited guests for play. But these weren't baboons, and they didn't attack. In fact, they glanced at me like, "What the f*** are you looking at?" I smiled and withdrew my guard. They were 10 long-haired monkeys with red faces and funny fingers. They had mouth pockets where they were obviously storing food for themselves and their little ones. As I checked out their details, I could distinguish the males from the females. The male ones had 2 long and sharp canine teeth. Some of the mothers lay flat on their backs with the little ones arranged on their bellies. Some were swinging, some picking insects out of the next one's coat, some eating, some just chilling and grabbing and pulling and playing with their groins. A group of them were dropping shit from their red-colored sad like chestnuts. As I looked back, I could see now how there were monkeys in trees that I had already walked past. If this had been the ghetto, I would have gotten got. I just had not seen them camouflaged there. Brown fur on brown branches. Still, I knew there was no excuse for my oversight. Although I felt slack for missing them, I respected them damn monkeys for being so easy that they could actually go undetected by the unpredictable predator, the human. I walked toward the edge and looked down over Kyoto. It was amazing to see the town from the sky down. A kaleidoscope of treetops and hundreds of houses and rooftops, not situated on flat land, but riddled through the hills and hidden in the valleys and surrounding the waters, all different shapes and sizes and colors. Amazed, I took a deep breath, then turned my face toward the bluing sky. Akemi, where are you? It took me 3/4 less time to get down those steps than it did to climb up. I rushed across the same footbridge that brought me over and asked the vendor, "Do you have a map of Arashiyama?" After answering my evening greeting, he answered one word, "Closed." Then he pulled out a worn map of Arashiyama from his own pocket.
You are here,
He said in a way that let me know he didn't know many other English words to use. He circled the location where he and I were both standing, although it had been circled a few times already, and said, "Monkey Park." I had to laugh at myself. I had been searching for my wife unknowingly in a monkey forest. I made my prayer by the water at dusk. Before I closed my eyes, the sky was light gray. The sun was orange. The moon was white. When I opened my eyes, the sky was black. The sun had escaped. The moon was yellow. Using my new phone card, I called Chiasa to check her. Instead of my on-point sentinel, my lucky charm, the one who had my wife's diary and all the information completed by now, I reached a recording.
Ryoshi, wait for me. I'm coming. Meet me at the station at 7 p.m. Don't eat without me,
She said in English, and then her voicemail began speaking in Japanese, I presume for all other callers. I put the phone down. I should have known that Chiasa would follow me even though I told her to remain in Tokyo. I had thought about it, in fact. I had thought that the 300 round-trip bullet train ticket, Tokyo to Kyoto, would separate her from her enthusiasm and determination, but it didn't. As I moved toward the station at 7:15 p.m., already past her meetup time, I speculated on what she had told her grandfather for him to allow her to travel here. Or if she had spoken with her own father on the phone before leaving Tokyo, and how much she had explained to him. Or had she kept every detail a secret, like I preferred her to do? Also, where would she sleep when I didn't even choose a place to stay for myself? And what was her reason for coming? Black Birkenstocks, black cargo pants, and a tight black tee. She had her pretty silver eyes outlined in black eyeliner, and something else on her was also switched, but I broke my stare. On her back, she carried a purple backpack stuffed with 2 weeks' worth of items, it seemed. Her sterling silver belt buckle was embossed with 2 clashing swords, modeled after the patch I got from Yuka. She smiled as soon as she saw me. I smiled too. "What's happening?" I asked her, my curiosity very elevated.
Did you eat?
She asked. "Not yet,"
Good, let's go.
she said, bumping me with her elbow. "Let me take that from you," I said, with my hand already on one of her backpack straps.
Where's your backpack?
She asked. Here in the locker. I didn't get a room yet, I told her.
We got a room. I have a lot to report to you,
she said with serious excitement. Everything moved 10 times faster with Chiasa here. We picked up my backpack and jumped on the bus to what she said was the Kyoto downtown area. Rocking 2 backpacks, one on my back, the other in my hand, we pressed ourselves further into the packed bus. The night breeze was warm, a rush of heated air massaging our faces. We walked among medium-sized continuous crowds on the main strip of shops of every imaginable kind. Some boasted 500,000 yen silk kimonos that could not have been more perfect unless designed by my Uma. There were stores exclusively selling wooden shoes of every style. There were restaurants of sushi and sashimi, yakitori and other takoyaki, sake bars, tea houses, and even burger joints. Most canopies, awnings, were written in kanji. I began to recognize and distinguish the food places by their flags, which for some reason they displayed right outside the restaurant doors. A red flag with the crescent and the star appeared. I knew it was Turkish. We dipped down on some black iron narrow stairs into a basement. Both of us needed a good meal. I knew we would find some spicy soups, hot bread, and well-seasoned meats on rice there. I ordered for us both.
You know what I hate?
Chiasa asked as she separated her bread into smaller slices. I just looked up from my water glass, acknowledging her.
When somebody tries to stick their hand in something and change someone else's fate. You know, someone who tries to block natural things from happening. That's what Akemi's family is trying to do to you two. I'm on your side 100%. I put my heart and my life on that.
She dipped her bread into her spinach. Her words kicked me in my chest and played again in my mind.
I put my heart and my life on that,
Chiasa had just said.
You know, I used to like one boy named...
Don't tell me his name, I interrupted her.
Oh, sorry. Well, I liked him.
Why? I asked. She smiled.
I was going to tell you. I liked him because he could fight better than the other boys in our dojo. So when I realized that I liked him, I told Yuka.
Why did you tell her?
Because at the time, we were best friends. Besides, we had both sworn to one another that we didn't like boys. We agreed that they were all stupid and slow. We promised one another we wouldn't act ridiculous over the boys the way other girls did. But then I began to feel something right here.
She placed her hand over her left breast.
So I went to Yuka first and told her the truth and asked her, what did she think? She said it didn't matter as long as I didn't start acting dumb about the boy like the other girls do. So I was like, cool.
Then Chiasa suddenly stopped telling her story. We ate in silence, with only the sounds of our chewing and the fast-paced Turkish music playing in the background. So what did you do? I asked 5 minutes later.
I was waiting to see if you cared. I don't want to bore you with my silly story, when I already know your story is so deep and true and important.
She confessed, but there was no real reason for her to worry about boring me. Dinner is a time when I try to relax, especially my mind. What did you do about it? I asked her again.
I didn't do anything. Japanese girls wait for the guy to make the first gesture,
she said. Oh yeah? It didn't sound true to me. I pictured Akemi waiting for me on the side wall of my job in Chinatown, with her English-speaking cousin there to introduce us. I smiled at the memory. So did he make the first move? I asked her, because it seemed like she wanted to tell me.
Well, he chose me to be his sparring partner at one of the sessions. This was the first time he did that.
She said proudly. Did you two fight?
Yes, and I let him win. I could have beaten him.
I laughed naturally. I was thinking, how could she choose a guy because he was the best fighter in her dojo, but she could whip him? It meant she could defeat all the boys in her dojo. None of it was a good look for young samurais, but I didn't say shit.
Seriously? I could have.
She pushed. If he liked you, he wouldn't have fought you, I told her. Then I thought about what I had just said.
Japanese boys will fight girls. We spar one another often. They hit hard, too. They're not the same as you.
She added swiftly. So after he beat you, what happened? I followed up.
Well, in our dojo, if you lose a fight, you have mop duty. So I have to stay after everyone else except the sensei had gone and mopped the whole floor. I was on my knees, drying it with a special cloth when he came back alone and actually helped me. We dried the floor together. I was so excited. Afterward, he gave me a ride on his bicycle to my grandfather's house. I didn't invite him in to come inside because my grandfather wasn't home. But I was still happy that at least he knew where I lived and it was so close to our dojo.
She paused, like she was seeing it all in her mind.
On White Day, all the girls were secretly giving guys who they liked chocolate.
She began again. White Day? I asked.
Yeah, it's like the American Valentine's Day. But here in Japan, the girls give chocolates to the guys.
She explained. I thought it sounded crazy. Girls giving men sweets instead of the other way around.
I didn't, though. I thought it was corny. All the girls giving the same thing, so I made a gift for him instead and left it in his sneaker.
She paused. I just looked at her and waited.
It was a slingshot,
She said. I smiled. I thought it was a dope gift.
I left a note with it saying, after class, I can show you how to shoot it. Let me know if you want to.
The waiter arrived with our tea. He placed the small hot cups on a table. Chiasa held the tiny cup with both hands. Her nails were clipped and clean without polish.
I waited for him on the steps after dojo. He walked right out with his friends. I thought he didn't see me, but then he looked back. We just stared at each other for some seconds. He kept going with his friends. I was disappointed. As I walked home, I heard someone behind me, and I turned, and it was him. He had the slingshot in his hand and was smiling at me. So I walked toward him to show him how to shoot it. He said he already knows how.
Chiasa laughed as though she was laughing at him. I bet he didn't, was all I said.
You're right. He was setting up targets and snatching up rocks. He would shoot and miss. I tried not to laugh, but I did laugh just a little, so he challenged me. He said that I couldn't do it any better. Well, that was it. I forgot that I liked him. You know, Aunt Tasha says if you don't play dumb and let boys win and everything, they won't like you. But I wasn't thinking about that. I was just thinking about the challenge. So I told him if he didn't believe that I was better than him at it, he should run, and I would shoot him, and I wouldn't miss. Well, he ran. I let him get far away. I took aim, and the rock sped through the air like crazy and caught him on his calf, and he fell.
She laughed.
I ran over to help him. He didn't want any help. Just like Aunt Tasha taught me, he was angry. So he hopped home.
Chiasa said softly before looking up at me to check my reaction. I just started cracking up, a rare good laugh at the punk she had chosen. So she began laughing also.
I put a note in his sneaker like 3 days later. Sorry about the bruise. If you don't like me anymore, you can give me back the White Day gift and I will understand.
What happened? I followed up.
Waiting for a Japanese guy is like waiting for spring to come again during the summer season. So I asked Yuka what I should say to him or do. Yuka said, let's plan a Gokhan party.
Chiasa explained. Gokhan? I repeated. Does that have anything to do with the Japanese chess game? I asked, thinking that couldn't be a real way to hook up.
No, not the chess game. A Gokhan party or a Go party is when Japanese girls and guys all meet in a restaurant or place together, and everybody talks and laughs and shares eats and drinks. You know, like to take the pressure off of the real couples from being alone face to face with one another.
It sounded strange to me. Were the two people who liked each other afraid to be alone in the same public place? I could understand if they were trying to avoid being alone in a private place. Maybe they had some rule like the Muslims and wouldn't have sex before marriage. Therefore, they didn't trust themselves to be alone in a private space. Chiasa must have realized my confusion just by looking at my expression.
It is very difficult for Japanese people to express their true feelings to one another. There is a shyness that is shared and expected. For a Japanese girl to just come out and boldly say to a guy what she is feeling or wanting or thinking would be taken the wrong way,
she said as I listened intently.
So every 5 minutes, go means 5 in Japan. We just switch partners and talk and get to know the next person a bit more. The idea is that after the go party is over, every girl tells her best friend who she really likes, and the guys tell their male friends. Then the best friend makes the call, so the two who really like one another can meet up.
She was finished. Meet up alone? I asked.
Not necessarily, but maybe this time it's less of a group than before. But the girl and the guy who really like each other are definitely there, and the other friends are trying to help them to get together.
Okay, was all I said.
Well, Yuka set up the Gokhan party. When I got there was only Yuka, me, and him. And that's not how a Go party is supposed to be. Then Yuka said to him, Chiasa likes you a lot. I felt embarrassed, but truthfully, I was excited too, and grateful to Yuka for saying what I had never really clearly said to him. Then Yuka said, I told Chiasa that you and I are dating already, but she insists that you should tell her that personally.
Chiasa frowned and leaned back, her chopsticks loosely held in her fingers. What did the fool say? I asked Chiasa, referring to the guy that they both liked.
He didn't even look at me. He turned the other way and said, Yuka-san is right. Yuka is my girlfriend. So I just drank the glass of water that was in front of me and left.
Chiasa said.
Later, Yuka and all her friends, who just the day before had all been my friends too, gathered around me and watched while Yuka announced Chiasa is Konketsuji. They all laughed. Then Yuka shouted, Hafu, don't you know that Japanese boys will always choose a Japanese girl?
Did you fight her? I asked her.
No. Yuka and I had promised one another that we would never, ever fight over boys, so I just walked away. I always keep my promises,
she said solemnly. I didn't know what Konketsuji or Hafu meant, yet Chiasa's pronunciation of the words and her tone and expression of disgust made the insult in them clear.
Half a person.
That's what Hafu means, and Kogetsuji means
child of unlike things put together. For me, Yuka was saying that the part of me that is Japanese from my mother is human. That part of me that is from my African-American father is not.
Moments later, Chiasa said,
I realized I never loved that boy anyway. I just liked him and was a bit impressed. But I did love Yuka. Anytime I thought about what happened with her, I would be shocked all over again. I cried. My whole body hurt. It was difficult for me to accept that anyone could be so close to me, talking and laughing with me, sometimes sleeping over and us going out together, then could really have felt hatred for me all along. After a long time, I realized that Yuka did not even like the boy at all. She just didn't want me to like him. She was my best friend and didn't even want me to be happy.
That boy wasn't your fate, I assured her. If he was, he would have been with you even now, still. He was a coward. It sounds like he allowed Yuka to control him instead of being true to himself as a man. I paid for our meal, thanked the waiter, and tipped him. Chiasa opened the billfold, subtracted the tip, and laid it on my side of the table.
Japan is a no-tip country,
She said.
Even in a Turkish restaurant, Japanese laws are the same.
The completely booked Hyatt Hotel welcomed Chiasa and me as she checked in. We were escorted to a reserved room. I carried our belongings. She opened the door. There were 2 well-dressed beds with crisp white goose-down quilts and a white window that led to a lighted garden. The lamps were shaded with rice paper, and the drawings on the wall were beautiful displays of kanji as Asian art. The curtains were made of white linen. The floors were made of tatami. The bathroom was 2 steps up and enclosed by thick glass. The faucet and sink and toilet and shower store were all glistening clean. The air smelled like a very subtle perfume, a clean scent, but not antiseptic. I wanted and needed to hear the important information that led Chiasa to travel all the way down here to help me locate my wife. But I already knew that right after I heard it and discussed it, I would be up and out of her hotel room for my own sake, for Chiasa's sake, and to keep true. Chiasa opened her backpack and pulled out a stack of books tied in size order.
These are the books written by Shiori Nakamura,
She said.
While I was in the bookstore, I read one of her poems. So powerful.
Then she pointed out that each book had been wrapped in a beautiful evergreen book cover with a gold seal that read, Kinokuniya, the name of the store. Thank you, I said, moving the stack over to my right and pulling out my pocket knife to cut the string. Just as I picked up one of the books, Chiasa said,
They're all written in Japanese and none available in English.
What about the author, Seth Arrington? Did you check him out? I asked her.
Looking him up almost made me miss my train. I checked on the shelves first before asking customer service in the Japanese section on the first floor. They could not find anything or even pull up his name as an author. I thought maybe you or I had the name wrong. Then I went upstairs to the 7th floor, the English section. I checked the shelves again and nothing. When I went to the English customer service desk, they actually found his name and told me that the author had only written 1 book and that the 1 book he wrote, Never Surrender, was out of print and unavailable in Japan. She said that author had a really short career.
Out of print? I repeated.
She said that means that the book company is not printing any more copies of it. You would have to go to a used bookstore or something and see if you could find it.
She advised.
Oh, and the lady was like, What do you need this book for? Is it a school assignment? Is it for you or someone else? Can you believe her?
Chiasa stared into me for answers. Was she Japanese? I asked.
Of course. Everyone at the English section is Japanese. It's just called the English section because you can buy books written in English on that floor. And all of the other floors are books written strictly in Japanese.
Oh, and about Akemi's diary.
I have completed the list for you.
Chiasa said, and handed it to me.
In most cases, Akemi wrote about her friends and family, but she didn't list their addresses or even refer to their location. It's a diary, like a daily account of what was happening in her life from right before she left Japan to go and study in New York up until her art show in Manhattan. I believe she probably has a bunch of diaries stashed somewhere else that leads up to this one here.
She held up the diary.
It's not an address book, so I had to read carefully a couple of times and figure out who was who from where. Then I went to the library right after you caught the train earlier today and got the directory for Kyoto from the reference desk. I looked up each name that she mentioned in her writing in the Tokyo directory and then in the Kyoto directory. I know you only wanted the names and addresses and phone numbers of the people Akemi mentioned in the diary, as well as the names of the places she went to often in Kyoto. But I think you should listen to what her relationship is to certain people. She writes about all of them, and that will make it faster for us to locate her.
Chiasa said sincerely, and she had my full attention.
For example, she writes very affectionately about a woman named Mayu. I put her name on your list. Well, later on in her diary, when Akemi and her father had a conflict, Mayu took Akemi's side, although she pretended to support Mr. Nakamura because he is her employer. Anyway, at one point in the diary, I found Mayu's last name. It's Morita. Then I looked up Mayu Morita's phone number and her address here in Kyoto. Now Mayu works at Akemi's home 7 days a week from 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. as the house manager. Since I know now Mayu-san's home address, I can go there at, say, 5 a.m. and follow her to work. I'll end up at Akemi's house. Simple.
Chiasa's stare was intense, and she waited for my reply to her detailed detective work. I smiled and said, "Sounds good, but you could have just given me Mayu's address over the telephone and let me check it out."
I could have, but you couldn't follow Mayu-san at 5 in the morning and go unnoticed. Mr. Nakamura and his men are already on the lookout for anyone fitting your description. Young, African, male. Probably Mr. Nakamura has no idea that you are even here in Kyoto. We should keep it that way,
she argued. It didn't take too many seconds for me to see her strategy emerging. Chiasa was right. I was already imagining that the Kyoto home would be different from the Roppongi home, where the security was lax. I expected this location to be Nakamura's estate, an expensive spread, completely secured and alarmed. Chiasa opened Akemi's diary to further express her point of view.
From the way Akemi tells her story in her diary, she has got about 4 different sets of friends. She doesn't mix them together because she said each set has their own mind and ideas and none of them want to be any different than they already are.
Are those her words? I asked Chiasa.
Exactly,
she answered.
So powerful, right? You know, near the end of her diary, on the corner of one page, she has scribbled, "They were flesh without nerves, veins without blood, bodies without heart, these Japanese men." It made my body shake. Her words. So true,
Chiasa said. I didn't say nothing, so Chiasa continued reporting.
There's one girl that Akemi is really extremely close with. She isn't part of any of the 4 sets, and when Akemi spends time with her, it's usually just the 2 of them. This girl is from Nepal. She's 2 years older than Akemi, and she attends Kyoto Seika University. I put her name on your list also. It's Josna, but Akemi calls her Jo. If everything else fails, based on the story Akemi writes about her life, if you find Jo, she'll lead you directly to Akemi. This girl named Josna knows all Akemi's secrets.
Secrets, I repeated, but not for an explanation or response. I had cataloged the 2 names in my mind permanently. Mayu Morita and Josna, a.k.a. Jo. Any last name for Josna? I asked while searching the list in my hand.
No, sorry, she didn't write it.
What about this person named Himawari? I asked, noticing that she was the 3rd person listed after Mayu and Josna.
She's Japanese and Akemi's friend. They have some kind of girls-only club that meets at a location nearby their school, but there's no exact address. From the way Akemi describes it, I don't know if it's a house or apartment or what. Akemi mentioned Himawari 6 or 7 times, and the rest of the girls only briefly. Now, if we divide up the lists, we should definitely be able to locate Akemi tomorrow,
Chiasa said confidently.
I'll follow Mayu in the early morning. That might be it. But if not, I'll check the first 3 places, and you can check the last 3 places.
She said, taking charge during the silence of my thoughts. Inshallah, I said, still trapped in my thoughts and measuring out my next moves.
What?
Chiasa asked. What? I responded.
Insha what?
She asked. It means God willing. If Allah wants us to be successful, we will be, I explained.
First you said God, then you said Allah. Which one is it?
Chiasa asked. Allah is God. Allah is Arabic for God in English, I explained. Sometimes English-speaking people get tight or scared or crazy when they hear Muslims say Allah.
Allah or God? The 2 words sound so different from one another.
Chiasa said.
Allah sounds softer and nicer.
She continued.
I'll say Allah because it sounds better to me.
She turned away from me, then turned around and looked back.
And you're right. My Aunt Tasha would probably faint if she heard me say Allah. She goes to church every Sunday, and when I visit her in New York, I have to go too.
Chiasa smiled. There's only one God, so Aunt Tasha could chill, I told her. Then I got up to leave.
Are you leaving?
Chiasa asked. I have to, I said.
There are 2 beds.
Chiasa pointed out. Yeah, 2 beds and 1 room, I told her.
They have breakfast downstairs beginning at sunrise. We're on the same block as Akemi's high school. I checked it all out on the map. This is a strategic location,
she said. I'll meet you downstairs for breakfast at 5 a.m., I responded. Then we'll head out. I'll take the high school and the first 3 places on the list. You take Mayu's home and the last 3 places on the list. Let's meet back here afterward and compare notes. Hopefully Akemi will be with me when I get back here. I meant it.
Here, you need to show this key at breakfast.
Chiasa handed it to me. Do you have one for yourself? I asked.
Hi.
She smiled. I left. I had seen the small Holy Quran in Chiasa's backpack pocket. I'm sure she had just bought it from the bookstore today. I liked that she didn't pull it out and show it to me like it was some kind of prop to win points. I believed that she bought it out of a real curiosity and with a true intention. Outside the Hyatt, as I descended the hill, the thought dropped into my mind. I know now what Chiasa switched. She had straightened out her hair. It appeared much thinner and longer now. It gave her a different look. Her new look was nice. Her old look was very nice too. After breakfast in the Hyatt dining area, a light meal and 8 glasses of water, I wouldn't let her drink any fruit juice. The natural sugar would just make you more thirsty and hungry, I explained to her. Chiasa left and moved into action. I used my hotel key to access her room alone. Stripped down to my boxers and t-shirt, which I still wore from the night before. I unpacked my clippers from their heavy packaging. The bathroom mirror, which was divided into thirds, was perfect. I pulled up the left and right sides of the mirror so I could see the sides and back of my own head. I mapped out my plan in my mind. I switched the clippers on. When I heard them buzzing, I got busy, slowly, without anyone or anything to disturb me, and a do not disturb sign on the door. My hands were steady for my first real attempt at barbering my own head. When I felt good about the job I had done, I had checked my head out thoroughly. I switched them off and used the edger to make my cut look professional. I eased out of my t-shirt with the coils of hair clinging everywhere. I balled it up and tossed it in the miniature garbage can. I checked out my shoulder. Ever since Akemi licked my wound, it had healed and disappeared. It was easy for me to believe that her saliva was salve. Maybe because I wanted to. Thinking about her got me distracted. When I refocused, it sped me up. I wanted to get to the schoolyard before the students arrived, so I could search each one as they climbed up, my eyes looking for only my wife. After a high-powered, soothing shower, I cracked open a new pair of Fruit of the Looms, a new pair of kicks, some blue jabot cargos, and a deep blue polo shirt. I changed my mind and pulled all that shit away and chose something better. Also, all fresh and crispy. I picked up my mess and then reached for my camera to use as a prop. Within seconds, I realized that Chiasa had already taken it. In fact, it seemed like it had been hers since I first arrived in Tokyo. My binoculars would have to do. I dropped them around my neck and checked to make sure I had my shades. I turned off the digital do not disturb sign and turned on the make up the room sign. In the hotel lobby, I grabbed a free newspaper, folded it over, and wore it in my back pocket. Outside, the parade of felines was about to jump off. I hurried up the 3 or 4 hills and posted at the top. On purpose, I behaved like a tourist. Through my binoculars, I scanned faces, focusing on this one and that one and refocusing on all the rest. After a while, I flipped my aim down toward arriving shoes. It might sound crazy, but it would be faster and easier to identify her by her footwear. However, I kept coming up with penny loafers, mediocre pumps, flat and high-heeled sandals, as well as Converses and New Balances. My wife wasn't in the mix. Soon the gates of the high school were drawn open to allow the students to enter. I posted on the side of the wall and watched the females who were streaming in from the Princess Line buses. An hour later, when the guards closed the iron gates, I moved. I walked around the perimeter of the high school, toward the sides and the back, where I had not gone before. There were sports fields of every kind behind the black iron fence of spears. On the back side, there was a basketball court. On my left, there was another full basketball court. This one was not locked behind an iron fence. It was wide open. So in my mind, it had to be part of the Kyoto Women's College where everything was unlocked and accessible and females flowed in and out. I stood still, thinking. It was hard to believe how expertly the Japanese mind their business. In Brooklyn, I spent many hours considering how to move around uninterrupted by unwelcome Souljah who jocked and harassed. Here, it was the opposite. Each person is ignored so well, it's bordering on insult. As I searched for my wife in the early morning sun that had just begun its slow boil, no one greeted me. No cop asked me,
What are you doing here?
No teacher or professor said, "May I help you?" No student questioned.
Are you looking for someone here at the all-girls school?
No one offered to give me directions or show me around. I didn't run up on anyone, African, American, Latino, Indian, or even European. They were uniformly Japanese. As I descended the hills, when I entered any of the small places of business, no one trembled or jerked. No attendant followed me up and down the aisles. It was as though I was free and safe and invisible. It felt extremely peculiar to me. I began thinking, how could I break the ice and get even one of these Japanese worker dudes to loosen up and look me in the eye and start spilling his guts so I could collect some clues, figure out how they run ish out here in Kyoto. Even though I was a foreigner to them and they were all foreigners to me, I figured there had to be something common among them besides women. A more neutral thing that could get the conversation started and keep the tempers of men from flaring. A plan was formulating in my mind. At noon, I returned to the schoolyard right between the high school and the college in my sweats and my Brooklyn t-shirt with a basketball in my hand. I walked up on the guys who posted up on the rocks during their lunch break. I pushed my ball into one of them, right in his chest, and said, "Konnichiwa, play ball." He looked startled at first, then a smile came through. He turned to his friends who were slow to pick up. I walked away, and he began to follow me. They began to follow him. I didn't look back, but I knew they were still behind me because 2 of the 5 of them were smoking. On the court, I went right into it, getting the feel of the court and the non-regulation basket. Intentionally, I showed them my skills. They stood on the sideline watching like girls. I walked up to the original one and pushed the ball to him. Then I picked 2 of his guys for my team and gestured 2 of his guys to go to his side. I flagged the extra kid who was smoking a next cigarette, letting him know to move off the court and out of our way. Using all hand motions, I checked the ball and we began to play. We were off to a slow start. Once the adrenaline started pumping, they would become more comfortable and the pace would pick up. In 3 minutes, a couple of females got drawn to us and stood watching. The guy I had tapped originally got pumped at their arrival. 2 minutes later, he was out of his shirt. I went easy on them, letting them showcase their rudimentary performance. They played ball like they were keeping count of each step and move they made. It seemed like someone had taught them specific plays and moves, and they thought they needed to stick to them like dance steps. More girls collected. They weren't rowdy, though. They whispered to each other and watched with intense gazes. 2 girls sat and opened their bento boxes and ate with their wooden chopsticks. 20 minutes in, one of the players on the other team threw up the timeout signal and ran to the side, lifting the water bottle out of the girl's hand and drinking some. Now, I knew that he knew her good. By the time Game 1 finished, there were 12 girls gathered around the 6 of us men and the 7th one seated on the sideline chain-smoking. I threw up 2 fingers so we could run the second game. A player from the other side threw up the X symbol, so I knew he had to leave. I motioned to the smoker, and he jumped up and replaced him. 6 dudes in a circle organizing a game, but now the girls have formed a circle outside our circle, like they were part of it. The original Japanese guy I chose to get the game started said to me in English, "Name?" I answered, "Mayonaka." A girl from the outside circle repeated,
Mayonaka?
It was in the form of a question. "Hi, Mayonaka," I said confidently. I asked her, "Name?" The 2 circles became one as they all gasped at my use of one short Japanese sentence.
Raiko.
She answered, telling me her name. That set it off, and each person in our male-female circle announced their name. As I watched them become a bit more easy with each other, I'm thinking, that's right, I got my own Gokon party going on. These Japanese dudes seem grateful. I figured they might have sat on those rocks, reading manga and checking out some comic strip chicks with abnormally large tits and smoking for years without getting up the heart to approach one of these females before she graduated. In 15 minutes, that had all changed.
Brooklyn?
One girl mispronounced it as she read my t-shirt in the form of a question. New York, I responded, knowing that they would be more familiar.
New York!
3 of the girls gasped. 1 clapped and said,
I like New York!
They all giggled. Then the original Japanese guy, who I now know was named Udo, pointed to my kicks. I like, he said. Yeah, I acknowledged, not used to any male talking about how he liked something I was wearing. Michael Jordan? Uda added. Hi, you know it, I said. He was admiring my Nikes, Jordan's black ones. I understood. These joints were famous. Young Michael Jordan had come into the league last year and switched up the game with the all-black sneaker. The league was charging him a $5,000 violation fee per night just to rock these joints, and he was rocking them anyway. That's why I call these my 5,000s. Udo was now placing his foot beside my foot, saying, Big! Referring to mine. I didn't correct him. His feet were tiny, but why point it out? I was wearing an American size 10 men's, not big for my 6'1" height. I stepped back and bounced the ball to get the second game started. The girls dropped back into the background. My team won the second game also. It was easy, since all 6 of the Japanese guys were basically watching me hoop. When we finished, I gave Udo the extra Brooklyn t-shirt I had stuck in the fence for bargaining. I gave Yoshi my fitted and asked him to call the girl who gave him the water over here. When he came back with her, I asked him, Himawari-san, wa doko ni amasuka? Which means, where's Himawari? Yoshi and the girl both looked at one another first. Then the girl repeated,
Himawari-san?
Hi, I confirmed. Tomodachi, I said, meaning friend.
Wakarimashita!
She said, meaning that she understood. Yoshi, the guy, and Raiko, the girl, began speaking Japanese to one another for what seemed like a long time. Yoshi then turned to me and said, Sanji ni, which means at 3 o'clock. Doko ni? I asked, meaning where? He flagged me to follow. We all walked back to the rocks that divided the high school from the college. Koko ni, Yoshi said, meaning right here. Hanigatsu goshimasu, I said coolly. Inside, I was excited. After the girls left, I walked down the hill with Yoshi and Udo. Udo worked in a nearby noodle shop. Surprisingly, Yoshi worked at the laundry station on the back lot of the Hyatt Hotel. Both of them asked before going back into their work.
Ashita?
They wanted to play ball tomorrow. All I could say was maybe. I didn't know if maybe was one of the few English words that they would understand or not. I stepped inside the Hyatt lobby to cool down. I was thirsty. My non-Ramadan behavior was delivering my punishment rapidly, but I will not break. After chilling in the plush seating in the lobby and lowering my body temperature, I checked for Chiasa. Her hotel room was clean now and as good as new. On hotel stationery on her desk, she left a note.
Ryoshi, I have all the info. I'll meet you back here at sunset. Wait for me. We'll eat and drink together, okay?
On the top of my list of places where my wife might be wondering was the bamboo forest. It was back at Arashiyama. I didn't think I could get over there, and through the forest in time to get back to the 3 o'clock meetup with Himawari. So I shifted my strategy and bet on my 3 o'clock appointment instead. Besides, I knew that word was traveling now that I was on campus. I needed that to happen to counteract the girl with the pink pumps or Iowa Akita telling my wife that I flew home to New York defeated so that she could help Akemi to, quote, forget, unquote, me. My objective was to let enough students notice me so that if my wife was actually here in Kyoto, it would be impossible for her not to catch word. Further, after thinking about it real hard, I had decided that even though the Japanese wore a game face of uninvolved, unemotional disinterest, they had to be, like most human beings, both nosy and curious. I showered and cleaned up again to cool down some more. After the Azure player I left, I was out of wearing all black for now. Chilling in Calvin Klein, the white linen fabrics were repelling the sun instead of swallowing it the way my black clothes did. My white-on-white kicks were moving me smoothly uphill. I felt only a piece of regret about dropping Himawari's name at the basketball game when I did not actually know her. The fact was, I would never drop my wife's name out there in the mixed crowd of males and females in public. I knew that wasn't cool, and I knew that there was a chance that Himawari might not show up because of the curiosity or damage it might create around her reputation as a young woman. I had already prepared myself for the possibility that at 3 o'clock, I might end up standing by myself. Chapter 10. As I waited, standing up straight, not wanting to lean against the rocks and up my wares, I saw a real pretty female climbing up the hill with musical grace and rhythm. Her hips swung left, then right, her legs crossed one over the other. Her shoulders were high and arched back for leverage. Her full and firm breasts bounced up and down very slightly, but impossible for any man in range not to notice. Through my binoculars, her pretty beige skin was shining as though it had a coat of olive oil over it. Her skin tone was even, light brown all over, unlike a white-skinned woman with a suntan, which sometimes causes blotches of brown, but not everywhere. My high-powered lens took me between those two tight seeds, and in there was brown too. Her thighs were well oiled and glistening exquisitely, yet it was her 500,000 yen alligator sandals with the shapely carved short heel and alligator straps that crisscrossed her pretty toes and wrapped around her slim ankles and wound up around her toned calves and all the way up above her knees and tied on the sides of each thigh that killed me. My jaw dropped. Even my binoculars fogged up. I knew it wasn't Himawari, who I knew was Japanese. Then I realized that my binoculars fogged because she had arrived and was too close to me to be caught and focused in my lenses.
She said you would look. It's impossible for him not to look,
the beige girl said, spoken in perfect English with a soft and peaceful manner. Who said? I asked her, trying to control my eyes from traveling off on their own.
Your wife.
Off guard, I paused. Then my smile came through naturally. Josna? I asked.
Ha!
She said. Don't you mean hi? I asked.
In Hindi, yes is ha. Japanese, yes is hi. I'll just say yes in English, okay?
She settled and smiled. A .2 diamond was set in her gums. It appeared sparkling right between two of her pretty, perfectly white teeth. When the sun angled on the diamond, my eyes cast down from the light it tossed. That's when I saw her diamond belly ring set in her navel so sweetly. It seemed she might have been born with it. She wore a tight turquoise half-tee and a turquoise miniskirt made of soft, paper-thin cotton. The loose-fitting thin cloth was decorated with miniature gold-colored bells hanging all around the hem. I was 100% guilty in the glare of the Ramadan sun of admiring such a beautiful girl.
These are Akemi sandals,
Josna admitted. It made sense now. That's why her clothing could not compare to the extravagance of her footwear.
She made me wear them for you, although I didn't mind at all.
Again, she smiled, revealing unflawed, brilliantly white teeth.
You want to meet Akemi, yes?
She asked me. Definitely, was all I said.
She will meet us at my studio. You should come, if you please.
She turned and was more than confident that I would follow her. As her hips swung, the bells jingled, and there was nothing I could do to keep myself from being turned on. She rocked a short haircut, the bare minimum. Her hair was an artistic design of jet black swirls, shorter even than finger waves, but glistening and mesmerizing. A style only taken on by a female who is 1,000% certain of the complete elegance and design of her face. I had to laugh at myself struggling to remain focused. Allah was not only above comprehension, but Allah also had a dimension of humor, I felt. As I eased up to walk beside her, I could see that instead of earrings, she wore beautiful printed Hindi letters around the perimeter of her ears. Even around her wrist were drawn-on jewelries consisting of Sanskrit designs. I wanted to know what it all said and meant. I had no idea. Oddly, she smelled like saffron, a precious and expensive seasoning Uma used and I tasted and enjoyed. Turquoise toes with a thin gold line on each nail. She was a motherfucking work of art. A woman so beautiful, a man loses his religion and thoughts, and there's nothing left but curses on his tied tongue. Perhaps she was one of my wife's unique drawings come to life. When we reached the last hill remaining to descend, before reaching the bus stop, and 3 blocks before reaching the first train station in walking distance, Josna's musical hips stopped moving. Breasts stopped vibrating. Her bells came to a slow jingle and then ceased. Seated before her was a wolf on a leash. Its wild eyes flashed a serious warning. It didn't belong on a leash, I thought to myself. Yet the leash lowered and then canceled out the threat. As I looked up at the girl walking the wolf, I saw that her eyes were the same as the wolf's. Wild, dangerous, filled with energy, and completely unpredictable. She was backed up by 3 girls who seemed invisible, standing behind the ice princess with the peculiar pet. The princess didn't move out of Josna's way or crack a smile. She looked me over thoroughly from head to foot first, and then from foot to head. She was surely pretty, but she was exuding coldness, and Josna was an exquisite, pure blue flame. I could have snapped out of my trance. the one Josna had cast over me, and moved the cold princess out of her way. But for some unknown reason, the ice princess was wearing my Uma's 2 gold bangles. One of 4 bangles, 2 gold, 2 diamond, that I had gifted to my wife on our marriage day. "Himawari," I said suddenly, having put the pieces together. Her eyes turned away from Josna and onto me again.
"Hi,"
she answered, and with the sound of her voice, her wolf stood up on all 4s from his previous seated position.
"She doesn't speak English,"
Josna said, in a tone which let me know that these two already knew each other, and also suggested that Josna felt that she was superior to Himawari. I ignored the bad energy between them since I was the one who had invited Himawari to meet with me. I checked my date just and saw it was now 2:55 p.m. Uninterrupted, Himawari would have arrived right on time. "Konnichiwa," I greeted Himawari. "Boka wa Mayonaka desu,"
"Watashi wa Himawari desu,"
she responded. The 3 with her bowed to me, but she did not. Josna intervened in Japanese, fluent, rapid fire, soft but powerful Japanese spoken with passion and emphasis. Himawari's glare at Josna was filled with a definite, expertly controlled anger, but she removed the 2 bangles and handed them to me. She extended her hand toward me. Her nails were unusually long, 5 inches, and lovely and colorful and curved. I reached out my hand. She flipped my palm. Her wolf growled. She spoke softly in Japanese to the wolf, as though he was a close and beloved friend. He stopped growling and sat still. She reached out with her other hand, and without her saying anything, one of the invisible girls handed her a pen. She wrote down her telephone number on the inside of my palm, or at least that's what I believed it was. She did print the numbers in English with no extra words or kanji. "Arigato gozaimasu," I said to her. "Thank you for coming," I added in English. Maybe one of the invisible girls would translate my few words. Then I turned my attention toward Josna. Her little bells had begun jingling again. "Jamata," I said to Himawari, and turned to follow Josna's bells. After all, she was the one giving me what I wanted, my wife. We rode the train in silence, like all the other passengers. I wrote Himawari's phone number down in my notebook. I found myself asking stupid questions like, how come Josna has no polish on her fingernails? Then I answered myself, because like my wife, she is an artist who works with her hands. Staring at her sideways, I thought to myself she was prettier than a peacock, or a cobra, or a lynx. Although, if she were a wild cat, she would definitely be an exotic cheetah. As I mulled it over in my mind, my thoughts changed directions, separating the beauty of Josna from the feeling of Josna. She had the feeling of a mongoose, the swift and beautiful snake killer, unlike Iowa Akita, the hyena, or even Himawari, the wolf, who was better than Iowa, yet just as unpredictable. Josna felt like a true friend to Akemi. Furthermore, how clever was Akemi to send them both there to meet me at virtually the same time, both wearing items that would reassure me that their messages had come from her. If one failed, the other surely would not. I wondered how Akemi knew I had arrived in Kyoto. I doubted that it was the basketball plan. Could Akemi have organized both of her friends that quickly? And why hadn't she appeared in person to meet me instead?
Akemi should be here, soon.
Ginsza said as we approached an odd-shaped house. The front of it was like an igloo I had once seen in a National Geographic magazine. Instead of blocks of ice, it was made from blocks of cement and was semi-oval with no windows. The middle of the house was 1 story higher than the semi-igloo and rectangular with a chimney on top. The rear of the house was only 1 story high, just like the igloo portion, but was triangular like a directional arrow. Both the left and right side of the triangle had beautiful stained glass windows. The architecture of the 3 different yet simple shapes, each connected to the other, was unlike anything I had ever seen before. Now both Ginsza's door keys and skirt bells were jingling as she pushed a key in and then pressed her body against the metal door.
Please come in, it's okay,
Ginsza said, sliding her door open. I looked around inside, thinking only that this was not the type of block I thought girls or women should be traveling down alone. On the left side, there were only woods. On the right side, there was 1 6-story factory, the first 3 floors of windows clouded so no one could see in. Next to the factory was what appeared to be a huge warehouse surrounded by a large parking lot. And then there was this odd-shaped temple-like place where Ginsza lived. 40 feet down from Ginsza's place was a row of 6 one-story wooden houses that looked more like they were for play or for pets than for families or full-grown adults. I'd have to bend over or squat low to enter any one of those doors. Once I entered, their size would prevent me from standing up straight. "I'll wait out here for Akemi," I said solemnly. But when I looked back toward her door, she was gone.
Akemi left these for you.
She reappeared, holding a pair of black and gold embroidered men's house shoes. By now, I was accustomed to removing my shoes, a habit that I had previously fallen out of while living in New York, when entering friends' or customers' houses or anyone's apartment beside my own. I removed my shoes and put on the ones Akemi left for me. I entered the igloo and surprisingly had to take 5 steps down into her sunken home. The inside curved walls of her igloo were covered with colorful, expertly cut and placed and decorated ceramic tiles. There was a dull limelight on the ceiling that cast a glow on 2 indentations in the wall, where small potted plants in ceramic flower pots posed. I felt like a leopard trapped in a small but exquisite exotic cave. The stairs that led down to the igloo were made of expensive, high-quality marble. As soon as I entered the rectangular portion of the house, the marble floors gave way to floors of simple gray cement. The climate of spring warmth outside switched to complete coolness inside the rectangle, which appeared to be a wide-open gallery. Instead of a living room with a soft feeling and comfortable furniture, there was a workshop with a huge metal tabletop workstation. On the table were 3 50-pound mounds of earth-colored clay loosely wrapped in a thick, soiled plastic. Besides the mounds of clay, there were soiled tools made from metal and wood, as well as 2-foot-long, sturdy piece of wire cable. Off to the side and behind the workstation was an incomplete, moist clay, loosely wrapped sculpture of a female. On the side wall were shelves sectioned into cubes. Every other cube held a pot or vase of various designs. The cubes between were shelves of oversized books on art history, culture, and religion. Josna excused herself and then tiptoed into the triangle situated at the back of the house behind a dark purple velvet curtain. I stood motionless, yet my eyes were surveying all the handmade creations with wonder. The curious layout of this place, where unlike things were all merged together, was bizarre but exciting. When the girl that my wife called Jo returned, she was not jingling anymore. She had switched into blue denim shorts with the threads shredded around each of her thighs. Both breasts, full like mangoes, pressed against a tight blue tee that was cut above her diamond belly ring. Oh Allah. Honestly, I wanted to tell her to go back and put on some proper clothes, but I was standing inside her place and was more grateful toward her than anything else. She handed me a nicely cut, sturdy cloth shopping bag marked Takashimaya. I took it and looked inside. There was a huge white box, the kind that something brand new and expensive would sit inside. Josna smiled at me politely and said,
Your wife's crocodiles.
So I knew they were the 500,000 yen sandals Akemi had instructed Jo to wear to grab and assure my attention.
If they stay here with me, I'll keep them. They're so tempting, isn't it? But Akemi has the handbag that matches them perfectly.
Josna boasted for her best friend.
Kai, Pani, Mizu, or water?
Josna offered, showing off her command and ease with the English, Hindi, and Japanese languages. None, was all I responded. She seemed surprised and said,
Hanto!
Meaning really in Japanese. Hi, arigato, I confirmed.
Are you going to stand there the entire time?
She asked.
Come in. You can sit down there if you like.
She offered. Do you live alone? I asked her. She smiled.
Yes, this is my art place where I create. I really need this place. It's 3 minutes away from my college. Akemi loves it in here. Also because she can do her artwork here peacefully and it's far enough away from her home. It's like our getaway place. You know that she likes to paint in the nude and stays up late into the night till early morning like me. When she's in her art world, she doesn't want to be interrupted.
My mind was swirling now with exotic images of my naked wife drawing and painting passionate pictures with her erotic Nepali girlfriend in a peculiar art palace. I took some steps further inside. Would you mind if I looked around your place?
I don't mind if you don't mind if I do some work while you're here waiting. I have so much homework and not enough time and a big art show coming up.
She shifted from her peaceful posture into a reflective panic.
I stayed up all night speaking with Akemi and couldn't resist helping her to meet with you. Now I'm a bit behind my work schedule. Look around. Akemi's drawings and paintings are over there, and my sculptures and such are right here. Are you sure you didn't want tea or water?
She asked again. I'm good, I assured her. Barefooted, Josna evolved from being a gracious host and best friend into a mud princess, quote-unquote. Clutching a fistful of clay, she wiggled toward her art throne, a handcrafted stool with legs wrapped in thick purple yarn and a carefully cushioned, colorful cloth seat. She sat softly, spread her legs around her potter's wheel, stared into the center of the wheel, and tossed the clay right in the middle. Her turquoise gold-tipped toes tapped a button, and the wheel began to turn between her thighs. She leaned over the wheel a bit and placed both hands lightly around the clay, guiding it into a shape. I walked to the other side of the room where my wife's work was displayed over a serene, salmon-colored wall. I questioned myself. My footsteps became heavy. My heart became heavy. my mind became heavy. As a Muslim man, I was out of balance, and I knew it for certain. Even if it were not Ramadan, the images that my eyes had been concentrating on, and the desires that were flooding my physical, and the thoughts that were tempting my mind were not right. In the Holy Quran, in a surah titled Al-Nur, meaning the light, there is an ayat which says, "Say to the believing men that they lower their gaze and restrain their sexual passions. That is pure for them. Surely Allah is aware of what they do." I had not been reading my Quran in Japan, although Ramadan is a holy month when Muslims read the Quran even more than on an average day. Instead, I had been flipping my Japanese vocabulary cards in my attempt to learn and memorize and communicate. I had been reading history books on my wife's father and family. I had been focused on getting my wife back, yet the spiritual cost was high. Facing the first drawing on the salmon-colored wall, I saw the sort of image that had been flooding my sight and mind all day. It was a detailed drawing of a naked teenage girl with her legs spread open. She was seated on a stool with head hanging low and her 3 feet of hair hiding her face. The way her legs were drawn so shapely and perfectly, the way both her feet were raised a bit as she balanced on her toes, was an incredible display of Akemi's talented fingers and eyes. Yet, as I looked even more closely at the drawing, I felt the heat rising up within me. It wasn't passion. It was anger. The stunning girl in the drawing could easily be my wife. Murder moved to the middle of my mind again. Who really drew the pictures as Akemi posed? Then I was questioning, how could she draw a perfect picture of herself down to the shape of her hanage and her lengthiness of her cirrus? She was a great artist, I know. Others had told me confidently that in her art world, she is in fact a genius. But what I was seeing was impossible, right? Each drawing mounted beside the first drawing pictured the same alluring, nude, beautiful, teenaged girl in an array of intensely sexual and seductive positions. So engrossed, Josna stood behind me now. I had not heard her shut off the wheel or her approaching bare footsteps. She tapped me. I didn't turn toward her.
It's not what she seems,
She said softly.
It looks just like Akemi, I know, but it's not her. This exhibit is the winning exhibit that earned your wife a first prize scholarship to study art in the United States. I guess you could say that if Akemi had not drawn these pictures so passionately, you would never have met her in New York. Because she would never have gotten there for any other reason.
Josna confided.
Look.
She pointed at the carefully formed letters around the perimeter of each drawing.
These letters are Hangul. It's the Korean language. They are not kanji. I am sure that you noticed that the Korean style of writing is much neater, tighter, and more precise.
She dragged one finger across the letters.
This one says, one womb.
I kept my back to Josna as she narrated. Her voice helped to soothe the fire in me. When the smoke in my mind finally cleared, I realized that I was seeing Ju Yun Lee, Akemi's mother. They were redrawings of the covers of the underground political pamphlets that Akemi's mom and her best friend had produced and distributed anonymously. Once I came to understand their meaning, hearing once again the titles One Womb, Virgin Oil, Revolutionary Passion, The drawings shifted from pornography to purpose, but they were still provocative and powerful. Although I understood my representations would not be acceptable to me if they were of my mother or wife. I wondered what drove Akemi to draw these intimate photographs. I wonder what drove Akemi to draw these intimate pictures of her then teenage mother and to place them in the public eye. I turned my face to Josna, calm now. I wondered if she knew the details of Akemi's mother's life. My temper was checked.
Oh, I see now.
You see what? I asked.
I see now what Akemi was saying about you. About your eyes.
I looked away from her. She laughed a short, light laugh.
Akemi told me not to even look into those eyes of yours for more than 3 seconds.
She emphasized every other word musically and then laughed again. What's happening now? Where is Akemi? I asked solemnly.
She should have been here already. She said she would be. She always does what she says.
Josna walked over to the phone. She lifted the receiver and got clay on the buttons as she pressed them. She held the phone and waited. Seconds later, she had not spoken even one word before hanging up.
Of course she's not at home.
Josna said aloud to herself.
Akemi told me she would come here straight away from her doctor's office. I don't know what could have kept her.
Did she say that she was feeling sick? I asked.
No, she's fine, actually. She simply pretended to be ill so that her father will allow her to remain at her house in Roppongi. Mr. Nakamura wanted her to return to Kyoto to begin school right after Golden Week ended. But she said that she was sure that you would show up there in Tokyo.
Even as I was becoming more concerned, it felt good to hear that my wife was completely certain that I would come to Japan to get her. Even as I had doubted her, she was 100%. She had given me that Roppongi address to write a letter to her father before we were married. She remembered, of course. She knew I would show up there. And as certain as she was about Tokyo, she would be just as certain about my arriving in Kyoto. I now knew. I had given Iwa, Akita, and everyone who was against our love too much credit and consideration. I felt a little more at ease. Further, I figured that right at this moment, even though Akemi wasn't here yet, it was the best place to gather the most information. When was the last time that you saw Akemi? I began.
Last night was both the first and the last time I've seen Akemi in almost a year. Of course you know she was studying in New York. I was still here in Japan. She was sending me letters every week since she was away. I feel like I saw you at the same time that she first saw you.
Josna smiled.
I have a stack of letters from her at my cottage and even some over there,
She said, gesturing to show me how tall the stack was.
Akemi was so cute when she had this crush on you. She watched you closely for 3 months without ever saying one word to you. It was her first time becoming excited about possibly learning English and her first time becoming frustrated because she found the language difficult and displeasing. We sat on the phone chatting for more than an hour once. She wanted me to teach her the one perfect English sentence to say to you. It was so funny. She was shy and wanted you to approach her, but admitted she was hiding from you. I'd give her something to say and she would think it was too much or too bold or not enough. Akemi said the English words did not sound like they matched her, quote, true feelings, unquote.
I was surprised to hear that Akemi had true feelings for me before we had ever met face to face or even exchanged any words. But I didn't express that to Josna.
Well, anyway, I went home to Nepal for Golden Week. I didn't even know that Akemi had returned to Japan. The last time we spoke before I went to Nepal, the two of you were married and inseparable and so in love. I wish,
she said.
Did Akemi go to the doctors alone?
I asked.
No, actually, she can't go anywhere alone these days. Her father won't allow it. He hired Shota to be Akemi's driver. We've known him since forever. Akemi can't go anywhere without him. She was so annoyed about losing her freedom that last night she made Shota stay in the car outside the whole time she was here talking with me, from evening until about 2 in the morning. At first, she had told him go back home and that she called him when she wanted to be picked up, but he refused. So I had Shota sitting outside my front door for 8 hours and Makoto guarding outside my side door for 8 hours.
Josna took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, bending over and resting both of her hands on her knees. As she stood back up, I asked,
Makoto?
Oh, he's one of Nakamura's men. He usually secures Mr. Nakamura. Now he's assigned to Akemi around the clock. I can tell she hates it.
Josna tried to soothe me. My jaw tightened.
Mr. Nakamura is really a great guy if he's on your side. I certainly never want to be his enemy.
So, why did the great guy give his permission for our marriage and then snatch it back?
I asked her, hoping to hear one reasonable answer to the question that had been irking me for so long.
You really don't know why?
Josna asked. Tell me, I responded.
Mr. Nakamura never wanted to give Akemi his approval. The father and daughter were having Hakuki months before she left to study in New York. Hakuki is something that I, and probably you, will never understand. Japanese teenagers, sometimes they go through this thing where they don't speak to their parents at all. They ignore them completely. Both the parents and the child stop talking with one another until they are buried in complete silence. Hakuki can go on for months, or even longer. Japanese teenagers are much closer to their friends than they are to their parents anyway.
You're right. I don't understand,
I admitted.
I knew you wouldn't. I love my parents so much, I would do anything, absolutely anything, for either of them. And if there was ever a misunderstanding between us, even if I thought I was right, I would drop on my knees down to the floor and beg their forgiveness.
I was watching Josna's painful expression and imagining any type of disagreement with her parents.
The split between Akemi and her father is a great secret between them. All I could say is it has something to do with her mom. She and her mom were extremely close, like twin sisters instead of mother and daughter. Shiori-san, Akemi's mom, was an amazing mother. She was a mother to me also. Their family seemed happy together. A great sadness came only after she passed away. Brain cancer. I'm sure you already knew. When Akemi entered these drawings into the competition, everyone was shocked. But no one seemed more shocked than Mr. Nakamura. The skill of her art was so great, Nakamura-san felt he would lose face with his young daughter drawing such revealing artwork. Besides, the first prize was an all-expense-paid trip to New York and scholarship to that New York art school. Mr. Nakamura hates America and American culture, so of course he was against his daughter going there. I mean, he hates it so much that he says English is not a language. He told us that he refused to speak it when he was in college, even though it was required, and he refused for Akemi to learn or speak it as well. When Akemi won the exhibition competition and was selected to represent not only Japan, but the entire artistic Asian continent, she was featured in several newspapers. Mr. Nakamura never admitted to the press that he and his daughter were having Hakuki. Instead, when the press wanted his comments, he accepted interviews and spoke only on how proud he was of his daughter and how high his expectations were of her. He denied any suggestion that the new drawings resembled his daughter. Akemi also never publicly explained who the model was in her drawings or the motivation or meaning behind them. When her artwork received more and more exposure, she simply announced that she wanted to address, through art, the controversial issue of the presence of 700,000 Koreans living in Japan, many of them born in Japan, but still not accepted and treated as fairly as Japanese. That silenced everyone, and confused a lot of people as well. Although they wanted to understand her, they were afraid to ask. No one in Japan wants to discuss these kinds of topics, not the elders or the youth. Japan is unlike any place in the world,
Josna said, inhaling and exhaling exasperation.
I've been living here since I was 6. I grew up here with Akemi. Really? I should be angry with you for taking her away from me. But I can't be. Akemi loves you, so I love you too,
she said warmly, but without flirtation. Her words, I love you, made my heart shift some, as those words always do. Josna looked at the ceramic clock on the wall. Then she dashed across the room and through the velvet curtain to the triangular rear of the house. I followed her, walking slowly. An Indian statue of a shapely woman stood guard on the side of the curtain entrance. Her hands were slim and pretty, and she held her fingers in a peculiar position. Pausing, I wondered if Josna had sculpted her. My thought was interrupted by the sound of running water. Can I come through? I asked calmly before sweeping aside the high-quality heavy curtain.
Come, I'm in the water closet,
Josna said without hesitation. I expected to enter a kitchen area. Of course I knew that it might also be her bedroom. The Muslim in me knew that I should stay out. The man in me wanted to rush in before she could rearrange anything. I wanted to check to see if there were any traces of another man in her and Akemi's art studio. If there were beer bottles or cigar or cigarette butts or even a man's house shoes or robe, a jacket, briefcase, or coat or anything that might cause me to distrust Josna or my wife. It would be bad, but better for me to know than to be played like a puppet. I pulled back the curtain. The scent of eucalyptus rushed up my nostrils. It was a clean, fresh, welcoming, and soothing scent. When I entered and let the velvet curtain drop behind me, I could feel the difference in the atmosphere. As the sun shone through each of the 4-foot-wide stained glass windows, it cast a kaleidoscope of colors onto the pink satin bedspread and sheets and piles of pillows. Purple curtain, pink bedding, and every variation of purple pouring through, I was beginning to form a picture in my mind. The floors were made from bamboo, which gave the room a peaceful, clean feeling. Her queen-size mattress was raised up a foot from the floor and mounted across a wooden frame, seated on 6 sturdy wooden feet nicely carved. There was no backboard, and her entire bed was surrounded by a light-colored lace net. I was unsure whether the net was there to stop mosquitoes or pests, or to seduce men with the exotic lure of its intricate stitching. Josna was standing with her back toward me, facing a strange statue. It was a man with 4 arms who some sculptor had caught in the midst of a wicked dance move. In one of his forehands, he held a flame of fire. She lit some incense as she stood there. She was more silent than she had been before. I thought maybe she was in some unusual ritual. We Muslims do not believe in religious symbols or idols or worshiping anything or anyone other than Allah. I took the opportunity to search with only my eyes. There were no men's cologne bottles, or men's robes, or shoes, or an ashtray containing cigarettes or cigar butts, no men's clothes draped over a chair, nor were both sides of the bed turned down, or the blankets, or the sheets ruffled or disturbed. There were no condoms, or ripped condom plastics, or photos of a man or men at her bedside on either of the 2 short end tables. There were no men's hats or weights or even a piece of sports equipment. In fact, there was only what was completely familiar in a feminine's place: Perfumes, sweet scents, fresh-cut flowers, calming colors, silk satin and lace, velvet, and a pile of pretty panties in a wicker basket at the foot of her bed.
This is my room. Come sit down,
Josna said as she spread the lace net open and sat on her bed. I opted to remain standing.
Sometimes Akemi sleeps in here, but mostly if we do it overnight, she sleeps in her hammock upstairs. You probably already know, though, she prefers to swing. She has one in her bedroom here in Kyoto. She likes to rock herself to sleep.
I didn't respond either way. I had swung my wife back and forth without a swing and rocked her until she moaned, cried, and slept. Akemi, so excited and relieved once, she even
Akemi's bedroom is like another world. Before you leave Japan, you have to see it. Look at it one time. You'll never forget,
she said, speaking slowly as if she was imagining it.
That's how we met, Akemi and I. Mr. Nakamura commissioned my father to make the ceiling for Akemi's bedroom.
The ceiling? I repeated.
My father designed stained glass windows like these two here, but these are really nothing compared to what he has done in temples and churches and buildings and even restaurants.
Just these two are dope enough, I said, staring at them.
Huh?
She asked. I said your windows right here are no joke, but how do you see outside? I asked.
There's not much to see outside on this street. You must have noticed. There was just a great location because my college is 3 minutes away. My father gifted me these two windows, and they're best when the sun is pouring through in a million colors like now. Akemi prefers when the rainwater from Japan's famous typhoons are beating against the glass. She says it looks like the colors are leaking one onto the other.
I pictured my wife lying down beside Josna on that bed behind the net, the two of them watching the rain race down the glass.
Mr. Nakamura summoned Babaji from Nepal with a special order. Babaji says that 4-year-old Akemi
Describe exactly what she wanted.
it seemed as if she was fascinated with the sky. She only wanted the sky to have colors that she could see in the sky. She even drew the design of the sky, saying that it was how the sky looked on her favorite day.
I listened while keeping my eyes moving around the room on all the trinkets and objects instead of on Josna, who was now holding her legs up and leaning her face on her knees. Her bare toes and polished nails burrowing into the satin as she spoke. I was also recalling that in Akemi's mother's poem there was a line like that.
My first love was the sky.
Then I wondered if it was Akemi or her mother who was in love with the sky, or perhaps both of them. Then I nixed that thought and decided it was Akemi who was in love with the sky, and her mother had written these lines while thinking of her only daughter.
When Mr. Nakamura learned that Babaji had 4 children,
Babaji, I interrupted.
that's father in Hindi.
She clarified.
Babaji, in this case, is my father. Back then, when Mr. Nakamura realized that Babaji had 4 children and one of them was a 6-year-old girl, he asked my father to bring me along with him once he began the work of designing and installing their stained glass ceiling. Mr. Nakamura said Akemi was his only child and that she would enjoy the company.
I couldn't do that.
My father replied to Mr. Nakamura. Then, the way Babaji tells the story, Mr. Nakamura told him something that I've heard Mr. Nakamura say at least 50 times over the past 12 years. There is nothing that can't be done. And here I am. Mr. Nakamura sponsored our entire family in Japan. My father went through the awesome process of redrawing the design, matching and merging all the colors, and cutting the glass in odd shapes to make them exactly like what Akemi remembered clearly. Then there was the cooking of the glass at incredible temperatures. After the long process of creating the perfect glass picture, my father even supervised the careful installation of the stained glass ceiling into Akemi's bedroom. When everything was completed, almost 2 years later, the rest of my family returned to Nepal. Akemi and I were like sisters by then. My father allowed me to remain. After all, Mr. Nakamura's job heightened my father's professional profile in so many ways. So I practically grew up here in Kyoto.
Don't you miss your family? I asked her.
My parents now have a total of 10 children. I'm number 4. Of course I miss every one of them, but Mr. Nakamura sends me home for every holiday. Once he even sent Akemi along with me.
Instinctively, I checked my watch.
I know,
Was all Josna said after observing me checking the time.
she should have definitely come by now.
Can you hear if someone is at the door when you're all the way back here? I asked her. She pointed to a metal rack in the corner with 2 walls intersected. It appeared to be a traffic light with 3 bulbs, 1 lime green, 1 yellow, 1 red.
Akemi has the key.
She said.
Besides, if anyone comes through our front door, the lime light will come on right up there. If someone comes through the side door, the yellow light will come on. If someone comes through the back, well, obviously, the red light will come on.
She clapped her hands together once, proud of her little light system. I thought it was clever.
You see, sometimes I'm listening to music and would not be able to hear my doorbell. Other times, I have my pieces in the kiln in that oven you saw out there. It could be quite noisy. Or if I'm at the potter's wheel or whatever, it works well for Akemi too. Once she begins drawing and painting and all that she does, who can reach her there in that world? So she also pays attention to the lights.
My eyes landed on her weird statue and burning incense that had become sticks of leaning ash.
It's Lord Shiva,
Josna said. I didn't acknowledge her idol. She noticed my feeling.
I know that you're Muslim,
Joseph said suddenly.
And Hindus and Muslims have a long history of war and a lot of blood spilled between them. But I am a Hindu girl from Nepal, and you're a Muslim man from the Sudan. Akemi is my best friend. Akemi loves you, so I love you too, Dosti,
she said, clapping her pretty unpainted hands together lightly as if to say the subject was closed. Dosti? I asked.
Ha!
She said, meaning yes. I was learning.
Dosti means friendship,
she explained. In the Hindi language, I checked.
Ha! Hindi language.
She smiled.
But in any language, this is the meaning of friendship, yes?
She asked. I agreed with her.
So it is only right for me to love you too,
Josna said matter-of-factly, agreeing with herself. I didn't think I could describe in details, in words, or in feelings the adventures of my life to anyone, male or female. But each day was moving me into a space where I had never stood before. As a youth, I kept on top of knowing when and if I grew taller or was running faster than before or becoming more accurate at hoops or the current count of my push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, and squats. But growing in my thoughts and understanding and feeling as a man was becoming harder to track and even harder to explain. When I turned to ease myself out of this intimate setting and warming mood, I walked instead to her clothing closet where the sliding doors were already half opened. I rifled through her belongings. Finally, I found something long and light yet concealing and tossed it at her. It landed on her lap. Since you know that I am Muslim, put some more clothes on and come out. She looked at me, lowered her eyes, and didn't say nothing. As I exited, I saw for the first time the metal dragon swooping down from her bedroom ceiling. Its body was made curiously from metal forks and spoons, and its angry face was made more pronounced by 2 bulging red rubies for eyes. She emerged into the rectangle wearing her beautiful long dress, a Nepali version of the Sudanese thobe, I imagined. Now she was completely covered except for her bare feet. I wonder why some women could not know that this is better. Her other clothes just raised a fire in a man, an untamed feeling, and wild thoughts attack that are completely physical and not about love. These images and thoughts misled many men and could also slip into disrespect at best, or, at worst, violence. For a woman to cover was more respectful and calming. It was better that she be mysterious, a subtle suggestion, rather than a desperate scream. Of course, the Islamic hijab and niqab did much more. It is a protective covering and an announcement from a woman that she doesn't want to be viewed wrongly, misunderstood, harassed, or even approached without respectful purpose. Listen, I told Josna. I gotta go. I'll be back tonight. Is that all right with you? She smiled.
Mi casa es su casa,
She said using Spanish. Every New Yorker knew what that meant, so I did too. Here, write down Akemi's home address here in Kyoto and write down her telephone number. I pulled out my notepad. She wrote in it. May I use your phone? I asked her.
Sure.
She agreed. I had called the number she had written down and given me for Akemi. I knew now that I had to double and triple check every person dealing with my wife, friend, or no friend. The phone rang 4 times before a voicemail come on. When I heard my wife's sweet voice offering Japanese greetings over the recording, I purposely said nothing. I wouldn't leave any message that might alarm any listener or cause Akemi and me to be traced or trailed. I didn't want to do anything to trigger Nakamura before his trip. I wanted him to leave Japan. With him out of our way, Akemi and I would find each other and be gone from here. I hung up certain I had been given the correct info this time around. It gave me more reason to trust Josna. What exactly did Akemi say to you about what she plans to do now?
She plans to escape with you, but she has to do something first. It has to do with her mother. She wants to tell you about it. She wants you to know. But her father is really tough, really smart, and really rich. He plans to keep Akemi here in Japan. He is using the matter of her mother to force her to obey him.
Her mother? I questioned.
I know you're thinking that since her mother had already passed away many years ago, what could be happening with her now? But her death almost destroyed Akemi, and the anniversary of her mother's death just passed. It was on May 3rd, the same day as her debut and big art show at the MoMA in New York.
I recall the early morning of May 3rd. My wife was more emotional on that day than usual. She clung to me even though we were outside. She was looking into my eyes with a lingering look of longing, even though we had been together every day and night leading up to that morning. I gave her a strong hug around her feminine frame. I squeezed her so hard that I lifted her off her feet. The moment I released her, she began holding hands with Uma in the middle of Rockefeller Center. I was remembering that it was before most of the shops had even opened for the day. How was I to know that she was of mixed emotions? Love for her husband, love for Uma, and the memory of love and loss of her own mother. Maybe Akemi also felt the weight of not being home in Kyoto where her mother's body lay, especially on the anniversary. Maybe Akemi felt guilty for choosing to marry and live in New York, 7,000 miles away from the land where her mother must be buried in the soil. Josna interrupted my thoughts.
Akemi told me that she felt so nervous at the MoMA. Mr. Nakamura was there backstage with her. She said that he served her some tea to calm her. She said that after the tea, she felt drowsy as she made her presentation before the audience, but that she pushed and fought to remain upbeat. She remembered the audience applauding her. She remembered posing in her kimono for the press. But as she walked off the stage, she felt faint. When she awakened, she was on a flight in a private jet beside her father, Ichiro, and Makoto.
Josna's words painted a clear picture in my mind. In a few thoughtful sentences, she had removed much of my confusion.
Akemi says she cried all the way home and every day afterward until you showed up.
Josna, thank you. I gotta go.
Here, you must take my phone number.
She wrote it down.
Mr. Nakamura loves Akemi so much, and as I said, he's tough. But please don't hurt him. Akemi doesn't agree with what her father's doing, yet she still loves him as a daughter. Surely you can understand.
Did Akemi ask you to tell me that?
No, she didn't. It's just that you have a certain look in your eyes.
I started moving toward the door to leave. Josna followed me into the ceramic-tiled cave.
Akemi said you would show up, and you did, all the way from New York. I'm impressed. When the two of you return to New York together, do me a favor.
I was listening. She was so helpful to me, I was prepared to do her almost any favor.
When you two reach there, close your eyes and count to 100. When you open them, I will be right there beside the two of you. Akemi is my best friend. I can't live without her.
Josna said sincerely. When Akemi comes here, or even if she phones you, tell her I said for her to come over to the studio, to stay here, to wait for me. Tell her I said don't worry about nothing, not money, or about her driver, or the security, or tickets, or anything. Tell her to just come. I'll take care of the rest. Got it? I stared into Josna.
Got it.
She agreed. As I strolled down the strange block past the warehouse and then the factory toward the train station, I watched the sun as it began its final bow of the day. What could Nakamura be thinking? Was it better for his young daughter to be left in the presence of his men in his employ rather than in the presence of her husband? And what about this Shota, Ichiro, and Makoto? How loyal were they to Nakamura? Would they be willing to give their lives in defense of Nakamura's plan? And what of Josna suggesting that she would move in with Akemi and me in New York? Why did it appear that I was destined to be surrounded by a handful of extraordinarily beautiful women? In my house full of females, it seemed there will only be them and me and my feet and fists and my guns. My mind shifted like a Rubik's Cube, trying to get back into its original position. Unknowingly, I had jumped on the local and not the express. The ride was long and slow. As the windows darkened, I was working my way back to Chiasa, who I knew would not break her fast without me. Chiasa, my comrade. The meaning I discovered for the word comrade in my dictionary was one or two or more soldiers bound together by a same or similar mission, one who shares and works together with a close friend toward a mutual goal. I thought about Islam, my religion. I believe there is no space for comrades between men and women in Islam. Of course, 2 or more Muslim men could be comrades. 2 or more Muslim women could be comrades with one another. Yet, the type of interaction that was taking place in order for Chiasa and me to work together toward a goal, I had not seen any allowance for that in my reading of the Quran. There is no free mixing between men and women in my Islamic culture. Still, I had the feeling that although I had no real understanding of it, Allah had provided Chiasa for me. Sitting on a bicycle in front of the wall leading to the Hyatt, Chiasa was a silhouette. As soon as she saw me climbing upward toward her, she came speeding down toward me.
Ryoshi!
She called me the strange name that she had chosen for me the day after we first met. "What are you calling me?" I asked her as she squeezed her brakes and almost flipped her bike.
Ryoshi, listen first, please. There is a Japanese girl looking for you in the hotel lobby. I overheard her describing you when I was about to return the bike to the front desk. She said, Mayonaka, and the hotel clerk checked and said that there was no one registered under that name. She began describing you to the clerk.
Chiasa continued. But by that time, I was racing up the hill to catch my wife before she jumped into a car and left. Chiasa crashed into me with her bike, pushing me forward before I was able to break my fall.
I said, listen first.
Chiasa said through clenched teeth.
She is not your wife.
Chiasa chided. How do you know? I asked, putting myself in order and walking uphill as she rode beside me, explaining.
I just know,
Chiasa said.
I told her to wait there. I was out here looking for you. I even rode up to the college.
Is she still there? I asked, doubtful and angry.
Last time I looked, just her and her dogs. Twins.
Chiasa said. I paused. Now I knew it was Himawari. She doesn't speak English, I told Chiasa.
I'll translate, but you and I gotta get our story straight first. I told her that I didn't know you, but I've seen you around the hotel. I told her that I was taking the course at the Red Cross next door.
Why say all that? I checked.
Because I read Akemi's diary, and I know what kind of girl she is and all about their friendship. I don't want it to seem like you and I are staying together and then she mixes up the meaning of everything and misleads Akemi.
I looked at Chiasa. I understood. I appreciated her. I felt bad for making her feel like she had to run me down and crash her bike into me to make me hear her.
You go in first. I'll show up less than 2 minutes later, and the hotel clerk warned me that I should have you bring your passport down to the front desk since you are staying here under my name. I told him that you're not staying in my hotel room, that you were just studying at a local college, and we were both studying for the Red Cross course.
I laughed. Chiasa had quite a mind. The Hyatt valet parkers watched closely as I approached Himawari. Obviously, she had raised suspicion about me by asking around. As I heard the growl of her wolf, I motioned for her to come to me. She began walking over. I walked back toward the street outside the Hyatt so she would follow. She did. As she arrived, Chiasa rolled up and went into action, speaking Japanese. When Chiasa stopped talking, Himawari's wolf-like wild eyes moved around as though she was uncertain. Maybe she wasn't buying whatever Chiasa had said. Her wolf wasn't buying it either. He growled at me. With her curved nails, she yanked his chain one swift time and he yielded. She wrapped the leash more tightly around her right palm and he sat.
Mayonaka,
She said and motioned me to follow her and the wolf. When she saw Chiasa flinch, she put up her left hand as if to say, "Stop."
sayonara.
Was all that came out of her cold lips. Because Chiasa wanted us to pretend not to know each other, I followed Himawari, hoping that she would lead me to Akemi somehow. Her wolf was wearing crocheted boots with a strip of brown leather inlaid on each. Now that I was walking behind her, I could see that Himawari was also wearing crocheted sandals with a hard sole and a brown leather strip running up the back of her calves. It was cooler now that the sun had set, yet I never understood dressing up a dog. Her wolf was well groomed. His coat of hair was fluffed and white and clean. It looked like they both had just come from the hairdresser. In a dark alley, we met up with her invisible crew, which had swelled from 3 to 6. I was tight about it. This situation was growing too well known for ninja warfare. The 6 girls bowed to me all at once. Konbanwa, I offered the evening greeting. They giggled some. Himawari did not. Name, I asked their names. Lined up like dominoes, they responded to me one by one.
Chihiro, Ao,
Midori. Shiro.
Aka,
Murasaki.
I looked at each of them briefly, knowing that they were set to make a fool out of a foreigner. I don't speak Japanese, but I had studied my cards and understood clearly that they had given me the names of colors instead of their true selves. Yellow, blue, green, white, red, purple, they had said. But I wouldn't blow their spot. All they knew was Mayonaka, so we were even. Mayonaka des, I introduced myself. Just then Murasaki said,
I speak English to Himawari-san.
Hi, I agreed, but I could hear that she had no real command over English herself. Himawari spoke some Japanese. Murasaki translated.
We friends, Akemi. You know that, right?
She asked me. Hi.
Come, please.
She turned, and they all turned and walked to the nearby front door of a closed and darkened shop. Midori pulled a thin chain from inside her miniskirt and dangled it. She inserted the key into the shop door. When it opened, they all looked at me. Himawari was standing behind me, with her wolf. I didn't know what they wanted. I thought of everything. Were they trying to set me up on a B&E? Midori went inside but didn't flip the lights on. The others followed her in, and they all stood in a row.
Please come,
Murasaki said. I turned and looked back at Himawari, the unpredictable ice princess, boss of the invisible doll crew. I motioned with my head that she should go inside. I already decided I wouldn't enter if she didn't. Midori came to stand in front of Murasaki. Since Midori held the keys to the place, I figured she was its owner, or more likely, the real owner's daughter. Midori began speaking to Himawari. Himawari didn't respond type and color. The line of girls walked to the back of the store. 8 people in a row shook the floor and the beads rattled. Murasaki was the first one to drop down a tight twisted iron spiral staircase into a basement. The 7 of us behind her followed.
welcome.
Murasaki's voice said in English, and the light raised up from dark to dim to bright. I was surrounded now by hundreds of tiny glass figurines carefully placed on 3 steel racks. One by one, each of them dropped down and sat on wooden cubes like crates. But they weren't crates. The walls that surrounded us were all plastered with pictures of Japanese teens. My eyes searched and scanned. My mind merged.
The all-girls club in a secret location close to the high school.
I recalled Chiasa saying.
Akemi-san.
Murasaki said, pointing to a picture of an even younger Akemi arm in arm with a group of girls. I guessed on quick glance that those were the same girls that were sitting right here. Hi, I acknowledged. Then she pointed to another photo of Akemi standing alone wearing some short shorts and a summer blouse. Himawari was the only one still standing up beside me. She was on the bottom step as though she could and would prevent anyone from coming down or leaving the basement. I wanted all 7 of them to sit right there where I could watch them all at once and quickly get to the bottom of what they were getting at. Himawari spoke in Japanese. Murasaki spoke in Japanese. Midori got up and pulled the picture from the wall and handed it over to me. I looked. It was my wife in a mean Annie smink. The hood surrounded her entire face. She wore some bad mink winter boots and amazing mink mittens. Yet, it was the guy who was standing beside her leaning on a snowman that I knew they wanted me to see. When they saw my face change, they knew I saw. I looked up and then around the room. They were all silent. Himawari said something else in Japanese. Shido plucked a picture from the wall behind where she was seated. Meanwhile, Midori lifted the one I held in my hands and posted it back in the same position. Shido handed me the next photo. It was a group of girls on the beach with their knees in the sand and some boys standing behind them. Of course, I saw my wife in her one-piece yellow bathing suit and also wearing a transparent lace blouse over it. Ao handed me a third photo. The same guy was in it, and only Akemi. He wore a baseball uniform. She had a stylish outfit and was wearing what I was supposed to assume was his fitted. I had seen enough. I knew I was on stage, and these girls were in it for my reactions. So I gave them nothing. "So what's up?" I asked as they watched closely. Himawari reached into her handbag and came out with another photo. Kiito jumped up and retrieved it from her and handed it to me. It was the same guy who was photographed with Akemi. But this photo was Himawari and the guy in a loving embrace.
Shota Himawari boyfriend is now.
Murasaki said. I knew she meant Shota and Himawari were hooked up. I thought for some seconds. "Shota, the driver," I said to Himawari, motioning my hands, holding a make-believe steering wheel.
Hi.
Himawari finally smiled. She said something in Japanese.
Himawari will help you take Akemi away.
Murasaki translated. I figured Himawari thought I wasn't understanding her point, 'cause she broke out of her ice princess stance and spoke these English words.
Himawari loves Shota. Shota love Akemi. Akemi love Mayonaka. Mayonaka love Akemi. Himawari hate Josna. Josna hate Himawari. Ikido love Josna. Josna love Akemi.
She stared at me with a cold stare, her wild eyes flashing the wolf glare. Her face was back to cold, and suddenly a wicked half-smile came across her face like she could tell I finally got it.
Today, tomorrow, yesterday,
Murasaki said. Ao interrupted her and said,
Today.
Today, Shota drive away with Akemi and Makoto.
Murasaki stated.
Shota not return.
She added. None of this mattered if Akemi was on her way to meet me or if she was already at Josna's. I could dash out and leave these girls to their gossip and girl worries, I thought to myself. "Phone?" I asked. Midori lifted the phone from the floor behind the cube where she sat. I called Josna.
Namaste.
She greeted anxiously. "It's Mayonaka. Is she there or on her way?" I asked Josna, speaking discreetly on purpose, with 14 eyeballs burning a hole in my face.
No, I'm not going to be able to have the party,
Josna said oddly. "Party?" I asked.
"Play along,"
she said with a fake sounding joyfulness.
"I am packing now. The tough one sent for me."
"Makoto?"
"No."
she denied. "Nakamura?"
"Ha."
she confirmed. "Someone is standing over you right now?" I asked her.
"Ha."
she confirmed. "Where is Akemi?"
"Was coming to party, but it's all been canceled,"
she answered strangely. I tried to read between the lines.
"I'm packing now."
"Where are you going?"
"I am sorry. I didn't mean to cancel."
she dodged. Obviously, she could not say the name of the location without giving it all away. "Is Akemi going with you?" I asked hurriedly.
Already there.
She revealed. "Where?"
Tough one's parent. I think it might be cold.
"Is it a place here in Japan?" I asked.
Ha.
She said, then hurriedly added,
Sure, you can still come here if you please. I won't be here, though.
she said, which I took as her asking me to go there, although I didn't know why or what for. "Where are you going?" I asked Josna. I heard a speck of her voice and then a click off. She had been talking. Someone else disconnected the call, I believed. I stood thinking. Maybe the man standing over her was a Japanese who didn't speak English. Or maybe he spoke some, but not enough to sift through her strange babble. Maybe there was more than one man standing watch over her and listening. She wouldn't and didn't say my name or Akemi's name during the brief exchange, and she wouldn't speak the name of her destination. Himawari's glare was growing more wolfish. The thought battle had thickened to a degree where I needed to move, think, speak, and step swiftly. Realistically, I didn't have the answers. Yet, I was certain of one thing. Himawari would become a problem. She wasn't on my side or Akemi's side. She wasn't a soldier or a ninja like Chiasa. She could start running her mouth, sounding alarms, standing witness against everyone, and protecting only her interests. And she brought along her invisible army, 6 girls who were clearly not on the level of Himawari or Josna and definitely not Akemi. Any one of them trying to come up and gain visibility might easily use this situation to cast themselves in a larger role, I thought. "Have you spoken to Akemi?" I broke my silence and asked Himawari after I handed Midori back her phone. Murasaki translated my question to her.
Just yesterday.
Himawari said. Murasaki translated. "What did Akemi tell you?" I asked. Murasaki translated.
Akemi says she loves Mayonaka. She marry Mayonaka. She don't love Shota. Shota is always like a brother to her.
Himawari replied through Murasaki.
Akemi show me.
Himawari gestured, moving one of her hands over the other and making a circle around her marriage finger. "Her wedding ring?" I asked.
Hi.
Himawari said. Then she made a circle around her wrist. "Bangles," I said. The girls showed some confusion. "Bracelets," I said. Murasaki translated.
Hi.
Himawari agreed. Then she moved her hand with long, slim fingers and curved and pretty painted nails across her neck and slid her finger down between her breasts. Then she brought her hands down and rested them between her legs, pressing in on the cloth of her already short dress. She stared me dead in the eyes.
I want.
She said. It was as though she had tapped me in a game of freeze tag. The Ice Princess had frozen me. I knew she was saying she wanted passion marks pressed on her body, same as I had loved them onto my wife in those exact places. A wave of heat shot through me. Then I was unfrozen. "Shota-san," is all I answered. Her man needed to take care of that. Her invisible crew was out of the loop and looking around at one another. Himawari spoke Japanese again to Murasaki. Murasaki translated.
Akemi said she will go to New York in 2 weeks. She will stay living there. But Himawari don't believe because Akemi left with Shota. Shota says he will be away for 10 days.
"Where did Shota go?"
Naisho.
Himawari said. I knew that word. It meant secret.
Shota said it was a secret.
Murasaki clarified.
Himawari is angry.
She added. "Why?" I asked, going for as much info as I could get.
Because Shota says he will not call Himawari before he comes back.
Murasaki explained.
And Himawari doesn't know where he's gone.
After a long pause, I said, I'm leaving Kyoto tonight on the Shinkansen. I'll fly back to New York tomorrow morning. In 2 weeks, Akemi and I will be together. A few of the invisible ones gasped. The others gasped after Murasaki's translation of my words was completed. Himawari-san, I said to the Ice Princess, my Akemi does not love Shota. You should not worry. When Murasaki translated my words, Himawari, the Ice Princess began screaming wildly in Japanese. Her pretty face turned anime twisted and evil. She pushed over the metal rack beside her, and all the glass figurines went crashing and smashing into pieces on the floor. Himawari had just proven what I already knew. She was a loose cannon, uncool, a liability. I'm sure Shota didn't know that his girl who loved him, whom he didn't love, was the same one who would easily get his ass set up and clap, clap. 5 girls scrambled like servants to clean up the tiny pieces of smashed glass as Midori confronted Himawari. I stepped over the glass and brushed by Himawari. Up the twisted stairs, I walked through the narrow aisle that ran down the fragile and delicate shop of beads and glass toward the door. Before I remembered, it was locked. I turned around and dropped back down halfway. Midori, let me out, I said with force. But Midori's arm was twisted behind her back as Himawari held it there. Murasaki unclipped the keychain out of Midori's pocket and walked up to let me out. As I exited, Murasaki said,
Himawari is good. She loves Shota. Shota loves Akemi. When Akemi was gone, it was good for Himawari and Shota. Please forgive us, and have a safe trip home from Japan.
She bowed. As I moved beyond the shop, I saw Chiasa squatted down beside the wolf, feeding him something and stroking his fur.
We made friends,
Chiasa said, smiling. Come on, change of plans. We gotta go. I talked to her as I walked. F***ing wolf, I thought to myself. He growls at the men and purrs like a pussy for the pretty girls. Where were you all day? I asked Chiasa.
I went to Osaka. Why? Did you miss me?
She said playfully. No, I just planned to make a deduction from your pay. Soldier MIA, I said jokingly. I was trying to soothe my own fury at the same time.
Soldier on point,
She challenged. She reached for a canteen and asked,
please, can we drink first?
Sorry, your throat must be burning, I said, because of the fast.
I waited.
She said, lifting the deep blue leather pouch from around her shoulder. She unscrewed the top of her water-filled canteen to offer me the first drink. I said, whispering. I drank. She drank. We drank.
I found the fortress where your 100,000 yen shoe princess lives. It really is a secure location. There are 4 buildings on the property. I only knew that because I rode above the area in the cable car. When I was on the ground on my bike, the wall that surrounded her place was too high for me to look over or see into. I rode around the perimeter 3 times and counted 5 entrances. There are cameras on the main entrance and the rear entrance. Mayu, Akemi's house manager, used the side entrance, slid in a key card, and tapped in an additional code, so there are 3 gated doors that have that system, separate from the main and rear entrance.
She inhaled and tried to continue. I interrupted her. Good work. Thank you. But it doesn't matter. Things have been changing rapidly all day, I let her know. It took 10 minutes for us to pack and check out of the Hyatt Hotel. We taxied to Kyoto Station and threw our belongings into 2 lockers. We ate light as we moved, jumping on a train toward the Kyoto Seika University. On the express, I filled Chiasa in with every detail that I thought was strategic to our mission.
If you'd allowed me to read to you from Akemi's diary, I would have warned you about Himawari. She is someone who was friends with Akemi from childhood only because of their father's relationship over the years. Even though Himawari is from a rich family also, she envies Akemi's son.
Chiasa said softly as our train raced.
It's not the fact that Akemi is the shoe princess that she envies, or her cars, or home, or clothes. She envies Akemi's emotions and the effect that Akemi's emotions have on everyone they both know.
I didn't say nothing, although I felt in that moment my like for Chiasa deepened. I appreciated that she seemed to genuinely like my wife without ever having met her or chilled with her. I liked that she tried to understand Akemi through the diary and to protect and defend her. I liked that she put all of that in front of her own feelings. That was dope to me. Chapter 11. At 7:50 p.m., the lights were off on all but 2 of the factory floors. The warehouse was darkened. We walked on the side of the road with the woods and no sidewalk in silence. I could see that Ginsza's studio, half a block down, was also shrouded in darkness. Both Chiasa and I had become part of the night, both blacked out, black t-shirts and black cargo pants, me in my black ones and her soft rubber-soled Japanese slip-ons that had a section for 3 toes and 1 section for the other 2 on each foot. Her long, thick hair was pinned tightly in the back. She slid her zukin on, the black ninja face mask. If I had not been so tight, and if I didn't have to concentrate so hard to decipher my surroundings and the language and people and to discipline my every movement, I might have noticed and looked very closely at Chiasa and how beautiful and clever and talented a masked martial artist she was. However, when she and I are together, it means there is work that must be done as it should be. I led her around the outside of the strangely shaped studio simply to check the perimeter. She kept pace, walking 2 steps behind me. I could hear each of her steps as the rocks beneath our soles let off a muffled, crunchy sound. The left side door was locked. I checked it with my gloved hands. Around the triangular tip, Chiasa paused at the stained glass windows. When I turned around to check her, she was trying to see inside, but I already knew that all she would see was an array of darkened colors. At the right side door, there was only grass, not rocks like on the driveway. It would not open either. Chiasa stepped up to stand directly beside me.
There's no one out here,
She said.
We'll go in the front door.
She seemed so sure that it would go down just like that. Facing the front door, Chiasa placed her gloved fingers in the slot below the keyhole and slid the heavy door open. I checked my watch. It was 8 p.m. Inside of the igloo cave of Josna's art palace, we stood still in the dark, with only the glow of the limelight above our heads. Within a quarter of a second, Chiasa placed both of her hands on my sides and pulled me tight toward her body. When my back was pressed against her front, I turned my head to see what and why. She dropped down and pulled at my shirt, signaling that she wanted me to duck also. I ducked.
There's at least 3 other people in here with us, checking out the same spot. Do you see them?
She asked, her lips pressed against my ear with only her zukin separating our skin from touching. I stood up, my smile coming across naturally. I used my left hand to ease up the light dimmer and extended my right hand to her. Get up, I told her. She stood. The lights in the studio were on now.
So f***ing cool,
She said. Her eyes were rapidly scanning the sculptures, which had been moved from their original positions where I saw them this afternoon and placed closer to the igloo cave entrance.
Can I look?
She asked. 10 minutes and we're out, I told her. I wasn't too worried about being inside Josna's place. She had invited me. It wasn't the same as breaking in, I told myself. Besides, I knew there would be something in here that would reveal the truth about what was going on, since she obviously could not tell me over the telephone.
There's nobody here. What exactly are we looking for?
Chiasa asked, still standing stiff. Clues. Anything she might have left or hidden here for me as she was rushed out. She probably left it somewhere that Nakamura's men would not notice. You take the left side, I'll take the right. Check the drawers and behind and beneath things. What we really need most is an address to where they have been taken.
Taken?
Chiasa repeated softly. Yeah, by some of those people who stick their hand in the situation and try to change the fate of others, just like you said, I told her. Chiasa began moving around with the lightness, precision, and balance of a ballerina. In front of the shapely female sculpture, I saw her strike a playful pose, making her hands, fingers, body, and feet mimic the position and posture of the statue.
Whatever happened in here, she knows.
Chiasa joked, referring to the statue. I knew she was trying to help me lighten up. Real ninjas know that it is this lightness that makes for a more accurate and successful outcome. Being tight and heavy is a distraction to that deadly focus that is needed to execute and complete the mission.
These are the same as the drawings in her diary. I mean, they were drawn by the same hand. I recognize the strokes.
Chiasa said. As she was paused before the drawings of Akemi's teenage mom, I didn't respond. I was lifting vases and clay figures, searching for a note.
Oh, she sure does force you to feel some kind of way, doesn't she?
Chiasa said.
I mean, if you're alive and you see something that this girl draws or read something that she says or describes, it's impossible not to feel something strong on the inside, right?
Chiasa asked.
That's a really unusual talent, especially here in Japan. We are used to seeing beautiful, orderly, and detailed things, but not so much used to feelings.
Move on, Chiasa. Keep looking. Don't get stuck there, I said solemnly.
I'm gonna go up these stairs,
Chiasa said, trying to look all the way up into the rectangle. Check it out, I agreed. As I pushed my hands down below the seats of Josna's small couch and searched inside and beneath the cushions, I heard the sound of the rocks in the driveway being crushed under the weight of wheels. Swiftly, I dashed to the igloo and lowered the dimmer. Now the studio was pitch black, except for a glare of light that Chiasa must have switched on upstairs. Don't move, I called up to Chiasa as I carefully walked all the way to the rear of the house and slipped behind the velvet curtain and waited. The headlights of the vehicle that I could not see briefly lit up some parts of the stained glass windows. When both the ignition and headlights went off, I could not see anything in the darkened bedroom. I could hear feet moving on the rocks in the driveway. I counted at least 2 people approaching, maybe 3. I couldn't think of any reason that Nakamura's men will return here, and I hope that no matter what happened here tonight, Chiasa will be safe. I regretted involving her in a situation that could get her knocked. I should have made her wait outside while I searched the studio, was the thought that now screamed like a siren in my head. That's why I needed to work alone. I defended myself in my thoughts, and why bother working with a woman? Even if she was a comrade, it was impossible for a man not to think of defending a woman first before everything else. The limelight switched on in the triangular tip where I stood. I knew this meant someone was entering the front door. I waited.
Darikaimasu?
A male voice said. This wasn't a regular greeting that Japanese people seem to announce when entering a home. Then there were two male voices speaking to one another in Japanese. I eased my penlight out of my pocket. I pointed it at the bed. It beamed through the net and up and down and across the satin sheets searching. The bed was still made up neatly. I beamed on the clothing closet. The doors were still open halfway. I shined it onto the closet floor, searching. I beamed on the door to what Josna had called the water closet. I could not see inside and did not want to risk moving and creating a sound alarm for whoever was out there in the living room. Yet, they were chattering a lot. I heard the ruffling of the thick plastic that was wrapped around a few of the incompleted sculptures. Next, I heard things being moved around. Then suddenly I heard tapping, a light tap coming from the stained glass window. Frozen in place, I looked through the darkened colors of the glass. I could not see the outline of any human body, yet I could still hear the light tapping. I knew also that whoever or whatever was creating that sound could also not see inside and discover me either. The lime traffic light switched on again, meaning the front door had been opened from its previously closed position. I waited. Seconds later, I heard more Japanese talk outside the stained glass windows. I also heard the rocks grinding beneath boots. I couldn't hear any more sounds coming from the other side of the velvet curtain. Still, I waited, just in case. The men re-entered the studio. The limelight and their constant soft, polite speech made their presence obvious. The plastic ruffled some more. I heard something ripping and the screeching sound of tape being stripped off its roll. Their speech grew a bit louder and just as constant. Next, I heard the front door close. I waited. The ignition of what sounded more like a truck than a car started up. I stepped away from the stained glass just in case. After all, their headlights were on now and shining brightly as they began to move out, reverse, and angle their vehicle. The rocks crushed under the grind of their wheels. After 5 minutes of standing like one of Josna's sculptures, I pulled the velvet curtain back by just a couple of inches and peered out. The lights were off now, and the studio was completely darkened. I watched and watched. Nothing was moving. The limelight lit. I dropped the curtain closed and stood motionless. I switched even my penlight off. I heard movement, but nothing like before, and no chatter at all. The velvet curtain was yanked open, and Chiasa stood facing me, frozen. She smiled.
Come out wherever you are.
She sang softly, teasing.
It's clear.
I switched on the light, not thinking about nothing except being happy that she was safe and getting out of there before another uninvited guest showed up to Josna's party.
What is that behind you?
Chiasa asked, but I didn't turn around, believing that she was trying to fake me out and continue her simulated hide-and-seek game. When her face stayed straight and her eyebrows rose, I went for it and turned. Oh, that guy with the 4 arms. Josna calls him Lord Shiva, the god of destruction, I said matter-of-factly and unimpressed. But then I looked again. Shiva had a flame in one hand, nothing in 2 of his other hands, and a rolled-up scroll in his 4th hand that wasn't there this afternoon when Josna and I were together in the triangular tip. I had not noticed it when the lights were out. I pulled it from the palm of the statue. As I unrolled it, Chiasa stood beside me like a Siamese twin. We were both staring down at the wrinkled paper.
I am sorry that I could not speak properly to you over the phone. Even now I am scribbling in the water closet. I worry that I will lose the trust of Mr. Nakamura if I make even one simple mistake. At the time of your call, his men were here, watching me carefully. Mr. Nakamura sent them to get me. To my great shock, in the form of an order, not a request. You are the only one who could console her, he said to me over the phone as the enforcers watched me receive my orders. Akemi has been sent far away to her grandmother's house in the Hidaka Mountains in Hokkaido. She was sent straight away from a doctor's visit, also without warning. So this is all very sudden and strange. We have never been to visit her grandmother's house before. I hear that it is out in the wilderness. She has no electricity, only solar power, no telephone or phone service. Akemi phoned me finally from the airport. She was in quite a panic, but our call was cut short. She complained that she was not allowed to go home and collect her belongings and is very distraught about not having her mother's ashes, which are in a gold urn in her wing of their estate. I don't know how far you are willing to go for her. She is gambling it all. If you choose to go back to NY when you receive this message, I promise I will make her understand and we will find a way for her to go join you soon in New York. Akemi will kill me for suggesting that, but I have to be realistic. She is quite a romantic and a dreamer. Should you choose to come to Hokkaido, we will be there for at least the next 10 days of Mr. Nakamura's Asian tour, which is not so great for me. I don't know if the security men will remain there in Hokkaido with us or not. I guess it depends on how seriously Mr. Nakamura takes your efforts to meet with your wife. As you can see up to now, like Akemi said, her father is extremely determined to keep you apart. I have left the keys and security codes in the container in the freezer upstairs in the kitchen. It will allow you into my cottage on the Nakamura estate. You can access Akemi's wing through the back door of my cottage. From midnight to 4 a.m., no one will be there. If you go earlier than those times, or even 10 minutes later, you will be discovered. If you want to take the risk, please bring the gold urn. For some reason, Akemi is worried about this urn, but not her own schooling, her clothes, or shoes, or books, or art supplies even. I pray that Lord Shiva protects you, my Muslim brother, and if this falls apart, please promise me that you will never reveal my role in helping you. Love, Josna.
I was fired up, but even my fury was played out and useless. I was still in the battle, but Nakamura was making all the moves and hits. He wasn't bogged down dealing with the girlfriends of Akemi. He was moving the pieces to make all my thoughts and actions obsolete. His daughter Akemi had become his queen in this chess game. He had protected her well enough that she was still in his possession. I had hit him up a few times, but nothing worth mentioning at this point. Certainly, I had nothing to be proud of. Hokkaido, Hidaka Mountains. What do you know about these places? I asked Chiasa.
I am so psyched.
She whispered with excited softness.
Let's do it. We can do it.
She followed me up the stairs to get the keys and codes from the second floor of Josna's studio where I had never been, the same area where Chiasa had hidden where the men had arrived moments ago. It was an incredible, colorful ceramic tiled kitchen with a serious ventilation system. 2 pots and 2 pans dangled from the ceiling by the stove. There was a round glass table with 2 heavy glass chairs. When I looked at it closely, I saw that the entire set was made up of colorful marbles. They were buried in every centimeter of the tabletop and even in the legs and seat and back of the matching chairs. Her kitchen was spotlessly clean, which led me to believe that Josna wasn't a cook. It was easy to leap to this conclusion because she had grown up in Japan. In the Sudanese or Indian or even Nepali kitchen, where similar spices are blended and cooked and served, the aroma never leaves, even after careful cleaning. Chiasa pulled open the cabinet and it was stuffed with ramen and other quick-fix junk that I had seen the Japanese throw into their bodies while standing alone or sitting alone inside any one of their numerous convenience stores. They bought and sold and consumed it voraciously like it was delicious and natural and nutritious food. I opened Jones's refrigerator. There was only a chunk of tofu, floating in some water and wrapped in a clear thin plastic. There was also a jug of some drink, perhaps cold tea. When I opened the freezer, there was a container inside, just as she said there would be. When I peeled back the tight lid, the keys and card and a small piece of folded paper were inside. I noticed an open window on the opposite wall in the next room. I went to close it. Chiasa followed.
Sorry,
She said.
I jumped out from there. I didn't get the chance to close it back up.
I looked at her. She was so fucking cool to me. I stuck my head by the window at how far she'd had to leap. I pulled my head back in and shut the window, impressed, but didn't say shit about it. In the small porch-like room where I stood, I saw Akemi's hammock. It was still and looked and felt lonely.
Look what I got.
Chiasa showed me a paper. Everything on the paper was in Japanese. Are you trying to be funny? I asked her. She knew I couldn't read it.
No, this is the label from the courier service that just left here. When I saw that they were sending 2 of the sculptures somewhere, I got curious. They left their truck door standing open, so I lifted this document. Now they have a copy, and I have a copy.
She confessed. But that's different than stealing, right? I ribbed her.
Definitely. All is fair in love and war. You heard that before, right? It's an English saying.
She said. Who said it? Aunt Tasha, I asked her as we walked down the iron stairs. She laughed.
No, not Aunt Tasha. Maybe it was Shakespeare or something I read in school. Whatever. When I first heard it, I thought to myself, that sounds true. A real warrior would do anything when he's at war. And a real lover will do anything when he's in love, right? Besides, according to Yuka's philosophy, I should blame any African-American side for stealing the document. Then what I said about the Japanese people not stealing would still be true.
I listened and thought to myself, Chiasa is clever. What does the paper say from the courier service?
Oh, this. This is the exact address where they are sending those 2 sculptures. It's in Hokkaido.
I was grateful to Allah, but instinctively, I hugged Chiasa. Her body stiffened a bit and she dropped her head shyly. I realized and released her.
I must have done something good.
She asked.
So you shouldn't dock my pay for going to Osaka earlier today.
She joked, dodged, and distracted.
Could you imagine us just roaming around the entire Hidaka Mountains?
She laughed.
We would be 2,000 meters in the air, stopping hikers and climbers and asking if they had seen a girl in really expensive, really high heels walking up this way. Now that would have been crazy.
She laughed and loosened up our serious mission. We were out, going straight to Josna's cottage.
Don't even think about leaving me on watch out here. We both know that no one is home and no one is coming. Nakamura-san has used up all of his soldiers. Let's count.
Chiasa said, pulling each of her gloved fingers.
He has men flying out with him to Singapore. He has security that seized Akemi from the doctor. He has men who picked up Ginsza separate from the ones who dealt with Akemi.
She clapped her gloved hands together.
That's it. There's no one left. Of course, he could have others. But I'm thinking his most trusted guys are surrounding him, his daughter, and Josna. And he's running out of time. Believe me, you got him scrambling by being here first in Tokyo, then in Kyoto.
She said, like a military strategist.
I pay attention.
She said solemnly. Her big gray eyes and long black lashes were more pronounced through her zukin. How can Chiasa know that it was not because I feared being captured by security while entering the Nakamura estate that I wanted her to stand outside and wait? It was because I had decided that I would not allow anything bad to happen to her. If anything went wrong, it should happen to me instead. Akemi is my wife, my family. I am the one who should run all the risks gladly. As I turned to walk away, leaving her behind, she followed eagerly. Josna's cottage revealed the influences and maybe reasons for her loyalty to Nakamura. It was a lovely tiny place behind a secured wall, accessed from a side entrance behind a locked iron gate. In front of the cottage door, there was a stone fountain pouring water continuously.
The sound of the water was very calming for our tense circumstances. Some growing on the bricks and wrapped around the house. It was like a small slice of paradise. We entered. The entire inside of Josna's home was soft and warm and feminine. There was no area designated as a workspace, no clay or tools or plastic or incomplete art. Her bed was round and her sheets and spreads were too. Each item seemed handcrafted in high quality. She had many framed family photos and hung a beautiful carpet on one wall instead of laying it across her floor. We breezed through in search of her back door. Outside her cottage was a courtyard. She flew a Nepali and Japanese flag on a shortened flagpole. The ground had tiny lights that led all the way to her best friend's wing of a separate building on the Nakamura estate. Hurriedly, we entered Akemi's code, and automatically the door opened. Chiasa removed her shoes, and I did the same.
I think I'm falling in love with her too,
Chiasa said softly. Her expression was funny to me, but when I looked at her face, it revealed nothing but awe. The building, shaped like a crescent moon, was topped with a stained glass ceiling. Moonbeams poured light through the colors of the glass and gave me the feeling that I was walking not on the ground, but up in the sky, close to the stars. The weight of the glass, the design of the glass, and the incredible, unusual curved cut of the glass were a magnificent architectural accomplishment. As Chiasa and I stood still, staring upward, I was imagining an assembly of mathematicians and engineers and architects gathered in a circle along with Josna's father, calculating the angles, the geometry, and the algebra to avoid making one incorrect move that could result in the entire crescent-shaped ceiling crashing down. Born in the land of the pyramids that have never been deciphered or duplicated, despite being raided, I shook myself out of awe. Come on, this way, I bumped Chiasa, and as we walked, the light blue tinted walls to my left created an underwater feeling. I could not locate a light switch or device anywhere, which led me to believe that the whole wing went on natural light. When the sun shimmered brightly, the wing would light up. When the moonlight ruled the sky, its pieces of blue and white or yellow or purple light would make it nighttime in Akemi's wing of the estate as well. Her bed was a swing shaped like a clamshell.
She really lives in a glass house,
Chiasa said, still a prisoner of amazement. In Akemi's bedroom, the ceiling was stained glass and the walls were made of thick, clear glass, behind which two huge yellow and orange sea turtles swam freely. It was designed as though she wanted to live in the infinite sky and on the ocean floor all at once.
So f***ing cool,
Chiasa said, her face pressed against the glass, watching the sea turtles maneuver. I found a closet and went inside. It was the size of a small New York boutique, stuffed and packed with everything exquisite. Dresses on cloth hangers and boxes piled high in size order, and footwear displayed on a foot-high platform. Exotic sandals, high and low-top Nikes, pretty colored petite Pumas, necessary Adidas, and shoes and boots galore, from Gucci to Prada to some exclusive Japanese line. A hat collection of crocheted winter ski caps and kangos and berets, and a few fitteds. There were leather and suede belts, jeans, shirts, and leather jackets and ski coats. Wow, what the f*** had I gotten myself into? In another room at the rear, the walls were white, yet everywhere on the white walls were drawings done in charcoal, pencil, and colored markers. It was like a New York graffiti haven, but better because the artwork was intricate, passionate, and seemed so personal. Where other kids may have been punished for writing on the walls, Akemi was permitted and probably praised.
The light from the stained glass ceilings made the still drawings on the walls appear as though they were moving, like an emotional and complicated animation film. It was at the tip of the crescent moon where I found the marble mantle that held a solid gold urn with Akemi's mother's ashes. I reminded myself that I didn't have the luxury of time on my side. I wouldn't be able to pause and process the meaning of all this. I already knew that Muslim burials are not cremations. At the same time, I know that Muslims respect life whether it is present or deceased. When a Muslim passes away, his body is treated carefully and respectfully. It is washed and shrouded, prayed for and prepared and placed into the earth in a particular way, an Islamic way. I whispered an Islamic prayer over the urn. It is my way, and the only way for me. I placed it between my palms and walked out the full length of the crescent, hoping to find no one else but Chiasa along the way. Chapter 12. We boarded a 6 a.m. flight from Osaka International Airport to Sapporo, Hokkaido. I needed rest, but my mind refused to let go. First there was the strategizing, having to place my mind inside Nakamura's mind and anticipate and then intercept his moves had been difficult. Certain thoughts that had occurred to me while reading Never Surrender and Peculiar People, the book on Japanese culture, stood out in my mind prominently. Then there were the comments of each person I had spoken to, piecing the history and culture together with Nakamura's profile and bits of pieces of what Akemi's acquaintances and closest friends had revealed knowingly and unknowingly was complex. I was realizing and learning the hard way that thinking is a strenuous activity. The same way I could achieve 300 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, and an infinite number of sit-ups, thinking took up time and a massive amount of mental energy. The same way exercising uses muscles and burns fat, thinking is hard work that burned up brain cells and hopefully resulted in eliminating burdens and bringing victory. I became conscious also that thinking occurs on various levels. There are some thoughts that are too heavy, some thoughts that torture, some thoughts that make the soul shake. My mind maneuvered to shift thoughts into positions that were bearable for me. When packing a grocery bag, you wouldn't put the soft and perishable items on the bottom and the heavy packaged items on the top. I used the same method when storing my thoughts. The heavy, burdensome, torturous, and unbearable thoughts I pushed below and beneath others. It had to be this way. If I kept my heaviest thoughts on top and directly in my mind's eye, something would crack. Separate from the strategizing was the financial matter. I was experiencing firsthand a rich opponent who could burn out a rival simply by making the battle so expensive that he couldn't afford to continue to fight. I was more mindful now of my paper. My money stack was still heavy, but was slowly dwindling under the weight of Japanese prices, which were 5 times the average American price and 15 times the average Sudanese cost of things. And I was learning that some items in Japan that I paid 5 times for gave me 4 times less. I wanted to organize my receipts, but Chiasa's face was lying against my stomach now. If I began moving, I would awaken her. So I collected rough numbers in my mind.
I had paid out $275 American to the Hyatt, which amounted to $75 per night. It was a discounted rate because Chiasa held a Red Cross membership card. Then there were the room taxes and her bike rental. I paid $300 American for Chiasa's round-trip Tokyo to Kyoto Shinkansen train ticket. I paid about $125 total in taxi fees. I paid $1,000 American total for 2 round-trip Osaka-Hokkaido plane tickets. The binoculars with the other supplies came to about $500. Daily food expenses for us totaled about $200, and Chiasa's face was rounded at 30,000 yen. I calculated in my head down 3,000 in 1 week. There was 7,000 remaining, and whatever jewels I carded with me strictly for an extreme and strapped situation. Of course, I knew that I was into an extra week with Chiasa's services. She would issue a new charge. That money I was paying her was minor compared to the mental cost that her presence extracted from me. But then again, her presence had also spared me a lot of confusion, grief, and vulnerability. She had sped up my mission as though I had previously been riding on a donkey and she pulled up in her Porsche or Lamborghini or it in her jet, flashing her pilot's license. As the plane descended, the mountains came into view. In the midst of spring, some of the tops were still capped in snow. I was relieved that we were arriving safely at 8:30 a.m., a half an hour before business officially opened in Japan. By announcing to Himawari that I would leave Kyoto the same night and return to New York the following morning, I believed I had burned my trail. To be certain I had burned it, Chiasa and I left separately from the Hyatt and took separate cabs to Kyoto Station. If anybody had been lurking, creeping, and watching, like the game-faced Japanese seem to tend to do, they would have been convinced of my departure. I had to assume that Himawari and her 6 invisibles would run about talking me up. If she ended up speaking with Shota or anyone from the Nakamura family or estate, she would explain that I had bowed out and gone back to Brooklyn. That was what I wanted her to say. By actually leaving Kyoto late at night by cab, riding to nearby Osaka, and boarding the first flight to Hokkaido and arriving before the opening of business, I knew Nakamura, or whoever in his employ he had assigned to keep track of my whereabouts, would be baffled about my movements. I would land in Hokkaido without raising any suspicions. I wanted Nakamura to feel content that his nefarious plans were still working. In fact, nefarious was a word I had learned while I was reading about him. The author referred to Nakamura this way. I circled the word and looked it up. The more I considered the moves he'd been making against me and my wife and our marriage, the more I agreed that the adjective nefarious fit him nicely. We sat in the corner, on the floor at the airport, with our belongings and our Hokkaido map unfolded and pulled all the way open. As we both checked out the fine lines, paths, and trails, and symbols of the map, Chiasa said,
I've only been to Hokkaido once. It was winter, and it was impossibly beautiful and difficult.
I thought impossibly beautiful was a strange description,
so I repeated it. She looked up from our map and said excitedly,
Yes, there was almost 15 feet of snow up here. I could have stood on top of my own head and stretched and still wouldn't be as tall as the snow pile. My father loved it. He drove me up and down those hills, speeding on a super fast snowmobile. It was so much fun, I wished it would be winter all the time, and instead of cars, everyone would have traveled that way. Snowmobile. Of course, my mother just kept warning about avalanches and how we would both be buried alive.
I think you're telling me indirectly that you don't know your way around here, I called her out, while moving her to focus on our situation at hand. She smiled.
I speak Japanese, and also, that's why we have a map,
she said eagerly.
What I can tell you is that this place is the opposite of Tokyo. Here in Hokkaido, there's a small population of people spread over a huge amount of land. Of course, Tokyo is a small area of land crushed with a gazillion people.
She paused and suddenly turned serious, looking more closely at the map.
The exact address of Akemi's grandmother's house doesn't really show up on a map, but we know it's in the area of the Hidaka Mountains. At least that's what Joe said. But then again, she and Akemi had never been there before either.
Write the address out in English for me, the one from the mailing label, I told her, and handed over my pocket notebook. She wrote first in kanji, then in English. She then spoke out the kanji meanings for Hidaka Mountains: sun, high, mountain, pulse. And the name of the place where the sculptures were being delivered was Serenity Fields, quote-unquote. The name made me more curious. I looked closely at the map. Although it was in Japanese, I could measure the distances between towns and cities and parks and mountain ranges and so on. It looks like a long trip. We'll be traveling the entire day, I told her, looking up from the map. We should have flown into Hasaikawa Airport instead of Sapporo, I pointed out to Chiasa. It's closer to the Hidaka Mountains, and at least there's a town there. The way this map reads, from here in Sapporo, we'll be on a crazy long trek to reach Hidaka. And as we approach the mountains from this side, there's no cities or towns after this point. I showed her exactly where the route veered off into mostly wilderness. She checked it out.
My fault. I just got my hands on the map of Hokkaido when we got here,
she said softly. Then she cheered up instantly and proudly announced,
Japanese people will help us as we go along. You'll see, we tend to be polite in this way.
Chiasa excused herself, grabbed hold of her backpack, and went to the ladies' room. I remained keeping watch over the rest of our stuff and studying the map. When I looked up, she was wearing her high school uniform, the hiked-up mini tight blouse that lay tightly across her full breasts, bare legs, socks, and penny loafers.
I know you don't like me to wear this uniform, but like I said, all over Japan, a high school girl in a uniform can get anything she wants. Think of this as my business suit or costume,
she said. I wouldn't look at her purposely.
My sensei taught me that a ninja has to subvert her ego.
Chiasa tried to persuade me. Subvert her ego, I repeated.
Yes, according to Sensei, long ago, ninjas disguised themselves as poor farmer. Or a male ninja might have to disguise himself as a local woman, or a female ninja might have to disguise herself as a man.
Oh yeah, I said, and listened halfway.
And if you are really handsome and well-dressed and a cool-ass super-skilled ninja with killer instincts, you might think you're too much to put on a lowly, humble costume or to play dumb and stupid or deaf and mute. But if your desire for victory outweighs your ego or just the proud way that you view yourself, then you can do whatever it takes.
She was accurate about one thing. I could never view myself dressed as a woman. Nor could I respect any man who modeled himself after a woman for any reason. For me, man is man, woman is woman, both created from Allah equally, but with different purposes and parts and appearances and roles in life. I could, on second thought, rock a clever costume, something strategic and even inexpensive, but definitely made for a man. Our ride from the airport was 90 minutes long, with stops along the way. I caught some sleep. In fact, I slept through the entire journey. The problem was Chiasa did also. Deep in a dream that instantly evaporated, I heard a voice repeating itself. We lifted our own heads to find a 4.5-foot short bus driver standing over us. He spoke in Japanese. I didn't need a translation. The bus was empty, and it was easy to deduce that this was the last stop on his route. Chiasa jumped up, just missing the metal rack above her, and bowed her head from her inside seat. She began a conversation with him. He said something which I couldn't understand, then bowed his head and turned to go back down the aisle to his position. We collected our belongings and exited. Immediately, the bus U-turned and sped away. Standing on a dirt road at 10:30 a.m., surrounded by cornstalks not yet ripened, I looked at Chiasa.
We'll catch a ride from out here. There are no more buses on this route,
She said. I pulled out my compass as I began looking around for directional signs. There were none. We are headed north, so let's walk this way, I told Chiasa. We began walking while strapping on our backpacks. Hers was heavier than mine, since she couldn't part with a lot of her stuff. I had easily left several items in lockers. Give me your backpack, I told her. She looked at me like she wanted to refuse. Then she softened and handed it over. Still, she had a pack strapped around her waistline and her canteen strapped across her shoulder and riding nicely on her right hip.
You see the truck tracks?
She said, pointing at the dirt road.
Someone will come along soon.
40 minutes in, a pink pickup truck appeared. It was approaching us as we both walked backward, watching it. Chiasa began waving her hands to slow it down and bowed her head when it halted 3 feet in front of her. There were 2 Japanese men inside a cabin that fit 3 persons. The driver was old, but the man seated beside him was much older. Riding in the back of the truck was 1 goat and a stack of caged animals that I could not view closely from where I was standing. Chiasa spoke as I stood still behind her, watching. The Japanese driver stepped out and ran around and opened the passenger door for Chiasa to be seated beside them. I grabbed her hand before she made one move.
They will take us up 45 miles. I think we should get in,
She advised. You sit in the back, I told her as she stared at the elderly man holding the passenger door open.
They're probably very afraid of you,
She said softly. We'll both sit in the back, I told her. Chiasa moved toward the passenger door, bowing her head non-stop. She spoke very politely. I recognized her, apologizing in between every other sentence.
Sumimasen. Sumimasen.
The driver seemed to accept, walked to the back of his truck, and lowered the bed. I helped her into the bed. She got on, and I handed her her backpack and then mine and climbed on also. The driver closed the bed and returned to his position. They pulled off. There were chickens, each in an individual cage. There were 5 rows of 5 of the birds pushed against the wall behind the front cabin. The bearded and horned goat stared at me shamelessly with his huge dark brown eyes. The driver was suspicious of me. I was suspicious of the driver. The passenger was suspicious of me. I was suspicious of the passenger. The goat was suspicious of me, and I was suspicious of him too. This is how it goes with the male species. But the goat was roped around the neck and anchored to the truck floor. In many ways, I understood that trapped feeling. Yet, he was in a much more critical battle than I was. A type of animal heaven or hell. Either he was being taken to mate with the lady goats, or he would end up sliced and sizzling on the grill.
You see, my school uniform worked.
Chiasa announced.
It has neutralizing powers. I don't think you realize how strong you look with your height and those shoulders and that chest and these arms and your eyes.
She was using her hands to gesture.
All I know is that without this costume, we would have been walking forever.
She concluded, exhaling. I didn't speak on it. I thought that she also did not know how powerful her body looked in that tiny uniform. Or maybe she did, and that was her point. It was a rough ride at about 45 slow miles per hour for a 45-mile distance. The Hokkaido spring air was less warm than in Kyoto and Tokyo, but was not cold or uncomfortable. As the breeze soothed me, I watched Chiasa plucking feathers off one of the chickens, her slim fingers working rhythmically right through the cage opening. As she gathered them, she pulled out some napkins and gently laid the feathers inside and carefully placed them right in her waist pack. When the truck slowed and then pulled to the side of the road, the older guy in the passenger seat got out instead of the driver. He lowered the back door and I jumped off. Chiasa handed me both backpacks and then she jumped off the bed. The elder man began speaking to her, never changing his eye contact from her face. He didn't seem to acknowledge or notice my presence. However, I was growing accustomed to their brand of ignoring. He had to be about 109 years old, with skin like leather and tobacco-stained teeth. Gazing through slightly clouded eyes, he pointed into the forest, speaking slowly and carefully. When the talking between them ceased, I held out a 10,000 yen note to pay him for his trouble. That caught his eye. Chiasa looked at me and began bowing to the elderly man. Gently, she took the note from my hand and used both her hands to present it to him with her head bowed again. I could see that there was even a ritual that a person needed to perform just to make a payment. I was glad she was there to do it. I wouldn't. Chiasa was still bowing when the truck pulled off.
He said that it's through there.
Chiasa pointed at the forest.
He said that we should walk and walk and walk and walk some more. Then he said that we should climb and climb and climb and climb some more. After climbing, he said we should walk and walk and walk and walk some more until we get there.
I was pressing the numbers of his license plates into my mind before writing them down in my notebook for no known reason.
He's from this area, I believe him,
Chiasa said, completely assured. Did you ask him if this was the only route? I questioned.
Of course. He said that this is the quickest route on foot and that we shouldn't expect anyone to show up out here to offer us a ride. He said that his son had already driven us much further out than they had planned to travel. He says sometimes foreigners come this far out because they're crazy and looking for adventure or because they're just lost.
We're not lost, I said confidently. But it's good if he thinks we are. Chiasa removed her backpack and leaned it against a nearby tree. Then she unzipped her waist pack and pulled out her zukin. She shook it like a woman shakes sheets before placing them on a clothesline.
Here, hold this up just like this.
She asked me. I held her 2 meters of black material.
Now look the other way until I say hi, okay?
She requested. Okay, I told her, turning my head from her direction. I heard her moving around feverishly, unzipping her skirt, unbuttoning her blouse, digging through her backpack. I was glad to know she was doing away with the schoolgirl uniform. Then I felt her fingers as she placed them beside mine as I held up her zukin.
Hi.
She finally said.
Okay, I said you could look now.
She was dressed in an olive green long-sleeve t-shirt and green cargo pants, which she tied at her ankle with a drawstring over her long tube socks. She was wearing beef and broccoli Timberlands and looked like the leaves of the tree that she stood in front of.
Now my backpack is much lighter,
She announced as she wrapped her green champion hoodie by the sleeves around her waist just below her waist pack.
7 minutes more, that's all I need.
She said as she spread her zukin over some scattered grass like a small picnic blanket and went back into her backpack pockets, removing a pocket knife, a leather tube, some cylinder-shaped film containers, a small flat rectangular case that could fit in the palm of her hand, and 3 different types and sizes of string, all nicely tied into very loose knots. She also had a 3-inch pair of scissors, a few swats of linen, and her chicken feathers. She laid each of the items on her zukin like a surgeon might lay his tools out before performing surgery. As she unzipped her circular leather tube, I remember how Akemi used to carry her artwork slung over her shoulder and rolled inside a tube twice the length of the one Chiasa had. But Chiasa didn't have artwork in hers. I watched intently as she pulled out 7 thin, 1.5-foot long sturdy bamboo sticks. As she sliced them slightly at both ends using a pocket knife, she said,
You know there are bears here in Hokkaido. I know I told you that there were bears in Yoyogi Park back in Tokyo. There have been a couple of sightings over the years, but I was mostly joking. This time I'm not.
She opened the small rectangular case. Inside were needles. She removed them one at a time and placed these needles in the top of each of the 7 bamboo sticks. With the 3-inch pair of scissors, she cut the linen. She opened the film canister and dipped the linen into a liquid it held. She wrapped the linen in a way that now concealed one of the needles and tied some string to hold it on. She repeated the same process for each of the 7 sticks. Next, she placed 1 chicken feather on the back end of each of the sticks into the slot that she had sliced with her pocket knife and used more thin thread to tie and hold it on. As she removed a sturdy and buffed and glossy mahogany stick from a leather tube, I was certain that she was constructing a bow for her arrows. The bow was small, much smaller than the 7-foot Kyoto bow that she had cased up in Narita Airport when we first met, and that I later saw standing in her storage shed at her grandfather's home. But as she strung it just right, I knew it was still a deadly weapon. She placed the completed bow onto her zukin and placed the arrows back into the leather tube.
I like bears. This won't kill them, but it will stop them and drop them into an instant hibernation. While that sucker is asleep, we'll make our getaway,
She said softly. Chiasa began removing more items from her backpack, including my wife's diary, which she slid into her back pocket. Some panties, which she folded tightly to keep them out of my eyesight and placed into her front pocket. Some handcuffs, 2 tight tees, 1 bra, and a slingshot. She held 4 rocks like they were coins, then stuffed them in the front pocket. When finally her pack was almost empty, she pulled out a new folded plastic trash bag, dropped her entire backpack inside, and said,
"Let's bury it here."
Yo, I was laughing on the inside, but I didn't crack a smile. With her portable shover, I dug her a quick ditch. She washed the dirt off our hands with water from one of her 2 canteens. She picked up her bow and leaned it on a tree, grabbed her zukin off the grass, shook it out one more time, folded it nicely, and unzipped her waist pack. She removed a small can from a waist pack and put the folded zukin back inside, zipping the waist pack closed. She marked the tree where her pack was buried with a wicked-looking kanji and pink fluorescent spray paint. What does it say? I asked.
Tree. It doesn't give away any information, but still, we'll know we've marked our trail. It glows in the dark,
she said. She picked up her bow and wore it on her back. She slid her knife into a rough leather case and strapped it around her calf.
I'm ready now,
she said. She had gone from traveling heavy to traveling light. Now her hands were completely free. I liked that she anticipated a war. Maybe she even craved it, welcomed it, and needed it.
Do you want to navigate or should I?
She asked me comfortably, like she was good either way and just as happy to follow. I'll navigate, you translate, I told her. After all, that was our original agreement. I opened our map. She had already placed a mark on our destination area. It's 23 miles away. 8 of them are wilderness, 10 are mountains, and 5 are fields. Come close, I instructed her. We'll follow this trail, I pointed on the map. I was reading the map by measurements, colors, and symbols. Chiasa, of course, could decipher the name of each area by reading the kanji. I checked my compass. As I folded the map back up and put it in my front pocket, Chiasa said,
Did you know that snakes can't close their eyes?
Never thought about it, I told her truthfully.
But they can't sleep, so if you see one with his eyes open, he could be asleep or awake.
True, but the art of the snake is to make sure that you don't see him. And even if you think you can see him, he'll camouflage and bend to fill your head with doubts as he either strikes or slips away. She had a thoughtful look on her face. Then she smiled and stared at me simultaneously.
I'm wearing indigo. Snakes don't like indigo, so they will stay away.
Oh yeah? It would be best to hope they stay away while expecting them to appear.
Snakes don't like people. They'd rather not encounter any of us,
she said. Then she asked me,
Did you grow up in the countryside or something?
I have a little experience with the wilderness. I was vague while reminiscing on my summers in my southern Sudanese grandfather's village. Then the best training a young male could receive. We were accustomed to the cobra and the mighty lion. But we did not fear them, neither did our father or our father's father.
Me too, comrade,
she said. We walked at an even pace. Previously, Chiasa had said that her goal was to be a mercenary soldier. I had looked up the word mercenary and found that Chiasa wanted to be a soldier who fights for hire. She wouldn't mind being dropped in the middle of a war. Fully trained and equipped, if the mission paid properly, she was game for it. She felt like more than a mercenary in it for the money to me. She might be a soldier, I thought to myself, but still, she is a woman, and women are ruled by their emotions, my father taught me long ago. Comrade, let's move. If we keep a swift pace, we could get through the forest and climb up and then down the other side of the mountain by sunset, I told her. Our wilderness walk was peaceful and natural. For Chiasa, it was home, I imagined. She had experienced this for a while, living inside Yoyogi Park. However, the forest we found ourselves in now was not tame. No company or government had rolled through with its team of loggers, mowers, or pruners to make this area into a beautiful picnic place. Every plant, tree, bush, and creature did what Allah set it out to do. We did not encounter underhumans. We listened to the sound of our own breathing, the sounds of the cicadas, and birds of every colorful, amazing kind. We heard and caught glimpses of the sneaky, swift steps of the squirrels, the shake of the trees when the monkeys played and leaped. The gorgeous eyes of the deer mesmerized us. We were startled by the elk's antlers as they moved away from the branches that had shaded them. For a while, Chiasa watched the path of our feet for sudden streams and waterholes. I watched straight ahead and side to side. Then we would watch switch duties.
Her father must have really wanted to hide her from you,
Chiasa said suddenly after more than 7 miles of silence.
I'm happy that you allowed me to read her diary. If I hadn't by now, I would have believed that you were concealing something from me. I would have doubted you. With her father reacting this way, I would have thought that you had hurt her somehow and were here in Japan trying to make up. But I had read her diary. Every word was from a woman's hand and heart. And every woman wants to be loved the way that Akemi writes that you were loving her.
Chiasa was speaking as we walked. Our eyes did not meet. I did not respond, but it was sweet to hear her voice and listen to her thoughts being added to nature's chorus in an otherwise silent and unpopulated place. 8 miles through the wilderness took us 3 hours to complete. As we approached the clearing at the foot of the mountains, I calculated it would take us 5 hours to clear the climb, which would be much different from walking an old trail through the untamed but level woods. I think you should consider drinking some water, I told Chiasa.
It's not even hot here in Hokkaido. The breeze is nice,
She said. That's because we're standing in the shade of all these trees, I explained. The mountain will be different.
I'll drink when you drink,
She challenged. We both refused and began our climb up the mountains and into the pulse of the sun. As we got higher, the air thinned out. Our pace was slower than when we were in the woods. The climb was more rigorous. Our breathing patterns changed. When Chiasa's steps paused, I turned to her. We were hundreds of feet in the air on a narrow path that can only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. 2 droplets of blood fell from Chiasa's nose. She placed her fingers beneath her nostrils and drew them back. Her eyebrow lifted and both eyes widened at the sight of her own blood, but only for a fraction of a second. Rapidly, she unzipped her waist pack and pulled out a piece of folded brown paper bag. She ripped it into strips. She wet it with water from her canteen and folded it over, wetting each fold. She placed the moist, folded brown paper underneath her top lip and laid over her gums. By this time, I was pressing her nostrils together to stop the slow bleed.
I'll be fine. Aunt Tasha taught me this way.
She murmured through her papered lips.
The bleeding will stop in less than 1 minute, you'll see.
We were face to face, her big eyes staring into mine with a full determination, her long eyelashes nearly grazing my skin. Her mouth was closed now, with the brown paper placed inside. I released her nose. "Drink water," I scolded her. She refused with a simple blank stare and no attitude. Her nose ceased bleeding a minute and a half later. "Do you feel dizzy?" I asked her as soon as she removed a soaked strip of paper from her mouth.
No, I'm not dizzy,
she answered. Somehow I knew she wouldn't even tell me if she was. "Let's go," I told her, but I was bent on locating a place for her to rest. It was the 7th day of Ramadan. Circumstances had taken away my chance to return to my Ummah, my opportunity to play in last night's game at the Hustlers League, my scheduled flight home, and perhaps had even caused me to be fired from my job at Cho's, where I had built up a flawless trust. Still, Allah gave us rain on a sun-dry morning. Although the sky remained white with sunlight and with barely any visible darkened clouds, the rain began as a mist and turned into a shower, the droplets cooling our skin and moistening Chiasa's lips. As we looked at each other in mutual amazement, we both smiled, then laughed. Thankfully, I located a ledge. We both squatted beneath it as the shower thickened. We were shielded, but she was probably as concerned as I was about what now would be 5 remaining miles of slippery rocks over steep cliffs in what had evolved into a downpour.
When I open my company, I'll remember to change more if the mission involves mountains.
She looked at me and smiled.
I'll make a menu like the ones you get in an expensive restaurant. It will list every possibility. Mountains, murder, avalanche, glaciers, kidnapping, and whatever else.
She laughed lightly. I laughed too.
Since you are my first customer, you get the greatest deal. No one else will get from me what you're getting. In fact, your mission involves everything on a menu, doesn't it?
She asked me. I didn't answer. We just looked at one another.
My business cards will be so f***ing cool.
She continued.
I'm not going to have my name printed on them. They will be made of expensive black paper with just a few tiny silver drawings. An airplane, a boat, a motorcycle, and a truck. And a contact number and a motto.
She said, as though she was making all these creative decisions right then beneath the mountain ledge in the rain. "What's the motto?" I asked.
Fighting,
she said eagerly. "I think you're gonna confuse your customers."
How?
First of all, a potential customer sees a beautiful girl, I said instinctively. Then I stopped. She was looking directly at me with emotion in her eyes. I'm saying, when a customer sees a woman, he isn't going to think of fighting. When he looks at your card and sees an airplane, he's not going to put 2 and 2 together and know that you're the pilot. A man is not going to look at you and connect up these things. So you need a better business card, I explained, knowing I wasn't sounding too smooth.
What would a man think then when he looks at me?
She asked. Here comes the sun. Hopefully the rocks will dry out quickly so we could get moving, I said.
Hopefully,
she said softly. Half an hour later, we were still squatting there waiting. Why, Chiasa? I asked her. I had been curious about her name since I first heard it on the flight from New York. I didn't ask her sooner because I didn't want her to start asking me the same kind of questions. Now I felt much more at ease, so I asked.
It's a bitter reason,
she said. Bitter? I repeated.
Yes. I wish my name was given to me for a sweeter purpose,
she said softly.
It was my grandmother who first spoke this name. When my parents were in love and planned to marry, my Japanese grandmother was completely against it. She had a way with words. You could say she was like a mean evil poet.
Chiasa frowned.
Before I was born, she told my parents, your marriage will never last even 1,000 mornings. Well, 1,000 mornings is about
2 years and 227 days, I interrupted her. About 2 or 3/4 years.
So, my mother decided to name me Chiasa, the kanji meaning 1,000 mornings. My mom thought she would prove her mother's words and prediction wrong.
And your father agreed on that name? I asked.
Chiasa came from my grandmother. Hyoku came from my grandfather. It's his last name. And Brown came from my father. That's his last name.
She spoke proudly, and then her voice trailed off. I suspected because in her excited recall, she had revealed more to me than she had planned to. What's the meaning of Chiasa Hyoku? I asked, still curious.
1,000 mornings, wings of fire,
She said, as she pretended she was drawing the kanji mid-air with her finger.
And Brown, of course, is an African-American surname, which we both know has no meaning. Although Aunt Tasha would say it is a reminder that we were slaves, and it is the name of the motherfuckers who were previously our white owners.
Chiasa Hyoku Brown, I repeated slowly. It might have started off bitter, but the name is dope. It fits you well, I assured her. She smiled. I wondered if a Japanese grandmother was still alive. If so, where she was living. I didn't ask, though.
Me and my grandmother are having hakuki, so we don't speak to one another. When I see her, I just bow respectfully, that's it.
She said without seeming regretful.
You saw her, you know.
Chiasa informed me.
Where and when? Remember my grandfather's bicycle shop?
She asked me. Yeah?
Well, she owns the candy shop next door. It's so small, you can miss it, but I went inside and you waited for me outside the door. She was the old woman in there in that cubicle, surrounded by sweet candy on the left and right and sweets hanging over her head. She's only 70 and she's got 100 wrinkles already. Japanese elders usually keep smooth skin because we eat well. I think the wrinkles got nothing to do with her age. It's just her wickedness. She doesn't even have a cash register in the store, but kids come in and buy 30 things, and her little wrinkled fingers move swifter than a wizard on her abacus, the same one she's been using for 60 years.
Chiasa was working herself into an angry memory, so I didn't add to it.
Imagine a witch surrounded by sugar and spice and toys who's so bitter and hates kids.
Enough, I said solemnly. She paused. We should stretch and start climbing again, I told her.
Sumimasen, sorry.
She said softly.
But I know you saw her. You put your face to the candy store window and looked in. I saw you.
Chiasa said. I did, I agreed with her. I wanted to end it for Chiasa, since my questions had begun in the first place. I could feel the pain easing through her words and pores. As we descended the mountain, the sun descended as well.
We shouldn't do the fields in the dark,
Chiasa warned. Are you afraid of the snakes? If they come, I'll catch them and kill them. Don't worry, I promised.
It's not a fear. It's a distrust and dislike. There's a difference, you know, between the three.
I looked around. There was nothing but 9.5 miles of mountains behind us and a half mile of mountains in front of us. We faced 5 miles of fields. I stood thinking.
Don't think about leaving me,
Chiasa said. I smiled. Why, soldier? Are you afraid of the dark? I asked.
No, I have no fear of the dark. Since we are here together and we are comrades, we should either stay together or move together for as long as the strategic circumstances allow. Besides, a good soldier does not place herself in unnecessary danger. There could be a deep well in those fields, open water, a sector area in the dark we wouldn't detect properly. In this case, sunrise is on our side.
She gave me her best military response. True. 2 is better than 1, I confirmed. She relaxed a bit. And sunrise is more manageable than nightfall. In this particular case, here's my plan. I explained it to her. On the backside of a blue barn with a slanted roof, Chiasa and I began our meal. The moon was far from full and cast a clear but dim light. What the moon did not do, the stars did. They were scattered beautifully and lit brilliantly like sparklers. I had captured its location in the powerful lens of my binoculars, knowing that somewhere in these fields there had to be a tool shed, dairy barn, chicken coop, or somewhere we could chill, and there would be no threat because the owner's day's work had already been completed. We were not beneath any trees or beside any high wall. Out in the distance, about a half-mile across the field, there was a house. Although I seen it when I first scouted the area, I could not see it anymore, which meant that they could not see us either, and that was our objective. I didn't have many choices, but I was convinced that this was the place that would make Chiasa feel most comfortable, way up where the snakes would not slither in search of heated holes to slide in. When we first entered it, the dairy barn did not have a scent. Point blank, it just stunk. Yet, it was a shelter for the night. There was some murmurs and mooing and excitement among the four-legged creatures at first, but Chiasa and I climbed to the second level where the stacks of hay were stored. With our backpacks off, we laid there resting on the hay for a moment in silence, our muscles sore from the extreme hike. I aimed my penlight and surveyed the ceiling, where I did find an opening. I told Chiasa to climb onto my shoulders. I held still, balancing her 5'7" frame. With her arms extended upward, she was able to lift the rectangular wooden cutout that led to the roof. The design was simple. Nothing extraordinary like the hydraulic sunroof at Akemi's Roppongi house. Chiasa took the risk without warning, jumped and caught hold of the opening and pulled herself through. I threw her beef and broccolis to her. I tossed my backpack up 3 times before she caught hold of it. I was laughing some, just thinking about how I was going to get up there. About 5 seconds later, I built a makeshift staircase ladder out of 6 stacks of hay and climbed up. Chiasa handed me an antiseptic wet napkin sealed in the packet. She cleaned her hands and I cleaned mine. Pouring some water from my canteen into my clean palms, I doused my face and cleaned my nose. She sat silently, accustomed by now to my prayer. I bowed down beneath the dimly lit sky. When my prayer was completed, she was there, waiting with water.
Ready? Let's drink together.
She held up her canteen, and I held mine as we both drank our first swallows after a long, tough day. "Did you kill it?" I asked as I saw her canteen tilted toward her face.
I was real thirsty,
She said. "You want some more?" I asked her. "You can get some of mine."
No, I had enough. I'm gonna wait 10 minutes before I eat anything. I'll let my stomach settle. I think I'm losing weight on this mission. I crave the water, but somehow as the days pass, I crave less and less food. But I've never felt better. Let's sleep out here.
She added. "The temperature's gonna drop," I warned her.
You have your sleeping bag.
She pointed out, always wanting to let me know she knew what I had and didn't have, and that she watched me closely and was paying attention. "You're right, you can use it," I told her.
No, you're the one who has had the least sleep. You sleep first. I'll give you...
She touched my hand to check my watch.
It's 8:30. I'll give you 5 hours to rest until 1:30 a.m. You sleep and I'll watch. At 1:30 I'll sleep and you'll watch.
Chiasa proposed. I thought about it. Sleep was weighing down on me. My body was threatening rebellion if my brain wouldn't agree. I told her. She pulled my sleeping bag out for me and laid it on the slanted roof. I lay down and she zipped it up. I pulled my hoodie over my head. And lying there, I had my eyes on Chiasa still. She pulled her bow to her front, unzipped her case, and lifted out 2 arrows. She laid them at her feet. She turned, watching me, watching her.
You can't even trust me enough to close your eyes, comrade.
She asked softly.
I'll recite one of Akemi's poems for you. It was so clever, I memorized it in English. Besides, you have no choice but to listen to me now. Your eyes are heavy, and even you, Ryoshi, must rest.
Facing the stars, Chiasa spoke.
Akemi's father was called to the school for a teacher's conference after Akemi wrote this poem for a Japanese literature class. It's titled The Japanese. We are a quiet people, but our thoughts are very heavy. Other people are living in the outside world, while we are living inside our minds. In our world, for the most part, there is only us. People who live and look like us and believe and do the same as us. Anyone outside of our realm, we call them gaijin, meaning foreigner. We are famous for our eyes, our art, and our orderliness. We are masters and misses of details. No one can invent rules like we do, and no other people are more loyal to the rules they invent. We obey. While others boast, we whisper. While others strut, we bow. We would rather all of us do the same thing wrong than be the only one who does something right all alone. By Akemi Nakamura. So f***ing true.
Chiasa murmured.
Now you know what she was thinking before she left for New York and met Mayonaka.
She said, turning to check if I had fallen into a sleep. I was about to, but not yet.
Still no trust. You have a lot to learn, Ryoshi. There are girl soldiers. Female ninjas who call kunoichi. And ninjutsu is the art of invisibility. And tomorrow, I will be your invisible soldier. You'll see.
She said. I slept. When I awoke, I could not move. It was a temporary paralysis in a very warm place and a comfortable position. I was stuffed inside a skin casing like a beef sausage. Maybe I wasn't really awake. Maybe I was bugging. She was fully dressed and tightly zipped into my sleeping bag beside me. Our bodies back to back, me facing east and she facing west. Asleep on the side of the bag with the zipper. To turn around would be to reveal myself, or at least my physical reaction. So I didn't. Instead, I decided to concentrate on something that will bring my nature down. Minutes later, I shifted and reached over her, but my weight pressing against her body made her awaken.
You were right.
She said so softly.
The temperature dropped a lot.
Don't worry, though.
This is a strategic position. I needed your body heat.
Then she unzipped the bag, and the morning cold air rushed in, and all the warm heat escaped as she removed herself. She gathered a few things as I wrapped the sleeping bag and organized my backpack. As she dropped down the hatch through the roof into the hay and moved aside, I handed her my backpack, then did the same. We were silent with each other. Only the dairy cow spoke. They were discussing the 2 strangers, their bloated tits, the property owner, and the hired hands. Through the darkness, only their eyes flashed any light.
You better run.
One mama cow said to me.
You got less than 10 minutes.
We bolted.
Ryoshi, wake up.
Chiasa's soft voice said.
It's 4 a.m. We gotta move.
I looked around. It was only myself zipped into my sleeping bag. I paused, shook myself, ran my hand over my Caesar cut, and then my face.
Shake it off, comrade.
She said.
I gave you 8 long hours. You should be brand new.
She smiled, her gray eyes flashing in the residue of the moonlight. Pretty as a puma, I thought to myself. Then I laughed at myself for that crazy-ass dream. Minutes later, we were outside the barn. Chiasa was running in place in the morning dark. I had my pen light on the map as I tried to figure out the directions while shrouded in darkness. I checked my compass. Okay, I got it. We'll head this way, I said. She nodded, her bow bouncing on her back as she jogged in place. You coming? I asked her.
I'm doing two things. I'm sending my vibration through the ground. That's how the snakes listen. Since I'm warning them, they'll appreciate it and move out of our path. And I'm raising my body temperature. There's a real chill out here.
As we walked, I used only my pen light. Chiasa had a small flashlight, but the glare it cast would have been too much, so she kept it in her waist pack. The morning dew splashed wet stains on our Timbs as we moved through the grass, both bundled in our hoodies. Chiasa had covered her zukin, which had been a face mask, a curtain, a blanket, and a pillow so far, into a scarf to warm her neck and throat.
Did you hear that? Listen,
she said. That means there's a road. It's coming from over there, I said.
We can cut across the cornfield,
she suggested.
We jogged straight through a mile of organized young cornstalks, happy to reach the black tar of a road with the hint of a sun about to rise. We both drank from my water canteen and ate leftover onigiri rice triangles with seaweed wraps and cooked fish flakes inside. Let's break up,
Chiasa said suddenly as we finished up. I looked at her for meaning.
There's only 4 miles remaining. It would be better from here on if we pretended not to know one another. After you handle your business, we'll meet up at sunset. You can introduce me to everyone since you're the only one that knows each of us. We can break the fast together, all of us. The sun's up now. I'm good.
She smiled. I looked around. I looked up and down the road. There was no one. Whatever vehicle we had heard before was long gone. Her breakup suggestion was sinking in. Yet, I didn't want to break up and leave her all alone. Sensing my reluctance, Chiasa said,
Let's go over our scenario for the sake of planning. There's Makoto, the security guy who works for Nakamura. Shota, who I know from her diary, is like an older brother to Akemi. You say there's an Ichiro. I don't know anything about him.
My mind flashed back to his face. Ichiro was Akemi's older cousin who had been sent to get Akemi from me once. I was working the Ghazali's wedding with Uma and our company. Akemi and her young cousin Sachiko, aka Sachi, were there with me. After my work at the wedding finished, as I was putting Uma and Akemi into our car service, Ichiro appeared standing in the dark shade, beneath a tree, with an unwelcoming glare and stance like he wanted to get at me. I had my hand on my steel, but no real enough reason to use it on him. Akemi wasn't my wife yet, and he and she were blood-related, so I let him take her home to her peeps. Ichiro never spoke one word to me, not a greeting or acknowledgement, and definitely not a thank you for caring for both of his girl cousins and cooperating with his efforts. All the while I told myself, I'll marry her and then no one will be allowed to take her or call her back, blood or no blood. Ichiro is Akemi's cousin, I said solemnly. He's a disrespectful dude, I added.
Are there any others who could be at this property? I mean, aside from Josna and Akemi's grandmother?
Chiasa was checking and double-checking. You don't need to worry about none of them. I got them, I assured her.
So we agree then. From this point on, I'm invisible. You don't see me, don't know me, nothing.
She pushed confidently. Nah, you stay with me, I told her. How else will I find you? How will I know if you're right?
Okay then, we can walk separately to the property. The exact point that we split up at is where we'll agree to meet up at 3 o'clock today. That should give you enough time, right? And at 3, the sun will be blazing, no problem.
She pushed. You got it, I told her. The sun was up solidly now. I began to move as though I were alone. Chiasa was invisible, even though she was a short distance behind me on the opposite side of the road. Chapter 13 I was feeling funky, unwashed, and uncleaned. As the sun heated up, I could feel my underarms beginning to sweat some and tingle. I looked myself over as I moved. If someone who had not seen me yesterday saw me right now, they would probably be fooled into believing I was fresh because my clothes looked crisp. The light wrinkles had fallen out with motion. Even the watermarks on my Timbs were dried up, but I knew the real deal. The call of the crows brought my head up. 3 times bigger than Brooklyn birds of the same type, they were deep black, blueberry black, and their voices carried and echoed as they called out over the cornfields. Soon the green and gold of the cornstalk ceased, and I was greeted by fields of open, new green grass sprouting out of rich, dark soil. The flight of a white-tailed eagle made my steps stop. The massive bird had remarkable wings. It was the way she worked them that made me pause. It was a slow pump, not a flutter, and the movements were both musical thrusts and menacing in the air. I watched her head turn down and her talons curl, and beautifully she swooped down into the field, grasping a small rabbit before taking a calm flight back into the atmosphere. That's what I'm doing, I thought to myself. I'm grabbing my girl on the first swoop and flying out into the atmosphere. Who's gonna stop me? I asked myself. No one, I spoke aloud. Where the new grass ended, there was a fence where I saw a serpent at play. He didn't look frightening to me. His movement was effortless, like water moving in a stream, over and under and between smooth rocks. I thought about Chiasa. The serpent won't see her, I joked to myself. She's invisible. Besides, like she said, he didn't want nothing to do with us. His occupation was soaking up the warmth of the sun and what was probably the heated metal of the fence. Should an eagle eye catch him in the sunlight, the serpent will become nothing but a tasty side dish. Without warning, I was walking into a pink storm. I had known the sandstorms of my Sudan and the snowstorms of New York. What surrounded and swirled around me now were pink petals as plentiful as raindrops being carried by a west wind and blown about beautifully. It was a field of sakura trees, the magnificent cherry blossom that my wife loved so much. There were endless rows of them before me. I knew then that I was getting closer to her. Even if she was still 3 miles away, the beauty of the Sakura oasis would easily draw her out of her bed and into the fields. I plucked some petals off my shoulders and placed them in my pocket for no known reason other than the fact that they had fallen on me. Green and gold, and then light green, and then pink, and now brilliant yellow, and rich dark brown as a field of sunflowers came into view, lifting 5,000 pretty faces facing the sun, with the dark brown eye at its center. I realized I felt seduced. Can a man actually be seduced by nature? I asked myself. If not, why were the expansive fields of crops, trees, and flowers bringing me into a deeper love of my woman? I felt warm, my blood boiling, my pulse picking up, and love spreading and moving in my chest. On what I hoped would be my final mile on this journey, a scent so sensational and sensual wafted through the air. Brilliant yellow fields turned purple. It was my last mile. A mile of lavender in every direction. I looked towards the skies and said, Alhamdulillah. That's when I saw an explosion of colorfully painted kites, one of them white with purple edging and a long streamer painted in English, "Welcome, Mayonaka." Inside, only on the inside, I cried. My eyes follow the seemingly never-ending strings that extended from the kite's bottom and down a mile to an area of tall grass. I turned to Chiasa, who was 40 feet behind me. I pointed toward the sky.
I see it!
She called out, excited for me. She put her palms around her lips to make her light voice carry.
I told you I have perfect vision.
I dropped my backpack from my shoulders and went into it, pulling out my fresh kicks. Hurriedly, I wrapped my Timbs inside one of my used t-shirts and dropped them inside my backpack. I checked my pants pockets, felt the shape of my switchblade, zipped my backpack and put it back on as Chiasa caught up.
You see that tree over there?
She pointed to the other side of the road. I nodded.
I'm gonna mark it. That will be our meetup spot only if you don't see me before 3 o'clock today. And don't forget, when you see me, don't act familiar unless I do.
She said, straight-faced.
Ganbatte.
She wished me good luck.
Oh, and hand me that. I'll bury it.
She said, referring to my backpack.
You got your passport, wallet, keys, and everything essential on you, right?
She questioned. Right, I agreed.
Right there under that tree, the same place I'm marking for 3.
She said, very self-assured. I let go of the pack and set off in the direction of all the kites and their several colorful strings.
Beware.
She said.
Don't let love get you caught up in an ambush.
Her words slowed me down, reminding me that I'm not the rabbit. I'm the leopard. Let me get my rope, I called Chiasa back. Pockets full, my rope wrapped around my waist loosely and hidden beneath my hoodie. My hands were free. I made my mind shift from longing lover to warm-hearted warrior. Hidden in some tall grass before I could reach the kite strings, I spotted a parked vehicle. I crouched. The ignition was off. I pulled my gloves from my back pockets and put them on. I duck-walked closer up on it, but not too close. I pushed the tall grass aside to see if the car wheels were flat. What condition was the car in? Whose was it? Or was it simply abandoned? The wheels were soiled but solid. The car was polished and new, with just a light coat of dust and dew over it. The driver's seat was in the reclined position and the other seats were normal. There was moisture on the back window that fogged my ability to view everything clearly. From my front pockets, I removed 2 black bandanas and tied them both together. I duck-walked to the driver's door. The window was lowered by 2 inches, suggesting that the driver was still inside and probably asleep. Why else would everything be so still and silent? And why else would he be parked so far from any residence? I checked the time. It was 6:56 a.m.
In one swift motion, I opened the door and sealed the bandana around the sleeping driver's eyes. Before he could get his eyes fully opened or his words out right, I stuffed a white washcloth in his mouth and tied him to a seat with my rope. Squirming, he kicked his feet, but could only hit them against his pedals. I walked around the other side, opened the door, and picked up the keys from underneath 10 or so candy wrappers on the front passenger seat. On the floor was a walkie-talkie. I lifted it, then closed the door to stop the low hum of the door open buzzer. I turned the knobs to the off position and pushed the walkie-talkie into my hoodie pocket. He was Shota, same as his photo, I thought to myself. At least 2 more to go, Ichiro and Makoto. I thought and plotted. When I arrived at the kite strings, I discovered that there were no human hands holding them and waiting eagerly for me. As I squatted down to inspect, I saw that they were lodged beneath a few scattered boulders. The grass rustled, not the sound of scattering squirrels, leaping frogs, or bouncing bunnies. It was the pound of men's boots. Still squatting, I did a 180, only to see an angry-faced Japanese man spotting me at the same time that I spotted him, his hand gripped tightly round the base of a baseball bat, his clenched fingers turning maroon. Unafraid, he began barreling toward me. Purposely, I didn't move. His courage was foolish. I would come up with a kick, relieving him of his weapon, followed by a precise strike that would send his head to an uncomfortable slant and break his fucking neck. I calculated that his next step would bring him right into the target of my kickspan. When he lifted his leg to take it, something sped overhead too rapidly for my eyes to detect and lodged in his left shoulder right above his heart. His self-assured grimace turned to shock. His shock turned to paralysis. He fell backward into the dirt. After the thump of his body, there was only silence. I remained squatted for more to come. Minutes passed. No more came. My eyes surveyed and measured every blade of grass, every rock, every leaf, and every branch. There was only the pretty puma perched behind me.
Don't touch him,
she said, her voice as soft and soothing as a mother reading a children's story to a toddler.
He's not dead. He's asleep. He won't move a muscle for 6 hours or more. Move on with your mission,
she ordered me. Awed, I stood up slowly, 100% certain that what my eyes missed, her eyes would not. I brought the walkie-talkie over to her and turned it over along with the keys. I knew that whatsoever was holding the other unit or units would be communicating in Japanese. She would handle that. She and I exchanged no words, only a brief stare. Her eyes were powerful and peaceful all at once. She was like a woman after the orgasm. And there was not a trace of the playful person, and there was no trace of fear. I respected her. Beyond the brief gathering of trees and tall grass where Shota had parked, and beyond the dirt where the other guy had fallen, was a field of flowers. With the light wind, I heard the jingling of tiny bells. Nestled in the field, bending over with a basket between the orchids and the daisies, was the Napoli cheetah.
I searched for any movement beside her, or behind her, or in the cabins off in the distance, but I saw no one else. So I approached. When she straightened her back, she saw me. Her mouth opened wider than her eyes were then. Her diamond sparkled even from the distance. I picked up my pace. She waited. When I reached and faced her, she gasped as though she had never seen me even once before. Her eyes, a mixture of both surprise and fear.
My lord,
She said.
you almost made my heart stop.
She stood, holding her hand over her heart.
Akemi is going to be so happy.
She shifted her energy, releasing her initial intimidation and relaxing some. Where is she? I spoke my first words, which came out more urgent and less cool.
She's in the back of the house making another kite. Did you see?
She began saying. I saw, I interrupted.
I wrote the English words.
She said proudly. Point in the direction where my wife is, I requested. I was beyond talking and delaying.
I can't.
She offered. Just point, I told her. So she did. Where's Makoto and the others? I asked to know and to see what she knew.
Oh, Akemi's grandmother, Hana-san, sent them to a hotel one town over. She said that she didn't like their black suits. She didn't want her son's security people on her peaceful property, so she sent them away. They'll come at 10 this morning, but Ichiro is family, so his grandmother kept him close. He slept here last night.
The grandmother? Where is she? I asked, but I really needed to pinpoint the location of Ichiro and any and all men. They represented threats that had to be managed swiftly.
Grandmother and Ichiro walked uphill together to the temple.
Chosna pointed.
Hana-san wanted to give thanks for finally meeting her eldest son's daughter. Nakamura-san never allowed his mom to meet Akemi. You may not know or believe this, but she is grateful to you. Because of you, she has heard her own son's voice after many, many, many years and seen her granddaughter's face for the first time. What will you do?
Chosna asked me as though I was capable of extremes. I'll see Akemi before anything. Wearing a dress made from flowers, all flowers, she was on her knees in the grass with bare feet and her paintbrush in her hands. When she turned to look, she dropped the brush and leapt up, ran and jumped on me, her legs wrapped around my waist, her flowers shedding onto my clothes. She kissed my dirty neck before leaping down. She took 2 steps backward to look into me. She put 2 of her fingers in her mouth and her eyes filled with tears as she wept and laughed and smiled like one of the sunflowers.
My Yonaka,
She whispered. Come here. I pulled her close again, stroked her hair, and comforted her. When I released her, I put my hand over her belly and asked what I knew she understood. The question that kept me climbing the Hidaka. She smiled and raised 2 fingers. 2?
2!
She said in English. She placed 1 finger over her lips.
Naisho, secret. Akemi, my Yonaka, secret.
I knew it wasn't a secret. My talented wife was sensitive and smart in so many ways, yet naive in others. Of course the doctor had informed Nakamura without Akemi realizing. Of course, that is why he forced her to Hokkaido so rapidly and so randomly. Of course, That is why he allowed Akemi to finally meet her grandmother, who he had kept her away from for a lifetime and whom he had avoided for more than half of his own life. Of course he planned to extinguish my seeds, 2 twins. Oh Allah, Inshallah. Go put on some shoes, I pointed to her feet. She ran and got her heels from in front of her door and put them on. Then she took them right back off and waved me to come inside the cabin. I followed her, mindful of the time and urgency, but remaining calm and cool. In the corner room on the first floor, she had a simple room with 2 single beds intersecting one another. I could see her touches everywhere. She had begun to decorate it, something I think she would do even if she were in a cave in the mountainside. Pack, I told Akemi.
Oka-san,
She said softly, her eyes changing from delight to sadness. Wakarimashita, I told her, meaning I understood. Passport? I asked her. Her eyes changed again.
Makoto.
She spilled out softly. Makoto what? I pushed. Makoto has your passport.
Hi.
She acknowledged with regret-filled eyes. Why? I asked. Hotoa-san, she spilled even softer. But this was a race against time. Allah had made an opening, and no matter what, I needed to take my wife and leave. When she lifted a blouse from a pillow, I saw a walkie-talkie lying there. I picked it up. She watched me, but didn't say a word, didn't instruct, complain, or protest. Josna's face appeared pressed against the bedroom window now. It was half open, allowing in the morning breeze. As I purposely raised the volume on the walkie-talkie and pressed the bottom and held it so that Chiasa could hear and listen in, Josna said,
That is one of ours. Shota has one and Makoto has the other.
They won't be able to use these from their hotel. These are not powerful enough. If they're off this large property, they're completely out of range, I told her.
You're right. How could you know? We're just using these here on the property. Everyone constantly wants to know where Akemi is. Like yesterday, with her kite making and kite flying, these walkie-talkies turned out to be very handy. When Shota and Makoto reach here, at least one of them will tune in to locate us,
she explained. Then she began speaking to Akemi through the screen in Japanese. Akemi spoke back to her in their language, walking over toward me, pressing herself against my back. I think this gesture was more of an answer to whatever Josna was asking than Akemi's words. It sure felt good to me. Also, now I knew that both Josna and Akemi did not know that Shota was here on the property.
What's next?
Josa asked, still from the outside looking in. I need to get my backpack. I have Akemi's urn. Josna gasped. Immediately, she translated to Akemi, who, still pressed against me, hugged me more tightly. Josna seemed shocked that I had actually brought the urn along, but Akemi seemed confident about me 100%. Then I want to take Akemi to the next town over so we can have some time to ourselves while we figure out what to do. You will help us, Dosti, right? I leaned on her as I stalled to give Chiasa enough time to get my backpack and also prepare herself to leave here immediately.
Of course, I'll do all that I can. We really must hurry. Shota and Makoto will arrive at 10 in a bit less than 2 hours.
It was confirmed in my mind now. The grandmother has sent Shota, the driver, away to the hotel along with at least Makoto and whoever else was on security. Shota drove the men down to the hotel. Then, because he was sweating my wife so heavy, he doubled back and hid in his car in the bluff where Akemi had flown the welcome kites. He knew I would show up to get my diamond because he understood her value. The problem for him was that it is my diamond. If he touches it, or ever touched it, he'd pay with his life. So far, I had gone mad easy on him because of his relationship to Akemi's family. It worked out better for me that Josna had no idea that Shota and at least one other man had secretly returned to the property. Josna, do you have a driver's license? I asked her.
Ha!
She swiftly confirmed.
But very little driving experience.
She confessed. Whose station wagon did I see parked by the big house over there?
Hana-san's. It's grandmother's.
She clarified.
And it turns out that big house does have electricity. It's these old cabins that don't. Oh, and there's a working telephone there in the big house also. Thank goodness.
She was talking out of a little nervousness, I believed. Let's write a note to grandmother and to Makoto and Ichido and Shota, letting them know that just you and Akemi went out to shop and take a look around, and that you'll both return by sunset, I told her.
Ha!
She said swiftly.
But where are we actually going?
What's the name of the nearby hotel that the security fellas are staying in? I asked.
Anna Hotel.
She responded. What town is that in?
They say it's 30 miles from here in Kushido.
Then I want to go someplace different so that Akemi can feel relaxed. How about Asahikawa? I asked, knowing that it was where the closest airport was located.
Ha! That's the airport we flew into.
Josna said happily, and then her eyes switched knowingly.
Akemi doesn't have her passport.
Do you have yours? I asked her.
Yes.
She said. Okay, come inside. You and Akemi change your clothes. We're going into town, I told her, as though we were headed out for a leisurely day. I knew I had to go easy with Josna. Akemi is her first priority, but her loyalties are entangled with the whole family, I thought to myself. As I excused myself to allow Josna to come in and get dressed also, I walked out of hearing distance and spoke to Chiasa by walkie-talkie. As soon as she heard the sound of my voice, she said,
I got it. Give me 10 more minutes. Don't worry about him. We're about to make friends, and Sleepy Beauty is hibernating. I'll meet you in Asahikawa by the biggest hotel by 10, the Grand Hotel.
She said, and signed off. With Josna's handwritten note nailed to grandmother's front door and my backpack in the trunk, Akemi's mother's urn in her hands, me, Akemi, and Josna left in grandmother's station wagon at 8:45 a.m. It must have been meant to be. The keys had been left in the ignition. Nervously, Josna drove like the two old men who had brought Chiasa and me part of the way, doing only about 45 miles per hour. On the almost hour-long ride, I heard the story of Akemi's mother's ashes. I heard it twice, once in Japanese as my wife spoke it, and once in English as Josna translated. It started off,
When my mother was dying, she said she felt more powerful than she had been while she was healthy. She said that in living and being greedy for life, there are many more burdens. Preparing to transcend relieves the soul of all its luggage and hefty secrets. My mom relayed to me first her true identity. She was never Shiori Nakamura, and pretending to be so had heaped a great pain in her heart. Ju Young Lee, my mom, introduced herself to me. Her 12-year-old daughter, with whom she had spent virtually every available moment of her life.
Akemi inhaled, her eyes getting glossy as she continued.
Second, she told me the lessons of a mother's love. My mother said she loved me from when I was only an idea in her imagination. She loved me more when I was an egg in her womb. She loved me more when her egg was being fertilized, as she secretly lay in the tall grass surrounding her home, bursting with passion and writhing with pleasure. My mother says she loved me more each day that I became more than an idea, and that this intense love is what led her to do whatever it took to bring me into this world properly, to raise me well and keep me safe. A mother's love is like this, she said. A mother will sacrifice all that she has from her gift from God, including her freedom, her dignity, her possessions, and even the food from her mouth.
Akemi's tears formed. I could also see through the rear view that Josna's eyes were flooded. She tried to look only straight ahead at the road.
Third, my mother told me that just as she loves me and I love her, she loved her own mother, from whom she was separated at 13 years old. She described a great canyon in her heart and a deep craving in her soul for her mother's embrace, her mother's voice, or even her mother's scent. She said that only becoming a mother herself could fill a quarter of the canyon in her heart. She said that now that she was dying, her dream was to have her body handed to her mom, who was living in South Korea but in an unknown place. She requested to be cremated because she forbid her body to be placed into the ground anywhere in Japan, which she said was an indescribably beautiful and charming country whose heart was way too cold. She said she would be cold here, even in death, and that any place in Korea would be warm for her. But the best place would be to be placed in the palms of her mother's hands. 4 is the number of death on the side of the world. And because my mother was dying and feeling more powerful than ever before, she told me her 4th secret. She said, Akemi, love is better and stronger and more real than all else. Marry the man whom you love and the man who loves you. If he has only 1 grain of rice, marry him for love, and that will feed you. No one can remain married today because they are not married to the one they love. They are married to their sacrifice, and pretending to love is too damn painful. Love and build, love and work, love and fight. Always love first. Anything placed before love will fail, Omani said.
We rode in silence for a while, the 3 of us. The weight of Akemi's words and revelations, which seemed to have never been spoken before, also helped Josna to see and understand. Akemi's words helped Josna to continue to help us without swinging back and forth between fear, doubt, and resistance. My mind was still shifting all the jigsaw pieces around and fitting things together. I wondered if Akemi could read between the lines of her mother's secrets, quote-unquote. Even if she could not understand the implications when she was 12 years young, maybe she could understand them now that she was 16 and a half. It must be difficult, I thought, to discover that you lived your entire life with an identity that is not true. Akemi, my Japanese wife, was obviously Korean. My math was leading up to the conclusion back when I was reading the Nakamura book on my first trip to Tokyo, to Kyoto, and now was almost 100% certain that it was a Korean man making Akemi's 15-year-old mom sweat and burst with passion, perhaps only days or weeks before Naoko Nakamura kidnapped her. When I read Ju Yun Lee's poems, I felt that she was a young woman who had been loved and made love to in an unforgettable way, but not nearly enough. Her words were laced with a longing for something she had known but had somehow lost along the way. I triple-checked that the Asahi Grand Hotel was the largest hotel in Asahikawa. I handed Josna 25,000 yen up front to check us in for one night, although I had not one intention to stay. She did. She and Akemi rode up in one elevator. Josna was purposely wearing my backpack as I rode up in a separate elevator. In the one-bedroom suite, I told Josna and Akemi to make themselves comfortable as I dug in my backpack to get fresh everything. Akemi's eyes followed my every move. I handed Josna the television remote. I understood what Akemi must have been going through these past few years and these most recently highly emotional days. I knew that after losing the people and things that she believed in the most, she was left believing in me. I felt and I knew what she wanted to do, and now I knew where a lot of her heat and passion and swing was coming from. I knew how come she could draw such emotional creations and pull out such intensity and cause anyone looking too close to feel something strong. As I looked back into her eyes, I wanted to do the same thing she did, but this time, I would complete the mission first. In the hot shower, I had nothing but exit routes running through my mind, ticket exchanges and purchases and costs, and of course, the sound of the clock ticking in my ear. Fresh clothes, fresh cut. I walked out through the bedroom door into the sitting room. I picked up my watch from the desk and clamped it on. It was 9:50 a.m. Josna, you know that we need to fly out of here immediately, right? I was looking straight into her eyes with all the honesty I had. She lowered her eyes and placed both of her hands between her legs and raised her feet up on her toes.
Ha,
She said,
but I can't leave yet. My sculptures had just arrived here, and I promised Mr. Nakamura.
She said softly. I know, I told her solidly. You can't leave right now, but Akemi and I must. If we work together, we can go. You can stay until your promise to Mr. Nakamura is cleared and everybody can be safe. I was speaking in a peaceful, even tone.
What do you want me to do?
She asked. Lend Akemi your passport. When she and I are safe, we'll mail it back to you immediately.
But how?
She asked, thinking of the difference in their skin and hair, I'm certain. Two phenomenal artists, a sculptor and a painter. I'll leave that to your imagination.
But Akemi's New York travel visa is on her passport. I don't have a New York visa in my passport.
Josna said.
If we go back to grandmother's, I could figure out a way to get her passport back from Makoto somehow. Maybe I could convince Ichido to listen to what I have to say. He likes me, but it will take some time. No one wants Akemi to leave.
Akemi began speaking softly to Josna. Their dialogue went back and forth as I agonized over the passport visa scenario. I thought I had it beat with the Akemi-Josna switch I came up with.
Akemi says that she will definitely leave here with you now, but that she wants you to take her to Busan.
Josna said. Busan? I asked.
Busan, South Korea. It's a less than 2 hours flight from Tokyo, and she wouldn't need a visa, and neither would you. Akemi said that she wants to return her mother's ashes to her mother before she goes to New York with you. She says that once she goes to New York with you, she will stay there with you for good.
Josna explained. How will she find her Korean grandmother after all these years? I asked, feeling suddenly heavy with the thought of another odyssey in another country where I knew no one and could not even speak one word of the language.
That was the trade,
Ginsza said.
Discovering the name and address of a Korean grandmother with the telephone number so she could meet her was the promise that kept Akemi cooperating with her father. It was the only thing that he had left that Akemi wanted so desperately. It was the reason she remained silent and rode quietly all the way to the airport and on to Hokkaido. She could have called the police or run for help, but she didn't because her father promised to give her the information if she just followed his orders.
And did he? I asked with disbelief.
He did. She has it now. But then her father had Makoto confiscate Akemi's passport so that she could not leave Japan with you while he was away on his Asian tour. Nor could she leave for the Korea trip without him. Also, her credit and bank cards are canceled, and she has almost no money or clothing, and she's stuck all the way out here, of course. I told you, he is quite clever and extremely determined.
How do you know if she was given the right information and address? I asked, now that I was wiser at this game.
She has already called. We also called from here while you were in the shower. They're all waiting to meet Akemi over there. They are not waiting for Nakamura-san. It seems that they hate him. You know there are problems between the Koreans and Japanese,
Ginsza said, not realizing that by now I knew more than everyone else in this room about what was really going on with my wife and her family and their history and their culture. Of course I will take her. She's my wife, and I'll take her wherever she needs to go, I said, and I meant it. It was heavy, but it made sense to me. Let me allow her to fulfill her mother's final request. Let me put Akemi's heart and soul at ease, so that all that was left was for her to continue to love me and love our seeds. When I thought of my two babies, I said, Ginsza, you are the key to make sure no one on either side in any family gets hurt. All I want is my family. All I want is my wife and nothing else. I reminded her calmly and carefully. With your passport, we can get out of Japan. Once we are in Korea, we could send you your passport and you could send us Akemi's passport as soon as you get Makoto to give it up. Are you with me? I asked her solemnly. There was a pause. Moments later, she handed me her passport. I opened it, looked, and then glanced at my wife a few times, comparing.
I have cosmetics here in my purse. I'll need scissors,
Ginsza said, looking straight into me as though she were uncertain if I really wanted her to go through with this. Her eyes were asking me,
exactly how far will you go?
Akemi, I will be right back, I said to my wife. Stay inside, okay? I slid Ginsza's passport into my pocket to be certain she wouldn't change her mind. Then I looked at Ginsza. My clippers are in the water closet. I knew she understood. In the elevator, I pulled out her passport to take a look at her photo. Ginsza had short hair in the picture, but not as short as her hair is now. At this point, I'd take my wife even without her long, beautiful dark hair. In the lobby, I exited the elevator as Chiasa was revolving through the revolving doors. She and I were telepathic now, as she had suggested the second day we met. She stared at me to signal that we should meet discreetly. I veered off toward the washroom. She stalled a bit and did the same. In the Japanese Toto toilet, each toilet has a separate, closed-in room. I opened the door and Chiasa stepped in. I checked to see if anyone saw, and then I entered also. It was she and I in the tight Toto closet. "What is all this?" I asked her, referring to our breakup, quote-unquote, and our pretending not to know one another.
"It's better this way,"
she said, knowing I was listening for more of an answer.
"Shota drove me here. We're friends."
"Friends?" I repeated.
"He believes that I saved him. I removed his blindfold and pulled your washcloth out of his mouth and untied him. So I guess I did,"
she said coyly. "He went for that?" I asked.
"Easily. You should have seen him guzzling that water I offered him."
She smiled.
"And I handed him the keys, telling him that I found them right outside the vehicle."
"What else did you tell him?"
"I told him I was there to buy some lavender from Serenity Fields when I saw him in distress, so I stopped to help him."
She was looking straight into me. "So where is he now?" I asked.
"He left to go get Makoto from his hotel."
"So you are flying back to Osaka with us," I told her.
"How will you two leave Japan once you get to Osaka International without Akemi's passport?"
Chiasa questioned my question. Then she answered it.
"Don't tell me."
She gasped.
"Cool f***ing idea,"
she said with subdued excitement.
"What a costume. Lucky you. You won't need it."
Then from out of her waist pack came Akemi's passport. She handed it to me.
"Sleeping Beauty is Makoto,"
she said.
"I searched his pockets. I had my gloves on, of course. It was easy. Usually, when they tranquilize a wild bear with that stuff I used, the trappers pull his lips up and check his gums and gawk at his teeth and take a blood sample and really invade his whole 7-foot body while it lays there lifeless. Sometimes they tag him. When he wakes up, he doesn't even realize he's been raided and is wearing a tracking device that won't come off no matter what he does,"
she told me excitedly. "So why is Shota headed to Makoto's hotel?"
"He's just a neighborhood boy, not a ninja, not Nakamura security, and not too smart. I mixed him up a little. I was stalling for you."
"Will he call the police?"
"I don't think he'll call. He'll want to save face with Makoto. Makoto will want to save face with Nakamura. Nakamura will want to save face with the media and everyone else who knew him. Besides, Makoto won't know what hit him. He saw you, and he knows it wasn't you that shot him. He had no witnesses. It was just you and me and him. We two are definitely not telling,"
she said without a shred of doubt. "So you'll come to the airport and leave with us?" I said to her.
"I'm invisible today. That won't be possible,"
she said with a pleasant but serious smile, her white teeth glistening.
"I'll take the longer route. I catch a bus from here to Sapporo. I'll use my same return ticket to Osaka. I'll get our stuff from the lockers. Oh yeah, that's right. Give me your key for the Kyoto lockers."
She held her hand out.
"You're not going to Kyoto, right? You'll get to Osaka International Airport and then to New York?"
"Nah, I'll go to Osaka and then to Korea."
"Korea?"
"Long story, but I have to go there first. Keep it between me and you," I said.
"I have an idea,"
she said.
"Let's fly to Osaka, and then we can take the boat from the port in Osaka to Busan, Korea. It's better. When Nakamura looks for you and he checks all the airports, there will be nothing. Once you get to another country, he loses his pull. He can't do anything to you two over there. I know there's a boat. I rode it over one time when I had a 4-day break from ninja camp,"
she said, remembering.
"We went to Busan for shopping. The boat, the ferry to Busan is called the Pan Star Line."
When she stopped reminiscing, she found me looking at her. I was still stuck on,
"Let's take a boat to Korea."
I could feel her feeling attached to me. I could feel myself feeling attached to her also. But it was complicated and impossible for now. She knew it also. Maybe that's why she was invisible for the day, to stay away. So our feelings would not grow. And for the first time in my life, as a young man, I understood something about my father, which I had never understood up until this second. I used to question, how could he have a woman as beautiful and wise and complete and sweet as Uma and still have space for a second wife to love and share with? Now standing still in a tight toilet room, about to part permanently with my lucky charm, my pretty Puma, I had to ask myself, how can I not love her?
I'm just joking.
Chiasa said softly about coming along with me and Akemi to Korea. I have to pay you your money for the extra days that you worked, I told her.
Instead of money, maybe you could give me something else.
She said. Something like what? I asked.
I gotta think about it. Something like one wish, whatever I ask you for.
How could I agree to that? I asked her. It could be something that conflicts with my beliefs. Then I couldn't do it.
I wouldn't ask you for something that conflicts with your beliefs. Give me a little trust, can't you?
She said, exasperated. All right then. If it doesn't conflict with my beliefs and it doesn't bankrupt me, I'll do it for you. I made the rare promise to her. She smiled hugely.
Okay, so I'll see you in Korea. How long are you staying there? And what city are you going to?
She asked. Busan. I'm headed to Busan, but I don't know for how long, I told her. I have your number, and I know where you live. Then Chiasa looked uncertain. Why? Can't you just trust me a little? I asked.
I can.
She powered up.
Besides, I have your movie camera and some more of your stuff, so I know you'll call me.
She joked. I looked at her without a smile to let her know that my stuff wasn't the reason I would call. Leave out of this hotel when I leave out, I told her. If you want to remain invisible, okay? Come to the airport. I'll buy your ticket. Fly back to Osaka on the same flight so I can know you're safe. At Osaka International Airport, we go our separate ways until I call you, I said. When we meet, we'll leaven up and exchange everything that needs to be exchanged. She agreed. Chapter 14. Although we ticketed and boarded the flight from Asahikawa Airport in Hokkaido separately, we were all seated in the same coach section, in the same row. Our flight to Osaka International Airport was full. I figured maybe we had gotten these last-minute 3 open seats because of some cancellation by some other passengers. I was grateful. Both Chiasa and I had aisle seats. Akemi sat beside me in the middle seat to my right. Of course, I felt the impulse to introduce the two of them, but there were some strong points keeping me still. First, Chiasa had made it clear that she wanted to remain invisible. Thinking now ninja to ninja, I decided and understood that this was her strategic position. She wanted to burn her involvement with this mission just in case anything went wrong in the remaining hours or days. It was sharp of her, and I understood, so I stopped considering whether she had personal reasons for wanting us to appear anonymous to one another. With the network of thoughts about what had already taken place so far, what was happening now, and the plans for my and Akemi's future, there was no more space left for me to decipher or confirm or pinpoint anything else. I also thought introducing 2 women, my wife and the woman who made it possible for me to find my wife, on a plane, surrounded by strangers, would be an unnecessary security problem. Their talking to one another might reveal too much. Who knows who's listening? Besides, both of them would be speaking Japanese across and over me in a plane packed with primarily Japanese people. Only I would be left out of the language loop. Of course, I chose the way that would lead to the well-being of my wife. Chiasa was a superb ninja. She did not make eye contact with me even once since she'd hopped in her taxi driving behind Josna, Akemi, and me, or when she adjusted her airline ticket as we stood in the same line. Even during our flight, she turned her body leftward and laid her face away from me. She slept throughout the entire flight. Or at least she appeared to be sleeping, as I observed her breathing by the subtle and slow rise and fall of her breasts. She must be exhausted, I thought to myself. The night before, she had sacrificed her sleep to allow me to get mine. Akemi was warm. She took my right hand and studied the lines that Allah had drawn in my palm. I didn't know what she might be thinking. I did know that after one good look, she might make a great drawing of just the inside of my hand, done so well that the viewer would feel that she knew my entire life story through Akemi's passionate pencil strokes. She was like this, my wife. After looking closely, she began caressing my hand, moving her fingers lightly from my fingertips into my palms and up the insides of my wrists. She was feeling each of my veins with her fingertips slowly and lightly. She is, and was, a continuous arousal to me. When she released my hand, she placed her hand onto the side of my face, stroking my skin. Then she slid one of her pretty slim fingers to the inside of my ear. She was touching so lightly that it sent a strong sensation through my body. She swirled her finger out and down onto my jaw. Slowly, she began tracing my jawline. She paused one finger in the corner of my mouth. She traced the outline of my lips. I turned toward her and smiled. "What are you trying to do in here?" I asked her in English. She withdrew her hand and smiled also. Her eyes flooded with feelings. She wrapped both her hands around my arm and pressed her face against my body and steadied there. I knew I had to lead her and not the other way around. I had a real task to clearly explain Ramadan to her, all and the specific beliefs and ways of my life, our new lives, without common words or familiar tongues. I had to be careful with a wife so warm and sweet and lodged so strong up in my heart that instead of focusing on my faith, I found my mind wondering and wanting to pull her up into my lap, facing me. Of course, I knew the difference between faith and fantasy. After an intense morning that wasn't truly over yet, the fantasy was very appealing. My sensual thoughts turned to loving thoughts. My loving thoughts turned to protective thoughts. I didn't know which details Akemi knew and didn't know, But I figured it had to be stressful for Akemi to be the daughter of Ju Yun Lee, who had been kidnapped, and then to be kidnapped herself by the same person, her father, or at least the man she obviously still believed was her father. My mind began juggling images of all the incredible material things that Akemi's father had provided her and her mother with, and all the luxuries and opportunities. Did he think his estate and his mountain and the clothes and the travels and the elite status that they enjoyed made it okay? Canceled out that he had kidnapped a 15-year-old young girl, hauled her overseas from her country by force, and married her? Did he believe that it was justifiable to drug my wife and fly her 7,000 miles away from me? Could he reason himself that killing my twins, or even allowing them to live, but hiding them away from their father for a lifetime was right? I was struggling in my narrow airline seat, my thoughts and mind and body in a battle. I had gone against my own ways and beliefs. I had killed lesser men for lesser violations than the ones Nakamura had committed. I had allowed Chiasa to shoot Makoto. Tranquilizing him was the same as leaving him, quote, half dead, unquote, which is something I don't do or haven't done in my young life. If I make the decision that a man, because of his evil actions or his evil threat, has to go, I don't give that man a chance at a get-back. He doesn't deserve one. Was it okay for Nakamura to be left alone and alive? Would he regroup and try to strike again? Of course he would. He was the man who never surrenders, quote, unquote. Let him come, I thought to myself. What makes a man so powerful? I thought further. His God, his land, his culture, his language, his business, his ability to protect and defend? I answered back. Then I experienced another first, seated beside my wife, whom I had experienced a bunch of meaningful firsts with. For the first time since Uma and I had landed in the United States of America, my mind shifted from my responsibility and strategy of protecting Uma while we were living there, and buying a house for her while we were there, to a consideration to take Uma and my wife and my sister and to return to the Sudan, no matter how complicated that might become. If I had learned one lesson from traveling to Japan, it was that if a man could survive and build on his own land, surrounded by his own like-minded people, speaking his own language, following his own beliefs, he could control the outcome of his circumstances much better. I had seen that Americans didn't believe what I believed. Japanese didn't believe what I believed. And the environment that they had created made it impossible for a man to secure his wife and raise his children properly. There was no consensus among the men of America or the men of Japan about how to live properly, how to relate to their women, how to raise their sons and secure their daughters. How could there be a belief when the women in America and in Japan were nearly naked out of doors daily? To truly love and protect a woman in these surroundings would be to have a fight constantly. A man would spend most of his seconds and minutes and hours fighting. The only alternative would be to not love the women. If a man did not love women, he wouldn't have any concern over them. He wouldn't protect them. He wouldn't marry them. He would only ignore or use and abuse them. Love makes a man protect his women. Anything else is not love. I was certain of this. It is not as though I had not witnessed these truths through my own father. I had witnessed them as a child daily. I had even thought about them. I had remembered and cherished the memories also. Now I was seeing these truths as a man. Now I was deciding, if I had to constantly fight no matter where I lived and stood, why not fight in the land of my father, for the land of my father, and the faith and beliefs of my father? At least there, the way of life was worth guarding, maintaining, and enjoying. There was a basic agreement between men over the simple things, like the definition of man, the definition of woman, the sacredness of family, what should be done in our homes versus what shouldn't be done in our homes, and so on. Spilling blood, or having my own blood spilled, was easy for me to accept if it had a deeper meaning and a meaningful purpose and outcome. In fact, only now, after all of this, did I realize that, more than land and money and power, men around the globe were fighting over the meaning of life, the meaning of love, and the way we should be living from day to day. The money and the power was just a method to control the meaning. Could that be true? I asked myself. In a flow of passengers moving at a careful pace toward the luggage carousel, Chiasa walked in front of us. In one sudden movement, she stopped, breaking the rhythm of the crowd, and searched the floor for 4 rocks that had somehow spilled from her pockets. Naturally, I bent to help her pick them up. Quickly, she grabbed 2, and so did I. Inside of the 2 seconds that we were both bent to the floor, she whispered,
Check 3 o'clock. It's Mayu from the Nakamura estate.
As I stood up looking in the 3 o'clock direction, Akemi was already seeing Mayu and waving her way. I pulled Akemi back and held her hand as Chiasa eased onward. Turning her focus toward me, Akemi said,
Josna.
There weren't enough seconds available for me to think fast or switch plans or even to measure the threat. I was clear that my spot had been blown up now that Mayu saw me walking with Akemi as we exited the flight from Hokkaido and approached the luggage carousel. Mayu was standing among others in clear view on the opposite side of the divide. I recalled that Chiasa had described Mayu as the manager of the Nakamura estate who was secretly on Akemi's side, quote-unquote. I held Akemi with me until my backpack rolled around. I picked it up, and we walked together through the luggage area and exited directly where Mayu stood waiting. Both Akemi and Mayu went into a series of bows. Then Akemi turned herself on an angle toward both Mayu and me and introduced me. I could only catch and understand a few of the Japanese words my wife used. but her tone and gestures held great affection, and she went on as though she were presenting Mayu to a royal emissary or an important diplomat, and not the hated nemesis of her father, Mayu's longtime and current employer. Mayu bowed to me politely, using only her head and not bending to the degrees that I had seen many Japanese people bow. Hajime mashite, bokum wa Mayonaka desu. I spoke the standard Japanese self-introduction. In a way that reveals so much about their culture, the woman Mayu barely looked at me. She didn't smile or frown or display any emotion. She placed all her attention on Akemi and stepped to the side and rested one hand on the Louis Vuitton luggage stacked in size order on the cart beside her. Mayu spoke some more to Akemi softly and calmly. As my eye scanned a pile of red epi-leather luggage, a trunk, a suitcase, and a soft cruiser sack, all matching, I took a deep breath. Either this conservative, crispy, clean, and quality, well-dressed woman was a two-faced, clever aide to Nakamura who wanted to saddle me with expensive and heavy red luggage to make me stand out and slow down so that I could be identified and caught, or she was just a concerned stand-in mother to Akemi who overdid it as mothers do when their love and concern are pushed to an extreme. Further, I guessed that she must think that Akemi was on her way to America. Why else would she pack so many items when Korea was a short jump across the sea? She must have also believed that Akemi would not return anytime soon. Akemi watched me from the corners of her pretty eyes while showing respect toward Mayu at the same time. I could hear Mayu using familiar Japanese names, vocabulary words, and phrases which I had memorized and learned by now, such as Nihon, which means Japan, Otoa-san, which means father, Ai, which means love, Bikoko, which means America, Kyatsuke, which means be careful. Then Mayu paused her speech for some seconds and asked Akemi in Japanese with a blank face but steady stare,
Are you sure? Hi.
Akemi responded. It was the 8th hi I had counted in their conversation filled, I imagined, with instructions, questions, and concerns. Mayu bowed a deep bow to Akemi and turned and left. Akemi watched me as I watched Mayu walking away. I was looking to see if Mayu joined anyone else. Was she at the airport alone for the sake of helping Akemi to leave the country undetected? Exactly who had unloaded and carried the heavy luggage for her? Was it one of Nakamura's men, or just a skycap, or airport worker, or taxi driver whom she had randomly selected? As she disappeared from my view, walking solemnly in small steps, wearing an expensive skirt suit and sturdy quality elder lady pumps, I thought to myself, either she is doing a good job of acting, or she is actually all alone. What has she been told about Akemi's travel and future plans? I wondered. I figured Josna had called ahead to Mayu, thinking with her heart and not her brain, and had Mayu prepare Akemi's clothing and essentials. As my wife's best friend Josna, I'm sure, felt that she knew exactly what Akemi needed and wanted and was accustomed to having. Earlier in Hokkaido, Josna had lent Akemi her olive green Adidas sweatpants and a tiny olive green jacket to wear. Akemi had had no luggage or change of clothes since she had no idea that she was going to be sent up there to Hokkaido from her doctor's visit. It was too much of a rush for me to judge or complain about the borrowed outfit. It was better than traveling with a dark-haired beauty dressed in the mini made-up only of flowers. Thinking further, although Josna had caused my to become the only person from the Nakamura estate to have actually seen me, other than Nakamura's man Makoto, who lay tranquilized still in the tall Hokkaido grass that shielded him, I told myself not to harden my heart in judgment against Josna. She, after all, had agreed to give up her own passport to Akemi, knowing full well that not having her documents in hand while living as a Nepali foreigner in Japan placed herself at legal risk. Josna had even agreed, in the event that Akemi didn't have her own passport, to shave her best friend's head of her long, flowing, soft black locks and transform her into a brown-skinned Nepali by brushing cosmetics all over Akemi's face, neck, hands, feet, and arms as carefully as she would have prepared and handled one of her treasured sculptures. Josna was willing to do anything to make it possible for Akemi to ease beyond customs and passport inspection with her husband and then out of Japan, even though she really didn't want her best friend and herself to be separated. Josna had moved beyond her fears and doubts and supported our love and marriage, even though she probably thought we might be reckless. But her calling and informing Mayu had placed me in an even greater race against time and at a serious risk. What Chiasa had planned out and executed so perfectly had now been compromised by Josna. I knew that even though Josna and Akemi believed that Mayu was on Akemi's side, we had no true way of knowing if Mayu had also tipped off Nakamura. If she told him, I was certain that even though he was away on his Asian tour, he would send his hired dogs out to descend on the airport or make some influential phone calls to Japanese authorities to intercept and interrupt and to seize his daughter and to stop me, perhaps permanently. Once again, Chiasa had been ahead in her thinking and her strategy, and 100% on point. Now Akemi and I were packed into an immaculate cab exiting from a random airport exit on purpose. I had decided we would travel to South Korea by sea. Her father, Nakamura, I believed, would underestimate me and never consider that I would use the sea route. Akemi and Josna did not know that it was an option either. In fact, only Chiasa and I knew. We were both trained to keep our mouths shut and to swallow our secrets until death. And now I knew the difference between a woman who is a man's friend and a woman whom a man loves and a woman who is a man's comrade. A comrade is like-minded, trained in a similar skill, going for the same goal, loyal to the same rules. She is an asset to the mission. A woman whom a man loves is most likely untrained. She is moving with her heart as her leader. She is liable to step directly into a minefield or even to help the opposition by coincidence or by mistake. A woman who is a man's friend is loyal but not only to one person and not necessarily because she is trained to be loyal or even working toward the same goal. A friend's multiple loyalties could end up sinking the mission and getting everyone, including herself, hurt or captured or killed. On the other hand, a comrade places the mission in the first position. She places the mission before her heart and before her personal needs and wants. She is more loyal to the mission than to any one person or thing. She will even cut her own throat before placing her comrade at risk or before making foolish mistakes, consciously or subconsciously. A comrade would never destroy the team's chances of achieving the mission goal. I understood now that a woman who is a friend like Josna, or a woman who is a man's true love like my wife Akemi, is untrained and unskilled in this way and without understanding. Neither a friend nor love could ever be considered my comrade. Yet a female who is well-trained and sharply skilled, who is loyal and thorough, could be considered all three: my comrade, my friend, and my love. Akemi sat with her luggage while wearing my sunglasses as I walked over to the information counter at the station on the pier in Osaka where the ships docked. The station was stuffed and buzzing with passengers. Like every place I had gone in Japan, it was extremely clean, well-lit, and tightly organized. It was a full-scale operation, not a matter of pressing some notes into the palm of a captain of a tiny or mid-sized boat, or yacht even. There were customs forms to be completed and embarkment papers. As I glanced the length of the station, I could see the entrance to the security checkpoint that all passengers had to pass through to board the ships. A random boarding call announcement, made first in Japanese, then in Korean, Chinese, and then in English, caught my attention late. Hurrying, I picked up the customer checklist printed in 4 different languages. Number 6 on the checklist read, "Ticket buyers under the age of 20 must have their tickets purchased by an adult, parent, or guardian. Guardian adult must present his or her passport or a valid form of identification." I paused in disbelief and then read it over again. My jaw tightened, and my thoughts raced through my options. Me, Akemi, Chiasa were all teenagers. Even Josna, still in Hokkaido, was only 18. Akemi was watching me through the crowds of people rushing through. She seemed to sense that there was some hold-up. I picked up a checklist card for her printed in Japanese. I approached the ticket counter to double-check. I already knew that the Japanese were tight with their rules and laws. But for me, traveling from America and throughout Japan, I had 0 problems purchasing absolutely anything that I could afford. Plane tickets, train tickets, hostel and hotel rooms. The Americans and the Japanese made moves once money changed hands, no matter whose hands it came from. "1 ticket to Busan, South Korea," I said to the attendant on the English-only line.
"Passport, please,"
she said immediately. As I presented it, and she did her hand beneath the curved glass to accept it, she asked,
"First class, private room, double, single, or group economy?"
Before I answered, she said,
"Oh, sorry. You'll need someone 20 or over to purchase your ticket, sir."
I reached in and pulled back my passport. "What time does the ship leave?" I asked.
"It leaves from here at 2:45 p.m.
she answered. "And what time does the next one leave?" I asked.
There's one Busan, Korea trip a day at 2:45 in the afternoon every day. Can I help you with anything else?
She asked, seeming anxious to serve the next person in line. Yes. Do you have a price list for the tickets? I asked her.
It's on the other side of the information card in your hand,
She said with a polite half smile. Thank you, but why can't I buy a ticket for myself? I pushed. I'm a traveling foreign student. My parents are not here traveling with me.
Pan Star Line is a Korean-owned shipping line. I'd love to sell you a ticket, but these are the rules handed down from the Korean side.
She pressed her lips together tightly.
Some students bring a signed and notarized letter of permission from their parents. That can work. We can accept that,
She said, offering what was a useless alternative for me, and especially for Akemi.
Good luck, sir. Next.
She called out. I stepped to the side, thinking, stupid rule. I couldn't purchase the ticket myself, but they would allow me to travel on my own if a parent or guardian or adult purchased it for me. Also, I now knew that either the Japanese or the Koreans considered the legal age for adulthood to be 20, not 18, like the Americans. I checked my watch. The only ship of the day cruising to Busan, Korea, was leaving shortly. Or we could taxi back to Osaka International Airport and book a flight leaving today without a problem. I wanted to close my eyes and think deeply for a minute. I needed to confer with myself, or my father, or with the supreme option, Allah. But I couldn't, so I relied on my own instincts. My gut told me the sea route was the right choice. The airline looked and sounded like the easier and faster option, but that's too easy, too open, too available is sometimes the deadliest. Taking one more full glance at the busy station, I saw tens and hundreds of Japanese, many Koreans and Chinese, some Scandinavians and other Europeans, and 0 Africans or obviously Muslim persons. I knew that I could approach some adult to buy the tickets on my behalf, yet I didn't trust asking anyone Japanese. I had no way to gauge how they would react, or which one of them would grow suspicious of the Nakamura name on my wife's passport, or worse, to be familiar with her because they saw her picture in the newspaper for her many art achievements. As it goes in Japan, there were no bums or beggars to whom I could slide a 10,000 yen note in exchange for purchasing our tickets. Matter of fact, everyone was so neatly dressed, quiet, and professional in appearance that I could not detect a single needy person of low status who might cooperate. I handed the information card to Akemi. She read it following behind me as I pushed her luggage out of the station and into the trunk of a cab. I needed to think it through first. I didn't want to highlight my wife or myself. I had almost 24 hours left to solve this ticket buying problem and to board tomorrow's ship. And I refused to lose. As for now, I would hide my diamond Akemi in a place where I believed Nakamura would not look or would never be able to locate in time. They spoke for so long, I got vexed, not knowing what he was asking my wife or saying to her. Looking through the windows and onto the streets instead, I checked out the businesses as the taxi weaved in and out of a series of side streets. It didn't take me long to figure out that Akemi was directing the driver as she searched each block.
Akemi does not speak English, but she is not stupid,
Josna had told me firmly in Hokkaido.
In fact, she's quite a genius.
Josna added. The area was a tourist haven of all types of eateries and cafes and shops, and of course, bookstores. Everything was labeled in kanji without translation. They had whatever a foreigner could afford, but it was written in the Japanese language so that you would never forget where you are and who's running it. Certain establishments made their presence known by flying their national flags. How else would I have been able to locate the Islamic presence unless I saw the majestic flag of Saudi Arabia, a rich emerald green cloth with the curve and precision of the black inked Arabic letters and the sword accentuating it. I made a note of the block I was on. I couldn't read the kanji street signs, but I would use the all karaoke building on the left and the Toyota dealer on my right as my landmarks.
Tomare.
Akemi said softly but with enthusiasm. The driver pressed the brakes. Both the door and the trunk opened automatically. It was impossible not to be shocked at the weird side street spot my wife selected. When I hauled in her last piece of luggage, no attendant had appeared to assist us. The lobby was vacant aside from some velvet throwback couches and a long wooden table. I looked for the bell. There was none. Akemi began walking around. When she reached the opposite side of the room, she waved me over.
Mayonaka, isoy desu.
She said. I joined her in front of a set of vending machines. We looked in. Behind the glass were the room keys. They were each attached to a number and a knob, and there was also a set of buttons and a slot to feed the machine cash bills and coins. Akemi pressed a kanji labeled button, and the keys spun from our view. Now there were postcard-sized photos of what I believed were their hotel rooms. Each room had its own strangeness and its own theme. I couldn't read the kanji explanations and options. Akemi stood at my side reading them and reacting and pointing. One room was filled with stuffed animals that looked like aliens. One room had everything Mickey Mouse. One room was Japanese traditional with no bed but a thin mat and a hard-looking pillow. There were 24 rooms pictured in total. 10 of them were marked sold or in use. Akemi faced me and said in English,
Mayonaka, shoes.
I smiled naturally. I knew I had taught her the English word choose, and I knew the Japanese translation, erabete. Akemi choose, I joked.
Okay, Akemi choose.
She said playfully. Then she pressed a rectangular glass button beneath the picture of a room with sheer black linen curtains, an American-style mattress with black sheets, a black desk, a black chair, and a bamboo floor. The pictures disappeared, and the keys to the room Akemi had selected appeared lit up by a thin, rectangular, neon green light.
5,000 yen.
Akemi announced. I pulled out my money stack. At the same time, she went into her pocketbook and pulled out her epi-leather wallet. Put it back, I told her. I was sure she understood my tone, if not my words. Though, instead of putting her wallet back, she pulled out 30,000 yen, which, when converted to American dollars, was less than 300. She flicked it between her fingers as though to show me.
That's all the money I got.
Then she pushed it back in the space of her wallet and pulled out a bank card. She bent it in half to let me know she couldn't use it anymore. Don't worry about it, I said calmly. As I searched my mind for the right words in her language, she pulled out her student ID and flashed it just to show me. Then she took out her Pratt College student ID from New York, where she had taken the art courses as her prize for winning an art competition. She held her face close to the Pace ID card and tried to duplicate her smile in the photo when she was a bit younger and not in so much trouble before she had married me. I fed the machine 5 1,000 yen notes. The room keys dropped down and a ticket was spit out with the room number and time printed on it. Impressed, I grabbed the ticket and the keys. The next vending machine was selling everything a customer might need at a hotel, including condoms. On a business level, I was hooked on the whole vending machine concept, but I didn't buy none of it. At a big-time overseas hotel like the Hilton or the Hyatt, everything this place was selling separately in its vending machine would have been provided for free. But I was glad we were here in this low-key, weird place whose name I did not know. There was no registration card or anyone to check our passports or anything Nakamura could trace. I figured there was actually someone from this little hotel watching the two of us from somewhere. The Japanese were notorious for secrets, hideouts, trapdoors, and sneak attacks, and the art of invisibility. But to whoever was watching, my wife and me, we were simply customers who had already fed the machine and paid the required fee, so they wouldn't have any reason to interfere. The craftsmanship on a second-floor door was outstanding. Made from heavy metal, each hotel room had a meter on it with a digital clock. Ours was counting down from 5 hours from the moment I inserted the key. Once we were inside, the heavy door slammed closed so securely I was certain it was foolproof. There was a much smaller meter on the other side of the door as well. The Japanese had thought of it all and planned it out perfectly. I said to myself, "Be careful, Mayonaka. Their culture has prepared them well for the thought battles of life." We removed our shoes. I carried in her luggage. Akemi crawled over the mattress and curled up in the corner, her black hair spreading across the black sheets, her petite green leather jacket creeping up and revealing her belly button. Her borrowed Adidas sweats, a bit too big. I could see the divide that led to her private places. I removed my backpack and stood it in a corner of the room. From my knapsack, I pulled out the urn that contained Akemi's mother's ashes. I placed it on the desk as she watched me intently. In the bathroom, I washed my hands and face, removing the soil from the flight and travel. When I stepped back into the room, Akemi was looking through her clothes that were professionally packed and wrapped, some tied with ribbons and others with thick string like each item was brand new. "I'll be right back," I told her before the heavy door clicked locked. When I returned from a nearby convenience store, I placed 8 bottles of spring water, 1 lemon, 1 cup of fresh squeezed orange juice, and 2 onigiri rice triangles on the desk. I left a new bar of soap, 2 toothbrushes, and toothpaste. From a backpack, I pulled out Akemi's body oil and a small shampoo. I sat everything beside the rice cooker and the tea set. I picked up her passport and said, "Akemi, I'm going back out. Dinner at 7, Akemi and Mayonaka." She opened the bathroom door slightly, one pretty eye watching me through the slight opening.
"Hi,"
she said softly. I eased out, looking quickly past her little lavender lace panties and bra laid out on the bed. There were 3 hours remaining on this day of my Ramadan fast. I remembered in the Sudan my father and the men on our estate staying in the mosque throughout the entire Ramadan days, separated from their wives and children. I could feel now why men must separate themselves from their women at times to guard their faith and serve their Maker. Women are so quietly powerful that their presence can separate a man from his beliefs before he even realizes he has done Harum, the forbidden. The clock was winding down on our strange hotel room, and on my chances of securing an adult broker to buy our Pan-Star Line tickets. My mind had been shifting ideas back and forth. I was certain of one thing. There had to be someone out here in this international hub for boats, barges, cargo, and ships who was willing to earn 10 or 20 or 30,000 yen just for showing his identification and purchasing 2 one-way tickets to Busan. Outside the spot where the Saudi Arabian flag flew high, I sensed that my idea was a long shot. Up close, I could now see clearly that it was a carpet store called Jeddah Carpets. This was not just any collection of carpets. They were from Saudi Arabia, which ranks among the top 3 carpet makers in the world. I'm sure business was bringing them bundles. My offer of what amounted to about $200 or $300 for the ticket buying errand would be considered minimal or nothing at all. Determined not to defeat my plan with doubt, I went inside the place anyway. Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Kareem. I greeted the elderly Arab man in Arabic and reminded him of our mutual sacred holiday at the same time. Alaikum assalam, Allah Hafiz. How can we accommodate you? He asked. Our samples have been displayed for your comfort, he added before taking a breath. I'm not here to order your fine carpets. I saw your flag and thought you might have some information about the closest masjid in this area. Alhamdulillah, you are trying to locate a mosque in Osaka? The man said and smiled doubtfully. It is easier to find a fish in the desert. He laughed 2 short grunts. But the mosque is in the heart, is it not? He asked me. Suddenly, a younger Saudi man, about 40 years old or so, came bursting through the back curtain. What is it? He asked. We're not hiring. I'm not looking for work, I stated. I have a business of my own. Well then, you are here for buying carpet? He smiled and opened his hands, a gesture to welcome a potential customer. He is looking for a mosque, the elder man said. What for? The younger one asked. For today's Maghrib prayer, I responded, tolerating him. We are not fasting. My father has diabetes and I am traveling, the younger one said. I'm also traveling. I showed him his excuse, as we were both foreigners, living comfortably, it seemed, and definitely not traveling through a hot desert on a camel's back like men were in the old days of Muhammad, peace be upon him. So are you better than us? He asked, with his face reddening and tightening some. Salam, I said, and turned to leave. It was a brief exchange, but I was clear from the vibe that I wasn't gonna get anything moving from either of those two. I was not disappointed, just determined. I already knew that just because a man is an Arab does not mean that he is a Muslim, and just because he says he's Muslim does not mean that he's true. Surah 2, Hayat 184, the elder Arab said as he stepped outside his carpet business and onto the sidewalk where I stood. He was quoting from chapter 2 of the Holy Quran, the 184th line. I knew it well. It commanded all Muslims to observe the Ramadan fast except if they were sick or traveling. It also said that Muslims who could not fast because of travel or illness should make up the fasting days before the beginning of the next Ramadan fast. Or if a believer could not fast due to illness, he should feed one Muslim a charitable meal each day of Ramadan instead. He then handed me a flyer written in Arabic. I read it. It advertised a free meal to Muslims fasting during Ramadan at sunset each day and posted the location. Sponsored by Jeddah Carpets, it read.
We have set this table at a nice halal restaurant as a form of zakat, since my son and I are unable to fast during Ramadan. This is what is required from us as believers.
Surah 2, Ayat 264, I responded. From the change in his facial expression, I could tell that he understood. I'm not searching for charity. I was looking for like-minded men from our faith, but thank you. I left with a distaste for men who try and pay their way out of Ramadan. In the phone booth, I used my phone call and called Haki, the Kenyan college student who lived in the Harajuku hostel where I once stayed. His hospitality was the opposite feeling of the father and son of Jeddah Carpets. His face had not popped into my thoughts when I reviewed the short list of adults I knew here in Japan. However, it did when I was in the carpet store. Haki had said to me a few times,
If you need anything at all, just ask me.
Habarigani. Haki picked up my call. Salam, it's Mayonaka, who stayed there at the hostel a few weeks ago. There was a pause.
Oh yes, brother. How is it? You're still here in Japan, yes?
I'm still here, I said, and he interrupted.
I mentioned to you once before that it's a difficult place to leave. What can I do for you?
Haki, listen carefully. I got a situation, I said.
As the Englishman says, I'm all ears. Strange saying, ain't it?
He joked. I'm in Osaka right now. I don't know who you may know out here, but I need to buy a ticket to board the ferry boat from Osaka to Busan, Korea, I explained.
The loan department is the only department I cannot help you with, my brother. Remember, college students have all had our accounts emptied by our universities.
Haki, I can help you with that. I have money. I can pay out 30,000 yen over the cost of the tickets to the person who buys the tickets for me. They won't sell them to me directly because I'm underage.
Is there a sign that the Japanese will not sell?
He asked, sounding seriously surprised. It's not the Japanese. It's a Korean-owned cruise line.
I know at least 3 students in Osaka. I'll have to try and reach them. It's exam time for me. Man, I wish I was there. Even I could use the 30,000 yen. When do you plan to travel?
Tomorrow afternoon. The payment is for the person who could put a rush on it, show up with his passport or any official form of ID. He has to be 20 years or older.
20 or over,
he repeated.
Isn't it strange, the class of culture?
What? I didn't know what he was talking about.
Back home in Kenya, a boy becomes a man at age 14. At 14, I am no longer allowed to remain in the house under the same roof with my own mother. My father would forbid it. My people would look down on it. At 14, my older brother, who already had his own house, and me, built a house for me on the property that my parents owned. My father gave me a plot of land there. I could have married at that instant and taken my new bride into the new house that I built, but as you can see, I did. I opted to focus on my studies, but it was my choice as a man.
Word up. A big difference, I acknowledged. At that moment, I appreciated Haki's like-mindedness.
When I first arrived in Japan, everything was crazy for me. It took some getting used to. Japanese men were still dressed in short pants.
Short pants? I repeated.
In my country, only young boys wear short pants outside as a school uniform. Once you're a man, you wear proper pants and shirts, isn't it? Yet the Japanese have what they refer to as teenagers. What is that? Neither child nor man, I suppose. Yet they're still dressed as little boys. The Japanese men at 20, 30, 40 are still reading comic books and playing with their toys and ignoring their women. One Japanese fella I know, her grad student, was always talking about his girlfriend. As it turns out, she was some popular animated character who he fell in love with somehow. But he stupidly believed they were in a real-life relationship.
Haki, thanks for taking my call, but I'm running low on time, I said with an even tone. Do you think you can arrange this for me? I pressed.
I'm gonna make 3 calls. Call me back in 1 hour just in case I gotta track him down.
Aight, thanks, I told him, but he was still talking as I was in motion to hang up. I pulled the phone back to my ear.
Speaking of women, is it 1 ticket or 2 tickets that you need? First you said ticket, then you said tickets. Which one is it?
Haki asked.
It's 2 tickets,
I confirmed.
I see. I have been meaning to ask you. I hope that it is okay to ask.
He spoke hesitantly for some reason.
What?
I pushed him to get right to it.
There was a beautiful African girl I saw you with. She was African and Japanese. Forgive me if she is your woman, but if she is not, how about arranging an introduction for me? She seems like the best of both worlds. It's been lonely here for me. I mean, the rigorous studies and the differences in culture and beliefs and things. Brother, I'm not looking for a bar girl. You know that I know exactly where to find them. I'm looking for a good girl, a wife. Is she yours?
She is my woman, I told him, and hung up. I felt confident about Haki's ability to complete the ticket transaction. If he was smart, he would locate a broker and offer him 15,000 or 20,000 yen and keep the rest as a finder's fee. He had led me to find halal foods and billies and the Senegalese. I should have thought of him before I even considered the Saudi Arabians. Many of them are known for their riches and sometimes for their arrogance. Better yet, I should have searched out the neediest, most genuine Muslim man. That way, I will be performing zakat to help him, while helping myself as well. I wouldn't use the zakat as an excuse either. I would do it in addition to maintaining the fast, which is required of all able Muslims. Then that thought triggered a new idea. I pulled the flyer from my pocket and opened it a second time. I jumped in a cab and headed over to the free meal sponsored by Jeddah Carpets. I scolded myself for the whole ride. Allah had placed the answer directly into the palm of my hands. But I had allowed the messenger to distract me from the gift of the message. Of course, there would be at least one willing Muslim adult at the Maghrib prayer, and the free meal for breaking our fast who could also use the extra pocket money. In the back room of a Lebanese restaurant situated side by side with the Saudi hookah bar, 12 men, including myself, plus 5 women who stood behind us, made the Maghrib prayer. The small room was much warmer than the air outside. The thick and plush carpet was welcoming to both our bended knees and our lowered foreheads. When our prayers were completed, some moved through the curtain and into the empty restaurant, where a long table was set and marked with a placard that read in Arabic, "Courtesy of Jeddah Carpets." Still in the back with 6 other Muslim men who remained there also, I peered into their faces, but discreetly. They were African Muslims in the mix, I could tell, but none of them black-skinned like me. I was looking not for a common race, but for a common faith and mindset. I knew a Muslim, a true believer, would support and respect a young marriage like mine. It would not pour into their ears as poison. It would be familiar and, for many, expected. It was for these reasons that I sought out a Muslim in particular. I chose a brother named Ali. He was young but older than me, I could tell. He was wearing an Osaka University t-shirt and jeans. More importantly, he had arrived accompanying a visibly pregnant wife, which I believed might work in my favor. "May I talk with you for a moment?" I asked him. He nodded and stepped out of the circle of men he was quietly conversing with. "I'm a student traveling with my young wife. We're trying to purchase tickets here at the pier for the ferry to South Korea. They tell me that I need someone 20 years or older to purchase the tickets for me. Someone who has a valid passport or official ID. I need to travel tomorrow. If you are willing, I can pay 30,000 yen for you to be the broker to buy the tickets on my behalf." He stood staring at me, a powerful stare without blinking. "Which university do you attend?" he asked me. "I'm a high school student," I said. He stood silently for a few seconds and then hummed, "A married high school student?" "Yes," I responded. "Alhamdulillah," I added. "Where are you coming from?" he asked. "Africa," I said, purposely vague. "A huge place," he commented, letting me know he was too smart for this kind of broad response. "I have an American passport. My wife has a Japanese passport," I added, still dodging my origin. "Oh, so there is the trouble," he said knowingly. "Her father and family have forbidden your union?" he asked. "Her father gave written permission for our union before our marriage and tried to withdraw it after our ajid was completed and our marriage was performed and consummated," I said, and feeling that this information, which I would normally have concealed, would move Ali into my corner. "La kadala," Ali said quietly, meaning God forbid. "Now you are running away?" "I am taking my wife to visit with her grandmother," I said, and then added swiftly, "The ticket office will close today in 1 hour. It will reopen at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning," I pressed. As he paused for more than 60 seconds of thought, his wife gently pushed the curtain to the side, looking for him. She looked into his eyes, and he into hers. She was holding a small plate with 2 dates and a few slices of fruit. He put his hand up to signal her to remain where she was. When she released the curtain, he asked me to wait. Now I stood alone, as only 3 other men remained still talking among themselves. After 5 minutes, I walked into the restaurant, not knowing if he had secretly diverted. He was there, seated with his wife, who wore a hijab and long shirt properly concealing her neck and arms and breasts and hips over her loose-fitting jeans. She looked my way with judging eyes. Soon they both stood up. Ali walked over. "My wife said that you are good. Somehow she feels certain. But she is a woman, so I must have some confirmation. How do I know that you're not a criminal? Maybe you have killed someone." "If we all did our jobs as Muslims, everything would go as it should," I assured him. "Meaning?" he questioned. "I am a Muslim man following my deen. I am married and securing my wife. You are a Muslim man, a husband, and a student, right? Allah is the best knower of all things, and Allah will hand out the punishment and the rewards. Not you or me, right?" I told him. "So Allah will do his work, and the police will do theirs, and you and I." He turned away from me. and he and his wife shifted from the Arabic language that we had been speaking into Persian, which I did not speak. Silently I waited.
"Show me your passport, and where is your wife?"
he asked, turning back to me. As I pulled out my passport and Akemi's, I said,
"You will have to present these passports to purchase our tickets."
He looked at them quickly.
"I also have our marriage documents on me,"
I offered. His wife smiled approvingly. 5 minutes before the ticket window closed, Ali purchased a ticket for me. His wife Samira purchased a ticket for Akemi. Both of them were graduate students at Osaka University. Ali was in engineering and Samira was studying medicine. Samira was captivated by my love story, quote-unquote. She was also curious about the, quote, Japanese girl, unquote, as she seemed to have formed an opinion about them as a group.
"Is she Muslim?"
she asked. "Soon, inshallah," I answered, "but not yet. She is reading and learning from our holy Quran."
"She is willing?"
"Akemi thinks Islam is beautiful," I added truthfully.
"Alhamdulillah,"
Samira said, excited.
"Will you both continue your studies?"
"I see that your love hasn't stopped the two of you from your studies," I smiled. Then they both smiled. Just when I thought I had satisfied her curiosity, she asked me more questions.
"Does your wife speak Arabic?" "Why Korean? Why Korean? Why Korean? Why Korean? Why Korean?"
She asked questions, one after the other, softly and politely, as Muslim women tend to do. Ali did not seem to mind her questioning me or my responding, so I fed her a few harmless general facts about myself. I kept rephrasing the same information in different ways, but thought it was important to keep her smiling and calm. It was clear that Ali trusted her, not me.
"Akemi doesn't speak Arabic, and she doesn't speak English either, and you don't speak Japanese. Hiwala!"
she exclaimed.
"So the two of you are communicating through your eyes, your thoughts, and your gestures? How beautiful! Praise Allah! He has given both of you something special."
And our hearts. We are communicating through our hearts. And those were my last words before they each purchased our tickets. Afterward, I paid Ali the 30,000 yen. He embraced me.
"There is an Islamic center in South Korea.
Visit there in Itaewon. It's a section of Seoul.
There are many halal places and a mosque as well.
There are good Muslims there. Not many, but enough for a community." "Thanks. Good looking out. And you are right. Allah is the best knower of all things,"
he said. Then we parted ways. A well-suited, elderly Japanese man whose breath filled the entrance to my hotel with the stale of alcohol was being held up by a young Japanese female teen. She wasn't robbing him, she was simply keeping him from stumbling while drunk. I moved past them before noticing my wife standing in front of the vending machine across the lobby. I walked up behind her and pressed my body against her back. She was wearing a sleeveless dress. She looked up and over her shoulder at me with her mischievous smile. "What are you doing now?" I asked her. She placed her finger on the glass, pointing out some kanji letters. Softly she said,
5,000 yen.
She didn't reach for her purse, and I liked that she didn't make the same mistake twice. I fed the machine the money and walked behind her up the stairs, enjoying the way the expensive black silk dress danced on her subtle curves. I was loving her pretty toes, the nails freshly painted black, and her bare legs in her expensive high heels. She could seduce me, but when we reached upstairs, I would have her change her clothes. From here on in, she would not seduce any other man, which I believe women do when they are uncovered outside of home. As my wife, she would conceal her magnetism, and she had so much of it. The hotel room door meter was just about to eat up the last 2 minutes of our payment. I pushed in the new key, and it reset until the following morning. The scent of nail polish rushed up my nose when the door closed behind us. We both took our shoes off. Akemi's clothes were in neat, high stacks piled up in the corner. I had to smile as I glanced around the room. Finally relaxed enough to really notice every detail, the sheer black curtains revealing the blackened sky and the clean black sheets pulled taut across the mattress. My wife had beautiful black eye-lined eyes and wore an exquisite black silk dress, and her petite feet and pretty black toenails were alluring against the tan bamboo floor. She is art, I thought to myself as I saw how she blended and decorated herself and everything that surrounded her. I noticed the one missing bottle of water and the uneaten origanis. Right beside them and on the desk lay several crisp 10,000 yen notes, which were perfectly spaced and arranged like a circular Asian fan. I stepped over. With my eyes, I counted. They were 35 10,000 yen notes, close to 3,500 US. I didn't say a word, just turned and looked at my wife, who was leaning up against the wall, looking back at me. We stared. "Come close," I said to her. She walked over slowly and came up very close. She looked up into my eyes. I hugged her. "Where did you get all that money?" I asked, feeling her soft hair against my face. As I looked over and past her, I realized that I did not see her trunk or suitcase. The LV cruiser bag was there, though. I dropped my arms, put my hand on each side of her waist. I pushed her back a step gently. "What did you do?" I asked her. She pulled my study cards out from my pocket and flipped through them quickly. Then she eased my Japanese-English dictionary out of my pocket. She sat down on the floor in one of her yoga-style sitting ways, her mini dress unable to cover her pretty bare legs. She arranged a few of my study cards on the floor with the Japanese side flipped up. I couldn't read that side, so when she finished, I squatted down and turned each of them over.
Akemi, suitcase, sell,
were the words she combined. I looked at her. She pulled up each card and placed down a new sentence. I flipped them.
Japan, Akemi, country.
I smiled. Picking up the cards, I asked her, "Where sold?" I placed 2 cards down so she would understand. She answered,
Go,
which she always said when she meant come. I knew she was offering to take me to whatever location or person she had sold her luggage to. "Chotomate," I told her in Japanese, asking her to wait.
hi.
She said softly, watching me stand up. I held up my hand to her. She placed her hand in mine, and I pulled up to her feet. "This dress," I said, "it's for my Yonaka." I touched the cloth of her dress and gently pulled it some. When I released the material, it lay back down over her now raised up sloping. I took everything out of my pockets and laid it out on the desk. "This face," I touched her skin, "it's for my Yonaka." I squeezed her lips until they puckered. These lips. are for Mayonaka. Gently, I kissed her. She exhaled. Her lips parted, and our warm tongues welcomed each other. Our kissing and licking and sucking, expressing our deepest emotions. Soon I ran my hands down the length of her body until I was squatted with my hands wrapped around each of her ankles. I loosened my grip and stroked her feet with my fingers, then moved my touch over her ankles, then calves, and brushed her knees and pulled up into the inside of her thighs. These legs are only for Mayonaka. My fingertips could now feel the moisture spreading and soaking the lace of her petite panties. Her eyes turned into pools of boiling oil, and her breathing picked up, and our hearts raced. When I removed the soft silk dress with the costume jewelry that flooded her neckline and ran down her back, I could see that her breasts were swollen. When I touched them lightly with my tongue, she bit her lip and stepped up and walked backward onto the mattress. She walked backward until she hit the wall. Then she eased her body down to a sitting position. She held her legs with her hands and laid her chin on top of her knees, watching intensely and waiting. I came out of my clothes and she studied my neshkaria. I took 2 steps and picked up the oil elixir. I sat on the bed facing her. I began massaging the oil onto her body, beginning with her pretty toes. She eased one hand down and began stroking my nishka with a light touch, creating an urge that was multiplying rapidly. The scent of Sudanese oils perfumed the air. Akemi released her hands and her legs cocked open, revealing her pretty I liked her hairs, didn't want her to shave them away. I pulled her closer, then lifted her. I positioned her there, and she wiggled until her opening gave way and grabbed me like a tight surgeon's glove. With only the tip at the entrance pushing against her cirrhosis, she threw her head back and let out a sound that could only be released this way. I helped her bounce softly until I eased all in. We rocked slowly at first, in a rhythm that was as natural as the soaring movement of the wings of the white-tailed eagle I saw in the fields of Hokkaido. Her piece felt fatter and more juicy as her walls massaged me and my my mind left and only feelings and sensations remained. When her walls began to flutter and turn into a waterfall, she fell against me, holding me as tight as she could. I eased back against the sheets. Her body was pressed against me, sealed by her syrup. I began licking her outer ear. I was not finished. She began wiggling again. Only the sound of our breathing and the mixing of moisture could be heard. It felt good to her, I knew. She was digging her nails into my flesh. When I flipped her so that she now lay on the bottom and I eased one of her legs over her head and began her singing from a side angle, she began purring and moaning all over again. With my eyes closed and my feelings stirring and escalating and my heart pounding, I saw scenes of myself climbing the Higaka to find her, and suddenly my emotions shifted from longing and desire and pure pleasure to insult and anger that we had ever been separated. Soon, I realized that I was fucking her hard. I began sucking her neck and passion-marking her body, same as an animal marks its territory. I could hear her heavy breathing and light voice in my ear as she cried out repeatedly,
Ah, ah, ah.
I remembered that she was my wife, the mother to my twins, and I spilled all my seeds and swinging emotions inside her until my body weight crushed her. I rolled to the side, both of us breathing like we had climbed 1,000 stairs. Her face was flushed and her eyes filled with tears. Then a smile eased across her lips and she said,
"Hi, Shitaro."
I grabbed her up and we remained in an embrace. My feelings were still furious. I fucking love you, girl. I fucking love you like crazy. You belong to me, and I belong to you. I knew she didn't know what I said, but I knew she understood. At 9:15 p.m., a new hunger aroused me. I showered and put on fresh wares. As I looked through Akemi's clothes, I called out her name. Pico pico da, I told her in Japanese, meaning I'm hungry. She smiled and stretched her limbs like a cat. Her movement was slow, as though she only needed to satisfy one hunger. Come on, I rushed her as I laid out what I wanted her to wear. She saw. There was no resistance in her. She showered. When she emerged in her yukata, a beautiful long, colorful Japanese dress with amazing sleeves, a kind of summer kimono, I was moved in a real big way by how incredible she looked. Now she was covered, arms, legs, shoulders, hips, thighs, and calves. But she seemed even more seductive to me. She went through her LV cruiser bag and pulled out some Japanese socks with slots to divide her toes. She slid into a pair of wooden shoes with the socks on. She took small steps toward me. I slip-knotted her hair. When she glanced down at the desk, I lifted the passports and Pan-Star ship tickets and said, Ashita, Busan, Korea, letting her know we would travel tomorrow. She smiled brightly and clapped her hands together twice. She swept up the 350,000 yen with her fingertips and then embraced me. I felt her ease the folded stack of bills into my back pocket. She kept holding on to me as though she never wanted to let me go. Akemi, should I eat you for dinner? I asked her. She released her hands and smiled a smile that made me wonder if she understood what I had just said. I grabbed her hand and said, Come on, no more for you.
"Chotomate,"
she said softly. She walked over to her handbag and opened it. She pulled out a small box and lifted the top.
She began speaking in Japanese to me while walking my way with something concealed inside her small hand. As I leaned against the wall, she touched my hand and placed a band of gold on my married finger. She scolded me. I imagined she was asking,
"Where is your wedding ring? Have you lost it, or is it off for some other reason?"
But I couldn't be sure. Besides, I didn't mind the way she went about loving and claiming me. I checked out the ring. It was engraved in kanji. When I kissed her on the cheek and acknowledged, "Arigato gozaimasu," she smiled. "And where are your bangles?" I asked her. She looked puzzled. I gestured, holding my wrist in my hand. She rushed back to her bag and dived in and placed the 2 diamond bracelets that I gifted her for our wedding over her fingers. I grabbed my JanSport and pulled the 2 gold bangles out that she had given to her friend to attract my attention. I slid them over her fingers and onto her wrist. "We good now?" I asked her. She leaned up against my body. The silk of her yukata aroused me, but I told myself to move. A man gotta eat, and if I gave in to her seduction every time it moved me, I would be living inside and between her thighs, unable to do anything else. Purposely, I avoided returning to the Lebanese restaurant where I had made prayer and broken my fast with a cup of water and 2 dates. My curious wife and I strolled down the streets of Osaka, her dressed in her beautiful yukata, no head covering, yet concealed behind an exotic umbrella in the cloudless, rainless night. I enjoyed the silence this time because of our mutual mood. We were in a kind of war, but we were at peace. Easily, as we walked by, my wife pointed out her red epi-leather LV trunk and suitcase. They were positioned front and center in the window in a now closed and darkened shop that featured used expensive designer goods from the tiniest purses to the heaviest handbags and even luggage. She didn't have to show me. I trusted her, but it was good that she did. I needed my wife and me to become closer and even tighter than we were so far. This was the only real way for us to protect our marriage. She had to really know me, my thoughts and all. She had to follow what I told her to do, without even a slight change here and there. She had to get in the perfect rhythm with me. If she couldn't, I knew that any outsider could exploit the weakness and attack our love. Cooks from Kashmir prepared our extra spicy meal. It was a small dinner place that gave off the feeling that we were eating in a good friend's brick oven kitchen. There were 4 other female customers who were also wrapped up in their traditional clothing and eating alongside their husbands. Kashmir is an Islamic country also. The restaurant owner had a unique style of wallpaper plastered across one wall of his intimate setting. It was actual photography of revealing scenes of the beautiful mountain lands of Kashmir. As Akemi and I observed it, the waiter said to me,
"You are looking at a piece of heaven, my country."
The dark-skinned Kashmiri waiter, while pouring water into my wife's glass, also became distracted as he glanced at my pretty wife. Apparently, he was looking at a piece of heaven also. Even with her body well covered, she needed her long dark hair wrapped. I knew that. I told myself, one step at a time, inshallah. In between dinner and dessert, I slid Akami the green study cards with the kanji explanation of Ramadan so that she would understand why I will only be sharing meals with her after sunset each evening. She laid each card out and read it, following the kanji with her pretty painted black fingernails. She looked up at me.
"Hi, wakarimashita,"
she said, meaning that she understood.
The waiter brought over some honey-laced fruits.
Who?
Akemi said in English. What? I asked her. She pointed out to the kanji on the cards.
Who?
She repeated and held out her hand. I gave her the other cards, knowing she wanted to ask me something.
Who Japanese right?
She spelled out with my study cards. I told her translator in Japanese.
Woman?
She asked. Hi, Chiasa, I told her.
Chiasa.
She repeated softly. On the way back to our hotel, I copped a duffel bag at a uniform store. Japan was so big on hard work that workers' clothes and accessories could be purchased at all hours of the night. Akemi wanted the pink duffel, so I knew that I would be the one carrying it, of course. So I chose brown. Seated on the floor back at our hotel room late night, both Akemi and I listened to some music on her antique handheld battery-operated radio. We sat it in the corner as we read the books that we had purchased from an impressive bookstore that took up an entire building and was packed with books from all around the world and plenty of curious customers, night readers. She was reading a book on pregnancy and childbirth. I was reading a travel guide about Korea. It seemed she liked my study cards. She positioned her version of an English sentence on the bamboo floor using them. 2 boy, 2 girl were the words on the cards she laid down. I smiled. She was asking about her twins, inshallah. I answered with the cards. Son good, daughter good also. She laid down her promise.
Akemi, Mayonaka, 1 daughter, 1 son.
Around midnight, she and I were stuffed inside a phone booth together. She leaned her body against mine as I followed up with Haki and let him know I had secured the tickets. He had wished me a safe trip, apologized for earlier, and then said,
I am here until I achieve my PhD. So remember, brother, you have a friend in Japan.
Chiasa, are you good? I asked Chiasa when she picked up.
So good. You called.
She said with excitement. I told you I would.
I know.
She said even softer. Is everything okay with your grandfather?
Perfect.
What did he say?
He asked me how was ninja camp.
She said.
I had told him that I would visit my sensei in Osaka. That's why I left Kyoto that afternoon. I had to make sure I did it, since I told grandfather that I would.
I want to introduce you to my wife. Say anything that you would like to say.
Anything?
She repeated. Anything, I assured her, and handed Akemi the phone. Uma answered the phone excited. Say salam alaikum. I pronounced the Arabic greeting for my wife slowly as I held the phone to her ear.
Salam alaikum.
She said softly.
Akemi, Uma love.
She added with great joy. Holding my wife from behind while talking to my Umi on the phone was a simple but high moment for me. I am most at ease when I am pleasing the women I love. If I have come up short or disappointed or failed them, I say nothing. I just keep on pushing and working and fighting until I get it right and a smile spreads across their faces the way I was certain it was on my Uma's pretty face and the way it was on my wife's pretty face right then.